Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Hello, friends. Happy days. It is time for your FACEIT League Championship Sunday. My name is Jeff, and I will be your host for the day as we are here to crown two kings, the best of the best, here in Season 7 FACEIT League Master Division, both regions, both EMEA and North America. Well, here to decide our top team out of EMEA, I've got Spectre on here with me today. Spec, what a Season 7 we have had. How competitive, how close has this Season 7 been?
We've played 12 games so far in the playoffs, and out of those, 6 have been 3-2s, 5 mappers. There's been basically no 3 Overwatch. Realistically, the top 6, I would say, in EMA has been borderline inseparable, and it's only been throughout these grueling playoffs that teams have finally been whittled down into a top 3. The Overwatch we've had on display over the past week has been nothing realistically short of fantastic, and I'm looking forward to seeing that, finish off with a bang here on Playoff Sunday.
It's been an amazing season, and I'm excited to introduce FACEIT League to some of you out there who may not be familiar with our Path to Pro system. But I mean, this is the forge where your players come to sharpen their steel, to prepare for tomorrow, and to see if they can prove their mettle and earn their spot in coveted OWCS. And I mean, this whole system is just built from the ground up. Anybody can go sign up. Season 8 registration is open right now. You can go find the team. You, I'm talking to you. Go sign up, go play in FACEIT League. I myself have gone and played in FACEIT League in the open division. It was the absolute most fun I have ever had playing Overwatch. I mean, without a doubt, hands down, full stop. This is the way it's meant to be played. And you know what? If you're good enough, you can rise up and play alongside these teams we will see here today. We got a look here at some of the stakes that have been on display in Season 7. This is, of course, feeding into your, not only feeding into your Phase 2 of your OWCS qualifiers, but you can see the last chance qualifier we'll have for Season 8 as well. So this is going to be how we determine all the teams that will be competing in Master Division for Season 8. The teams that we'll see on screen here today, we got top 3 from both EMEA and North America. They have all qualified for Season 8. They will not have to play in this LCQ at all. Not only that, but they have qualified for Phase 2 of your OWCS qualifiers. That's my favorite part about FACEIT League, is it is a direct path right into OWCS, and anybody can fight their way from the ground level and all the way to the top, and that's exactly what we're going to see here today. We have the best of the best in Path to Pro, and this is the very first event we'll have kicking off 2026. We're back, y'all. We are back. Overwatch is back, and we have got a lot of great events coming up, including that last chance qualifier. That will be teams fighting for a spot in Master Division in Season 8. You've got, we're going to have that for EMEA, NA, and South America regions as well. And then we're going to get into Season 8 come March. This will be going side by side alongside OWCS Stage 1 for 2026. And we'll even end up with promotion relegation matches where the best out of the best of FACEIT League Master Division will fight with the teams out of OWCS to see if they can earn a spot. That'll be those move up downs that you're seeing at the very bottom right-hand corner of your screen. This really is, most amazing system where you can sign up, fight your way all the way to the top, and find yourself trying to earn a spot in OWCS. That's what FACEIT League brings to the table, and I'm so excited to get to introduce it to new fans out there. And this is also where you can find your next favorite player. That's some of the best rising talent we will see on display here today with these 3 teams, and we have some amazing 3 teams we need to talk about here, Cetrion.
Yeah, if we're trying to introduce a new audience to FACEIT League EMEA, there's few better teams to highlight first than Ilios, right? They've been around in the scene for absolute donkey's years, plenty of strong performances historically, but that core of, Jesper, Lars, Texel, Pingu, they've been fighting for, 4 seasons now augmented by ex-OWCS talent like Hitori, like high flyers, like China. They're such a powerful roster currently, and you have to be worried about them. I would say, so far, that they are the strongest overall roster among the remaining 3. Maybe, meta independent, I think this is the team I would always bet on to go the furthest. You've had them in your power rankings, right? Consistently top 1, top 2. You look at their previous seasons. 3rd place in season 6, 4th place season 5, 4th place season 4. They've got that consistency, but they are also always the bridesmaids and never the brides.
Yeah, and in those spectacular seasons, like you said, I mean, season 5 regular season, they go 14-1 in regular season, end up 4th place out of those playoffs. So, you know, finishing 4th place is amazing, but it still wasn't living up to their expectations. And that has kind of been the consistent theme with this area squad, to where maybe this is their time. Maybe season 7 is their time. Yeah, they had a 2nd place finish in regular season, and I love talk about the core of this squad. I love how consistent the roster has maintained. Like, not just their performance, but it feels like the same kind of group of friends always coming together, and it's that teamwork level that has really driven Arius to have such an exceptional performance time and time again. Their opponents here in this lower bracket final. As we'll get a chance, we'll go look at the bracket, how these teams got to where they are. But I love Me3 in that they play such a unique and exceptional style. They play by the beat of their own drum for sure, and they are the absolute best at their unique style.
It's not even close to something realistically anybody's even played before in any Overwatch I can think of. All centers around the golden pants ball. This player, I would say individually the best out of the remaining 3 teams, hands down. The individual value that he outputs from the tank position is ridiculous. And don't get it twisted, his bull is his best hero by far, but his other hero is strong enough as well. So unlike some other quote-unquote OCP teams, that bull ban really isn't as devastating as maybe it could have been. Another interesting wrinkle they play with is the backline, obviously starting with AES and Arca. Double flex supports basically all the time. In theory makes you weak to dive, but I don't think anyone's been able to exploit it yet. Obviously, IQ Mighty there, if they particularly need a main support, but most times they're running with like Wu Yang Ilari setups. Very strange, but your poke is just fantastic. Eventually, Golden Pants will be able to disrupt somebody for long enough that they get into your backline shooting, into, you know, Eskin or Scrane's line of sight, and you can punish.
Oh, and for you ball fans out there, like, GP is so fun to watch. Name Golden Pants, we're going to be calling him GP throughout the day. Is absolutely, I mean, best ball in the West. I think that is going to be hard to argue. I think you really start having to look to the levels of, like, Junbin and, like, that kind of exceptional S-tier wrecking balls before you can find somebody that is actually better on this hero than Golden Pants. Golden Pants is so fun to watch, is so exceptional with the hero, is so dynamic, is hard to predict, does not just do the same thing over and over again, can play in very short spaces, very small rooms, and just make it lethal and deadly, where you know, the wrecking ball chuds like myself will be like, I have no room to maneuver, I can't do anything in here. Golden Pants knows exactly how to make it work, and will turn that room into a blender, and you will not want to be stuck in the same room, in that tiny room with that wrecking ball. So it's so fun to watch these players come up on their own, and GP is absolutely one of the best. Love to highlight, always fun to watch.
I mean, we talk about players that we maybe expect to see in a WCS in the future. I mean, word on the street is GP's already had a couple of OWCS trials, tier 1 trials, where he's performing well. I think he really could be somebody who we, as a community, not just a, you know, a tier 2 community or an EME community, but as a global Overwatch fan base, talk about for a long time to come. The same way we talk about Amon, as we were mentioning, you know, earlier in the green room. I think something really, really special here, and it's an absolute treat to be able to cast him here on basically Season 7 playoffs.
But these two teams will be fighting it out here momentarily in the lower bracket finals for a chance to take on the Cafe Jaeger, who is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this match. That is such a unique team. I can't wait to get to talk about it. I just want to say this is the most unexpected surprise that we have had in I think the entirety of Season 7. I don't want to get into too much, but just to wet your whistle for a little bit of what awaits these teams in our next match in the grand finals. But first things first, we have this lower bracket finals to get through. It is when you move on for a chance at the $50,000 prize pool here in FACEIT League Season 7. Lose and you go home. And here, I mean, look how many map 5s. We were talking about this at the very top of this broadcast. Look how many map 5s we have had in this tournament, friends. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, Arius have had to play, what, 3 of them themselves? Knocked down
haven't they?
Lower bracket.
Oh
yeah, they go lower bracket, literally their first game. After a close loss to SRP Check, the previous finalists who, by the way, now eliminated. And close wins against Gambit, Starbits, and Dreamlight to finally make it here into the losers final for a chance to be in Grands once more. This is, like we've already said, their best finish yet, tied with the previous season, but it's also a chance for them to go further. In fact, when you look back at the last season, Season 6, it was this exact game. Mu3 3-0'd Arius, but coming back with a vengeance, probably wanting some additional revenge here. I've got to say, Arius, I think, might have a bit of a lead in this one.
Yeah, this is the exact scenario. You're not wrong. The exact situation, the exact game in Season 6 where Arius' season came to an end. Do they have that chip on their shoulder? I mean, Mu3 are also your second runner-up in Season 6 as well. You know, we talk about kind of both of these teams are always the bridesmaids. Both of these teams are kind of fighting for each other to see who can actually take center stage and take the crown. I love that. You have to feel that history plays a part in this matchup today. When you take to the stage, it's not just a clean slate. When they get into this opening round, all of these months and months of history culminates into these moments coming into this map one.
Yeah, but not even that particularly ancient history. When you look at what we've seen, like yesterday, Jaeger get that 3-1 win over Mu3, and I gotta say, Jaeger looks like they were in control. Mu3 has to be licking their wounds after that one, so I think they might have some split focus here as well. They want to beat Arius once more, obviously, but they're really focusing on that grand finals, really looking for a way to do to Jaeger what Jaeger kind of did to them. So that's a matchup I'm particularly looking forward to as well, if we do see it materialize. But all we can do is wait and see, because this losers final is going to be absolutely electric.
Yeah, this is a rematch. They play each other regular season. That head-to-head was a map 5 banger. Arius did take the victory in that match, but it took all 5 maps to do it. I would expect nothing less from this lower bracket finals, where all the stakes are on the line, where it's, winner moving on to the grand finals and a chance to take that crown. It is everything to play for. It is 3 months of work culminating into this one final day here for Season 7. You know, Arius, who, well, they'll probably play a little bit more meta, but, maybe not entirely, versus Mu3, who will not play meta at all. The identity of these teams is great. And I will say, Lars is going to be, expect to see a lot of Zarya, but Lars has been a master on the Zarya since before everybody else was playing it. Lars was like, yeah, I've been rocking this hero for a long time. Where have y'all been?
Yeah, you've been calling him the best Zarya in EMEA, and I think that's for perfectly good reason. The amount of value you can get on this hero is pretty insane. And I think the interesting thing about Arius to boot is that the fact they're not just always playing hard meta, like you were alluding to. They've got Jesper Swag, right? Who's playing the Venture, the kind of lesser mentioned Ven hero now, still so powerful. I think one of the big reasons Arius is winning again. You look at the broadcast. This is Dreamlight from yesterday, and it was Swag Nation that ended up being one of the big separating factors. This Venture player actually hard flanks all the way through Dorado, forces the point back, and ends up winning because of that. So I think if we are talking about Arius, those are your danger players. Those are you have to watch out for, because they're so individually powerful.
Yeah, and when you have the versatility of Hattori to swap out with with Lars, if they don't want to play the Zarya, they want to play something, you get the Zarya gets banned, or you're playing a map like Shambali that's more front back, you want to play a little more sustained focus, you have another very powerful tank you could sub in here. And it was kind of funny, that map 5 you're talking about, it wasn't like Vendetta was banned, right? You saw their opponent, you saw Dreamlight playing the Vendetta and trying to make the meta comp work, but still Jesper Swag was able to get the Venture in and able to pull off that big map 5 dub. It will be Arius who gets first pick and first hero ban here today to kick us off for this lower bracket finals as well.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Nepal over the playoffs. I think this is going to be no separation. I think Mu3 actually able to take it versus Jaeger in the upper bracket game. That was the only map they ended up taking. And a ball ban right out the gates. This is actually only the second time in playoffs that ball's been banned first against Mu3. This is going to have to be the first time it works as well, but I think Wrecking Ball's so powerful on this game type in particular. I think this is perfectly valid. Mu3 go for the Lucio ban, considering they don't start IQ Mighty. This makes perfect sense, right? Targeting Pingo's hero pool, who's maybe not so adept on the main spot, having transitioned to it relatively late in his playing career. So trying to force this double flex setup, probably some Wu Yang Kiri. I think it's a great veto from both these sides, to be honest.
And it is it's a very different game when you don't have the Lucio to kite the Vendetta and the Zarya around. So forcing the Zarya to play slow and play stagnant, it definitely is going to force Arius to make some adjustments. I do like the ball ban from them here early. As you mentioned, it's just such Control is just such a good game type for Wrecking Ball. You can kind of lone anchor the point where with any other composition, it requires another. You need your flex DPS to get and kind of help you anchor alongside your Lucio and kind of rotate in to maintain control while one moves off and regenerates cooldowns and all that. It feels like a Wrecking Ball can do all of that by themselves, freeing up the rest of your team to secure eliminations, to stay safe off of the point, and the ball can just do so much anchoring and map control, specifically in the control game type. I love this ban.
Yeah, I also think maybe less spoken about point with Wrecking Ball rather on control is how much early scaling you get. One thing we often do mention when talking about this game type is the importance of winning that first fight. Because Ball is just physically faster than basically every other tank in the game, maybe bar Doomfist, then you have early positioning basically always as a huge advantage when you don't need to expend cooldowns, resources for that. And so you've got such a big advantage in these early fights that once you have that, you can often just snowball that into converting these control points without that much friction. So removing it, I think we are both in agreement that this is a fantastic choice from Arias, but will it be enough?
Yeah, absolutely. You can snowball, huh? Oh, I see what you did there.
I know.
Note, as far as roster is concerned, we are going to get Jesper swag. We'll be starting here on Control as well, so do expect to see the Venture coming out from Arias. Does tend to pretty much be a one-trick there in our favorite Rock Muncher character. We've also got Lars in the lineup, so we got the Zarya Specialist will be starting things off here for Arias as well as we head into this map one.
Yeah, generally Lars will be starting over Hitori. She'll only come in for Has maps, or at least from what I've seen. But that has been a winning formula for Arias so far. We've spoken previously about how strong Lars can be. And now we get a chance to see that here for yourselves. GP starting on the Winston, generally his best secondary pick, other than the Wrecking Ball, of course. And again, double flex from both these sides.
There was an entire season in Season 4 where you could repeat bans, and Golden Pants had their Wrecking Ball banned for literally every single map for an entire season. Got very adept at playing on other heroes. So this isn't too much of a nerf, though. You don't get to enjoy Golden Pants Wrecking Ball for this map one. You still expect U3 to be a dominant force, and this is not going to be an easy map for Arias whatsoever. These are two teams staging on either side of the high ground. Lars is trying to get up close and personal, dancing around some of these water orbs, see if they can close the gap against this U3 squad. GP's going to go leap into the back line and get a little flip here. See who can attack each other's supports right out of the gate. Gold Pants takes a lot of damage early and is forced out. This might open up some room on the point for Arias to move in and grab Cap.
Yeah, game plan there, just take high ground from Arias, knowing that the Winston can't contest it. Jesper's right though, perfectly good at contesting the enemy DPS. Escanor taken care of.
Yeah, anchoring on the point forces Mu3's hand. They don't want to give up a free first cap, so they try to come contest. And that Venture just dominates, grabs our first kill. Great first blood. 10% on the board already here for Arias as they look to hold choke.
Night kill onto ICAP is going to be quite nice for Mu3 though, so they can refight a hell of a lot faster. No hit scan to shoot the walker means they take this space for free. 4v4 on the objective, and Lars has to see some point pressure.
Right there to anchor for a moment. Ooh, we'd love to get an early pick on Akka, but Akka is able to get away. It does cost him a cooldown. GP loops around. See if they can sneak in on that far side. Lars has done the same. He's able to get out safely. Driven away there by Jesper Factory. Then turns their attention onto AAS and will force out the swift step. But AAS is in a good position here to Kitsu onto the point, escorting the Winston right on top of Lars. Lars is seriously low. Managed to escape at 1 health. So all of Arias is looking dangerously on the knife's edge, and eventually that will get cut as Mu3 take control.
And the big factor in that fight is actually how much damage Golden Pants was taking. It means Akka and AES have a bit of a lead when it came to that support ult. So when that Kitsu came through, Texel couldn't mirror. Lars hadn't done enough damage to charge a Grabson Searcher. They just had to see the objective take so much damage from the obviously boosted rate of fire. That's their first flip come through still. 53%. Lovely to have an Arias and a full ult bank of their own.
Yeah, so OC already out of ICAP here to start this off. Both portals were used by Mu3 in that previous fight, so they won't have anything to fend off the incoming Kitsune rush out of Texel. That's the one you really got to worry about.
Indeed. OC though, for OC core, you're so happy with. Kitsu on the point, so nice.
And OC used early areas, rotates in, but they lose 2 on the approach.
Rain?
Primal Rage from Golden Pants inside. I have no idea what happened to Sprain. That is not good, especially since Just going to get your other DPS. Oh no, that mistake might actually cost you 3. Now you've got to grab in with Golden Pants caught in it. Somehow you don't get the kill. AES shows up and saves their Winston with that kill on the Lars.
Strain, 5v3, maybe lost now because you're off the map. One of the best Echo players we have, and unfortunately, he's spilled his cereal all over the floor. GP gets his one Pingu, now dead. Maybe a flip back the other way as Arius do get it into last fight territory here. Lars backs up, but still high charge, a threat.
That was a good move by AES, saved that. I mean, that could have been just the end of the round if GP dies in that Graviton Surge. Now Arius with no ult bank, and Scrain finds a precious first pick. Finally getting Jesper Swag, who's been so good in these early stages of these fights.
Yeah, Scrain redeeming himself there. Drummer giving over first pick and taking one of his own. Great focusing beam. Lars decides that the Zarya's no bueno here. Decides the Diva instead will help with the 1v1 into the Winston. Help match his tempo. But in exchange, you are losing out some point pressure for it, and he is more known for his Zarya than anything else. Mu3 probably looking to go for early dupe. ICAV, Jesper, Lars, all strong targets. Arius probably need to finish off their bubble before they invest anything else.
Slow approach here for Arius, and they're running out of time. Okay, he puts him on the board. Aka's gonna throw a Tidal Blast on GP. GP goes into the corner, looking to take Pingu out of the fight. Pingu gets their own ultimate into themselves. They're actually able to get that kill. The self-ult from Pingu, saving the day. Now Texel's been able to build up some good charge. Is it gonna be enough? You've got an early Kitsune rush from Mu3 on the point. Duplicate in from Scrain onto the Diva. Extra anchoring in lieu of missing Golden Pants. Now the return. Arius looking to counterpunch. We're in a 99-88 situation. Self-destruct out of the Scrain, but they lose the Duke through the process. Arius are now on the point with some presence. Jesper Swag goes to the high ground, try to cut off this estate from U3. See if they can isolate whoever's left, but Golden Pants has the primal. Doesn't need that healing, and it's just Lars left on the point.
Yeah, and overtime going to quickly burn down. I will say, though, very start of the playoffs broadcast, and Village goes basically the whole way. In the end, it almost goes in favor of Arius as well, right? GP goes so deep into a position only a Wrecking Ball can live, and unfortunately, not being on his one trick does mean that he's punished, but still, the rest of his team able to outvalue. Lars tries to go a bit too deep to boot on the Diva. Not having the self-destruct means you can't remix, so we go tank for tank, and defenders positioning for Mu3 allows superior shooting lines. Allows him to take Village 1-0 here now on Nepal. Remember, this is Arius' map pick. This is Arius' first ban. They should be the ones in the driver's seat. Forced to trail so far. Only change here going to be Jesper onto the other Ven hero. See how it works out once the... Oh no, he's just baiting. Okay, man.
You can count on me.
Just get everybody out spotted and it's back to the vision. Also, I mean, Arius, they get that first ban and they spend their highest value ban on this map. I mean, you got to take the win if you're going to ban out the ball against this Mu3 team. Just back with an early engage, just using the burrow. Build up a little charge from Lars. Bubble, both bubbles used from Lars there. So Arius back up around the corner, and they're going to wait. Golden Pants is forced out from a little poke damage. Oh, Jesper Swag was waiting for you in the cubby. Sneaky little maneuver here to contest first point. Golden Pants taking a lot of damage. Will bubble up for the moment. Tries to chase Jesper Swag. Here comes Lars on the touch. Nycav is able to find an important kill alongside Lars, giving a +2 to Arius.
Much nicer there from Arius, doing exactly what their comp needs to. Rotating Jesper Swag in invulnerability when burrowed, with basically every defensive cooldown in the game to make him a constant threat, essentially having 2 tanks. So just Mark's point disrupts GP, and in the meanwhile, ICAV able to get that Soj Railgun finally shooting. Been quiet so far, but throws his name into the hat now. Now Mu3 chokes out on that Winston. The Zarya is going to absolutely shred them as they walk the choke.
Another sneaky sneak. Mu3 find a safe entrance.
I don't know.
Through main towards his left-hand side, but they only thought it was safe. Jesper Swag was hiding around the corner. It always looks safe. Yeah, but it never is when you've got this venture specialist around. What a great opener.
Remember, dear viewers, you've got to look both ways before you cross the street. Mu3 don't and get absolutely run over. Also advantage now for Arius post the Kitsune Rush, especially things from bad to worse for Mu3, but still plenty of time for them to play with.
A vicious move because you don't have any outs. This is kind of an all-in move here from Scrain and Golden Pants to try to take bridge. Arius now rotating to their own spawn. They're actually trying to chase a couple of different fronts. I think they're looking to isolate a couple of players, and it looks like Golden Pants is surrounded. The ICAV overclock will finish them off. You also had a Tidal Blast contested from Arius as well. ICAV! We'll get 3 in that fight. Beautiful shooting.
Yeah, lovely work there. Mu3 tried to force a split, but split themselves. And so we have this deathmatch all across the map where they do get zoned out. They do kind of lose the individual work. And again, they're still not looking. They still haven't learned. So Jester Swags on to Akka. She's almost insta-dead.
Then you have to use both your cooldowns just to stay alive. ICAV's already got screened because there's no supports in there. They're just desperate here in the back line. Escanor will eventually put an end to that. So 4v4 back on to the point. Areas are getting battered all the way back to their spawn. My goodness.
Still?
Oh, you're
yeah. The Primal, what's he doing? He's at 70 HP now dead.
Yeah, that was way too far. Golden Pitch, you're not on Wrecking Ball, my friend. All right? Like, that's... Can't push that far. Dark Ball main, Spectrum. What can you do? What can you do?
The Fortress still due on point, and Kids give you so much point presence. Jester can just wait, though. He's not being cleared, and so you've got that tectonic shock to re-engage.
Now, Tidal Blast message from Akka. Here comes the duplicate grab. You're able to get 2 with this grab. Maybe finally get some value out of it. Oh, the Suzu's gonna keep you alive. Texel's not having any of it. The shock back on point. And this is just where Swag winning the fight out against 3 players of beautiful Suzu out of AEAs just to try to keep Escanor's overclock in the fight. But you've got 99% on the other side. Areas have control of the point. AES has dropped down into the cubby just in a desperate attempt, but won't even get close. We're going to round 3.
I mean, that was an economic disaster there from U3. They get control of the point. Nice. You want to get some late kills? Absolutely. It's a fair idea. But they invest like 3-4 ultimates trying to get their chase. We saw that lovely Graviton Surge come through from Screen, right? But there's simply no follow-up, and so instead they use all their tools. They get very little. Arius walk back with their own Graviton, with their own bubble, and find all the value that they need. Take a gander at the scoreboard here. ICAV, 9k damage, leading the lobby. Golden Pants still powerful, still 13 and 5, 8k on the Winston off is one trick, but I think we are seeing the power of this Wrecking Ball ban already.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good side for Aries fans. So this is a must-win map for them. You're going to spin that high-value ban, absolutely. And, you know, we talked about ICAV was a little quiet in opening round. Definitely woke up on Sanctum. Obviously the strongest of our 3 maps, the most poke-friendly map of the 3 sub-maps, Terra and Nepal. But if ICAV's going to continue to get in the mix on that, have gold damage in the server like that, then Aries are going to be in a great spot here to take this opening map.
He fends out early. We do change a bubble for it. GP, low HP, can't push forward. It's going to be tricky.
Jester Swag trying to get out. Oh, that's the pick you're looking for. Jester Swag has had multiple first fight picks or opening picks throughout these fights, and dies for the 2nd time in a row early. This is going to give Mu3 a cap. As Lars will fall as well.
Yeah, trying to get into the ground there was Jesper, but unfortunately couldn't actually get that burrow active. Kid would be looking at a very different story. This is a rough point to attack on the Zarya. You have no speed. You have to walk into all Mu3 shooting. You're going to have to spend cooldowns just to make that rotation happen, which is exactly why they're going through Green Room here, making as little damage as possible on the square up.
Very rare you see Jester swap off of their signature hero. Try to go to the other vid, and yeah, it wasn't quite warmed up on that new hero. You didn't have a burrow to escape all that damage. Jester falls early again. Continues to be the focus of Mu3 in these early stages of the fight.
Yeah, I see why the adaptation was made here. Kind of hard to be on these short silence all the time as a venture. But Lars has to try and stay alive here. Kind of out-angled, decides to walk to the point, and we'll be able to get here basically for free.
Yeah, I might say that the Arius has circled their other players around towards Elephant. You have ICAP set up back there. You have to respect it. See, Golden Pants struggled to try to close the gap against Lars. Just take too much damage. Did not respect the enormous amount of damage Arius was putting out.
One of the things about the Vendetta versus the Venture is you do just do more damage to tank. You want to full swing on Golden Pants. There's not a lot he can do other than not be there, right? So a couple overheads and DP sent back to spawn. Now, close Primal, however, looking to get his point back under his control.
problem for Me3 is they are running into a couple of support ults, but they will have a couple of support. GP gets the Tidal Blast. Primal Rage to leap on top of Gaiken, but they went too far. Will not get the stun. Returns. Jesper Swag gets the Tidal Blast. Saved at 1 health. So now we try to leap on Pingu. Pingu makes it to the Mega. Is able to slide away, but Escanor caught him in the crossfire. In this exchange, though, Pingu was able to help secure a kill with their ultimate. Now Kitsune in play. Oh, and GP just gets mowed down. Yeah, caught in the grab from Lars. That is worth every single time.
Both teams throw the kitchen sink at each other. A late grab, though, after GP's all of his defensive abilities. It's a nice little bow on things. And now we're tied up 57 to 57. Mu3 still have that duplicate, still valid targets. Could go for Jesper Swag as an example. But defensive positioning so strong for Area. This fight truly 50-50.
Big overhead lands. Gold Pit's already in trouble. Yeah. That was the enormous amount of damage you're talking about from that Vendetta. A couple of overheads, and just like that, the Winston's gone.
I mean, the other thing is if you catch the Winston while he's jumping with that overhead, you just removed his only movement cooldown. I think that's exactly what we saw there. Godopants trapped in place by the ability to pull you to the ground, and ICAP puts Escanor 6 feet under.
The ICAV gets warmed up like that. You cannot walk into the silos. You cannot swing ICAV when they're hot like this. That was a hell of a shot. Backer driven away as Mega Ruby gets clear. Duplicate now in play. Will in fact choose the Vendetta. Trying to kind of play as an extra take into this situation. Got one overhead onto Lars. Really would like to get it onto that squishy back line. Doesn't look like Straight's gonna get. Straight just gets the bonus sundering into this. You will find ICAV with that ultimate, but just where Swag's been able to answer is chasing the low golden pants, secures the kill with the overhead slice. Screen answers back. 3 for 3 now on this point. As Jesper Swag and Screen are racing so you can lead in kills. Oh, no shot! And Jesper Swag wins the duel. Out maneuvers the Tidal Blast, dances around it, gets the Palatine and Fang down, and secures the map for Arius.
What do you even say about Swag Nation? Jesper Swag goes ginormous on the Vendetta, off his maybe most iconic hero, but he's still the same player we all know and love. Lovely, what, 3-4 in that final fight, and Arius win an electric Nepal to go up 1-0 in our losers final. Already they've bested their record here, Jeff, from season 6, but they want more.
That last maneuver, that last fight was so insane. It was such a race. Yeah, I mean, 2 kills apiece on the board between Jesper and Screen. It was like, oh, Jesper did something cool, but I mean, as soon as you see that, you see Screen answering there in the kill feed. And it happens again. You're down to that 3 for 3, and you get the Tidal Blast thrown onto Screen. They charge immediately, and Jesper goes, nope, and just whirlwind dashes up into the sky, or excuse me, soaring slices up into the sky and dodges the Tidal Blast, and then lands from the top rope with the overhead. Are you kidding me? What an explosive map 1. That was just map 1.
There's so much more Overwatch to be played today. Obviously, this can go the full 5, and maybe we even expect it to, considering how close that was. And after that, of course, the next game, whichever team so lucky to win this absolute barn burner, I mean, they're going into a best of 7, right? Against Jaeger, who's waiting in the wings. This is going to be such a great day, and that's just the MEA.
It's just the MEA. We'll have NA after that. Now, circling back around, we're looking at some highlights here. Remember that Golden Pants is formidable on the Winston, but that is definitely a secondary hero to the Wrecking Ball, which I expect to see for the rest of the day. So Mu3 were not at full strength. They were, they were only in first form here. I think they were Mu1 is where they were at here without the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely true. I think also we're in a bit of an interesting predicament because you have no more Wrecking Ball ban. If you are Arius, you also have to go second. So Mu3 can just ban away Lars Zarya, for example, and have it so suddenly you're the ones who are playing your favorite tank there. The opponents are the ones who can't quite play exactly what they really want to. This either Venture or Vendetta Zarya comp that most teams have been finding so much success on, and especially on Runa Sapi, where that's basically everybody's bread and butter. I've got to say, I think this is a rough position for Arius to be in. Mu3 have set themselves up nicely.
Yeah, the set themselves up very nice. This is a very smart pick and ban. I mean, the Zarya is so good on Runasapi. And so you take this out of the pool, and then you're like, no, you can't play one of the best heroes on this map. It also happens to be pretty darn good for a Wrecking Ball as well. Very smart pick. And You know, if we talked about Ares was kind of going for the jugular right out of the gate, high value ban right out of the gate. I mean, Mew 3 are not hesitating in their response.
Yeah, I mean, well, we need a second, obviously, to go into what the actual bans would be. But if I were to predict, it would basically always be something like the Zarya ban that we spoke about earlier, then a backline ban to make it a bit easier for.
Is that the Echo? Either that or take the Echo away from Scray. Yeah.
We ain't got Echo basically guaranteed, right? You know, your opponents play something weird, you want to punish that. Scrain, I think, has a strong hero pool, has valid heroes you can play outside of the Echo. Genji, for example, works plenty well here. Obviously, Deta, Tracer, all valid. But I think the thing when you ban backline, especially against Mew 3, is often they have Akka go over to the Iliari, which, while being a strong hero in a vacuum, can really struggle against faster comps because she doesn't have any mobility. She will get dived quite heavily. And if you do want to, you know, look towards the hazard, for example, with Hitori as a possibility, it could be a weakness for you to exploit.
Definitely a lot of moving parts to keep an eye on. I'm trying to see if we can keep an eye on a little bit behind the scenes. Looking at some stats from that first map. ICAV did hang on. It did end up at 13,000 damage. It did end up taking top damage in that map 1 of Nepal. So we'll look to ICAV here as we go through this series. Also, keep in mind that ICAV's best hero is really known for that Cassidy, which can be a wonderful answer to any of the above that we're talking about. With Mew 3 able to really carve this map to their liking, ICAV's Cassidy could be the perfect answer. And when they're playing like this, I'm telling you, keep an eye on ICAV all day long. I'm telling you.
I mean, ICAV and Texel have been playing together for absolute donkey's years, back on a team called Meta Boys. For those with, again, long memories. That was the first season of OWCS. They would kind of dominate those open qualifiers, get into about top 8, largely off the back of that ICAV Cass, and, you know, do some damage there to boot. I mean, when we're talking about long-standing duos, though, the other side of things, GP and AES have been playing together for about a year and a half now. I think last year's, 2024, that is, in the open qualifiers was the first time they've got an appearance together in Wikipedia. So I think one of the things that FACEIT League has really begun to develop, in my opinion, is some longer-standing teams, some longer-standing rosters, and really building up these narratives over, you know, months, over years. Because in Overwatch, we did have a bit of a habit beforehand of exploding our team every year, and instead having a bit more stability, a bit more consistency, I think is so great for the esport.
It's so true. I love to see. I love that a lot of these players. I mean, this is the next era of talent. A lot of these players that we're talking about got their start here in FACEIT League, right? This isn't talent that's been developing, you know, for the entire history of Overwatch esports. These two teams. There's just a lot of brand new next ups that you're getting to witness on your screen here today. It is going to be actually the Cassidy ban out of Arius, surprisingly enough, with a Wuyong ban from Mew 3.
Interesting. I'm actually not a humongous fan of Cassidy in this meta, so I think you're going to be relatively happy about this if you are Arius. The flashbang is nice and on like more open space. It's a good way of punishing the Wrecking Ball. When you think, for example, where you unlock those forward spawns or first point, if the ball tries to contest, they get stuck there. Very easy to focus fire. I also assume this is Mew 3 saving the Zarya ban for a map where you have to stand there and take that frontline damage a bit more. Maybe something like a Surafasa, or something more frontline trading like a Shambali. But I do think this is not the worst case scenario here for Arius, and it is that Wuyong ban, like we spoke of, targeting the backline, making sure that AES, Akka, and possibly IQ Mighty have to figure out something fresh.
I also think Cassidy is like just the strongest on Runa Sapi. Is what you're kind of talking about. Can struggle in the meta, but also can just struggle on this map. You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see ICAV have leaned into the Sojourn here anyway, playing down those the long streets right around the middle of the map on either side. Then, of course, playing out of the window once you get into the courtyard fight over by the checkpoints. I think the Soj has a little bit more of that range advantage anyway. So yeah, I concur. I don't think Arius is too mad at this ban at this stage.
I do agree, especially on the range. It feels like when we do see Runa Sapi, then Cass is nice, like first fight, that kind of first area where it's a bit of shorter ranges, but once you get like anywhere past the opening, I don't know how to say, like a hairpin, I suppose, then you really aren't finding that much value. You'd rather have an OC for that long sightline denial. You'd rather have the rails for that consistent, you know, pick potential. Silver Bullet's nice to have, for sure, but it just doesn't have that same level of oomph, right? And so, I think if you're Arius, you'll take it. You're not comfortable, right? Obviously, you'd rather they don't ban any of your heroes at all in a perfect world, but being realistic, this is the best they can hope for.
Only you get to ban heroes, you know, but you're immune to all bans. All the bans only apply to the other team, right? That's I think the ideal situation. We get ready, set here for Rotosapi. I know. That would be well. I don't know. I like the bans. I like the way the bans force you to play around. You know, we kind of. I think it's easy to forget that we just introduced that in 2025, right? This is actually relatively new in the scheme of Overwatch esports. So it is fun watching, especially when you have teams that have kind of not quite one tricks, but very much specialized in their heroes. I love the narrative it brings and the strategy it brings. And this, I mean, clearly our teams have taken a moment to kind of really think about what they want to do here. Each map is so important. This has been a pretty delicate decision heading into this map too. I mean, moving up 2-0 is a big difference than a 1-1 score line. So a pivotal map too is any map 2 is in a 5-map series. I do think it is the most important map because of that factor, right? Like you either tie the game or your match point. Like those are two drastically different positions to be in.
Yeah, I think also because we have map 1 control can be a little bit dice rolly because again, so focused on that first fight. You win that, and if you don't 100 to 0 because of your defender's advantage, you often win that 99-99 fight because you have better ults. Whereas map 2, it's anything but control. It means you're playing a map that's probably a bit more deterministic, right? We'll put it that way. So I got to agree with you. Map 2 can be probably the most important. And to go back to what you were saying about how, fun bans can be. I mean, I got to play FACEIT League myself in, I believe, Season 5. And again, just having to readapt, having to change your strategy, not being able to just one-trick a hero, does actually, for me, provide a lot of enjoyment. Just tweaking your strats ever so much. I don't know, it just makes the game so much more alive than just like playing the same 5 things every time. Obviously, we've had very dominant matches in Overwatch before. We think back to Goats, for example. We think back to Winston, Tracer Sombra dive, last season of Owl. And we've had something where you've basically never expected to see any change. Instead, with bans, I mean, even now, we've just had like multiple off-meta picks, right? We've got the Venture, the Bull, the Winston, the double flex on both sides. That all comes around with bans.
Yeah, and where we would otherwise, I think we're in a very Vendetta Zarya-centric meta right now. Basically Vendetta Zarya Soj with Lucio Curie, your backline is the meta comp right now. But so much variation on that has been introduced. And that's this is part of our new shakeup. It's part of the new era. And what a great place we have landed here. We should be getting set here shortly. We are going to get a sub. Okay. So we do have a Tori coming in for map 2 as we head into Rotosapi.
China as well for FPS.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, China's normally the one who plays more Vendetta than Jesper. Obviously, we've seen Jesper can and will do it, but if you're going to start on it, they generally prefer having China. China's other strong hero is going to be the Tracer, which he's been known for a hot second now. I mean, I think first time I properly noticed him was on DM Hero, right? But he's been in and out of tier 1, tier 2 for a hot second. It's always been off the back of his Tracer, which is absolutely top notch. Maybe not the strongest hero right now with the advent of Vendetta, but still very powerful if you're in the right hands, if you're in the right situation for it.
It's also with the Tori coming in. I think you may have been right when talking about perhaps bringing in the Hazard and then banning out the Wu Yong to see if they can force a change in the Mio 3 backline, trying to see if they'll maybe bait them into going into that double flex support look, and then bring the Hazard in and see if they can pounce on that flex support backline. This is kind of what I'm seeing come to fruition here is you're slowly getting map 2 molded here before us.
Indeed. I know, Rotosapi, I think one of the more standard Overwatch maps, unlike some of the control points, for example, it never leans into brawl or poke or dive any more than any other map, right? It feels very balanced, and so teams will sometimes get a bit more inventive on it because they want to play their comfort comps. One thing you will notice, again, a little bit longer sidelines like we discussed earlier, so Soj, Freya, played a little bit more than, for example, a Cassidy or an Ashe, but that mobility can come back to bite you in the behind. But other than that, it's kind of open season. As to strats, we'll see what both teams have in mind in just a second. And it is that Hazard that we spoke about earlier. China is going to be on that Detta, Arius, Mew3 rather, on the Wrecking Ball. No big surprises here. Escanaut, Scrain playing double flex EPS, playing heavily for hits on the backline. Pingu and Texel gonna have to try and fight to stay alive.
5, 4, 3.
Not very often we get
Objective unlocks in
a Juno anymore. We're getting Juno from both sides. Right? I don't feel like I see Juno hardly at all. Okay, it was just a speed ring out from you three, but Aka's sticking with it, so we'll not pull off the anticipated ER. We'll actually pull the Juno. We'll see if Aka's able to stay alive against Satori's has. You see Tori already running all the way to the far side of Coast to see if they can scout any vulnerable backline targets. And Mew3 are just backing away, trying to maintain their distance there from the Has. If you're within leap distance of that Has, then you are vulnerable. And Aka's already down. There it is. They found their target. They pounced on their prey. And first kill is an important one here for Arius.
Yeah, Aka tries the Juno to stay alive a little bit more into the hazard, into the death. It doesn't work. Texel as well. Late kill onto Espinal. Great shot with the kunai. And GP does his best to buy a second or two of time before he backs out. Fantastic first fight here from Arius. And as he begins to swing this corner, it's where your Soldier is going to find so much more value than the Echo, then the Tracer. So ICAV here in another power position. Or what he did without on map number 1.
But now it is Golden Pets back in. Able to pull out the Wrecking Ball. 5 layers. Just going to continue to harass ICAV in this back line. Pile driver build up towards some mines. Trying to get mines built up before Arius can push around this corner. I think going to be the goal here from Mew3. A little bit of a bot steal. Again, just that same thing. We're buying time. See if he can build up to fight on the corner. And that opening pick from AES, I mean, that's even more than you asked for. You're able to get ICAV early and Pingu as well.
It's such a nice angle from AES as well. I mean, impossible to clear. You've got full cooldowns even if they try it. There with your Tracer, and ICAV doesn't even have time to slide, just takes the damage. So second fight, firmly in favor of Mew3. Now great area denial tools, especially that minefield makes it so hard for Arius to contest. They go for the Kitsune rush, and GP can deny entirely.
Just a little more and we have the lead.
Go back down the courtyard. Real prize. We would like to get the bot that part. Arius isn't going to let them. They're going to engage early. In fact, we will get the mines right over an awkwardly positioned Kitsune rush. Kind of side to side as opposed to going front to back there. AES does have the response. It's been really neutral here in the early stages of these fights, but more ults are bound to come in. It's going to be ICAV with an overclock. Next, trying to fight down, find sides down this long streak, but was kept at bay from GP for a while. Really no value out of the overclock. No, here comes GP creating some space. See if they can open things up for a Mew3 counter punch. It's going to be the Aka orbital ray tossed in, matched by the Pingu sound barrier on the other side. Vittori finally gets a kill into this fight. Great as throws in the duplicate. Chooses a hazard to try to match. See if they can wrestle him way back in. They've got one bit. Oh, it will secure ICAV with another. The downpour is able to fight Texel. Scrain gets 3 with a big expertly played duplicate.
I thought that fight was going in favor of Arius for sure.
It was!
Yeah, and now with Hitori dying, it's another 4-3. Scrain finds value out of basically nowhere. Has dupe, not something you see every day, but huge catch on the downpour. Obviously the spike, but good for 2. And that's going to be lead going momentarily in Mew3's favor. Long fight. Both teams investing heavily. Just daisy chaining those ults out, trying to hope that in the neutral somebody finds a kill for your side. Doesn't materialize for Arius. Now, 4 spawns being threatened. They do have a Sundering Blade. Great way of stopping the cart from going any further.
Are able to test the Dude Night checkpoint for now. ICAV with a gorgeous shot. Finding the Tracer on the high ground. One of the hardest targets to hit is the Soj. But JP a little spin to win with large exploding presence on the point. But no health to play with. So the checkpoint denied. And that opening shot from ICAV turns into a fight win.
Yeah, I mean, the mines were designed to set up Escanor as well, who was background scaled for a hit. With no Escanor, the mines don't really do anything, so your ult provides little value off the back of the ICAV shot. Again, it's a Soj who's the hero, and Arius now back in the driver's seat. See if they can parlay this momentum into something more tangible.
Something a little bit awkward. Doesn't catch GP. I say that GP is sitting at a low half health. There's a whirlwind blade and try to find somebody inside the store. It does end up down. So opening pick here for Arius is they will get this bot close. The pick on the GP, that shouldn't just be the checkpoint right there.
Expect it would be. 8 kills, gonna materialize. What a wall! Recall force, can you chase? Of course you can! Brilliant work onto Escanor, but that was all started out by the 1-2 punch from Arius, trying to hit the overhead onto AES. Icav finishes him off with a railgun. Lovely work fighting and chasing Kiriko across the map, and now a significant lead. Forward spawns, ult advantage.
Dropping it, he had a fantastic 3 piece with the previous one. Tori eats business into a pulse bomb. So the DPS ult will get it done here. Another beautiful downpour. Yeah, and Screen once again with a high value dupe onto the hazard.
Yeah, it's a nice try there from Arius, but unfortunately, tank advantage, a huge one there. Tori goes down super early. Able to be hard turned by Mu3, hard punish, and because of that, Arius don't have arguably their most important member. It doesn't matter if China's still getting disruption in the backline, or that Texel found a lovely kill into Escanor once more. And so forward spawns removed, and Arius again forced to play again for about parity. Orbital right here, powerful, but the minefield I think was what you're really worried about.
Total bolster, trying to build up the rest of that 10%. So far continues to sit and hang around the corner. Has to play safe until he doesn't want to eat too much damage before they're in a situation to really engage. Now with the orbital ray out, mines are ready to go, and Mu3 has hit the go button. They've got a sound barrier to fight through, though. Darius has been able to stay alive. China is able to grab a kill onto Aka. They allowed so much sustain from this fight. Great does equalize. Mines have been invested. Pingu's in trouble. Pingu goes down. Icav is down. And this scrappy fight is tilting towards Me3's favor. Looks like Screen and Escanor will help close it out.
There are a few comps in the game that are better at scrappy fights than what Mu3 have. I mean, in terms of the chaos, they're so good at capitalizing. Screen full sticky Pingu, and the focusing beam absolutely pristine. The Lucio's dead once more. Forward spawns unlocked. Arius going to have to struggle to contest for the lead here, and as the time gets lower and lower, this is exactly when you want the momentum on your side, when you want the lead to be yours. Sundering Blade again to retake.
Let's talk about our stream that Rusabi doesn't begin until the final 3 minutes. Sundering Blade from China just opens up a little bit of space. Golden Pants was low, will get caught in the corner, and Arius are able to protect their lead by a precious 9 meters.
Yeah, I mean, the Sundering Blade, okay, we'll knock it out. Yeah. Sundering Blade ends up forcing most of Mu3 back. However, not GP. So he was way too deep, couldn't get help, and you get that follow-up. Speaking of, Escanor, again, too deep. GP can stall for a bit, but it's still Arius firmly in the driver's seat. Still, it doesn't feel comfortable, does it, Jeff? They're constantly harassed around every side.
This is going to be a big old fight, I would expect. I'd expect a 7-8 ult fight incoming here with Kitsu's to start it off. We'll see. I mean, if Arius can find value out of this downpour, maybe just lock down GT, or even Screen with it. You can see, here comes the Tori jumping in. The duplicate is used. Screen has had major value with both of these dupes. That one's going to keep you alive. Win the duel against a 1 health Tori. And man, the ultimates from Screen have been so good.
Was he a consistent double kill after every has duplicate? I mean, the amount of value is just ridiculous. Lucky thing for Arius is going to be that they've got this much distance on the cart because Mu3 were staggering a little bit. And so they'll have an easy recontest before forward spawns here, or at least before the lead. Kitsune Rush for AES is unmirrored, so that's going to be very likely a fight in favor of Mu3 unless Arius can clutch.
Quite the momentum they wanted. They wanted to keep that roll going, but Arius is able to escape to the high ground. The mine is just buying a little bit of space here. That is going to be AES's Kitsune to see if they can steal away that lead. Icav with a beautiful shot finds the Tracer. That's a hell of an opener. Screen tries coming over the top of the focusing bay, but Icav wasn't low enough to get the extra damage. Couple of stickies land on the Tori, but they're able to block up, and a pile drive could be in of it if it wasn't for Pingu's expertly timed sound barrier to save the team. Now China's able to swing that duel, finds the kill on the Screen. Golden Pants looking a bit desperate here with 45 seconds to go.
You're so right to highlight that sound barrier, because if you don't get that instant burst of sustainability, GPS and Screen would be getting huge focusing beam follow-ups. Instead, you turn it into your turn. You get the pressure onto Screen, get that easy elimination. Ray popped. What's gonna do?
Where did it even go? I assume it's over the middle. Yeah, I was gonna say it's right over the middle of the fight. But middle of the map, but the fight had already progressed too far forward. Minimal value from that ultimate from U3. All right, though, you got a screen, a duplicate here. This has been the one, and once again, we're going for the halves. We're gonna leap in, see if you can find China. China is able to escape for now. Oh, but it's only into the welcoming arms of Escanor. And with seconds to go, Arius are trying to protect a 3-meter lead. Pulse Bomb is in here from Escanor. Does not find the mark. We got Mines over the point now as well. That's 3 ultimates used, and Hattori finally dies. There is going to be a Kitsune Rush from Arius to try to save this, but they cannot. And Mew3 tie up your lower bracket finals.
Another incredibly close map here between these two teams. Comes down to one fight, but at the end of the day, having a small ult advantage heading into this fight means that Mew3 are able to tie up the game. Having the Kitsune Rush a little bit earlier, having the duplicate, obviously always value. And ICAV as well. An uncharacteristic overstep goes down to the Proton Torpedoes from Aka, right? And so because of that, it's still the fight comes close. Texel gets one of his own, I believe. So does Hattori. But still tied up 1-on-1. And both these teams now feeling that they're still within striking distance of that grand final.
I will say the difference here, we're talking about kind of the strategy of the bands, is Area spent their most high value band in the Wrecking Ball to get their one win on control. You three are still holding that Zarya band, and they have got that in their back pocket. But, you know, with Hattori added to the lineup this season, one of the few changes we've ever seen to Arius in their time in FACEIT League, suddenly you've got that extra bit of versatility, and man, did that has looked good.
Yeah, I've got to say, just having somebody to play these more mobile tanks that aren't necessarily Lars's forte, so nice. And obviously, when we think about Hazard in that map, it is Scrain that comes to mind, but Hattori was still a consistent force, a consistent factor, often going for backline pressure, going for the mark onto GP, and really doing her job effectively. Unfortunately, not enough here, but Arius have plenty more maps to play with. They've got plenty more runway to achieve liftoff, so they're not stressing just yet.
Hattori does actually come out with top damage from that map too. Does lead the lobby in damage of just over 11k, but it's Scrain with top healing. Check this, y'all. Scrain 23-1 there on Runasafi. 20. Wow. We're talking about the rest of the lobby. The rest of the lobby, even Golden Pants on a Wrecking Ball has 3 deaths, but the average deaths is 5 to 7 across the board for the entire rest of the lobby. Scrain 1.
I remember this death as well. It was only because of that sound barrier that came through from Pingu. There's no sound barrier. He probably keeps it clean sleep. Oh, I mean, that's the type of Overwatch we came for. I'm not sure I expected the games to be this close. We knew it would be close, but again, the previous game between the two teams, it was 3-0. You know, in season 6. Obviously, earlier on in the season, it's a different method. It's a different full game, perhaps with that Vendetta. But once we get in, then it's basically inseparable. For Shambali Monastery, where we go next, can be a bit weird for the ball here. It can end up playing quite frontline, right? So you can struggle to find scaling. Yeah. But when you do have scaling, then there's not a lot your opponents can really do to stop you. So if GP can kind of get through that first stage of the fight, finding value, then imagine U3 will be probably the ones in the driver's seat. If not, Arius will be able to bring themselves to match point pretty quick.
While we're waiting on bands to come in, let's talk about the idea of scaling. Tell me a little bit about this concept of scaling, because you talk about this throughout this series. Maybe, you know, for players out there who aren't familiar with the term, or what exactly do you mean by if Mew3 are able to find scaling?
Scaling is basically the ability to take map control, right? Relevant and helpful areas of the map in the early stages of the fight, especially, and then using that positioning to get dives, right? Obviously, when you think about a dive, it's probably Winston Tracer jumping on somebody's head, but you can't do that from your spawn. You need to be in a position where it's safe to do so, where you won't lose loads of HP going in, and where you can physically reach as well. So that's what you're mainly looking for, a position where GP can boot people in, or find dives, or just shoot his guns from a safe position. And again, high HP, the important thing, because in this game, HP is just another resource. You're balancing it the same as your ammo and your cooldowns and your ultimates. You've got to manage it the exact same, and scaling is one way to do that.
It's such good advice. It's easy to forget that. You know, you think about like managing your cooldowns, like that is player. Like, that is a very obvious one of, hey, yeah, I've got to rotate my CDs to help me stay alive with my cover and play safe. You don't think as often about your health bar is just another resource for you to take care of and for you to manage. I think that's such wisdom. All right, speaking of wisdom, we're gonna get some bans here, and I mean, these are some high impact bans we're seeing right now.
Yeah,
I like
Echo
what we're
Band makes
seeing. I like
sense.
I mean, after that 23-1, yeah.
Yeah. But because you have to spend the Echo Band, you feel, then your Zarya is unprotected, and so it's going to be, well, either Lars on like Ramatch, or more likely Hitori back on that Hazard. I think these are both very strong bans. I think this is much more aggressive than when we saw at the previous map, and I think it's going to be a pivotal map to decide the series, right? Winner of this has got a match point, they've got elimination point. Their opponents know that a single mistake will cast them out of the tournament, deny them a chance of that grand finals. So high pressure.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more of these high value bans in map too. You know, like it was a little. We kind of just, you know, lightly softballed in those bans on map too. But we went right for the jugular once again. ICAV, a big major player in our first map, and able to just take over the damage department there on control. It's Scrain who runs it back at map 2. Who steps up in map 3? Who steps up in map? Is it just a battle of our DPS here today? What do we get? I don't have an answer for you, friends. I'm just saying. I'm looking forward to finding out.
I mean, ICAV's had 2 good maps in a row. Obviously, he didn't win that last one, but he was still strong. And some of those Toad rails were filthy. I mean, a couple of times there, Escador got put on notice. And I gotta say, if you can continue that momentum in that losing effort, then if you go into Shambali Monastery, again, it's your map pick. You've got first ban. I'm really confident in him that he can continue this level of performance because, again, we speak about him and we're saying he's more of a cast player, really. We maybe don't expect this performance on Sojin, but when we're getting it, absolutely keep it coming, man, because this is absolutely, like, Silver Age cinema. This is exactly what I want to see.
And this is going to be a lot of room for ICAV to show off. There's going to be a lot of time. You know, typically you can slow down in these kind of front-to-back style maps, so it could be another great map for ICAV and for Arius to try, you know, good way for Arius to try to take this lead. And we are going to get some swaps once again, as we will see our control lineup here for Arius coming back in. So ICAV, of course, staying as the only hit skin on this roster, but we will see Jesper Swag and Lars rotating back in.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. It's interesting to see Lars, obviously, as we mentioned. Normally when Zarban, we do have Hitori in, but we can maybe expect something like a Ramatcha, like we kind of previously mentioned. And I think China didn't have the most out loud performance. I don't think he was dying early that much. But, you know, flip side of things, when we compare what we were seeing from Jesper on, you know, last point Nepal to China, who had relatively quiet performance there in Runasapi, it just makes sense to let Swag Nation back in the building. So I think these are pretty reasonable. Just, again, to me, the question mark is Lars. How do you perform? What's the game plan here?
And we saw it, I was going to say, I'll finish the thought here in a second, friends. I was going to say the Vendetta just doesn't work nearly as well without the Zarya, right? The Vendetta is just so much more vulnerable. It's kind of telegraph movement to get in. You know, if you just sword slice in, you're just heading right towards your opponents. All guns just point at you, which is why it works so well with the Zarya. It's an instant 45 charge. And you're able to get in and start swinging away. But without the Zarya, it's much harder for a Vendetta to close that gap as well. So I do like this adaptation of bringing Jesper Swag back in, as you won't have that Zarya protect. Then, you know, the flip side of that coin is we did just see the Hazard with the Vendetta work for Arius. So, well, kind of work. Like, they found value with it. They didn't end up winning the map, but they found value with it.
They were close to winning the map, right? I mean, that last fight goes in their favor. Yeah. They've got like 20% more ult charge in that last fight, then I think they absolutely could have won the map. Obviously didn't, but it was competitive nonetheless, and that's all they really need. I think Haz with Ven is very playable. It's something that Jaeger will actually do quite a lot. Turbo Smooth's so effective on their hero, they never really want to take him off it, so you ban the Zard. They'll just play Haz and continue otherwise on the same idea. But I don't think that's something every team has been leaning towards. Obviously, we've had 8 teams in playoffs, not just the 3 you see today, so there's been a much wider variety of composition than even what we've been seeing today with some of the weirdest, wackiest teams that FACEIT League EMEA has to offer.
Oh yeah, if you're not familiar with EMEA FACEIT League, it is such a fun place to be. All right, we do broadcast these games. Co-streamers will cover these games throughout all the regular season. If you ever, when you want to get it deep, come look up Spectreon channel, come look at my channel, all the wonderful co-streamers we have out there, and you can watch these teams. You watch SRP try to play their Reinhardt into these comps, right? You can get so much fun stuff. You can maybe even catch a glimpse of Cheeseburger playing a little bit of Tor,
My guy.
or ICAV playing a little bit of Hanzo. What are we showing you here, my friend?
As El Clasico, you go for as many spawn picks as possible. Texel on these Inyashos as well with the Mercy Roost to try and 5-orb somebody playing on the high ground. Yep. I haven't seen this work in a hot second. See if it is this time. Oh. He missed it. Okay.
That's it. You want to go to the Zen. The Hanzo is only for the scout. It's the Zen who's looking to do the damage in that little setup. All right, we're going to go full left side approach as Lars pulls out the Diva in lieu of this Zarya ban. We're also getting a Brig Kiri back line out of Arius right now. So something to keep in mind is we already had the Lucio ban used. This is just in response to the strange comp on the other side. U3 pulling out the double flex support.
They're trying to make it as hard as possible for GP to find engages our areas. They've got the cast, you've got the Brig. He basically can't find roll throughs. Great flash onto screen, but he's still alive. That beam finding so much damage. Jesper doesn't care.
Rolls right on through, but it is answered. Obviously, they'll walk back a lot farther there for the Venture, so Mutiny will have a brief 5v4 here. Let's see if they can do anything with it. Or, excuse me, Arius. They flipped him out for a second. It almost broke my brain there for you three were like hanging out in front of the spawn doors. We're going to get a pile drive in. It's both cooldowns used from GP. All right, Kevin, take a moment. Try to see if they can steal this high ground away.
Would have been nice to get the double dink onto the Illari. That is unrealistic. ICAV instead just forces the space. We're back on much more standard positioning here. And Lars over to the Hazard. The force off low HP, but still stable.
Bears haven't been able to buy themselves one corner. Just I will fall for the second time here in this opening 2 minutes. It's just been a lot of, teams attempting to try to set up for an attack here. Oh, the boom and the pile drive onto Lars, and they don't make the rotation. Arius was trying to get inside the building, but the most important player gets caught. Oh. Now this attack is just completely botched, especially with a minefield out in play.
Yeah, I like the initial idea from Arius, right? Play the Diva, play the Brig, play the cast, and just hard punish any GP engages. But they try it once, don't really commit to it. Then they go towards the Haz. It's a bit of a halfway house where we have some of the weaknesses of the Brigitte, but also some of the weaknesses of the Haz. We're not committing to anything, and so we can't really force any one advantage to get a lead. We just have to wait for ICAV to double dink somebody. And as Lars tries to take space, there's so much HP for it.
Somehow are able to force U3 back, and you see cause disengage. Rollbits is still in for the tape. Techno is just continue rush play. And there we go. ICAV will find 3, 2 off the back of a very speedy Deadeye. Now it's Lars is a literal one, hiding behind the wall. Arius will still hang on. Lars survives. First fight win from Arius here with a minute to go.
He probably clenched up a bit, but at the end of the day, Lars is A-OK. Humongous from ICAV. Perfect swing timing found, punishing the captive son of Akika, the Kitsu of AES. Now your opponents have to struggle for a recontest here. You've got the full for it, of course, but you've got the OC to react.
Brain goes to a Torbjorn, by the way. And Escanor, that just gets shut down. No, I mean, if you're Arius and you win this fight, you might have just a roll through 1 point, baby. You need to win this one here while the Mu3 economy is kind of in tatters, although they can get a lot done in the neutral. It's a bit of an overstep from Screen. They get hit by the rallying Brig. Still, Screen finds ICAV in the exchange, and the defense holds.
You don't need Cheeseburger to see Torbjorn here. Because those Screens here piloting it, finding a huge double kill, actually. One of the original counters to the Hazard, that overload combined with a shotgun is a crazy amount of DPS now. 13 seconds. Someone needs to get overtime started, and you need to win this fight now. Arius have very little to fall back on.
Yeah, Mu3 have been able to claw their way out of an economic deficit with GP's mines coming up online here soon. All right, Lars gets down 4. Try to just get this first point on the board. We're going for the healing pylon. Can't even get the pylon down. There's so much disruption coming through. Mine's now in play, but Golden Pins is caught in the downpour from Lars. but the spikes fade. The rooting is gone. GP is free and is now just harassing the tank. So it's going to Jesper's right to come in and get the touch. They leapfrog out. It's Lars back onto the point, but enormous damage coming through from that double flex DP support back line. And Lars has to hold ICAV with another Deadeye. Needs another triple kill here. Will not get it. It's going to be the Molten Core. The Lava's in play. Scrain exchanges their life for ICAV. Kitsu in play here from Ares to try to win out a 3v4, but the captain set over the top is going to hit too. Lars is in trouble. Lars won't survive. A full hold from U3 on Shambali Monastery.
It's absolutely so close on this last fight, but as you mentioned, the full hold comes through. Arius really struggles to get on the long sideline. The Deadeye was a nice attempt to get some force back onto GP, but unfortunately you can't actually punish. You can't get that final blow, and considering you can't clear the point either, it's unfortunately just extends the timer. It's not what you need in overtime. You need consistency, you need kills, you need value. Lars did his best to stay alive, but into so much shooting, right? Into the torp, into the double flex. You won't last indefinitely, especially only with Kyrie heals. So Texel does his best to keep him up, but it's a temporary measure. U3 now.
The math was just not in your favor.
Exactly, yeah. This is a very playable attack. You can stick on pick-based stuff, because you only really need 2 picks. Your opponents can go for spawn hold if they want. I can't quite advise it. But Lars and the Sigma here is an interesting proposition. You are easy to run over, but the rock will basically guarantee a kill if you land it into, well, anything your team can see. Full scanned, though. They've already got the information screen. Great Sonic Arrow.
That was from SWAT, yeah.
That was cool. That's cool. That's cool.
Wow.
5,
Oh, great camera work.
2,
Applause, applause. Shout out to BPL crewers here, handling everything behind the scenes. Doing some of the best shout outs. Just a great observer work. Best production here in Overwatch. Gotta love it. Ooh, okay. Screen going on to a far out here to get the precious few meters needed here to take the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, they will literally just want to commit to poking as much as possible, knowing that eventually they'll probably hit a shot, either a Soj Rail, a double rocket, or even a Wu Yang bubble. You've got so many options here. Jesper just has to stall cart for as long as possible, but it's a dangerous position to be in.
I think this position so aggressively. Scrain is able to already move up towards like that long street side. Escanor booped off of that high ground. That was a great play. I look at Jesper was the one that got the boop. Now Jesper's kind of stuck inside a house. They're able to sneak into some cover. There wasn't a mega there, but they get topped up in health and fall back to a defensive position. And they're able to try to kind of force Scrain away. At least for now.
He's laser beaming to Scrain here. There's a Kiriko behind him. He doesn't look at it, and because he blows all his cooldowns, GP, an easy capitalization. 5v4 here. Necessary trade, but Escanor's back in it.
Yeah, Pingu is just way too close to the spot after that kill. End up going down 4v3. Now favoring the 3.
that feels
Indeed.
much better.
We only have one contestant here from Area, so you might as well wait for the full 5. ICAP cannot die here. We'll be able to back off for now. That Deadeye critical is your main tool to clip the wings of Scrain.
Lars is trying to hold as aggressively as they are. Scrain just kind of doing some poking there from above the wall. Way above the wall. Now GP's going to join. We're going to take the unusual approach over the top lane on both of your supports. You get the Sun Tzu out. Mine's now ready to go, but you have 65 health, and ICAP will take it down with a Deadeye. An important kill from Ares to slow this Mu3 team down.
But that just seems spiteful as a tool you really have kept in reserve, as Jesper again overextends 4v4 and with closer spawns, as well as losing a full the adventure. U3 will be back in the fight first. Now you've got the portals at the least. The rally will help you extend. Great minefield, splitting Lars, isolating him. Can he live?
No, there's no shot. There was just no getting out of that. It was perfectly placed mines. Now what he did for Eric, try to wait out these precious few seconds. Gonna toe the line to the perfect spot to re-engage. Big Heart is gonna round this last corner. Tidal Blast is gonna go on to GP. Deny the final touch. Suzu in perfectly. Rally now in play. Consider play over the point. 0.64 meters separates Mu3, and they will take the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, no way for your backline to make that rotate there. Unfortunately, once we see Lars go down there, you have no ability to hold the front line. You have to walk back that far. But you don't want to Lucio comp. You can't walk back. Especially with Scrain just barraging the choke. Lovely work there from U3. Pretty clinical Shambali Monastery. And though Ares have taken their map, Looking like we'll get a repeat of that season 6 losers bracket game, unless there's going to be a curveball not yet thrown by Arius. They've got waiting in the wings. They're against match point. They're against elimination point. Now's the time for it.
Well, we're going to give them a little bit of break, trying to figure out if they can force a map 5. What do? You've already banned out the ball. You don't have a lot of options left, and everything is going in Mu3's favor right now. When we come back, we'll see what areas can decide to try to force a map 5. We'll see you back here on map 4 in just a minute.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
ult.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! You see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
FACEIT League returns here for your championship Sunday. It's your lower bracket finals here for EMEA Master Division between Mew3 and Aries. Mew3 with an exceptional run to Sapi take the 2-1 lead. Now sit on match point, one map away from your grand finals.
Aries going to have to fight from behind. It's a position they've been in before, but not always when they've been able to close out from successfully. The Org would love to make it to grand finals. It would be the greatest result the Org would have ever gotten. I know for a fact that Servatai, the owner, is watching this game from beneath his fingertips, but due to the cracks in his fingers, he's going to have to hope and pray that his team can dig deeper and find an additional level of performance, because unfortunately, for all that gas we gave the Ike of Cassidy, when we actually saw it, it wasn't that exciting.
It wasn't enough to stop Mew3 and the Golden Pants Wrecking Ball, that's for sure. Now, I mean, granted, we had a good ban from Mew3. They took away Zarya. They took away which is Lars' best hero, with that ban out. So, perhaps coming in New Junk City is get another stab at this, another map pick here. They're able to put Lars back into that Zarya. Maybe they can find a better result trying to force this map 5.
Yeah, I think now you have the Zarya back, this is going to look a lot more comfortable for you. I think that was such a powerful ban, to be honest.
Yeah,
from Mew3, really saw them just dismantled the opposing team. But I also think that with it, you can play Zarya again. Map number 5 again. It's a possibility. This is kind of one of the situations that you can write up in your head. You go, we didn't have a necessary part of our composition. It doesn't matter that we lost. We're just playing a best of 3 essentially with Mew3, right? You get the free win when you ban Bull, they get the free win when they ban Zar. But when both those tanks are on, that's when we're really playing Overwatch. We're really trying to win. And New Junk City, that is going to have to be the map 2 of that best of 3, trying to force us to that third and final map. I don't know. I'm really excited to see what we can actually see in the lobby here, what subs we've got, what bans we've got. And it seems like we've decided to go towards May and Brigitte. Break ban makes sense. It's so annoying for football. The ability to shield off the slams, the ability to pack people who you'd otherwise have isolated, and of course, whip-shotting the roll-throughs. You get so much value in Brig versus the Bull. Area's bound to May, actually. Or, I think like the side cases. Interesting, actually. But with May on control, then... or on Flashpoint, rather, then you have the ability to wall these chokes super effectively. It makes walk super hard, and it also takes away one of those flex DPS options. And so,
yeah,
what you'll see is that we are forced back onto like Tracer, Vendetta, or as Mew3 sometimes like to play, like Symmetra even.
And that was Aries' first, Aries got first bait. That's what I was trying to say there. So could have also just been a DPS protect, as the the protect option there for Aries as well. Maybe trying to get ICAV more in the mix. You're talking about how ICAV was kind of quiet there on Shambali. I think a key to success here for Aries going into New Junk City is enabling ICAV more. ICAV was server leader as far as damage is concerned through map 1, super high damage in map 2 as well. Aries have got to get ICAV more involved in these team fights if they're going to try to force this map 5.
I mean, if you really want to cast, then New Junk City does have better sightlines for it, right? You're going to be always within effective damage of your Peacekeeper. Your Flashbang is going to be finding connections more often than not, rather than on Shambali, where you poke, and you maybe find an engage once every minute and a half, every minute or so. So it is stronger here, but equally, when we see the difference between what he was doing in Nepal and Runasapi on Soj versus how proportionally quiet he was on Shambali, I think we'd rather just see the Soj, and she's good right now. She's meta. Right. Pick her up and let it rip.
And that's kind of what I was thinking, is the May ban might have been a Soj Protect, because ICAV could be such influential that Aries just want to get rid of that hero altogether. We know Escanor can flex a different thing. Escanor does have the rare hit scan player that can like pull out a Tracer, that can actually flex to some things that aren't hit scan. So I could have seen Mew3 trying to lean into that, and we might still see that if we go to a map 5. So I'm not surprised, honestly, to see the Soj Protect. It's kind of what I think. That's my just stipulation of what the May ban was.
Have to wait and see exactly what the teams have got in mind once we head in, but I assume it's going to be essentially full meta for both these two teams, right? Or a meta for Arius, as far two meta as Arius will get, and I think for Mu3, we kind of know that they're not going to be playing the Tsar Vendetta at this point in the series, right? Double Flex works. They can keep playing it. They still have, again, you were saying Escanor can do the Tracer, can do the hit scan here. Curious to see what they do, actually, because a hit scan on these kind of really enclosed points can be a vulnerability for Arius to rush down Tracer, a bit harder to catch up. But also having that additional damage from main just to force the enemy tank to respect you. That's very, very nice to have. So I thought, both valid here.
Okay. So now all we have to do is just wait in suspense, wait in anticipation. And see, I mean, you've got Jaeger in grand finals, awaiting the winner of this match. Me3 trying to punch their ticket right here and now. All three of these teams have managed to already secure a spot in Phase 2 of your OWCS qualifiers. So we will see all three of these teams participating in that and maybe try to just immediately find a way into OWCS. We've also got Season 8 around the corner. All three of these teams have secured their spot in Season 8 Master Division as well, which Season 8 registration is open. It is open for everyone. Y'all go check it out. Sign up for Season 8. It is the most fun you'll ever have playing Overwatch. I'm telling you, just put a team together, go compete in open. Even losing is still like the absolute pinnacle of Overwatch gameplay for us. Is an organized environment like this. This page you're looking at now is talking about our LCQ for Season 8. This is how we're going to determine our Master Divisions. We've had a little bit of a reset going into 2026. It's got an exciting year ahead of us, and this weekend here is kind of the kickstart of it all. Is your appetizer to wet your whistle? What is going to be in a fantastic 2026 for Overwatch esports.
Yeah, you don't have to worry as well about playing against, for example, the San Francisco Shock anymore, right? When you queue into FACEIT Master Division as well. Remember, these divisions are sorted by skill. So you'll be playing against people who are about comparable to your own team's level of performance. So you might as well just, get straight to it, get to competing, and, who knows where the journey will end you. Maybe next time, maybe this time next season, perhaps you're on this broadcast. Maybe a little bit more in the future.
Hey, you still got roughly a month to get a team together, right? You're out there, you're like, man, I don't have a team. Go so sign up on FACEIT.com. They've got looking for team tools on there to help you find like-minded players. Your registration doesn't close until March 11th. Season 8 will kick off on March 15th. You still got time, friends. You still got time. I'm telling you, you won't be disappointed. We've had more teams than ever signed up for FACEIT League for Season 7. We expect that those numbers to just keep growing, which means you got a lot of skill ranges. You will be playing against players that are right there with you as far as the skill level is concerned, just like Spec was talking about. It really is amazing. Definitely worth go check it out.
407 teams, if I'm not much mistaken. That's a current record. That's a big number, I've got to say. You could be one of those who could make it even higher. You'd just have to imagine that the sky is the limit with this season. And Season 8, I don't know. I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be the best yet, hopefully.
I mean, we've got so many good players coming up as well. One of my favorite parts of covering so much, basically, is we get to see the next ups. You get to see these players who, haven't quite, broken big onto the big stages, into the partner teams. They're still fighting for that. They're still, you still get that little bit of fresh layer on top of that brings with it some creativity, that brings with it this explosiveness, and a lot of exponential growth that you see out of these players, and getting introduced to players like Golden Pants here, who's just such a unique anomaly and such an exceptional competitor. It just, I don't know, it brings joy to my heart. Honestly, I feel like it's a real pleasure to get to introduce some of y'all to these players, and I hope you follow along in their journey as they fight to join the bigs, fight to be the best of the best here in Overwatch esports. And who's your favorite next up? Spec, who's one of your favorite next ups you like watching here in FACEIT League Master Division?
My personal favorite player to watch is normally NVHD. I think is a very funny player. I think he's got fantastic mechanics, but sometimes he just finds the most goofy misplays as well, and I love watching that occasionally happen. But no, when his internet's working, when he's fully locked in, and a team around him can be absolutely disgusting, just server admin. But as well, obviously Jesper Swag, Swag Nation, absolutely all day, every day. The fact he's just pulling out the Venture whenever, and just doing such ridiculous things with it all the time. I think such a great way of injecting some additional character into Arius games when the need arises. I think such an interesting player, and I'd love to see him go further.
I just did an interview out there. Shout out OWTV, the supplemental comments. The content that they provide here for Overwatch Esports is just amazing. And that includes a lot of interviews that just recently came out with a lot of your FACEIT League Master Division players. Jesper Swag is one of those. Highly recommended. So much charisma and so much hair on this gamer. You would not believe it. Go look at the Jesper Swag interview. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure some of his teammates are also banned from interviewing because they leak strats, so he does all the interviews for his team. We've had something like that happen before. But no, it's absolutely great to have a chance to talk to some of these players, right? And really pick their minds. I feel like it's one of the greatest privileges being a co-streamer has kind of afforded me this kind of easy access into the minds of some of the highest level players in our game, in our region. And that's just so entertaining, right? You have a certain perspective of the game as a regular player, as a semi-competitive player, but you realize there's just levels and levels of complexity and depth to Overwatch that you can only really discover by speaking to those who live that, breathe that every day.
And it really is amazing how good these players are. Like, there isn't that much of a difference between the players you're seeing on your screen here today and the players that you're going to see on your screen once OWCS starts up proper, right? And you're seeing these partner teams. These, I mean, your Master Division players, they know how it looks. They know how it's supposed to look. They know where they can get creative. They know where they can make unique heroes like Wrecking Ball, like Venture, work inside of a meta that doesn't necessarily cater to that. It's just a level of execution. It's polishing up these small mistakes. It's, you know, you talk about spending 20% of your time really perfecting that last just 5% of excellence, of polish to take it to the next level. And I feel, I mean, there really isn't that much of a difference. I love seeing the growth of these players throughout the seasons. I've been covering this in season 2, and the amount of growth, like we saw players that have now become household names, a little bit more so, like Ziot, you know, first started casting in FACEIT League back in season 2, season 3. I'm thinking Dip as well, you know, really going to gain a lot more notoriety through 2025. These are players that have come up through FACEIT League that we've watched born, grow, and excel, and I love getting to follow their journeys like that. It's one of my favorite parts of being a co-streamer in this.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, most of the current Team Peps roster, other than Soon, I believe have played in FACEIT League pretty heavily. Like, we're looking at Zerion, FD God. I mean, Willies and Zoro obviously played on, I believe, Quick Esports together. Dip, always a huge factor, someone you previously mentioned. Now they're going to the T1 headquarters in Korea for that Overwatch pre-season tournament. That's the big success story, I feel like, of FACEIT EMEA. So it's always lovely watching them go out on the world stage and do us all proud.
It's you talk about some of my favorite next up. I mean, like, Willis isn't even a next up anymore. Like, Willis, I think, is an up. Yeah, Willis is there now. But it was that growth through FACEIT League. It was all through this new system we have, and how, I mean, it's purely, you know, meritocracy. It is purely like just rise up, win your games, earn your spot in Master Division, earn your spot in OWCS, and it promotes so much more coherent squads, so much more consistency, so much more of, like, you know, power of friendship that we see in a lot of these teams. It's a wonderful system. Can't reiterate enough. Yeah, y'all go sign up. Season 8 registration open now. You won't recruit.
And to circle back to Willis especially, I mean, obviously in OWCS Stockholm, FACEIT was there to film some content. So myself, a couple other players and co-streamers were interviewed. And one of the questions was, who's the FACEIT League GOAT? And out of the players who were mentioned, it was basically always Willies who was up again and again and again, because he just is that guy. And, you know, being given this opportunity to play, I think you described it as like the whetstone for players, if I'm not much mistaken, sharpening your skills.
I love that.
Don't pass it up. Sign up.
I love it. I love it. Oh, and it is the absolute most fun you'll ever have playing Overwatch. Even I got to play one match. Right? I'm pretty busy. I cover a lot of matches, do mostly casting. Well, I got to play one match for our team. I was kind of a tank sub, and we got beat 0-3 spec. Like, it wasn't.
I watched that game. You were largely in charge.
Didn't even take a map. Wow, I had fun. I had so much fun.
You hit like a 5K shatter or something. It was crazy. It was so much fun.
I did have a 1v4 shatter. That we won that fight too. We won that fight too. Yeah, we took that point. That was like the best Urshad I've ever had in 10 years of playing this game. I'm telling you, it was so memorable. It was so memorable. I was yelling into the mic. There's footage out there. That's yeah, go check it out. It's great. It was great.
I mean, I love team play Overwatch. It just feels right. You know, you play a matchmaking, your team doesn't like set up an angle right, or you don't get healing when you expect it. You have to deal with that in team play because you know your teammates. Your teammates all know you, and you've all got like a singular vision for the game. It's such a huge difference. It's
your
really
mindset changes.
Exactly.
You go from like, oh my goodness, why is my support doing that as a tank player, to, oh my goodness, I can't make mistakes. I need to show up and be solid as a rock for my team. Right? It's like suddenly it's just all like, oh, I need to be better. I want to go play more Reinhardt so I can be better for my team. So I don't, so I can get more 4-man shatters in crucial clutch situations and start screaming into the mic like that again. That was, yeah, it's so good. Fun fact. All right, here's some lore for you, Spectreon.
Okay.
We actually had Jesper Swag come in and coach our little open division team for like one scrim, just for one scrim. And Jesper Swag said that my Reinhardt had potential. Quote unquote, had potential. I'm just saying.
There we go. It's verified. That's like a... You're right. Listen, if you get the Jesper Swag seal of approval, then listen, you go far.
I mean, I feel like it should be, I should have it on the wall behind me here in Cafe Bullskunk. Like, I need a little badge that's like, Jesper Swag approved, approved by Swag Nation, something like that.
Yeah, like a banner in his face, maybe putting a silly one. I don't know. There's options here. We got potential. By the way,
we'll have to brainstorm this.
Yeah, just to give you guys the full explanation of exactly what's happening. There's a lobby being sorted out as of now, so we should be getting very, very close to going in. We do just love the sound of our own voices, though, so we'll be going for as long as we humanely can.
I personally asked production if we could just sit around for about 15 minutes so that I could tell you stories of me playing in FACEIT League. I just like the camera that much.
Yeah, I mean, what else do we do this for? I think the last time I played FACEIT League, I was with FACEIT Julian, Hannah Sophie, who runs Streamlight, a couple other friends of mine. I think I hit like one shot on the enemy Genji, and that was it. We lost immediately. But I got my clip. It's in a clip dump somewhere, and I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, we could always go into like classic Greek facts, or whatever Brennan Sideshow did for their 1 hour pause where they just sat down and started going through, like here's some ancient Greek history facts. Like we can always go through that. I'm putting Notorious for the dad jokes as well, Spectreon. I mean, I think if we really want to speed this along, I think I should start pouring dad jokes into the broadcast. I have a feeling we'll be in maps so fast.
If you start pouring the dad jokes, you might have to get Jen in here early. Like, I'm not dealing with that. Not today. Not today.
I end up solo casting this map for.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to do Greek bits and bobs, I did read the Iliad like 3 times, so.
So you're not prepared for this one. You're like, oh, Greek.
I mean,
why did you read the Iliad 3 times? Like, I can understand once for uni or whatever. But why 3 times?
Oh, but I've read it once. And I was like, this is so good. I might as well read it again.
Fair enough.
Like, I don't have much more to offer. Mostly what I learned though is that the Greek, like suffix system for your name is like, so you'll be called like really brave. So you might be like, you'll be Brave Jeff, right? But that doesn't change if you're doing something that isn't brave. So you can be like fleeing, like very cowardly, and it'd be like Brave Jeff fled the battle. It reads strangely. Fun language though, ancient Greek.
It's the brave Sir Robin. It is brave Sir Robin.
No, we're not already back to Monty Python.
Oh, cowardly turned his tail and fled, brave Sir Robin.
I wish I knew that song. It's beautiful film though. If anybody hasn't already seen Monty Python: The Holy Grail, probably built my sense of humor as a 12-year-old.
I love it. We could insert the Get On With It clip right here and now. Would be an excellent spot for the Get On With It.
Yes. I mean, the last news we received is that we're very close to being R, so again, we should be done.
That was also like 8 minutes ago.
It was 8 minutes ago. I'm trying to give them hope, because what do they have if not hope?
They have us, Spec. That's what they have. That's what's it. That's it. I know. I feel for you, friends. I feel for you.
Maybe you have to stop busting up the dad jokes, actually. I've relented. If you've got anything, handy dandy.
Of course, okay, we'll just go to one of my classic tried and true. Fans of my channel, I'm sure, have heard this one, but this is one of my all-time favorites. What is the difference between a well-dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? Why, attire, of course.
I always expect it to be slightly more clever than it is, and it comes through, and it just...
No, it's a dad joke. You can't, no, lower your expectations. Take those expectations and bury them. All right?
Yeah.
And that's where appropriate dad jokes, if any of you out there went, oh, that was the appropriate response. That's exactly the response that I'm going for. All right? And we can go to a quick break if you guys are done stalling. No, we are not done stalling. All right, producer? I am here all day. We can talk about this stuff all day long, all right? I can quote Monty Python straight through. We can just do a... Right now, I will just run you through Monty Python, just all performed by me. All right, that's...
That would be pretty cool. A one-man Monty Python show.
One-man Monty Python show. There are some who call me Tim. All right, we're going to take a break. It'll be Arius' map choice when we come back from map 4. Thank you for bearing with us. We'll see you back here in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
change outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here,
Okay, everything's sorted out. New Junk City on the horizon. Don't worry, viewers at home. You're safe from Jeff's dad jokes for another 15 minutes or so. Arius forced to take this map. It is their second pick in a row after Shambali Monastery was stolen by Mu3 in dominant fashion. Now, if they want to stay alive and face it, Master Division Season 7, they're going to have to battle back from behind. It's going to have to be Jesper to swag all over the enemy team once more. Bands of May and Brigitte to refresh your memory. And Mu3, I've got to say, looking large and in charge.
Playing their own special brand of Overwatch, and there's nobody better at it in the region. We will see Golden Pants going back into that Wrecking Ball. Aka showing us the Weong here. It's an interesting choice. I actually don't expect this to change. You also mentioned this Symmetra could be a potential stick around as well, as Mu3 might just be using it as more than just a teleport. We'll see. Oh, no, we are going to get the Echo, as that is no longer banned. They had the Echo banned out on Shambali. Yeah, Scraden will, in fact, go back into that signature hero.
Yeah, they do like using Sim sometimes to take side fights on her own, using that Symmetra teleporter to reposition just herself. But it does give you options for background flips as well. Not going to materialize, though, as we start here just in our standard poke setup, waiting for GP to find a disruption that Escanor can punish.
I know what I mentioned. Just like it's going to go back in that signature venture. So despite the Vendetta not being banned here, we will not see it from either side. Yeah, that was a big red X on your screen. GP is going to go in and see if they can follow up. As Arius kind of has to bunker up into a corner. Just like left alone on the point. Will be the first victim here to Mu3 in this fight. The rest of Arius are still fearlessly pushing forward to see if they can trade this back out. They're able to get one, but ICAP takes the business into a pile driver. Arius, Lars under a lot of pressure. Suzu and Bubbles have both been used. And Mu3 will grab first cap.
There's a decent there from Arius. The main core was forced back. Oh, I mean, Lars can even live here? Maybe you can. Jesper's back. Points been flipped for Mu3, but Arius still keeping it contested.
Felt like Arius, even with that re-engage, as you were trying to say, they looked a little out of sync. They were starting to attack, and it didn't feel like everybody was there yet. But
hey, yes,
jab, and there it is. Jesper Swag ends up being the first to fall, though it is immediately traded onto a support. So 4v4, big shot went through ICAP. You saw went critical there for a moment. Arius are trying to just rotate clockwise around, see if they can find an opening here. GP is wherever they need to be across this point. Currently surrounded. They're going to get the title blast in from Aka. Where did you go with it? Unclear where the stun went on that, but GP has been able to get this point up to about 70% as the Kitsune Rush comes in from Arius.
Yeah, zoned out is GP for now. They're able to find the flip. The mines still make navigating the point treacherous. And at 73%, you're basically lost by territory. All you need is the one huge grab, though.
There's a gargantuan grab. That'll do it. You lost Aka before, excuse me, you lost ICAP before that, and Aka's able to pile on another kill. So job is not done here for Arius. It's a 3v2 favoring them at the moment. Jesper Swag is not able to kill one health. Great peel out of Pingu. Actually, Pingu does end up securing that kill. Wow, what a combined effort between Jesper Swag and Pingu there.
The Pingu body blocker into Jesper was actually so clean.
So
knowing
good.
he doesn't have that much healing, knowing the Block will mitigate that much damage, puts himself in between the bullets and his charge. Great beat, catches all 5. What can they do with it?
This ends now.
No clock coming in from Escanor. I was so confused about that piece for a moment. I'm not gonna lie, I was so confused. Pingu's gonna get popped here early in the fight. Both supports. Mu3 fight both of those sealers and take out the sustain from this comp, and we'll get an immediate flip.
Yeah, nice and fast here. 85%, there's no chance for a touch. They're going to get Arena going in their favor. And I've got to say, this is, in my opinion, one of the harder points for Bull here. So, I don't put too much confidence in my faith in Arius that they're losing it, albeit close. A touch attempt here. They actually get there.
Good bubble. Pingu still is found out as Aka's able to weave some water back into the hiding place. Lars won't survive. Nobody else to anchor the cart. Mu3 take a 1-0 here on New Junk City.
They do. Nice attempt actually being able to find the touch, but you don't have the tools for it, nor do you have the positioning. 5 people going low ground. I mean, Me3 have fantastic angles on you and all advantage to boot. Heading on to, what is this? Bomb flats?
Yes, bomb flats.
Binary? Oh, but bomb flats, yeah. I mean, the mines are so nice, especially on this point. Basically, any rotation that Arius can go for going to be heavily disrupted, if not just killed outright.
Oh, that scout is so nasty! Oh, Pingu never saw it coming. The ambush is brilliant. Such a clever little spot. Not super high up in the air, but well placed to stay out of the line of sight. Now we're going to get another re-engage as GP is able to get a kill onto ICAV. The stun finds Lars. You're going to force out Bubbles. The duplicate from Scrain means GP has Bubbles to push with. What a team fight out of Near 3 to grab first down.
I mean, GP just chilling on the rooftop like Batman of the Outback. 43 HP as he overextends, and ICAV plays the Joker in this analogy. Great opening kill. What can you do with it?
I expect the big bang flag to pop out of the front of the gun. It's going to be a flashbang and a beautiful pair of headshots. ICAV will get the Red X onto AES. Find the carry, leaving you with just Aka heals, and just like that, the point is flipped.
Yeah, all economy swung back the other way. It's a pendulum firmly in Arius' favor. Grab on the choke. Very little that Mu3 can do about it. And you've got Kitsu and Sundering Blade for the point. You've got tools. You just have to use them.
Oh, no, right side. That's Sundering already into the fight. You catch Scrain. Pulling Scrain off the map with that. So catch them over the edge. The deadly tool, the overhead strike, will send flyers off the side if there's nowhere, no ground for them to connect with. It's gonna be a Graviton surge into the Lars. Those are the right hand side. Just caught Escanol with that grab, but you're just dismantling the U3 ranks here, one player at a time.
You get Chase as well, very likely. You only use the one ultimate. GP tries to hold the choke and somewhat succeeds. No kills either way. It's going to favor the defenders. 80% last fight territory. You've still got good tools here. Sword popped.
Swag zoning out, making sure there's no targets. We'll settle for some damage on to Golden Pants, but look at this clapback. You already got one kill on this OC. Big shot on Jesper Swag. They're trying to block away. There's the leap in, but you just landed right into ICAV. What a bait! They're out of Jesper Swag, and ICAV just stays hidden. They don't peek that prematurely. They let Escanor come sliding in before they pull the trap card.
Escanor tries to turn water into wine with that overclock instead. Only finds some vinegar. 1 for 1. The Kitsu's so late. AES finds absolutely nothing with it.
I can't believe they even invested the Kitsu into that.
That's terrible play, to be honest. AES has far too much experience for that, but unfortunately now you're heavily on the back foot, one-on-one. Arius have an unmirrored Kitsune rush. They're going to have good all cycles to the next point at the very least. Already got that positioning, already got a silver bullet connection. You've got to be feeling as confident as you can if you are Arius, you know, even considering the score.
God, I mean, what a decision. What a high-risk play from AES. I mean, that's your most important ultimate for either team. Arguably the most powerful ultimate in the game right now. And Arius have one on this objective to grab an important first cap as we move into Junkyard. And this might even get Arius control of the choke. Okay, it's Golden Pants able to stay elusive, does not get locked down, and maintain some positioning here for Mu3 to play with into Junkyard. Now you get the Pingu Sound Barrier layered in on top, though. Oh, and Lars has the better beam. Focuses down Scrain. It shows him what a real powerful beam looks like. ICAV gets 3.
Yeah, of course. ICAV gets 4. Why not? Absolutely, why not? I guess the silver lining for U3 here is that there was a real possibility Arius could have beat them with just the Kitsu, but the ultimate came through a little bit more passively just to get first cap. Still, having to a retake here into about 50% is not a particularly viable position to be in. GP forced out early. Aka likely playing for bubble. A GP engage with that tidal blast could be huge now with no defensive ults to stop it out.
Great boot from Pingu there. Denied an easy pile drive onto ICAV. Oh, somehow Jesper gets Aka! You will not get the tidal blast into this fight. What a huge pick and a great read from Jesper Swag.
Wow.
GP ends up just stuck in an enormous grab there. Lars with back-to-back fight-winning grabs. This is going to be second point going to Arius.
Yeah, Escanor's here, but this is just staggering himself more than anything else. Surely no chance of a recontest. They went fight for this, actually.
Okay, we're going to use the bubble in. Pingu's actually stunned by it. Pingu gets a Zarya bubble and is able to survive. And Texel finds Escanor. Mine's on this point with a Sundering from Jesper's Rag. Turns the corner. You actually laid an enormous amount of damage onto the Wrecking Ball. Now the Whirlwind Strike in to help finish off AES. This point is all Arius.
And New 3 aren't a team known for their fantastic macro. I think we're seeing it here. Again, we're using ults to try and crouch fights. Again, we're trying to solve our problems by sheer investment, and it's simply not working out, right? We use the bubble, we use the mines, and it's still Arius the one's in control, and Arius who's still got a healthy economy. Arius who are just one flashpoint away from taking us to 5.
Fourth approach. Jedi, no good targets, but hey, even that with the block, Screen takes too much damage. A couple of follow-up shots, GP is gone. Great start for Arius as they move into the refinery. Or
The actual damage you get onto Screen doesn't matter that much. Just the fact you get him just to stand there and take right. He can't disengage, otherwise he's going to get shot, and so simply get spammed up by the remaining 4 members of Arius. Burst control here, so nice. The sidelines so hard to walk up into, but Escanor's overclock, incredibly powerful in positions like this.
It's go time.
Gonna hit that immediately. Kind of play from the low ground and from great distance. Wants to slide up to this high ground, see if they can get anything of these last couple of shots. Not a single one will land. Kitsu now in play from AES. See if that'll be the ticket to get him over the line. Screen's able to find Jesper, but you have to wait out the area's Kitsu before you can actually move on to the point to try to take advantage of this 5v4.
He's still in a neutral. You've still got Pingu with that sound barrier to pop if you need it, if you want to, and getting plenty of low HP members of the enemy team. If you might as well. ICAV again!
And there you go, the ICAV cast that we were talking about earlier was a bit quiet on Shambali, but the Aries have, in fact, been able to enable their star hit scan here in map 4. It's what I asked of them. It's been very successful, and now they are one fight away from sending us to a map 5. You got a sound barrier to work with. Golden Pants with the touch here.
Lots of damage, but we'll be able to disengage bubble. Finds a knockdown. Pingu sound barrier.
There you go! Okay, we'll not get the sound barrier into the fight. Did not try to use it prematurely. Justifying is able to answer back and take some revenge onto Escanor. You 3 are forced to keep somebody on this point. Right now, it looks like GP is going to be the unfortunate soul. Rejuvenating wave and all kinds of cooldowns just to keep GP alive. Screen finds ICAV with all their attention, trying to kill the Wrecking Ball. They are distracted from the incoming assault. GP is going to trade out a couple with Jesper. Community 3 come away with the point.
It's sketchy, and it's 99, but Arius will eventually be rebuffed. Grandson Surge, a huge worry still from U3. They don't have a Tidal Blast to peel it out, so they've got to hope nobody gets caught in it. Lars just goes point knowing that in the frontline trade, nobody can really contest him. U3, use the mines.
Sound barrier and hitting everybody from Texal. Sundering blade over the top from Jesper Swagger, trying to secure this map. Force Gold Pants away. They are all the way outside of the building. A couple players on the A3 trying to play from this high ground. 2 skulls up. Bit of damage in the ground. Will secure a pair of kills here for Lars. Might just secure New Junk City. It's Golden Pants left trying to hang on, but they are the last ones alive. Arius will send us to a map 5.
Our 7th map 5 here in EMEA. Jeff, we've got more map 5s than not. We are spoiled. Absolutely spoiled in terms of good Overwatch. Arius here. Dismantle Mu 3. This is exactly what we wanted to see on Shambali Monastery. Basically off the back of ICAV showing up and just being like more accurate Cassidy.
You know, I was worried ICAV was going to make a liar out of this. You know, I was bragging about this ICAV cast and it just was quiet. This is going to be the 4K that we get there. I mean, look at that. What more do you want, friends? Look at that accuracy. The panaz, the finesse out of ICAV is exceptional. The accuracy, though, like, whoo, dude just doesn't miss, man. Just doesn't miss.
He's had such a series. I think by far a standout player. Normally, when you cast a Mu3 game, it feels like it's GP just by dint of him existing. He's such a powerful player normally, but I think ICAV has been checking him consistently, if not just pouring the damage straight into Golden Pants to make it so he doesn't have the HP for the standard shenanigans he often goes through. It's by taking care of his assistants, right? You know, instant thinking, Escanor like 3-4 times on Runa Stappy, finding some great catches onto, it feels like Arca a couple of times here on New Junk City. I think ICAV has been the danger man, the one to watch from Arius. I've got to say, looking into map 5, now you can't ban Cass anymore. What do Mew3 do to keep him off his game?
Well, they'll have a very valuable pick, as in map 5, you are not restricted to a particular game type. You can choose between any game type, and that just can't repeat maps. But otherwise, you have every choice at your disposal in the map pool. So a very, very powerful pick from U3 in that regard, as far as where we go. But precious few bans left this deep in the series. God.
He's just filthy. Like, look at this.
Just filthy.
He's just walking around the map like he owns the place, and by all intents and purposes, he does. Humongous.
I wouldn't challenge ICAV. As far as I'm concerned, ICAV definitely owns the place.
He's getting his Australian citizenship as we speak. It'll be okay for Arius still. They've got import slots to burn.
ICAV is suddenly on Team Australia for World Cup. You know, everybody's upset. What's going on? Yeah, I'm at home here. I'm at home here.
The greatest export from Poland to Australia, probably since the culinary cuisine. Be awesome. But no, that's something we have to think about for a while. Ilios, where we decide to go for map number 5. It makes sense. You want to play double flex DPS Wrecking Ball? Ilios is probably the first map that comes to mind. It's so easy to find easy high ground slams to contest areas of the map that Arius might not able to easily access, right? Playing this Zarya, I think this is one of the best maps Mew3 have available to them. And it's also going to have to be where they fight to stay alive.
When we talked about that, just how good Wrecking Ball is on control. So, unsurprising. And I'd be willing to bet, I don't have the exact numbers, I'd be willing to bet Mew3's win percentage on control is extraordinary. I mean, they just seem to take it every single time. I'd be thinking, 9 out of 10, maybe 19 out of 20, right? 90-95% win percentage on control, I'd say, just by eye test.
I'd say that's about right. They're so good at understanding what their conditions are. Their comp is just naturally good there. The only time they lose is when you ban ball against them, right? And they have to totally rejig their game plan. Obviously, that's not going to happen every time. And when we look at the bans here, a Vendetta ban, that 5, I've got to say, that does worry me a little bit. But I think the Iliari as well, forcing opponents to play constantly these more mobile setups. There's Kiri, Wu Yang, aren't bad either. So I think Mew3 may be a bit of a lead heading into this map based off the map itself, based off their bans, but Arius no slouches either. Still in strong position to qualify themselves into our grand finals and into Jaeger, who are waiting with bated breath to see who they have to play.
I certainly concur that the setup seems to favor Mew3. We talked about how strong they are in control, but taking the Vendetta off the table, that is a big tool, a big weapon there for Arius, although they have not been as heavily reliant on it as some other teams. So do expect to see the Jesper swag venture here on this map. That does track. And that's, how Arius were able to secure their map 5 against Dreamlight just yesterday. So does history repeat itself? I mean, the second time this season, these two teams are going to a 5th map. Arius won it previously. I will say that was also before the Vendetta meta, though. That was very first week of Season 7 regular season.
The Vendetta meta really changes the game for everything.
It does.
So much just warps around this one flex DPS. Whoever has the stronger flex DPS often just wins the game. That's part of the reason why Jaeger found so much success in this season, especially.
Ready for battle.
But here we are, map number 5. There's nothing left to play for. One map to decide it all. One map for the grand finals. The Arius able to make their first grand final ever, or will Mew3 repeat their grand finals appearance from season 6? Will they repeat their match and get a revenge shot against Jaeger?
Good to see you. Hello.
Arius with their 4th map 5 of the tournament, of the postseason.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
They've won 2 of them. We are going to go into the Zarya. Jesper Swag is in on the venture. No surprises. Pingu sticking with this brick. So we're not going to get the Lucio for the Zarya. We're going to break for the backline protection from the Wrecking Ball.
It takes a lot of damage rotating to point, but it is a nice angle to have. Arius cast length inside that cage side, knowing they have superior angles there. Jesper takes a 1v1 versus GP, but knowing you've got support LOS, health packs, and full cooldowns, you're pretty safe to do so temporarily. Eventually, though, if you're Arius, you have to walk.
Yep, and there's going to be a bubble Jesper Flag moving on to the point. Objective is unlocked. And yeah, I didn't even see what happened to Akka there. Ends up behind the point and dead. First cap goes to Arius.
That it does. Still, it's kind of worrying. It's Rain dying though, you're probably kind of safe. No, Akka jumped way too wide there. Icam and Jesper able to synchronize onto her. Insta picked off. Jesper though, the same could be said. There's a Mewtwo not out of this fight yet.
No, but Jesper was able to find a kill first, so we are at a 4v4 here. Goldman's just trying to swing off and off the objective, give Escanor a scran another angle for damage in on at this point. Arius so far doing a good job of just kind of avoiding that, hiding in the corners and just pouring their attention onto the GP. Anytime the ball comes through, see all guns are pointed at it. Oh! But it ends up being all Mew 3 in the kill feed.
Yeah, and one of the things about how these comps play each other is that Mew 3 are able to take such strong angles on the objective that if Arius try and castle there, eventually they'll be forced out, eventually they'll trip over. And unless like Scrain or Escanor makes a huge overstep, then you're probably safe. That's exactly what we see here. 38%, not too bad. Be able to walk back in here with a Kitsune Rush to again stall the point. But you do have to think, how are you actually securing kills against Mew 3? Like that, I guess.
It's been Jesper swag every time in this opening round at the very least. ICAP, I think it's just more of a red herring. Kitsune Rush now here from Arius to try to escort him on to the point. AES does have the response. They're not going to use it yet. Control goes to Arius, and Deadeye here to protect said control as they start building percentage. This is going to keep Mew 3 confined to cage for the moment. Jesper Swag trying to take this opportunity, move into position to see if they can flank on Escanor. Escanor slides back into the high ground, now with an overclock ready to go. Jesper Swag moves in, will force Akka to rotate to the point, and the Kitsune from AES helps protect that rotation. Gold Pants finds a kill, and Escanor uses the OC to take Pingu down. This will be a flip as Mew 3 to grab control.
A good decision there from Arius actually to decide not to invest. They had the rally, they had a well-positioned Tectonic Shock, but don't go for it. They recognize that Mew 3 used 3 ultimates to find that flip. So you can just walk into the next one and basically just take it, like taking candy from a baby. Maybe not that easily, actually, as ICAP insta-picked.
Yeah, GP was on the rooftop scouting every movement. So could feed all that information back. Great shot from Escanor. We're going to get the shot here as an equalizer. Oh, I think that canceled the tidal blast. Did not see the blast land on any target, so you remove that ultimate. Still, Arius are limping onto this objective. Lars gets booped that direction at about half health and no bubbles to work with. Well, you do have a grab. Rally didn't help protect it. Grab's gonna find two. You melt GP and Scrade, and Lars had more in the tank than you three were expecting.
Yeah, it's Arius' turn to spend heavily to find the flip, but in their defense, if they don't do it, it's Mew 3 in overtime. Mew 3 probably taking the point, and so they'll have to take it. Escanor forced out early. It's going to be much harder for Arius to find early picks. I tell a lie, Jesper just rolls him. Escanor sent back to spawn. That should force us into 1-5 for overtime. Arius now can just play with an additional little bit of point percentage. Mew 3 know that eventually the overtime wick is going to force them to engage.
And this is also going to allow ICAP to build up towards that Deadeye. Which just buying space and no team fight like that could be instrumental. Mine's on point, feel a little early. GP tries to go for the knockoff onto Lars instead of for a little bit of roll-through damage. Lars will run onto the point using bubbles to clear some of the mines, and ICAP finds Screen, so we're off screen. Now we're going to get that Deadeye in play, buying space as we cross over 90% on the board for Arius. Looked for Gold Pants, couldn't quite find it. GP pops the adaptive shielding, rolls back through, but with it one hell, ICAP will pick up that kill, and at 99%, that's disastrous. Opening round goes to Arius.
I think the really big thing there was actually the cleanse from Texel. You see, ICAP isn't disrupted. He can hold whatever space he wants, so the only person who can touch his Golden Pants. But he's poked out, takes so much damage from trying to go for the roll through a little bit early, knowing that he'll be cleared otherwise. That nobody else is in position, and when he goes down, so too do Mew 3's hopes. One map, sub-map, in fact, away from failing to live up to their performance in Season 6. Mew 3 have got to be feeling the pressure. Arius, whatever trepidation they had heading into Ilios, has to somewhat have melted away. Everything's looking in their favor. Elimination's so low. Nobody's got more than like 5.
No, I was noticing that on the deaths too. It was like 1 and 2 deaths across the board for that entire. And that was a 99-99 sub map. It wasn't like it was 100-0 that just went by in 2 minutes, right? Like that was 99-90, but still. No change compositionally. Ooh, that might just be Jesper Swag. Yeah, oh, wow, the burrow lands. Surprisingly. There comes the pursuit. Tech's all there to try to protect him, and Akka will find first blood as this point unlocks.
Pretty sure he actually emerged into a shot pre-fired by Akka. Great stickies from Scrain. DP there to follow up, and again, it's Scrain on the Echo that really cracks this fight open. Much more what we'd like to see if we are Mu3, taking advantage of our superior angles, our superior shooting. Lars does kill 2, but he's got no teammates. Surely they're just going to leave him be.
But those 2 kills are later, meaning that Arius will have a +2. Here comes
nice.
Jesper Swag! Oh, with the combo onto Akka, and Arius actually grabbed first cap.
Akka gets a lunch money stolen, but Jesper's still not stable. Mu3 now the ones fighting back. It is so back and forth here on well.
I mean, that looked like Mu3's fight in the bag, and Lars gets those final 2 picks and lives. And steals away first control from, Mu3 had that, properly earned it. Yeah, absolutely thieved away.
Again, trying to see what they feel is rightfully theirs. A slam onto ICAP could be huge. The disruption, is there more?
Try to get Lars into the head there. That was a vulnerable position. Almost environmental. Lars very low. Screen just behind him. Lars is ignoring Screen. Everybody wants Golden Pants dead. The aggro is too much. The boop is too much for ICAP. They're going to take a swim here. Mu3 denied a cap at the very last second. Is going to get a couple of ultimates invested from Arius to try to hold on to this point. Those 3 simultaneous. No, 2 simultaneously. Escanor had the response. Now the title blast out of Mu3. Akka actually lives with it. No shot. You get the revenge kill.
He'll take that, but it was not comfortable. Eventually, the flip will be found. 60% though, a little bit more as Pingu eventually taken care of. Arius. It was a good shake of the stick, especially considering how Mu3 really should have capped first. But at the end of the day, they are able to use their ultimates, especially the bubble, to just win this super chaotic fight. First time we've had a proper reset in a hot second. A chance for the teams and ourselves to breathe. But maybe not for long, as Lars' Graviton Surge has to be a worry, has to be a consideration.
Certainly the biggest ultimate. Wait! No! It just like walked into the pit! No, Sean, you have a wall climb. What just happened? All right, Deadeye is up. We're moving on. Golden Pits is in a lot of trouble after they, ate an enormous amount of damage. Grab in, catches Screen in the duplicate. ICAP puts an end to that. The mistake from AES might have just cost you the season.
I've never seen anything quite like it. AES, I think having an uncharacteristically poor series may well have cost Mu3 their chance at a finals. He's going to Kitsune Rush here. He can't let this mistake affect his mental because he has to build his team's fight around this. This is possibly the last attempt for Mu3. It has to be perfect.
Binds inside a cage. You're getting a pile drive down onto ICAP. The bubble is there to protect him. Kitsune Rush is thrown in from AES, but it's not going to be enough to keep your Cassidy alive. Jesper Sag looking surrounded. Just drill dashes in, but gets followed. Good peel. Mu3 with a pair of kills on the board. They've had a lead in this sub-map before. The Swift Step Suzu combo won't save Lars this time, though, and Mu3 will not let this one slip between their fingers.
Yeah, obviously necessary victory to find, but they had to spend for it. Their opponents simply didn't. Arius walking into this, especially with the rally, but also with the Kitsune Rush, with the Tectonic Shock. Mu3 very likely looking for an early hit to stop Arius, even having a chance to set up for their ultimates.
A couple of support ults available there for Arius. Very powerful, especially considering the Kitsu had to get spent by Mu3 in that previous fight. You don't have a lot to answer with. ICAP booped off the top. Texal throws in the Kitsune Rush, covering not only ICAP, but moving on to the point. Tidal blast onto the Wrecking Ball, but they're forced out as Pingu responds with the rally. Jesper Swag to the high ground, but caught themselves right in between Escanor and Scrain. Texel finds a beautiful response immediately. Point flips. Now Everson on the board. OT in play. We got a Scrain duplicated onto a Zarya to see if they can double down on tanks to take this point back. Gold pin for the World 3 into the backline. The Zarya still persisting here from Screen, and we get a flip with 0 kills on the board. Screen's able to find iCal, but Lars melts him down, playing off the top side of your screen. They move on to the objective. Just for Flag has moved in deep and has been forced out on Coast's side. Meanwhile, Golden Pants is able to push in, drops mines in over the back line, forces a rotation there from your area supports.
I come and Tracer now. They need to get on the objective. They know this is going to be the last battle. He blinks into a minefield.
Oh no. iCal not really known for their Tracer. And 98% on the board. I think we will get an OT. 99-99 fight potentially for the series. Golden Pants is able to shield up, but they're the Grab is gonna get 3. Ecuador is down. Golden Pants is down. Arius now on top. iCal returns to the Flora. The point flips for Arius. They steal this objective away. They deny U3 a return to the finals. They blocked the side strike. Arius comes out on top.
Always a third place finisher. They go further than they ever have before, and a nail biter of a map 5. But at the end of the day, who else but Lars, who's been with them since the beginning, to land a gigantic grab and wipe Mu3 off the face of the earth. Well played, I have to say, by Golden Pants & Co. They had some dominant performances, especially that Shambali Monastery. But here in Ilios, here on their map pick, it's their first ban. It's Arius, who have the longevity, the sustainability, the fortitude to keep fighting.
And hopefully the perseverance as they move on to face Jaeger in your Season 7 Grand Finals. Yet another Map 5 victory here for Arius on a map where we said that Mu3 were able to mold that map. They crafted that to their advantage so beautifully. And such a good win record all season long on Control. They think Ilios is the ticket. We can't be beat on Control maps, especially when we have the Wrecking Ball. Arius had other plans. And move on into the Grand Finals, denying Mu3 a repeat appearance.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been looking at the position, coveting this position. In my opinion, in pure level of gameplay, at least deserving this position. But FACEIT League Season 7, when they finally get there, now just one game away, maybe just 4 measly maps from getting that championship. But whether they do or not, we'll have to find out after this break.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
on.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Backs on cart. Come on, backs on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
FACEIT League Championship Sunday continues as we are heading into our second match of the series. It's Jeff and Spectre. I'm returning here as we head into your grand finals for Season 7 of EMEA Master Division. It's going to be Arius taking on Jaeger here for your final match of the season. Arius, a long-standing veteran squad has always had high expectations. Jaeger, on the other hand, have been quite the surprise breakout here in Season 7.
I mean, Jaeger's such an interesting team, and one we haven't had a chance to discuss yet, actually, so we'll go into a bit of detail here. So, Jaeger, originally Arion, the daughter team, I suppose, of Arius. They actually were in Expert Division until Season 4, qualified into Season 5, and had a so-and-so performance, right? 5 and 9. Once we actually get here into Season 7, however, we get the additions of NB, of Turbo Smooth, and I think off the back of partially this Vendetta meta, they've hit the ground, not even running, they're sprinting, they're absolutely booking it towards championship. Not dropped a game in playoffs yet, and it is off the back of a lot of people would say Turbo Smooth being the best Vendetta in FACEIT EMEA. He is absolutely unstoppable, and having Santi often on the Zarya to follow up is such a powerful 1-2 punch. NB's there if you ever need a hit scan to just hit the shots. And Kale and Grad is such consistent players on the backline, and you don't often see them swap from this Lucio carry setup unless forced to, but it's because it works, they know it works, and they're going to stick with it.
They're exceptional at it. And it's, I mean, Turbo Smooth, arguably the best Vendetta in all of FACEIT League, is from what we've seen so far. And we're talking about going up against the likes of Rocket, who was playing it over in NA, right? Who is now on a partnered OWCS team. That's the level of play we have seen out of Turbo Smooth on the newest hero here. And it has been very much at the core of the success here for Jaeger. And just to reiterate what the turnaround, the turnaround they have had. Yeah, you mentioned, they debuted in Season 5. They didn't make playoffs in neither Season 5 nor Season 6. They weren't even able to put together a winning record, much less a playoff potential record. And then to turn around and take your #1 seed here in Season 7. It is the absolute breakout surprise of the entire season across both regions.
I think as well, I mean, you could argue, I guess, that it's because they've got this fresh DPS line in, but it's not like the DPS line has done loads of historical success either. NBHD previously played on Gas Tier 3 and did fine, I guess, kind of hovering around that middle, lower part of the pack. And Turbo Smooth has been a strong player for a little while, but this is a different beast entirely. So I've got to say, I'm loving what we're seeing from Jaeger. I think their grasp on Vendetta specifically is fantastic. And so I think when playing Arius, it might just come down to whether Turbo Smooth is actually going to get outvalued by Jester Swag on that venture, playing something a bit more off meta, because in the hard mirror, I have to say the lead kind of does go towards Jaeger for me.
It does, and the proof is in the pudding with that in regular season as well. Jaeger was one of 2 teams that was able to hand Arius a loss during the regular season, and because of that head-to-hand victory is why they ended up with the #1 seed. So we had, both the team we just saw all 3 teams here in your in Championship Sunday were 13-2 records here for Season 7. All had had the same records coming in. It was the head-to-heads that determined their seeding. And as a matter of fact, it kind of ended up working that way. Mu3 was your 3rd seeded team. Well, they go out in 3rd seed. We'll see if that history maintains here. But Jaeger did win this previous matchup.
That they did. Obviously, Nepal, once more, we've seen a pretty high amount of it. It feels like during playoffs. I'm not sure if we've seen another control map, but kind of okay. Just an incredibly strong map. With the Venture versus the Vendetta on Nepal, I do think the Venture is proportionally stronger here than she is on other maps, but I still think Vendetta is just so impactful, right? I mean, finding the overheads always. I mean, we saw what Jasper was able to do off his own hero. So I think even if they can find success on the Venture, I think the Venture is a really strong hero on their own. But I do think that we might just come down to a full mirror. Bans through Bastion, D.Va. D.Va into Santi makes sense. She's a smidge better at it than Lars is. The Bastion ban from Jaeger, I think DPS protects more than anything else. It's an annoying hero to deal with to boot, but you really just want to keep your DPS on Soj, on Vendetta, because NB and Turbo Smooth, well, they can flex. There's no reason to make them.
And it does feel like Jaeger is more hard and fast stuck in this meta composition. stuck is probably not the right word, but excels and wants to stay in this hard and fast meta comp as much as humanly possible, where Arius do a lot more flexing around. In fact, last time these two met, Arius tried to match the Zarya Vendetta a bit more than I'm anticipating here in this series. We saw them kind of change their strategies. The rest of Season 7 regular season unfolded, and we saw them really differing from that after this exact matchup because Jaeger were so much better. Despite Lars being so well known for that Zarya, Jaeger were actually better in the Zarya Vendetta meta.
I mean, I think Jaeger have definitely been tested. They've struggled, but they've not actually been bested in this Zarya Vendetta. Not to my knowledge, at least. It's their bread and butter. It's so much their bread and butter. They almost never play anything else except for maybe Route 66 when they'll sometimes put NBHD onto like an Ashe of Widowmaker we've seen before to varying levels of success. In fact, it was actually that Widowmaker that dispatched Mu3 in our upper bracket final. But they're not a team known for coming up with like multiple crazy compositions. They have this one weapon, and they bled up hope it's good, and it has been so far.
I mean, they haven't lost. Both of their losses were prior to the New Year's break, meaning that this Jaeger squad has not lost a series in the Vendetta meta since Vendetta has been introduced. And they have taken down, I mean, your previous former champs in SRP check. Your #1 seed in my power rankings in Arius fell in that time. You're taking down Starbits, Mu3, a lot of these top performers. It's not like it was a strength of schedule thing either, right? They faced a lot of very, very difficult teams since coming into 2026 and the introduction of Vendetta. They have not lost a single one.
That's so impactful. Ready to head in now, by the looks of things. Nepal first, loser picks afterwards. The same way it's always worked in Overwatch, the same way at this point it probably always will. I feel like we've cracked the code when it comes to format with bans now, especially with the added amount of hero depth. And of course, this is going to be the last EMEA official before we go back to Overwatch, right? Season 1 coming on Tuesday. 5 new heroes, Onrun, Emre, so much more. So this is maybe the comp that Jaeger can play so effectively. This might also be their last chance to play it, their last chance to find glory on a composition that fits their hand like a glove. Of course, on the other side of things, on area, still not China in again, means they probably will be on that Vendetta. Swag Nation will have to wait at least for another map. Hitori in as well. So Hazard going to be played, and Jaeger playing the standard. No reason to change it up, no reason to make it complicated.
Is Arius here in the blue outlines. We'll just get a quick speed ring, and Texalt will go over into the Kirika. We do, in fact, get that China Vendetta, as you mentioned. It's Hitori coming in that fight. Interesting here. Swapping over to the Hazard. I mean, you take away arguably the best Zarya player in the region. Oh, but what a shot. And MBHD goes down immediately right out of the gate. That is a hell of an opener there for Arius.
Yeah, one of the things we kind of mentioned a little bit, alluded to, is that NB has a habit of overpeaking. This time kind of does, but it's also a disgusting shot from iCav and Texalt to take him down. Hitori loses a lot of HP though, and so even though you get your first, Jaeger can walk right back in with 4 and still be very comfortable.
And nobody's got the point capped yet. So there really ain't no value from that. Nobody quite win turbo, so we trade with the point. Warriors leading back to the point with NB on the objective. Will eventually chase that kill down, force them into position where iCav could land the shot. Hitori goes on a bit of an adventure to rotate into the back line. Has to move back onto the point to try to anchor and not give over free control.
Oh, close to dying there, but able to survive with the help of a cleanse from Grana. Still first kept lightning to go over to Arius, and let's install is perfect on Turbo Smooth, which of course it is.
It was a beautiful spawn. Now Turbo Smooth gonna chase Hitori down into the pit. And it's actually Hitori who wins that out. It was a beautiful cleanse. The Susie from Texal extends that out, but China gets into the mix. Wow.
I thought that was over when Jaeger were able to force the fight into that small room, but China, Hitori absolutely gets stuck in. It's a barroom brawl inside Arius. Able to break the glass a little bit earlier. Jaeger though close that Graviton Surge. Arius have to be worried about that Pingu's beat. Keep your eyes on it.
Cornered up at the moment. Turbo's going to leap in. Got just way too much damage. The iCav overclocked the fight. Kale deny yourself a sound barrier here. With a pretty little 3-piece there for iCav.
ties it up with a bow real nice for us. Does ICAV, another ginormous play. And I think a narrative I want to get into now is that Arius have just played a 5 map, but they're as warm as can be. Jaeger don't have that luxury. And so maybe the first couple points aren't going to be so good for them. It can change this later on, and whether Arius can just snowball this momentum as Turbo Smooth attempts to establish.
Will force Hattori out and follow up with a good kill on a China, who's just a touch late to rotate alongside Hattori. Now Hattori is forced to just go in and look for some kind of kill, but won't find it. This is going to be a good fight for Jaeger. They're going to put their best grab in a 3v5 to close this one out.
Not sure you strictly needed the grab. I don't had to go for any ult, like the Sundering, even the Kitsu I would have preferred. But you'll take it, right? You still have good ults to fight the choke. Sundering Blades, Overclock, both powerful when your opponents try and make these walks happen, especially, and you can match support ults. You're not in a bad position at all if you are Jaeger. Good
Bubbles can get Turbo Smooth back out. Very information on both sides. Trying to get a picture. Right hand side we'll have the Kitsu. Left hand side is China's Sundering Blade. Finding Kel, denying a sound barrier into this fight. Good cleanup from the Tori there on the coast, and we're going to get another flip.
Jaeger aren't playing the choke that aggressively, but also they leave kind of left side very, very unguarded. And so China can walk through basically for free, gets that scaling like we were talking about earlier, basically for free. And so that Sundering Blade, there's not a lot that Carl can do. Try to beat that, you're just dying anyhow.
Kel just is now being pursued once again. Will eventually got the sound barrier, and it only gets 2! Gralis does not receive it. In the HD, the only other recipient tried to respond with an overclock, but this is just China cutting through everybody down in the corner. Actually, they overstayed their welcome outside towards the Jaeger spawn. 92% though, I don't know if we're going to get a touch.
You've got to try for it. You've got no other options. I believe Santi or Turbo can, but it's going to be close. Overtime started. You've got high charge in your Zarya. Your opponent's so close to that overclock. ICAV could end all of this with his block.
And so here comes Turbo Smooth trying to chase down the Sojourn. ICAV is forced back around to rotate. They emerge back on that same left-hand side. Tori low finds healing. Bubble on Turbo Smooth. Confines what remains of Arius, and Santi's able to find Pingu through that mess. Good play to pick up that kill. And ICAV won't get out in one piece.
I mean, the Foggy is where Pingu died to, but I think Jaeger will absolutely take it. Close grab as well. You can grab in the choke this time. You can use this to, for example, deny an overclock, deny a Kitsune rush, or just take your opponent's legs out from under him. See what they elect to do is, again, we're very passive here, waiting for your opponents to walk left or right before we commit.
I don't mind the waiting from here because it's drawing this out to a potential final fight for Sanctum. OC out of ICAV, they slide up the right side. That's going to be the grab, holding in the overclock in place. Takes that important ult out of the equation.
6 HP.
Jaeger will take this opening round. Santi, I mean, she just continues to look like the best tank in EMEA 1 round in.
Yeah, China reset at 10% left to go. Hattori goes down. Can they even get overtime started?
Yeah, this is very broken. Arius throws in a 3v5. ICAV. Okay, it's always winnable if ICAV is alive, especially with a Kitsune rush in play. Leaps up. And eventually, unfortunately, oversteps, trying to hunt down that kill onto Gralis. We'll get a downpour holding Turbo Smooth in place, but there's a Kitsu there. Don't think Jaeger's going to fall. And NB comes up with a pair. Jaeger with a beautiful final fight. NBHD starting to warm up a little bit.
And doing his best Torbjorn turret cosplay there. Standing absolutely stock still, but he hits every single one of his shots. An easy 3-piece there as Jaeger eventually takes Sanctum. But
BHD, do something!
High key! High key! Take a look at the stat line here. Santi 19 and 4, 6k damage, I believe leading the lobby in terms of it. Turbo Smooth though, nipping out her heals at 6.3. And on the other side of things, you'll notice basically everybody staying around this 4 or 5 death mark. NB the most at 6, but he'd be fair. I think died 3 times for point unlocks. He had a rough start of things, but he's warmed it up now.
Quick math, I think there was exactly 24 deaths apiece. I think it was exact from that first round. It was close. It was either 23 or 24 for Jaeger. And I know it was 24 for Arius. ICAV finds opening pick though. God, I'm talking about quick. That was 15 seconds into the round starting, and Arius already got 2 picks.
Pretty sure
Somehow
Jaeger
China gets...
Okay, sure. We're kind of fighting back and forth. I mean, Santi having charge always makes her a threat, but I think she realizes she's going to get chased anyhow, and so just decides to take that reset before point unlocks. It's no worries that you stack her. But I think Jaeger actually had an HP advantage in the higher ground swing, but ICAV goes point and just cleans Kyle's clock. After that, not really a lot that Jaeger could do, but just continue to get snowballed. So a lovely first cap here from Arius. But remember, they had this before in Sanctum. It didn't go that way. On Village, it has to be a different look. They won't be taking this out, taking us to sub-map number 3.
Already just taking an enormous amount of damage. Players pointed in her direction. Santi trying to push on this right-hand side, though, runs into a very dangerous ICAP. Both tanks lose their engagements. It's all squishies left on this point in this 4v4. Oh, China wins the duel between the gladiators. Gonna spin their way onto the objective. Oop, didn't want to go direct. All right, we're gonna loop around this side. Okay, Jaeger's giving up on this fight.
Yeah, there's nothing going in your favor, unfortunately. Turbo Smooth going down means you might as well cancel. Envy on the Freya. Not a hero he's massively known for, but it does give you a lot of pick potential, a lot of ability to find these more bizarre outside angles.
Remember, you can 2-tap a 225 target again now as well, so does have a little bit of that lethality back into the rim. China got completely isolated, turned into a 1v2. Excuse me, that was, yeah, Turbo Smooth actually going looking for more. Trust yourself, friends. Don't doubt yourself. I hate when I doubt myself. Suzu used for Hattori, trying to leap in, just gets surrounded. That was a 2v5 lift on the point. Jaeger will get control.
Lovely 3-piece as well from Turbo Smooth to put an end to things. Graviton Surge, as well as that Sundering Blade, a possibility. If Ares get caught in that, there's nothing they can do other than a perfectly timed cleanse to keep that alive, and you have to predict that. You're not reacting. So this next fight, at least, might just be a gimme for Jaeger, but Arius have plenty of ults and plenty of time.
Give me a bullet shot out of Envy. Oh, gets nothing. ICAV just made that look easy. Just a slight little, like, head dodge, and boom, response! And that's both your DPS gone. Just like that. 2 DPS ults fall by the wayside. Santi just yeets themselves onto the point to see what they can get, and the answer's going to be nada.
ICAV has been terrifying today, I've got to say.
Truly.
I've seen him perform well, but this is a whole nother dimension of performance. We spent a lot of today talking about players we think are good based on the history. Based on purely what our eyes are telling us today, ICAV is destined for the big leagues.
What are the absolute next hit scans out of EMEA? Definitely, wouldn't surprise me in the slightest to see ICAV playing in OWCS at some point in 2026. Either with Arius or picked up from another team. We're going to get a Cellbreaker engage here out of Jaeger. This is going to be a Cellbreaker to try to hold double support to try to lift through the grab. It will not be enough. You got Turbo Smooth just swinging with the Whirlwind Dash through those targets. And Jaeger, I mean, it cost them 4 ultimates, I believe 3 ultimates, but they get the point.
Yeah, their opponents use double support ults as well, so you're not too mad about it.
And the downpour for that matter.
Yeah, you only have to worry about the Soundring Blade, right? You're kind of chill. And this is one thing you'll notice different from maybe your games at home here. If you sound barrier the grab, you still die a lot of the time. That's because this comp's damage, AoE damage, is so good, because the team's focus fire is so good. A lot of the time, you better just save it for Kitsune Rush, your opponent's beat, because in the Graviton Surge, as we're seeing, it's not a guarantee of survival.
In fact, honestly, from Season 7, I feel like it's worked less than it had. It's been less effective. You know, one less fights. Anyway, you get my point. Hale dies to a Sundering Blade here early. And it's getting scrappy. Okay, Santi with very little health is able to find a kill, but Hattori immediately leaps in to find the revenge. That's a double with the overhead. Sextol Swift steps out in just the nick of time, and NBHD locks them down with a headshot. No, Hattori just walls himself up by as much time as possible. Gets a kill, Pingu gets 2! Hattori at less than 50 health, and Pingu gets a double kill. OT going in areas, holding on with a miracle. They force a map 3. A round 3, that is.
What does she have? 28 HP?
Yeah, well under a melee. Under a melee.
Holding block. Tucked behind that jagged wall. You excuse me being tongue-tied, but that was ridiculous. Pingu a double kill out of where exactly? If Hattori doesn't survive there for that long, if Pingu doesn't connect every bloody Cheerio, then it's Jaeger I think we're looking at with their first map in the grand finals. Instead, we go all the way to the end. Turbo Smooth, by the way, 29 eliminations. That's a big number. It's a really big number.
I mean, you're looking at China at 6k damage and Turbo Smooth with 11k damage. I mean, quite literally almost double the damage of the flex DPS on the other side. China won't go into the Vendetta in a match here as we head into Village. Shrine.
Very passive so far. Jaeger very likely wants to play a little bit faster. We will.
Okay. Ooh, Texel with an opener. I was watching ICAP. These are going to hit that shot. It's really Texel I should be keeping an eye on, but good bubble revenge. Turbo Smooth found one. Texel eventually does fall. Jaeger will grab first gap here.
It will. First gap, as we said time and time again, so important here. So Jaeger off on the right foot the first time here in Nepal. Considering how close the previous 2 points have been, this has to make you a little bit worried for areas. It has to make you get kind of shifty around the knees. As not only can MB shoot you as you walk up, then Turbo Smooth is the pick of the list when it comes to these Death engages.
Go. Woo! The two tennis are just going face to face, sword to sword here. Turbo Smooth wins that out with a beautiful cutting edge. Man, this fight is just all over the map. My goodness.
Jaeger the one's in the lead still, and I think Arias are going to begin to back. I said a lie. Hitori keeps swinging. She thinks it's the winnable, and hey, it might be.
Running into Turbo Smooth Vendetta could be problematic. Forced out. Hitori moves back up onto the point. Eats an overhead. Ooh, nice block. Denies most of the 130 damage in the second overhead. VHD, bit force off the elephant side. Okay, I like this push. Area swing all the way around from the indoor mega towards the elephant. And the big loop around allows them to get a couple of kills, but this Consuming Rush response, well, it wasn't enough to finish the fight. Jaeger won that out despite the ult investment from the other side.
Yeah, I'd like the idea to hard push somebody on an angle, but unfortunately they go so far that Jaeger can easily turn them, easily find positive resources. Even though they get the kill they need, then there's still 4 people shooting them in the back. And now 90%, almost 100 to 0 here. Arias need a miracle.
Once the first team has it so close. Oh, and Pingo just gets flat. Turbo Smooth comes up with toes. Santi with the grab into the fight. And this is all Jaeger here on Shrine. They will take Nepal in the opening map in your grand finals.
We've spent a lot of time telling you how good Turbo Smooth is. A lot of time discussing if he really is the best Vendetta in EMEA, even maybe in FACEIT Master Division across regions. Listen, I'm not an expert in the game, but we're seeing a performance here. We're seeing something for the history books.
This ends now.
I mean, I'm convinced. One map in, I'm convinced.
Alpha, same.
We'll see. You know what? If Turbo Smooth is able to carry this to a championship, you know what? That would certainly do it. That would certainly crown them the absolute best Vendetta in EMEA at the very least. What an explosive opening map. I was taken back just how, you know, I talked about the deaths were almost dead, even if not exactly dead, even after round 1. Looked like a great clap back from Arias in round 2, but it was still a very close map there on Village. God, Shrine? That would be 100 to 0. Jaeger just sped ran that third round.
What I'm saying is they get first cap, suddenly things look a hell of a lot more biased in favor of one side. Jaeger, right now, do look like the stronger team overall, but ICAV just always make us wonder. A couple of these Soul clips are just, I mean, that last shot to Growlithe, disgusting.
How do you even know? Like, just eyes in the back of the head. Like, Growlithe is right there at my 4 o'clock. I'm just gonna blink, headshot.
I guess a really good headset, man. I don't know.
The spider sense.
And that plays echolocation.
Right? Come on, ICAV is a mutant, confirmed?
Maybe. Oh, well played though, but still, if you're Arias, it's not the end of the world. This was DPS Protect coming through from Jaeger. That was the Bastion. You know, you've got first ban, you can just remove Turbo Smooth's bread and butter. See what happens when you go on to another point, onto another map, maybe without the Vendetta this time. I've got to say, that makes your odds of success sound pretty good. And it's not like Jaeger are a team, I said this before, who haven't been challenged. You know, they've gone to fight before, and that headshot. I mean, the absolute bravery to need to peek into a Sundering Blade knowing full well it's going to one-shot if you've missed by that even a second. I don't know. I'm an ICAP fan.
I'm an ICAP fan. You can count me in on that one. Are you an ICAP fan out there? You should be. If you're not, just keep watching. You will be.
Best way of describing it. But no, I mean, again, we've had close wins against, for example, Starbits from Jaeger in the regular season, more besides. Right. And so Arius need to make sure they're not deifying their opponents in any way. Yes, their opponents took map 1. Yes, they took Shrine in pretty dominant fashion. But you need to make sure that you're treating them as any other opponents. You need to know that you can beat them. Jesper Swag said to me yesterday that he felt he could. That he felt their team, if he were to beat, were the best in EMEA.
Yeah.
And that's time to show it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing to talk. Talk is cheap. You got to prove it. It is actions that matter. Right now, it is Jaeger who have activated the 1-0 lead after that first map. But you know what? That was their map pick. They got first map pick coming through winner's bracket, as well as opening band. So, you know, it was a powerful position for Jaeger to be in for map 1. We'll see how Arius responds here going into map 2. Do they choose to just immediately go for that Vendetta ban? Other than keep in mind here, friends, this is a first to 4. There's a lot of Overwatch to play here. So, you know, maybe if you spin the Vendetta ban too early, it could come back to bite you.
At the end of the day, map win's a map win. You spend it as long as you convert it, you're happy. And considering, you know, we're way past the days of, you know, needing to be at a certain time to pick a certain map type. As long as you convert the map, I figure second map's as good as any. Again, it's what we spoke about earlier, right? You're not enforced onto control anymore, so it feels like first ban, you deal with control, second ban, you're first or second, and you've got the pick of the litter. So I wouldn't mind seeing it here at all, but maybe Arius have different ideas.
But it depends on, you know, you want to try to min-max value that, you know, of what kind of game type does Vendetta get the most value? Okay, so let's go there and try to remove the Vendetta and not allow, you know, that hero to come back and haunt us later on, you know, as opposed to, you know, just throwing it willy-nilly out there. It's going to be Shambali pick. We'll see. We'll see if we get the Vendetta ban right out of the gate here. What choices we have. We know what to expect. We're not expecting any deviation from Jaeger unless they are forced to.
There's no reason to most of the time, unless that you ban like a pivotal part of their composition, a Zarya or a Vendetta. Most commonly, then they're going to keep playing the same thing. With Soj ban, NB will often head towards the Freya, the Ashe, if he can at all swing it. Generally no cast, but that's not to say it never happens. But at the end of the day, right, the comps to play is the same. Whereas with Arius, as we have been seeing a little bit more experimentation, right? Having multiple tanks they rotate in, having the difference between China and just for swag, when you want the Vendetta or the Venture respectively. And they still have the option for Tracer comes as well if they do feel like they want to. Hasn't materialized just yet, and it's pretty standard bans here. Arius ban the Vendetta, Jaeger bans the Zarya, so it's target banning each other's best heroes, right? Lars and Turbo Smooth.
Yeah, and these were the exact bans we actually saw in the first map when these two met in regular season. That was a Jaeger victory, but it was a Jaeger 3-2, yet another map 5. So super, super close. Both of these heroes were in fact banned out in that opening map in Nepal, and Shambali Monastery was not played whatsoever in that series. So an interesting deviation we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think it's the more things change, the more things stay the same at the end of the day. There's always a bit of a variation, but when the bans are this good, you might as well just, you know, try and sweep each other's legs out from under you. Try and take care of your enemy's best hero and worry about the specifics of it later on. Obviously, there's a chance for another Zarya ban to come through from, for example, Arius, if they do want to continue to play Hitori on that hazard. You know, make it so Turbo doesn't have the same amount of resources, because it is often where Jaeger struggle a little bit more when Turbo can't get, you know, cleanse, double bubble, full pocket.
Great.
But not something we've seen just yet, at least.
It was an Arius map win last time these two were banned out as well. So banning out the Vendetta did work actually in Arius's favor, as I was kind of looking back on that previous series. This would be a heck of an interruption. I mean, that's Jaeger have, if we're going back and looking, Jaeger have won 12 in a row, counting now counting into playoffs. 13 wins in a row here for the squad that finished Season 6 at 6-9, for a squad that's never even made it to playoff, for a squad that's never even put up 13 wins in Master Division. They've gone 13 without dropping a series here in this season.
The mind boggles, to be honest. That's
Such a turnaround, man. It's such a turnaround.
I mean, like, under one meta, I guess it kind of makes sense, but it's so common to have an off day. Maybe somebody's not there. Maybe somebody's got bad internet. I mean, for example, with Jaeger, often Envy can have connection problems. Condi was there to fill the gap when he's not there, but when he is, I mean, we're seeing it with our own eyes. Great performance. But just the consistency, really. Especially if you're not putting in a stupid amount of time, as these players are, then it can be very easy to slip up. But I think that raw amount of practice really does end up going in your favor. I think one of the things about Overwatch is that because it's such a difficult game, because it's so complex, if you're the better team, you'll know all the reasons why you're the better team. You'll be able to exploit it. But it also means your opponents can study you and try and take that away from you. So everybody's always studying, everyone's always learning. Does mean that I think sometimes the stronger teams are able to win a bit more while we have so many 3-0s, but it also means that it's never permanent because that amount of effort is simply inhuman.
Right. Yeah, we will always get a swap. You know, we joke about nothing ever changes. But, you know, Jaeger are kind of bucking. I hear to prove that wrong with this season in particular. And you know, like you said, is that one trick kind of scenario, does that make them vulnerable to strategies, to areas kind of being able to pick them apart? I don't know. We'll see if things go forward. I mean, honestly, if like Vendetta stays this strong, you know, consistently throughout Overwatch, as we've seen, like, you know, Sojourn remain just an extremely powerful character, with Vendetta being the only melee DPS, I could see her sticking around in the meta for quite some time, despite, you know, new heroes being added and adjustments to balance and all of that. Meaning, Turbo Smooth might just have a lot of job security here, both on Jaeger and maybe in the future in general. You know, I mean, if having a super strong Vendetta becomes very important to OWCS teams, maybe Turbo's getting that call here in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, Turbo Smooth stocks would go significantly higher through that, but I'd imagine that Vendetta rather will be getting a pretty significant nerf. I know, at least in my ranked games, like kind of Masters level EMEA, it's basically a perma ban, right? It's more rare than not, then you can actually play the hero. And so if I were the developers, I'd probably be taking a look at exactly why the hero just isn't allowed all that much. And when we look at our organized play games as well, her pick rate, I mean, ginormous, right? Only really matched by, again, the backliners, Sojourn.
And it's definitely very meta. You don't see much deviation unless the Vendetta is banned. But also, I mean, we have kind of introduced a class of hero that is so unique, that playstyle is so unique. We've only seen one other hero in the history of Overwatch, and that's DPS Doom. You know, that kind of has a similar, needs to close the gap, needs to play melee, needs to get in your face. Such an original addition. It's made Turbo Smooth quite the standout. It's certainly, I mean, I don't know, arguably the best Vendetta in all of FACEIT League, as we've talked about.
Again, you see performances like that, and I think it's very hard to argue. This time, won't be able to contest that title once more, as it is banned out. But Shambali Monastery, after a bit of gap time, we'll be heading into shortly. As far as I'm aware, all's good here in the FACEIT Hood, and so we'll be able to get into it. Last time, didn't have much of a chance to explore the map. Arius slapped down by Mu3.
Yeah, we only saw point A. Yeah.
This time, picking into it again. I've got to say, it shows confidence in your decision-making, in your coaching, but will it be a repeat? Or will they be able to finally strut their stuff on main broadcast here and actually show what they had in mind?
I will say it's also showing some adaptation. Like I mentioned, this was not a map that Arius picked when these two played in regular season. This isn't a map we saw at all in that 5-map series. So we are seeing adaptations from Arius as the season has gone on, as they've decided to kind of lean away from the meta comp more and more. Now, I don't expect them to lean away from it that much. They're attacking. They're going to change all that. But, you know, with the bans coming through, we are going to get a Diva and a Genji here from Jaeger.
Interesting. Turbo has been known to play the Genji, is effective at it. Does have cycles available, but it's going to feel a bit awkward. Santi on the Diva is interesting as well. She can stall carts and play for decent shooting. Diva Mirror, not what you expect to see here in 26. 5 orb. Again, no connections.
You're gonna go for everybody's trying it now, so nobody's gonna peek it anymore. I guess it's just to prevent you from being able to, you know, maybe peek the tank and get early poke damage onto the tank, so it does prevent that out of your hit scan. Left side approach out of Arius. Haven't quite forced a high ground rotation from the Jaeger just yet. They still have 2 or 3 players in that powerful spot. Looks like Lars now pushing upstairs side. See if they can clear off that area.
HP, gotta land that Barrow. Need to go straight back in. Santi dropping is awkward. Jesper, though, even more better.
Santi able to chase down that kill. Turbo Smooth dashes through the alley to pick up a couple more. Climbs over the wall. 5 ICAP with a beautiful headshot. And we're gonna get another one. Turbo Smooth with 3 on the board.
I think it might just be that Turbo Smooth's leveled up from previous seasons, right? I mean, it's not just the Vendetta he's doing on. This Genji gameplay so far looks very well practiced, very clean indeed. And so as Arius grabs the plate for the second time, they've already probably got shades of that lower final flashing through their minds.
Oh, Jaeger just fights Texel immediately right out of the gate. You're left with just Weong healing, not enough. So Arius kind of have to slow their roll. They can't even really push stair side to try to set up for this next fight.
Indeed, close to Blade is Jaeger. Everything else a little bit further off. Arius have nothing really to speak of, but you could slow play for support, try and brawl out off the objective. Or not. ICAP picked again. Nobody feels they can even take a full 5v5.
And nobody seems like they can even leave the spot. It has just been such a suffocating hold here from Jaeger so far. We're 2 minutes already gone. And Lars is just scrambling to find a safe place to sit. Just like we'll make a swap. We're going to the Echo. See if that change will be the difference maker. But you'll also have support ults already. Tidal Blast alone in from Pingu onto Jesper Swag. Jumps in. Does look like he got the stun. Hard to tell. Turbo Smooth. Ooh, Blade traded immediately. All these trades will favor Arius as they're fighting to get out of the spawn doors.
They finally allowed it. They get some late kills as well onto NB. Carl gets some decent progress to boot, so they'll be able to get it to within 1 fight here on point A. So success, but very late in. Their opponents still have the kits, they still have the clock, so you're by no means comfortable. Still, that Blade attempt from Turbo was it was bold, right? Waited maybe a bit too long for it, and so instead it's ICAP who shuts him down. If ICAP doesn't land that rail, though, you're probably still in spawn, to be honest. You know, Turbo's now onto the Tracer. Mostly for the 1v1 into Jesper's bag. Tracer the Echo, so nice.
Gets to the spot, so the OC out of NBHD. Growler's actually invested as well. Pingu immediately dead. 5v4, the defense tries to push down to the low ground. Arius has to answer with Jesper Swag. Uh-oh! Confined to the outside of the point. You're gone.
Yeah. Takes a reset the long way. But yeah, you use more ultimates, you win the fight. It pretty much is as simple as that. The OC and the lane, pretty high investment, however. And so Arius now have a significant advantage heading into overtime. They can maybe even just wait for timer to go down and then just start investing. Deep bomb, dupe onto the enemy Sojourn, or an early clock.
It's going to be a real talk from ICAP first. Ooh, that was a aggressive slide in from NBHD. ICAP rotates around with just chase NBHD down. Jesper Swag alongside them will pick up 2. So even with minimal ult investment, Jesper is able to come in here and just start killing everybody. Jesper is going to get 3 in this fight. Should be a point on the board here from Arius.
Yeah, Texel gets 1. Sansi DMAX. NB attempts to run, won't succeed. And it is Jesper who eventually comes alive here after about 4 minutes in our grand final. And 4-5 kills taken from him. Humongous from the Echo. Jaeger forced back onto second point, and something we're seeing for the first time today here. Arius still heavy auto advantage. Jaeger have to build something around a Tidal Blast, like with Smooth, I'd wager.
So we'll open up with the duplicate. Okay. Denied an interesting approach there from Santi, who was trying to play over the wall, but looks like that dude will get kind of stuck. All right, we're going to Poco Bomb, throw it in the back line. All of this is just allowed Arius to kind of push up through the chicane before this real fight breaks out in the open. Lars, there's a lot of damage trying to push out into that open space, and you're going to have to use the Suzu here if you're Arius to try to stay alive. But ICAP finds first one. Tidal Blast from Turbo Smooth does respond to ICAP. We'll find the answer. 3v4 with Arius the player advantage, and the Kitsune Rush now in play. Lars D-Max, but has a self-destruct. Trying to get that extra 700 HP back. Just Swag barely gets a kill on the KO before the healing comes through.
23 players even escape. It doesn't seem like it. As Chess Swag pushes deeper, maybe too deep. Santi able to extricate herself, but no more than that. You're still down 1. Do you even contest here?
I think they will, absolutely. That's why we're seeing Santi kind of hide there by Mega. They do push out. They do have the self-destruct here for a little bit of extra help. Pingu throws in a Tidal Blast onto Lars, who's just going to run KO all the way back to point C. Ooh, back-to-back shots from Envy, though. A nice two-piece. Stops Arius in their tracks with less than a minute remaining.
Obviously, great shots from Envy, great stall from Santi, but I think a big mistake here was actually Lars. Goes so deep in the backline, chasing Kale. We're not able to actually find that final blow. That's a lot of tank uptime you're losing. Not only is it damage, but right protection of the meat shield, essentially, as well as that matrix. And so I think that's made it so much harder for Arius here. Now down to 30 seconds once more. You've got clock, you're close to. You don't have the luxury of a second chance.
Fortunately for Arius, you're running into the Kitsune Rush. Makes it all the way up and around. This is an awkward place to try to rush. You're running everybody up the same choke to get hit by the same ultimate. OC popped on this wide flank. Kitsune Rush is thrown right over the open here. Disrespect is down, but ICAP responds with a nice shot to find Turbo Smooth as we hit the OT. It's a player advantage here for Arius. And you do have, it's Lars anchoring onto the cart. ICAP slides in, a little bit of help from Texall. They're going to catch Kale. They're all the way in the backline before they can get their ultimate online. Nice focus from Arius to find the isolated member of this defense. And VHD run out with no health, has to try to escape to the Mega. And this should just be enough to force Jaeger off the point. Santi's holding on here. Beautiful job from the supports out of Jaeger to keep Santi into this fight as long as they have. A volley of stickies, and we'll take them out of Magus. The self-destruct finds the pilot. Suzu and Regenerative Wave try to keep the Jaeger defense staying afloat despite a lack of tank, but Arius will eventually add another 90 seconds to the board.
I think Kyle going down here at first, such an important kill. You don't have that Tidal Blast. Use the take turn of the fight. You could have used the stable stance to use it for even deep pressure onto Pingu, onto Texel. Instead, should have respawn timer the entire battle. And so Arius are able to take it. The third point now, you mentioned another 90 seconds. That's going to quickly whittle down. They still have good tools. Jess back with that duplicate, the one I'm watching out for.
Oh, it's an aggressive play here out of the defense. Pingu actually got stunned, but saved themselves with their own Tidal Blast. So a net neutral after both of those ult investments. Kitsune and played here from Texall. Lars goes in so deep. You've already been punished for this mistake once before. But look at this, it's opponent's Kitsu! Just for swag with a big brain move. Gets an extra Kitsune rush into the fight. You do lose the dupe, but you're able to layer that into some space. And the HD wants that space back. Overclock, lands a shot on Just for Swag, Grawls with the finish. Arius turned the corner with 30 seconds left. They don't want this fight. They're going to wait till their fifth to get back.
They don't know they don't have good enough chances. Their opponent has closer spawns and better sight lenses. No reason to keep fighting when you don't have a way of actually winning. They wait for their spawns, but it allows them to get Kitsu engaged on.
Oh no, and Jaeger continued to just press the vice down and on top of Arius with 5 seconds left. Jesper Swag has to burrow and drill dash just to try to make it back to the point. We will get the overtime. Yellow bar is going. Turbo Smooth is already out of fight. The ICAV OC in play. And the HD drops into a dangerous position to try to secure this kill. ICAV dances around the corner, survives. The jump doesn't make it. Oh, but Envy does eventually chase you down. Meanwhile, back on the point, Pingu's able to find a kill with the Tidal Blast out. Jesper Swag is going to get the D-Mech. Arius has done this. The play from ICAV draws NBHD off of the point enough. The Texall Kitsu is the exclamation point to get the 3 points on the board.
It weren't comfortable, but it worked. 3 points taken here on Shambali Monastery. Not a millisecond of time, however, to Arius' name. Take a gander at these stats, and it is Lars who's doing the most. You'd imagine not, right? This is the Zarban map. This is when you want him to not be finding that amount of value, but 16-1. Just ridiculous. Enemy still finding plenty of damage, but also plating the server in terms of death. Something you'll see quite a bit with him. 10-7. 10k damage to boot. So aggro with that Soj. Sometimes to his benefit, sometimes to his detriment. The last fight, obviously, he gets his one. He gets ICAV, and he's set up in a strong angle, but his team simply doesn't do enough. So there, works for him.
Another big
Also
standout from those
first
stats. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was just going to say another big standout in those stats was Texal's 20 assists. Like just the volume of assists compared to the number of elims, right? When you have so much more assists out of one of your supports like that. I mean, Texal was just involved in like every single play.
I think Texal's played a fantastic couple of games so far. Hopefully this level of performance continues, because we very rarely had to say his name except for strong performances, right? Look, he's getting first picks consistently. He's playing his life. No, everybody's getting cleansed, getting care when they need. Taps at the spawn peak. This time it's Turbo and the Widowmaker. Nobody's going to give it any respect. Turbo straight over to the Echo once more.
And then, of course, with the Vendetta banned out here by Ilios in this map, too. And so the Turbo Smooth Echo, well, not quite as impactful here in the opening team fight as we might have seen at the Vendetta. Santi's going to get demeched as well, and so far so good for the Ares defense.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, your spawns are close. Your Echo's back pretty fast, but it's just not the image you want starting out your attack here. I mean, Jet's perspective just waiting for the cart to roll up, but until then, he has no reason to peek. Swings out when it gets them, contests the objective, gets some damage into the boot. They know that they have to shift him before anything can actually happen, and so just an additional threat for Jaeger to deal with.
Jaeger sending 2 players along to the far side, including this Turbo Smooth wide rotation. Coming up from the opposite side, the defense is probably looking to see threats come in from that high ground. This is going to force ICAV and Lars to kind of move in, clear out that house. And Jaeger created an awkward situation here. Wonder where Pingu kind of got stuck on that high ground and did not get the memo to vacate.
Yeah, Lars out of net. I imagine that's going to be nothing more said for Arius. It just gets his one. Why not? It feels like he's always good for a trade. But it's kind of off the back of Envy getting that kill onto Pingu, right? Who just disrespects the Sojourn. Because can't peek, misses the orb to boot, and Instinct gets sent back to the spawn room for it. Now, a significantly higher time bank going up to this corner, and at least Jaeger might be able to do even better in Arius, but there's still plenty more map left to play.
First things first, you got to get this cap. Drop still right down here on point A. Just like an ICAV low, but they're going to get, let's say, I think Pingu just completely whipped on that rejuvenating wave. And this defense is still looking a little low on health bars. NBHD is now going to pop the overclock. Swings around the corner. Ooh, one shot lands through ICAV. Tidal Blast on the Lars to try to counterpunch. NBHD receives the same treatment and he's able to survive. Morales will find first pick here. Lars runs down to the Mega. Meanwhile, Turbo Smooth has got direct access into your backline with a duplicate onto the Venture. Lands the volley of stickies and the focusing bait to take Pingu out of the fight. But Turbo Smooth overextends in that endeavor. The defense from area steps up to hold the corner, and ICAV is entrenched.
Dude, Lars is really trying it. This is aggressive. It recognizes the Matrix is definite. And NB is cut. Not a permanent resource, and therefore he can't stay there forever. And because of that, now Arius, a minute now on the clock. Defender sidelines, good ultimates. They can make this hold happen.
Just flagged and ICAV taking some early damage with aggressive positioning. You don't want to stay there, but the OC in play. And a great opening pick. So Turbo Smooth down. Oh, ICAV actually does overstay their welcome on that far side. But it is a bit of 3-for-1 trade. Arius winning out another defense stabilized with 45 seconds remaining.
You know, Santi there just going for a reset, jumping off the map, so she respawns with her team. Jaeger know that when they're getting down on time like this, they can't afford anybody to come late. They need every individual second. But Jasper Swag looks to take it away from them with a flanking tectonic shock. Sitting in wait. It's been red. Turbo Smooth actually is able to sniff out Jasper Swag on the flank. Here we go. We saw the tectonic shock right behind the point. Kitsu in play though, and Jaeger are able to push up, pass around the corner, taking minimal damage from the backline ultimate. Kale comes up with 2 final blows. Lars is just at no man's land. Then Jaeger will extend their time here on Shambali Monastery. Yeah, happy with it. But still, there's a lot of map left to play. 2.5 minutes, not a lot to play it, right? And the boot you have to spend for that, considering Rush especially has to hurt. So the early clock would be nice to have. You're not going to charge into it for another second, though, with Jasper Swag just absolutely ruins NB.
And that was an important kill because Lars is not in this fight, so finding that pick onto NB gives Arius an opportunity here and a little motivation to fight for this window, fight for this corner. Oh my god! Jesper Swag, that is aggressive. Whoa, buddy. Whoa!
But he knows he can get away with it, right?
He's not getting away with it. There's no shot he gets away with that. Oh my god! And you get KO with that? Of course he does! Oh my, hashtag Swag Nation. That was ridiculous.
It got swagged on. Nothing more to say about it. I mean, the strength of Venture above basically aerial flex CPS is that they just live. They'll just live time and time again. And so because of that, able to get away with stuff you can't do with any other hero other than maybe Genji with resets. Humongous value found. Jaeger knocked down to 2 fights, maybe. They've got all for it. And then again, so do Arius.
Texol just immediately responds, gets a Kitsune Rush into play. The moment Jaeger tries to engage, the moment you see Turbo Smooth hit that window, Arius hits the go button. Now, they aren't able to find any pixels. A good disengage. MBHD slides backwards with this overclock. Settles for some shots onto the tank. Less than ideal, but still a little bit of value, I suppose, from the ultimate. Ends up being kind of a net neutral as Jaeger approached this corner. Jesper Swag has been forced out, but 97% towards that takes a shot. Could be a difference maker. Goes down before they're able to get the ultimate in. Turbo Smooth pulls out the blade. Slices through. Texol has the remaining 3 members. Caught outside, but it was a bait. ICAV gets the kill, but you right into the disruptor shot. ICAV is given another lease on life to this area's defense as both resources have been whittled down.
Yeah, it takes a second there, but Jaeger able to get the cart rolling once more. You've got double support, so your opponents can't match you in a strong enough position, but again, no room for second chances, no room for mistakes. The overtime wick beckons.
Up the precipice of OT, Tectonic Shock defended by a Kale Sound Barrier. Kale eventually goes down as the overclock from ICAV is now in place. Double DPS ult versus double support ult. Actually, Growls will never get a chance to invest. With overtime now burning, Turbo Smooth is killed late in the fight, and Arius just ended right there and then. Not much fanfare on the end of the Shambali Monastery. It was a dominant defense out of Arius to tie up your grand finals.
Much better than what we saw earlier. They look like a team picking Shambali as their first map pick of the series, right? They look like they're in control. They look like they're in the driver's seat because of that weird side 1-on-1. Remember, folks, this is the best of 7, so we might be here for a little while. The teams insist on trading takes like this. NB, please hit a clip after that game, but it was somewhat a sordid attack from Jaeger, constantly getting disrupted. Jesper Swag, more than a stone in their shoe. He was a rock that tripped them up time and time and time again.
Like a nail in the shoe. Like that, they were just limping. Because of Jesper Swag, it felt like Jaeger were just kind of limping into these fights, never quite on both legs, never quite got their feet beneath them.
I mean, I guess at least some service highlights here, but I think at least me and you, Jeff, here at the FACEIT broadcast team, we are most definitely Swag Nation. This guy is so powerful. I mean, you see it here on the Echo of all heroes. Not something I instantly think of him for, but he's still finding humongous value time and time again. Ridiculous.
And as accurate and impressive as NVHD is in the Sojourn, it was not enough on this map. The Jesper Swag stall on the Venture, the jump, the one that stall was the aggressive maneuver. This one, like look at this, just surrounded. You've burned both cooldowns and you're in the middle of the enemy backline, surrounded, and you still get up here and get the kill. You get it's not even a trade. You don't even trade yourself. You live. That is not supposed to happen, friends. That is unreal.
It is exceedingly stupid, but you'll absolutely take it if you're Jesper Swag, if you're Arius, because you're the only ones doing it. Everybody's got access to the same heroes. It's not like there's any secrets you don't have access. You could just pick a hero, you could just play Venture, and you can just win, apparently, because that's kind of what it seems like, right? There's one team playing Venture, there's one team now, momentum on their side in our grand finals.
I told you, if you're not a fan of some of these players, you will be by the end of this series, right? It's I think that's true for both sides. What an exciting opening couple of maps. And we're tied 1 apiece. This is going to be a Jaeger map pick. Obviously, you've got Runosapi showing at the bottom of your screen. What are your thoughts here by the meta team? They want to play the Zarya Detta, picking Runosapi. What do you think? Is this good for Jaeger here for map 3?
I think it's fine for them, especially now there's no Zarban available for them. Again, it's good silence for your Soj. ICAV, who wants to keep plugging away at the Cass, might struggle slightly, like we discussed before. And especially the Cass into the Zarya. You're not finding the same value that you are versus the Wrecking Ball, right? You don't have that flash as an option. Tank damage is nice to have, but the tank can also damage you quite a bit more, right? You have to play inside your effective range. That's a hell of a lot closer to the particle cannons. So I think this is a good ban. I think this is a good map pick, but it depends, obviously, on exactly what teams are thinking with the vetoes.
Well, you got the Vendettas already been taken out. We could see, honestly, I think if I'm Arius here, okay. It's actually the has ban. That's exactly what I was thinking. They read my mind, Spec. I love this. I love this back and forth. So, what I was thinking is you're Arius, you ban out the Zarya and just put Katorian to play the has. Jaeger's not giving them that option. It's a very smart ban from Jaeger, who had first ban here, to ban the Hitori Hazard and force Arius to keep Lars in for this map 3.
Yeah, I think Haz is very strong here, especially for your ability to control cliffside on first fight and access the higher ground once you've got those forward spawns. So I think forcing the Zarya mirror, forcing the frontline trade is very valid. And again, the Zarya gives you so much ability to enable your Vendetta. Venture can take bubbles as well, but the hero just doesn't get the same amount of oomph from it, right? So to speak. Right. You know, the Bastion ban as well from Arius, they think it's annoying, and they banning second. They don't have any really strong options they want to hit, so that's why we see that. It's basically one ban in the lobby right now.
There was the time when I was calling this the Blender comp, where we could see a double flex DPS look alongside the Zarya. So it wasn't just we've settled into the Zarya Vendetta Sojourn, but especially in the first few weeks of the Vendetta's introduction, we were getting a lot of the Zarya Vendetta Bastion. That was actually a composition that we were seeing that I was calling Blender because it was just so much stupid amount of damage. And teams just ended up kind of running in circles around each other until everything turned into puree. Like, that was just the way the team fights went. So this might feel a little unusual, but the Bastion was actually a prevalent part of this meta at the very beginning and could still kind of make a surprise appearance. So I think teams they just don't want any surprises.
Absolutely. I think the thing with Bastion is that while he's a very strong hero individually, right, and received some nerfs midway through the season, the real reason, in my opinion, that teams don't really play Bastion is because he's kind of a skill check hero, right? If teams aren't able to kite, is to avoid the turret form, then they all die, obviously. He does a bajillion damage, so does the Zarya, so does the Vendetta for terrible time of things. But really coordinated teams, especially playing with a Lucio, are able to basically duck behind cover anytime that button's pressed. And so the Bastion shoots a whole lot of nothing for the 6 seconds you're in for. And then your opponent's walk back on you. Bastion, outside of turret form, isn't all that intimidating. Big hitbox, no escape cooldown, no big burst of damage. And, yeah, exactly. And so strong teams like Jaeger, like Arius, can simply outplay.
And that, I mean, the Bastion turns into your biggest strength with wheels down to the biggest vulnerability when you don't have that assault configuration. So, yeah, I just agree. It is very much a skill check hero. And one where you could kind of cycle cooldowns was kind of the original thinking with the double flex DPS and using that comp, but the Soj has proved more effective, particularly in Runasapi. We're going to see, you know, the fight for the long streets up and down the hill, the fight from windows in the courtyard. I wasn't anticipating a change. This does kind of feel like, hey, it's a 7-map series. Arius are going to have to use 7 bans. Theoretically, if this goes the distance, we'll just throw the Bastion ban out here. I don't think there's really any more overthinking than that.
Yeah, I mean, by the time if we do get to these like really late maps, like map 6 or you know the final,
right.
I think it gets to the point where you have nothing to ban, and you're kind of like, they might.
That's when the Mercy bans start coming through, you know,
Mercy or Zenyatta. We don't want to get 5 orbs or ban the Zen. We don't want to get like a spawn shot on like Icon or
right. You ban the Hanzo
Widow.
just to prevent a spawn recon arrow.
Yeah,
like that's literally it. You know?
You're trying to invent value before, and we're not getting on in esports. It's not happening.
That is, I mean, your cope on trying to find value. You know, we're just gonna create it out of thin air. I swear. Let's see. We are gonna have China coming in for map 3. We do have a slight change in lineup, so it seems. Lars will stay in as anticipated with the Hazard being banned out.
Yeah, that's kind of what we expected. China comes in anytime it's a Deta map. This is a Deta map because, again, The venture scaling just gets weird. You have to either take very long flanks or just use your abilities through open space, which leaves you a vulnerable target for any pressure. Whereas then Vendetta, she just has like stupidly long range, to be honest. There's no better way of describing it, right? Your ability to chase people with both your sword throw and your dash. I mean, you can chase people across the map, essentially. Anything is within your threat range.
Yeah.
And so it's just much easier to play on slightly wider sight than like this.
Especially over to Sapi where you can go over rooftops.
Absolutely.
Will you stop showing me pictures of food, Prod? That's just mean.
But I'm hungry as well.
That's just mean.
As soon as this broadcast is over, I am instantly running down and grabbing my fast food of choice. The casting is it's tiring work, you know.
It does take it out of you. It does require some energy. I think it's easy to underestimate. Hey, y'all remember to hydrate out there, friends. Make sure you've got some snacks, some hydration. It's important. Oh, I want a cute little heart-shaped llama. I want a little heart llama. Yes. Can we just sell these, please? Can I buy? I can has.
The technology is available. The technology is around. So all I'm saying is never say never.
All right, Jaeger going back into their. Well, we're just gonna get. Yeah, I must say we're gonna get mirrored comms except for that hit scan.
Indeed. Oh.
Ruh-roh. I'm kind of surprised you would take the Cass into this matchup. You know, we talked about the strengths of the Sojourn here, and I mean, from my understanding and talking to, like coaches and people with bigger Overwatch brains than me, the Sojourn is very much preferred on Runa Sapi in particular.
That is my understanding as well. I understand ICAV wants to play this, but I think the main problem with Cassidy in current meta is mostly that he really struggles with Vendetta, right? Flashbang isn't enough of a threat to stop the Vendetta from jumping on your head, especially with Bubble. And you don't have an escape ability to not be there, right, with a Soj, especially with you needing to play forward.
Yeah, it's hard to time the roll to try to, like, negate the damage of the overhead swing. Like, it just doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of lose value with your one escape cooldown. It doesn't really work against the Vendetta.
Yes. This should be a very short pause. We should be going back in just a second or two. But it does give us some time to discuss the ins and outs of the different hit scan choices, because I feel like hit scan as a role is a bit more personal preference than some of the others, right? Like, you can play Cass and Winston comp if you really want, whereas you're not ever playing Winston in a poke comp.
Valid. There are certain limitations. Vulnerability is the big one, right? Vulnerability is certainly the big one, which is why we've seen Soj. For those who've been paying attention the past couple of years, it has been very Tracer, Sojourn prominent. It's because they are so versatile and their maneuverabilities give them a lot of outs. Unfortunately, NBHD just got completely caught flat-footed, caught with their pants down, asleep, whatever metaphor you want. They're watching a respawn timer right now.
Yeah, unfortunate from MB. China's able to get stuck in on that data early on. First fight in favor of Aries very, very quickly. Maybe he's lulled into a bit of a nap by that pause. Either way, Jaeger will at least be able to get back to the fight pretty fast. They got Lucius B, they all died together. And so it's no humongous problem for them. These silence as well, especially strong for your Sojourn. And when ICAV's on cast, he'll take that.
China's pushing through the store right now. Okay, I think both DPS go to secure this as team slowly start looking for control of that inside flank. Yeah, she had a wide swing. Once these angles, knowing there's a cast on the other side, you don't have to worry about a Sojourn shooting down those long sight lines. And this affords China and, affords MHD and Turbo Smooth the opportunity to move inside. But China with a big overhead. Oh, back-to-back overheads. Find both of your supports. And China piling on the damage. It's going to be another fight win from Arius. This is going to be good enough for a 2-minute check mark.
Exactly, a lot overhead onto both supports. First swing as well. I mean, the damage this hero could deal is just sublime. Forward spawns capped without any sort of recontestation. Jaeger firmly in the back foot now. Arius back in the driver's seat after Shambali. Jaeger need a way to take that momentum on their map pick.
over in the gap right now. NBHD is having a battle out with China on the right-hand side of your screen, so they're not able to set up for this overclock. You need to get NBHD involved in this fight. You never will. Look at Kitsune rush down Main Street, and China gets a pair of kills. Adds on another one. Kitsune rush and super fast sword swings are just, like peanut butter and jelly. Match made in heaven.
If I knew what that was, well, I'm too British for that. I'll put it that way. But look, Arius. Sorry. I mean, normally aren't the team who win this mirror that much. Normally we say China's maybe a little bit weaker at this particular hero than Turbo Smooth. That's not what we're seeing here in Runa's Happy whatsoever. He's got triples or doubles, swords. Big damage.
Out. Oh. Yeah, Santi just ate way too much hurt, ends up going down, but the NBHD swing. Okay. We go all the way around here, pick up a pair of kills, make it a third. Beautiful headshot, finds Texal. NBHD trying to single-handedly win this fight out for Jaeger. Slides back to the proper side of the map, proper side of the bot. You've got Lars pinned down behind a cab, just waiting for their bubble to come back and try to disengage. You're not getting out. NBHD adds another one to the feed.
He's definitely made up for that first death he gave over on that first fight now so long ago. Huge multi-frag there. Give Jaeger back control of the point, only using the one ultimate. Now they can go band for band with their opponents, right? Grab for grab, beat for beat. Unmirrored in their Kitsune rush, in fact. Jaeger now have a chance.
They use the Kitsune. Oh, player grab out of Lars, but there's just nobody there to follow up on it. Growls gets the Kitsune into the fight and keeps everybody alive with a beautiful Suzu.
Also, we normally talk about how you can't always down barrier grab. That's how you can, because there's no Zar right clicks just thrown in, chunk through all that HP en masse. China wasn't scaled as well, not able to drop the overheads. And so Jaeger able to spend supports, live the grab. Now it's Jaeger that was threatening for these forward spawns, and with grab and sword, you have a brutal combo available for Arius.
Okay, there's the graviton surge. Oh, wow, what a kill from Lars. Turbo Smooth was dropped, just crushed Arius into diamonds. Oh, but China is here, bails them out, gets 3 after the huge save from Lars.
The last second, you were able to stop the guillotine from falling. Arius maybe rubbing their necks a little bit, but they're still surviving, they're still fighting, they've still got the lead. There's a timer begins to go below the halfway point for this map. That's when it becomes even more so important.
Jaeger did not get that checkpoint either, by the way. So they will still have to wait that out. We're gonna have a bigger push in. Turbo Smooth cuts through one. Nice cutting edge to find Pingu from distance. Jaeger responds here. We're keeping things interesting as we cross the halfway mark in time.
Turbo Smooth right now looking like a Forged in Fire championship winning blades. Just humongous value on the Vendetta. No ults invested. He just walks up and slices them to pieces. This time you will be able to get those forward spawns, surely.
Yes, they do get the unlock. Ooh! Oh, you get that 2-player Deadeye. Jaeger will get the spawns. Oh, Santi and Envy actually kept it interesting. 3v2 favoring Arius at the moment, but ICAV does actually get a couple of great kills here at the end, securing the fight for Arius.
ICAV kills at what, like 4 that fight?
Yeah.
I don't know, it feels like every DPS in the lobby is taking turns, wiping out the opponents, winning teamfight single-handed. This time it's ICAV, humongous Deadeye. Basically wins them the fight. The 6 shooter afterwards confirms it. Arius, get forward spawns taken away, swing the corner. They got that Kitsune rush. They should be looking to use it.
Large kind of stuck in an interesting spot, but here comes Texal with the Kitsune rush, and everybody from Arius is able to regroup. They're going to steal the bot, try to just take it into the courtyard on the back of that Kitsune rush. Successfully doing so they can anchor on this corner. Pingu does fall in the rotation, so no more speed left for Arius. They're just going to have to try to hunker down here. Texal fighting Santi, no shot that works. NBHD is behind the team, so Arius might find themselves sandwiched if they stay here too long. Or ICAV can just hit a 2-piece. Takes NBHD, clears the streets for Arius to continue to march forward.
Yet another hero play from the Arius DPS line. This time, Pingu dives altogether too deep into the mines. But it doesn't matter if his team is performing on this level. Now grab both DPS ults. Jaeger, an uphill battle here, especially with that sound barrier. How do you invest it without just being cut through by the raw damage potential of the Deadeye, without the ability to ignore defense of the blades?
Kind of, didn't quite make it over the barrier. Wanted to get over that barrier. So ends up kind of being a waste. Rialto is going to invest the Kitsu. Jaeger hoping to win this out, but the ICAV Deadeye kills Kale. Oh my god. Oh, there's no way ICAV loses these.
Just keeps happening. Feels like
Over and over.
Yeah, tide's beginning to turn more and more against Jaeger. Team that 3-1-3 in pretty dominant fashion. Team that's been waiting in the wings all day. Arius square up and begin to just toss them aside. Be able to establish on the corner at least, but again, there's this grab to worry about.
You also got to somewhere here and play China from the back line. Puts enormous damage into Kale. Will take the sound barrier out of the fight with some help from Lars. 5v4. Lars turns the corner with Grav in the pocket. Oh, it's actually Santi to invest Grav first. The Pingu sound barrier will save Arius from any follow-up, though. Santi gets their one, but Bot continues to march against Jaeger.
Barricades moving.
Nation's a possibility here, not something you see every day. Something that just shows lots of momentum. The head of steam accrued by Arius. Deadeye, Kitsu, Grav. They don't have to invest any of it here. All they have to do is back out. Because every fight, now, Jaeger has to invest. They have to win. Oh, great Deadeye!
Oh, and a great bubble to protect it. And the HD is cut down through it. And the Cass ICAV, well, yes, it's the wrong way around, but it's too much for Jaeger to handle. You did finally get that grab hit from Lars. And that will be more than enough for Arius to secure this fight. Turbo Smooth does actually trade out 2 huge picks at the end of this. Might save this map for Jaeger.
Still rolling, and there's Doofus there. Santi, is she enough?
2v1, Santi hanging on by a thread. Reinforcements starting to show up. Turbo Smooth comes out of spawn just in the nick of time. And with 60 seconds to go, Jaeger get control of the bot, but what can you do down nearly 100 meters?
Santi not on a Kati fan vibe, so gonna go back over to the Zarya. Jaeger, decent tools. Your opponents will have the same, so blades, roads. 40 seconds to play with. You're allowed one fight win maybe here, or loss rather, maybe here. But that opportunity quickly closing. Perfection needed if they want to go up 2-1.
Broken down in the Kitsu. Texel's going to open up with one of the Gras. Caught up. Sword down from China, but the Sundering will not claim any names. Going into the back line. There's the whirlwind dash and the chase down onto NBHD. Santi was low on health, so is Turbo Smooth. Lars will finish off the former, and Arius have themselves a massive advantage in this final fight here for Ruta Sopi. They started this map off strong. They will finish it here and take a 2-1 lead in your grand finals.
I mean, how close were they finishing the map straight up, you know? Towers tries to touch, it's not happening. But that distance, 143 meters, all you need to understand about this map. Arius able to play the momentum beautifully. Jaeger, couple nice fight wins, but they're simply not able to do the same thing. And I think it was a bit of a DPS differential here, where Arius' DPS, especially ICAV, was able to multi-kill again and again and again. The fact this isn't even the play of the game I thought he'd get shows exactly how strong he's been. But when 80s at a time hits the headshot, converts afterwards. I don't know. ICAV is a powerful individual. That's what I can really say.
I mean, it's looking like the top performer in this grand finals thus far. But you know what? We still have plenty of maps left to play. It's a 2-1 lead here for Arius. It'll be a map 4 pick here for Jaeger. We're going to give them a few minutes to figure out where they want to go. See if they can tie up this grand finals. We'll see you back here on map 4 in just a minute.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Morals! You say that? Ah!
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Man, oh man, ICAV looking absolutely unstoppable. They're on Runasapi as Areas take the 2-1 lead here in your MEA Master Division Season 7 Grand Finals. It is a first to 4, so plenty of time for Jaeger to make some adjustments, but they will have to make them now, otherwise they will be down 3-1. Looking at Suravasa here for this 4th map.
Yeah, you'd really rather keep it even, Stevens, in as far as possible. Obviously not just taking the lead, but going down 3-1 and having to get 3 in a row if you want to get the win, that's not a position you ever want to be in if you are Jaeger. So Sura, they're going to hope goes in their favor. I think a pretty good map for them, all things considered. It's very easy to find Vendetta engages, lots of corners to play with bubbles. Zarya finds a lot of work here. Arius, go for a Soj ban here, taking care of NBHC's best character. That might be powerful, and the Hog ban coming through from Jaeger, pretty clearly just to protect what tank line's still available.
Right, yeah, you do still have the Zarya ban on the table there for Areas. Jaeger did get first ban, so they're absolutely just looking to protect that. If Areas are able to ban out the Zarya and just put Hattori in, it feels like such a massive advantage. Jaeger going to avoid that at all costs.
Indeed. And so they're doing what they can. Rotok,
yeah,
basically has 0% chance of being played in any other map, so they figure they can use this as tank protect without really hurting your own hero pool, or by using a ban that you might think about later on. You know, it might be that Ares decides to make an adaptation to like an Orisa or a Malgus, so you'd rather not ban those out. If they go Hog, you know, things have truly gone topsy-turvy, and that's a problem you absolutely solve when you come to it, right? So, Suravasa, in an attempt from Jaeger to equalize to bring us to parity at 2-2. Arius to get themselves to tournament point. There was this donut in the sky. I don't think I've seen this before in my life. I've probably played this map 300 times.
They use the same things in Colosseo, right? It's one of the same, like...
They do?
Sport donuts in Colosseo. Yeah. Yeah, they're up. It's over the back of Colosseo going towards the... they're going towards the Pantheon.
You could be gaslighting me right now, and I would have no ability to tell if you're lying or not.
What a beautiful map. I do love this map.
It's really good looking. Plays well to boot.
Cav's gonna stick with the Cassidy here. I think it's Pigeon Cam. Where have you been, my pigeons? They got moved here on Suravasa. Anyway, don't distract me with pigeons. Don't.
Told you 76.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yes. Don't be distracted by pigeons. Somebody's locking the legs here.
This is something you see every day. A consistent threat, and it's hard to mark with no standard tracer. See how it works out as so far trying to get the spam down the long sideline, but already realizing any attention means he has the backup. So become much of a non-factors in this fight so far.
Trying to just play from rage, play that maximum distance. Yeah. Good positioning out of Santi and the rest of the squad, though, means Lars never really got up the stairs, was fighting from a disadvantage the whole time, and that cap will kill will give Jaeger first cap.
And that being so far on the left flank does mean your opponents have to go stairway and can't really go for mid-fight rotations. Because if you do, you have to commit. Oh, you're walking forward too forward. Oh, that got a little scary for a second. Engage with the bubble could have ruined his day, but instead he's able to back up to point.
Gets China pushing through from stairs side. There's going to be a bubble onto the soldier, and China's forced back down low. Here comes the rest of Arius in the unusual side entrance approach, giving them options to go either direction. Arius go towards main. Oh, ICAV gets the fan to hammer on to Turbo Smooth. Response is there from apparent Helix. Both teams missing a DPS. China looking to go chase down NBHD. We'll at least run them out of their healing station. There's the speed of the legs.
That's going to be so annoying for China. So close, but not quite. Able to get out at the very least. China low HP. Santi no bubbles, but still high charge. Able to chase and harass China out, but still no kills found until Turbo Smooth. Who else gets involved?
Able to cut through both Lars, Pingu, and China. Turbo Smooth is just going to kill your entire team. We were talking about just, maybe the best Vendetta in FACEIT League has genuinely been a little quiet here today.
Yeah, but he makes his voice heard here. 97% means that Arius cannot touch Jaeger. start strong on their own map pick, even with one of the stranger picks I think we've seen in a hot second. Soldier 76 from MB has been powerful so far, but this might be too deep.
I'm still not convinced we're not lost in the weeds here, but okay. We're going to stick with this soul. I kept Deadeye, buy some space, but it's a huge grab coming in from Sands. Immediately one pick on the board. Lars won't survive that exchange either. And there you go. Lars was just like 2 or 3% behind in the Graviton Surge. Ends up being the difference maker for this first cap.
I feel like because FACEIT League EMEA Master Division has been so close, then more often than not, a lot of these games are coming down so you get your ult, 5-10% all the way earlier than your opponents. This fight, one such example, Jaeger forced to back up. They have to respect the enemy grab because otherwise, Carlos was exploded.
Yeah, but Kale's not able to get the grab down in time. Carlos Smooth is still dead. Pingu finds a quick response. A little bit of a duel, putting Santi low on health, but China is called back with the rest of the team to help finish off the legs. The unusual pick, and the rest of Arius find themselves back in spawn.
They do. So you get your fight conversion off using your grab first. Arius gets this off of spending a little bit more heavily, right? They invest Ekasune Rush to boot. Jaeger didn't do that. So while they give over this point, Jaeger have a strong re-engage here. China has to use that Sundering Blade to zone the Kitsune.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I've got you in my
Does not have the blade up just yet. Backvisor comes in. China trying to keep attack visor. Oh, even with auto aim, the soldier is no comparison for ICAP. China, ICAP competes and gets 4. Just another and another and another hit for ICAP.
Oh, we've said his name so many times today. What more into the hat? Because why the hell not? MB's on Widowmaker. We've seen this before. I haven't always seen it successful, especially not on a map like Surabasa, right? Where China can easily scale you. Okay, he's on Bastion. This is different. This is better. See how the form works out? Forced back by the blade and Deadeye both.
Which means as soon as the assault configuration is done, then the HG just has to kind of wander in and recon. Very vulnerable, not super powerful. You've already down. Turbo Smooth tried to sunder into that, but got taken out of it. A couple of keen shots onto Santi. You're already sub 100 health. Bastion wheels down. Still not enough to punch through this area squad. Arius are going to equalize with a win here on Ruins.
He takes care of his opposite number. But Arius found a lovely flip there, and after that defended so effectively. MB, I think the Soldier wasn't great. I think the Bastion's better than the Soldier. But this is a position where you kind of like to be able to play the Cassidy, right? As an example, the Freya, again, feels like it'd be a little bit more consistent. I spoke about how the Bastion could be a skill check. That time, Arius, don't give the peek.
Jaeger with a significant little advantage just being able to see on the point, but Lars catches Turbo Smooth, trying to overextend. Wheels down, and Jaeger are going to get aggressive to try to answer. This is a grab out of Lars that's going to catch Santi, and that'll be enough. Santi had used their grab in the meantime, but Arius gets way better value. We saw that 15 kill streak here for Lars so far on this map.
Yeah, great grab from Lars there. Deliberately isolating Santi behind a piece of cover so no grab could shoot into one another. Help stable your team, and to boot you got that Graviton Surge there, or the Sound Barrier rather, from Pingu to keep you active. First cap for Arius. You've got the kid too early. Gratis needs to finish off his own, but in the meanwhile, Arius have a window they can punish.
Not a window, that's a Kitsune Rush. I kid. Kitsune Rush is now in play. The Kitsune Rush used on Coast, it does not go to the point, so not a whole lot of value off of that important ultimate. Kale Sound Barrier will give Jaeger first cap. Here comes Arius back in. It's going to be a Deadeye trying to open things up. Gralis throws in the Kitsune. Help hold on to the point. ICAV wins the duel against Turbo Smooth Coast side, but NBHD drops the wheels down, and this time Santi and NBHD combined for a full house. That is Santi over NBHD's.
I charge Zar plus NB in turret form plus Kitsune Rush equals more damage than you can take. Right, Arius obliterated off the point, a late Kitsune from Gratis, all they need. Lead now in favor of Jaeger. And artillery form, time to cut the rotation. Lands good damage onto China. More than that, forces a bubble, forces a cleanse rather, that's good value.
That was Cleanse, Bubble, Whirlwind Strike. That got so many cooldowns out. Oh, Gralis hits a mean headshot. +2. NBHD will win it out from there. And man, just when you think Jaeger might be just falling over, maybe losing their touch a little bit, suddenly they come out with this team fight 2-1 here on Suravasa.
That was masterful. You bleed up resources early from the Bastion, a Bastion mirror. That's how we're starting off 2026 here, folks. Something I thought I'd see, but I'm all here for it. We head towards Gardens, high ground side from Jaeger. Arius swinging the cliff side. But Jaeger instead decides just to flip, try and isolate the backline, isolate China.
No, China is in fact isolated and destroyed. But ICAV stayed a little stubborn. You know, perhaps not as proficient on the limits of that Bastion as NBHD. And this is a swift team fight, almost perfect if it wasn't for Texall getting that last kill.
Yeah, I guess the ego kill just for content, right? But you're not going to be out of the fight for long. Kale can go back a corner or so to taxi, speed you back after the TP comes through. You know your opponent's just going to struggle to walk. You've got better sight lines. You're close to the Bastion. They probably think you have it. You got the sword to boot. They decide to try and take that window anyway.
Give me a Kitsune rush. Just running. Here comes the sword over the top. ICAV immediately just sent Turbo Smooth careening out of the sky. Ragdoll. Lars and Texall with a good fight amidst a Kitsune win, just using the one ultimate. We're going to flip here for Arius.
Yeah, you get the sword out for your opponents as well. It does feel like Turbo isn't getting as many bubbles as China is in this scenario. A lot of these swords he's just going up for dry into a Bastion in Kitsune rush. You're not lasting long there, mate. So absolutely shredded. This time MB tries to replicate his success with another artillery form.
We get on every cooldown in the book this time. Santi runs it simultaneously, but grab! Oh my goodness! Santi tries to grab it, ends up just being the one caught. Double Sound Warrior down there invested here, but the beats are going to favor Arius with this position. As I say that, China goes down to the low ground, moves up to get a whirlwind kill, but Santi was able to hold tight on the point, force Arius off, playing that corner, and we get a flip here for Jaeger. What a weird fight.
At the end of the day, Kitsune, the differentiating factor, such a strong tool there. Grala's had it, Texall did it on the corner. Not a lot that Arius can do, even with a probably better Graviton Surge. Jaeger now absolutely skint. Move to last fight territory. China doesn't have that Sundering Blade either. Gonna have to fight this dry.
Lars just under too much pressure. China is able to get a kill. He's now got position in the hallway, keeping Jaeger at bay for the moment. Good strike lands overhead on to Santi, gets them low. Now at 1 health, Santi cut through. Pingo with a pair of final blows. Arius get it done here despite losing Lars early in the fight.
Dude, China's outside of some of these fights actually bananas. Get 4 reasons from his team, obviously. But I think the really impressive thing is how he's able to stay in even when not getting bubble and cleanse and all that nonsense, right? Just keeps landing these overheads that keep healing him to allow him to go for yet more NB. Again, another Bastion form, but his team needs to touch.
Turbo Smooth trying to follow up on the artillery strike. Kitsune now in play from Texall. Try to send us to a 5th and final flashpoint on the map. And Santi gets isolated towards coast side. The overhead doesn't land. Oh, a couple of nice dodges from Kale, but fortunately, you have no more friends left on this point. We are headed to Palace to determine who takes this map.
Windy day there from China at the end of the day. Kale's able to be taken down, and you are right. We are going to a 5th flashpoint here. Jaeger side strong, but Arius, when making adaptations, have been mostly successful to this Bastion in the mirror, has been barely going in favor of him. And now a lead on the most important ultimates, the artillery form, the Graviton Surge. What a combo should they want it. Jaeger just don't quite have it yet.
No, and Lars and Santi simultaneously grabbed in the previous ult cycle. Just give you an indication of, you know, how the amazing progression for Lars in these past couple of team fights. Jump in, it's a leaping grab, three! Oh, it's gargantuan! Jaeger can do nothing but sit when his death is unleashed upon him.
You're definitely going to be wincing after that one. Silver lining, though. You didn't use anything. Your opponents used their big tools to shut you down because they really wanted that first cap. As long as you remember to clear higher grounds, then you will have better sightlines, and they have to respect your ability to Kitsune Rush. And so you should be able to take this next point relatively economically. Remember, Flashpoint, the economy, more important than anything else. See how they manage it. Let's grab to the plate for maybe one last time.
Right at the gut, all 5. Super Smooth into the high ground with a bubble. Has to come back down low where Kitsune Rush has been invested here from Jaeger right over the point. China was stuck for a moment, but is able to get out. Jaeger with all the position on the cart will get a free flip. Arius setting up for their own Kitsune rush to return onto this objective. It's going to be an artillery strike to stall that out slightly. ICAV drops the wheel. Higu drops the beam, but it's an enormous grab from Santi. Right in the middle of it. Oh, you get Turbo Smooth slicing into it. NBHD gets 4.
A 5-man Graviton Surge from Santi there. Absolutely negating the Texel Kitsune Rush. If she doesn't catch everybody there, Arius very likely taking us to a map number 5. We're getting a 3-1 lead in the series. Instead, Jaeger have another chance to fight.
Potentially to close up the map right here. There he is, forced back, and that's a great opening kill. Santi and Kale both come up with the goods. Turbo Smooth wins the duel over China. And Jaeger might have just secured Surabasa with that. All they gotta do is prevent a touch.
And you got late kill on Texel as well. Their spawns are going to be appalling. You force out ICAP already, force resources. As long as Turbo lives here, then Jaeger might just have done it. ICAP might be able to touch, sure, but he's got no resources.
China actually is the one who makes it onto the point. ICAV and Lars are just piling on afterwards. That's the recall already is. And as you mentioned, just no cooldowns, nothing here for Arius to work with. They're limping onto the objective into a 5-strong Jaeger. Wheels down for NBHD, puts all the damage they can muster onto Lars, onto ICAV, and Jaeger tie up your grand finals.
I am going blue in the face from saying just how close these games are, just how close these playoffs are. But when you're greeted like Overwatch like this, what else but, do you say? Again, relatively quiet from Thomas, who you said was get player of the game, but the NBHD Soldier 76, then Bastion, Widowmaker at some points even. Enough to take control here. We're stolen by the game, to be honest. There no final blows. That's a grab from Sansi, the follow-up from the Bastion, but hey.
Seriously, wait. How did Turbo Smooth get that play? That is the most stolen play of the game I think I've ever seen.
That's fraudulent.
That was fraudulent. I mean, what did it? I mean, come on. That was a 5-player grab. That was Santi's play. I'm just saying that was Santi's play. And what an impressive performance out of Santi here. I mean, just across the breadth of Season 7, I am so glad you at home, friends, are getting a chance to witness the glow-up of Santi here, taking on what is traditionally the absolute best Zarya in EMEA Path to Pro. Santi has been matching, I think, epitomized by that 5-player grab we saw on Palace. I mean, outstanding chef's kiss S-tier Zarya play from Santi here so far.
And again, the impressive thing isn't just doing it, it's doing it against such strong opposition. You've already spoken about how Lars, arguably the best Zarya in EMEA, but I mean, we've been seeing the absolute nonsense ICA's been getting away with. We've been seeing how aggro China's enabled to be by his team. And it's still Santi's finding value. It's still Jaeger powering ahead. So impressed.
And y'all thought I was kidding
as well.
Y'all thought I was
kidding.
That? Yeah, I know, dude. ICAV is still putting on just one hell of a show. Both of these teams are giving us an exceptional performance. I don't know, did they like sign the contract for us? I mean, is this just for the content? What are we doing here? We are maximizing value. Both teams are playing at the absolute top of their game here for this grand final. And it is so evenly matched. The scales feel so perfectly balanced. I could not even tell you who's going to take this map 5 we've got coming up. Arius, of course, do get map pick, and this is a first to 4. So this map 5 will not be the final map.
Jeff, I think the script writers busted out their bougie pens for us today. We've had some absolutely fantastic games, right? I mean, this is a game when you sign up to cast that you hope you get. And to have both of these in a row, I mean, blessing, honestly. You mentioned it's going to be Arius now who have map picks. Not going to be trading maps, just back and forth. Obviously, it did need a second for Jaeger to come back. But Dorado, an interesting one. They figured like they can play the high grounds a little bit easier than Santi. I'd expect a Diva Band to be materializing here.
And just a reminder, they did have any game type at their disposal. So going into map 5, we've reset the game types. So it gave Arius, I mean, they could pick from anything that hadn't been played already. And yet they are going to choose Escort here. I mean, you know what? With the phenomenal showing we saw on Shambali Monastery, you can kind of see why they're leaning into this game type. And as far as the bands go, okay, Arius open up with the Echo Band. Jaeger respond with the Wuyong.
Wuyang makes sense. Pingu, occasionally known, if I'm not much mistaken, to play the Wuyang. It's annoying on high grounds to deal with. You don't shot additionally when you can try and enforce either Brig or Lucio comps that are much more in favor of Jaeger's side of play. Echo a possibility for Turbo to pull out. But the same for Jesper. Is going to be playing this time, in fact. So Jesper back is going to be playing Lars as well. So no Hitori here, even though there is maybe an opportunity for Hazard to access these high grounds. It seems like these teams want to continue playing the Tsar Vendetta on flat ground, but this time just with some elevation to boot.
I am kind of curious. I mean, and this meta has been strong enough where you will see the Zarya Vendetta play on high ground maps like Dorado. So we'll see. I mean, we've also had adjustments. We've had, Winstons and Divas come in. Honestly, I'm very surprised as well. We didn't get a Diva ban come through for this map. You can take advantage. You get to this spot, and there is opportunity for more shenanigans, right? Because of the high ground here. Even if it's something as simple as bringing a Freya, overbringing a Sojourn, we might see little variations just because of such an unusual pick out of Aries.
Freya's very bad here. Super long sight lines. It's kind of hard to charge rail, especially on attack when you can't just hard peek the enemy tank. And your ability to elevate makes you easy access to the high ground. I think Freya's perfectly valid.
Yeah.
With potential as well, right? I mean, we've mentioned you can 2-tap 250 or 225 HPs, 250 with a headshot. That is a powerful ability to have, one that Soj simply can't muster. And then again, I mean, both these hit scans look so good at it, you might as well keep them on it, right? Less chance over the ICAVs on the cast against sightlines, just a bit icky for it.
What I was just thinking with the high ground variation that Dorado brings. And since one times I've seen like Freya actually picked over the Sojourn is when players want to try to use the uplift or the updraft to take advantage of high ground. It's just kind of my thinking on it. It does seem kind of thin. I honestly don't expect much of deviation. Hey, as I say that though, we are being showed some deviation. No Soj from either side, although there is time for Jaeger to change their... Actually, it's Arius in the attack to change their mind here with that ICAF raider being shown currently.
Yeah, the NB Ash is something that we've seen more than a couple times before, and he is very strong at it. Yeah. Also, got the Faye Valentine skin on. Shout out Cowboy Bebop.
Let's go.
You absolutely should. It's my favorite anime. I love that so much.
Also, one of the best skins in the game, just period.
Oh, of course.
The Faye Valentine skin is so good.
You get that music as well when you get the elimination.
Yes.
So good. But no, it does mean you're just playing for more extended shooting. Carl actually going to be on the Ilyari as well, so they're literally just looking to shoot their guns. Santi's just going to stand on point for as long as she can, rotate those bubbles on herself more likely than not. Be a blunt object for Jaeger to attempt to shift. Or Arius rather, to attempt to shift.
Another interesting adjustment is we're getting Lucio here. Okay, so Lucio just considered bad on Dorado. Is that perfect? We're getting a break here out of Pingu despite not having any dive coming at them from the other side. None whatsoever. I mean, I guess perhaps with Vendetta.
Guess so.
I guess.
I think Lucio doesn't really provide a lot. Like, where are you needing to rotate the tank quickly? Just shoot them. Oh, nice.
Just for a second, wanted to sneak in. Denied access to that hallway by Turbo Smooth. Now returning to the cart. NB hits a headshot on the ICAV, winning their duel of the hit scans. And look at this intercept from Turbo Smooth. It's a dangerous move. It's a high-risk play. If Turbo Smooth goes down, they have such a long walk back. But they will not. Jaeger hold.
Indeed they will, but still, Arius being able to live somewhat on the high ground. Nice to have nice movement tech from Santi to get up here.
Yeah.
But she might have to drop quick.
Just chasing Lars using the side with the double jump up. No, it actually is Lars that's forced back. Santi wins the duel. Good reinforcements. They're from Jaeger. Their call outs all point. The teamwork exceptional. And Santi comes up with their second pick of the fight.
Yeah, that they do. Humongous work from her. She just dropped some more. Turbo who steals the final blow, but we all know who did that work, and of course expands with an overhead onto Pingu.
Turbo's just trying to steal Santi's glory all day long. Come on.
Yeah, what a glory hog. That's so rude of him. When she's doing all this good work. Listen, you got lead on most of the ultimates to match. The captains are not that impactful here, but I think the break doesn't give you a lot compared to your other choices, right? I think you don't really mark the enemy Vendetta. You don't really help with the HPS. I think it is a bit of a shackle around Arius' leg right now.
Yeah, I was curious on that pick as well. Turbo Smooth and Just for Sag traded. Zycap has given up on the fray, gone back into the Cassidy. Bob invested here from Jaeger to turn him back into a 5-player defense. Kale, you were sticking around way too long here. Drops the Captive Sun into the corner. I think that got blocked by Pingu's shield. Arius goes into the low ground just to avoid any follow-up. And have chose to not push just yet. Now they find the right moment. ICAP trades for Kale. Kitsune Rush now in play from Arius. Perhaps this was the ticket they were waiting for. They're going to use the Fox latent speed to move into the courtyard. Finding a kill on a Turbo Smooth along the way, but a broken, awkward attack here from Arius. They eventually will get it done.
Indeed. But I don't believe there's going to be a recontest here from Jaeger. No Tracer, no Lucio. It's untenable. Even if Kale wants to position a little bit more forward than maybe he should. Backs out. Now, 45 seconds or so when you get the cap means your health bank heading into second is healthy, but not egregious, right? Jaeger going to be happy with their first one. Defense. Their second, though, not getting off to the strongest start.
Where do you find NBHD? I see, look at Lars is like running up the stairs and you pick up a kill on the NBHD somehow through that.
NBHD moment.
Yeah, that's one of those, just kind of not the smartest positioning, unfortunately. Kind of found themselves in a vulnerable spot. Ooh, speaking of, Jesper's tried to dash him and immediately first of all out. Lars up to the high ground, drops a grab in, it's going to catch Santi in it. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush to help keep them alive. And still Turbo Smooth going to fall back into that intentionally to throw up the block. Turbo Smooth drops down to the low ground. Gets killed immediately. Grab now from Santi. Looks like a caught too, but the Pingu Rally is able to not only heal, but shield through the Graviton Surge. 4v4 on this point. And Arius are just playing from the low ground for now.
I've seen a Jesper's Bag venture play on Dorado before, so I must say, Lars contests the higher ground with the jump ups. They're not able to do much more than that. Choosing the point currently is Jaeger. Yes, Bag once more.
Jesper's is going for this 3-player backline with forcing the ED down low. Bob is in play from the Ash, but there's a Kitsu on point from Arius, so they're able to deal with the Ash and Santi along the way. And Arius will turn the corner this final point for point B.
Yeah, forcing friends out. Textile is MB on this Ash angle. Sun pop from Carl. Last time wasn't so great. This time, a little bit better. Force back onto Pingu, but still stable.
Yeah, Kale was able to get that Sunspot detonation onto Pingu. I think Texal got the bubble. Kale ends up coming up with 2. It ends up being a beautiful Captive Sun, even though not directly finding all the kills, was enough to leverage that fight.
Indeed. Now Jaeger, they're so strong when they've got a powerful position to play around with this Ilari, right? Okay, no more Ilari. I can have this double tap stuff.
This is going to be large immediately running up to the high ground. A lot of damage in. That forces a Suzu out. Good job from Indy. Just Swag has made it to the point. Is very quickly gives this rotation. Growl is Phil trying to escape to the window, and ICAV will double down with the Jedi onto the point. 5v3 exacerbated by a pick from Pingu, and Arius will get this cart in with less than a minute to go.
Another fight open and essentially closed by ICAV there. Gets the kill into the Ilari double after that, and it doesn't matter what happens in a 2v5 because Arius always going to be taking it. And Arius, this time, taking it into third point of Dorado here. In the same distance against Streamlight. That was the map they eventually won, but not without consternation. Jesper clean out early. Maybe that's enough advantage for Jaeger to find a stop here.
Yeah, Jesper was trying to do another little hidey sneaky play. This one got sniffed out like a bloodhound. And the HD dominant from this little high ground pedestal as they just stand on top of the world shooting down on Arius, who has 2 minutes remaining after they're sitting back to spawn here.
Yeah, that's why NB is so good at this Ash, right? You can just stand in the power position, and again, you do your best Torb turret cosplay. You shoot your gun, you barely press your AD keys, and everybody else has to, if not at the very least respect you, probably just fall to the shooting. So incredible value found. Arius though, having grabbed, having Kitsu, being close to that tectonic shock. Say, still got a lead. Gratis needs this early Kitsu to find value.
She survives with 9 health. Graviton Surge is in from Lars. But there is a Kitsune Rush up. Still, it's a trade onto your Kirikos, which I think will favor this defense as I say that.
What?
Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, ICAP just goes flying in. All right, that was awkward enough. Areas have less than a minute remaining.
Okay, it's kind of Looney Tunes, but it's all G. Sandy close to her own Graviton Surge. Lovely for Jaeger. They could take an all-fight off point. Because now, even if Areas did decent, now they're drier in terms of the check marks, and they're walking to the objective only now.
Moving on to a Juno might actually be able to save through this grab. A great opening effect from Jesper Swag. The Bob is able to get one. Oh! Isolates Pingu with no beam from space to help you out now.
Elbow smooth. The hero of his team once more. The slightly quieter grand finals than we'd like to see from him, but I think he's really just finding his groove. 14 seconds left to go. A touch should be a possibility from Ares, but the ult of Jaeger, momentous.
ICAP sneaking through the vault. Yep, has this Deadeye in the pocket. Was able to survive through a very late push at the end of that previous fight. Orbital Ray now thrown onto the point. ICAP now drops the Deadeye, turns, hoping to get Santi with that at the very least. Get a bubble. Santi's chasing, bubble pop, trying to wait out the bubble! ICAP gets the perfect timing on it. Finds Santi, but the Sunstruck will take them down. KO flying through the air, finds a pick onto Jesper Swag as well. That's both DPS falling to the Ayari. Now Lars, see if they can just hang on to the lone Ares player left on this point. Stuck in a 1v3. They're going to mow through the Ashe. Turn around, see if they can deal with the Kiriko, but they have lost their Juno, and Ares fall here in the starting stages of point C.
Both sides probably going to be happy with that, how that round went when the dust settles, but I've got to say, that really could have gone either way. Necessary double kill materialized by Card there. Great work to catch the first, and trading his life for Jesper's. Humongous. Jesper's allowed to live there, remember. That Vendetta, constantly healing themselves with that ability. Every time they're popped, you get additional shields. 7 and 8, not the best look for Jesper, even though they've found this much distance. The kills clearly going in favor of Jaeger. Arius having significant success, sticking on the objective.
I mean, ICAP single-handedly trying to carry Arius to a 3-2 lead here.
He's that guy, like, I don't know what else to say. I feel like I've run out of, like, positive and entertaining ways of, like, saying he's crazy. Because he's crazy. We're seeing that, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, making a statement. I mean, I think to everyone that how badly they want to be in OWCS and how much potential is there behind this hit scan. Oh, there it is! There it is! We got the timing on the pinata break.
Let's go.
It's the little things, my friend. It's the little things.
It's fine, Joby, you can. Yeah, you got looking for spawn peaks. Sansi decided to try the Rotok for a second. It's nothing. Envy's found a line I've never seen on Widowmaker before, and one that we'll find a headshot. Is he going for more?
Went for a second shot here. Okay, we're staying on this for a moment at least. You know, perhaps some early headshots might be able to get it done.
Windy day.
Nobody presented themselves. Nobody on that back high ground where you might normally see the defense. Lars is just going to jump out through the window. It looks like Arius are content to maybe try to hold in courtyard. As I say that, we see Jesper Swag is in pretty deep, but burrows and drill dash to find safety.
Good distance garnered already here from Jaeger. Takes ult, found the necessary kill onto Envy. Sansi doesn't have the bubbles to HP trade. Easy here for Arius. They just have generally a superior composition, right? The problem with Widowmaker is if you don't kill people, you're not really doing a lot, and you don't, so there's a contribution to that fight minimal. Back over to the Ashe. I think it's just much stronger here, though. I will say, the Ashe, I do think better on the defense than the offense. You struggle to actually take these sight lines, struggle to avoid these hits. Depends when you have that's a high ground given to you for free.
Yeah, defense has got a little bit more influence on where you take fights. With ICAP following in the previous fight, Arius did have to back up, so fight for courtyard now, and Jaeger one team fight away from capturing the first point. And the HD with 2 picks on the board, including an important one on to Lars. The whirlwind dash in will help finish off ICAP. MBHD and Turbo Smooth put together a fantastic fight and a team kill on the board. The Guard of Death signaling the point on the board here for Jaeger.
Much better time through first point than their opposition. Might be that both teams now take each other's points here, but still plenty map left to play. Arius Goes to another Deadeye. ICA's been ginormous with him time and time and time again. Jaeger, support ults. Need to establish on high ground so they can just straight up kit to it. Maybe dropping their sun to boot. They're allowed their opponents to take this space, and there's not a lot they can do, and they're going to do exactly that.
There's a drop down of the city. Yeah, tries to escape the Deadeye. ICAV will catch you. And just for a second, just entrenched low. I mean, you know, it's just burrowed underneath the skin of this defense. You drop in, find Realis, and just burrow right on out of there. Unreal.
If Jaeger had the Casino Rush actually active, they would have swung with Kitsu a long time ago, but they don't have that option available to them, and so their only option is to fall. You only get the weakest ultimate out of your opposition. But, you know, now you need to walk into 4. So much options to follow up onto the grab. No support.
Yeah, Texel got a little aggressive and perhaps a little greedy trying to get damage down into Santi. Whoop! Brawl is kind of TP'd into an awkward spot, but with picks on the Lars, this is a +2. The boop denies the burrow from Jesper Side. What a great coach gun to find that kill.
Yeah, it's one of those small pieces of micro you don't see every so often, but when you do, lovely to see that people understand their hero inside and out. Jesper cut off by MB. High ground now taken from Jaeger, so they've got that superior positioning that their comp thrives on so effectively. And to boot, it helps if you have 5 ults entering any fight.
There's a lot of check marks there for Jaeger. Turbo smooth. Yeah, drops back down low, prevents the stall. Grab up top was Santi's. Oh, but Lars is able to get out in one piece. So you escape an important ultimate out of the gate, and ICAV finds a pick. The consideration play here from Arius, alongside a rally, and the defense has some good tools to stay alive. You've got Santi entrenched and oversteps. ICAV comes up with 2, Lars comes up with 2. Arius stopped the cart.
I don't really know what the idea was with that Graviton. It just seemed like there was no follow whatsoever. NB wasn't peeking. Turbo could go for one cycle only. No, had no bubble to help him insane for any longer. Even Santi just kind of ignored it. So I don't really see what the idea was there, unfortunately. Maybe the stress of the situation finally getting to them. Maybe the nerves materialize as Turbosmooth loses the side fight.
Now 2 minutes to go. Just like it is in a 4v1 there in the Mega Courtyard, but is able to use the extra drill distance to escape. Lars now taking up high ground on this side, and the fight is going to move over towards this coast side of the map. Just swag in for another cycle. ICAV 5 Turbo Smooth, and this defense is starting to just set up around that courtyard area. Now, Lars does get caught, but gets a grab out 5-2 in it. Just going to try to go up 5 value, but the Suzu out of Graealis will save the rest of the team, and Texel can't quite line up the shot. I think Arius might have overstepped here.
And he's found himself in a predicament, but thankfully won't cost his team anything more than his life. Still, you'd rather have your Ashe heading into this next fight because the enemy team will be able to get ICAV here in time.
Dash out. Less than a minute to go. Woo! What the hell? Ah! Jesper Side avoids the overhead, but can't avoid death. Gets it now in play from Jaeger. Gets the second point on the board. Turbo Smooth goes up to the high ground and just try to intercept the Deadeye and shall no high value ultimate from ICAV this time. One of the very few times we've seen that ultimate come up short. 2:15 on the clock and a box victory is within sight here of Jaeger.
2 minutes, 1 fight needed, ult advantage for Jaeger. Jesper Swag, gonna be Labyrinth. Gotta make that Earthquake.
The high ground, ICAV in a bit of trouble. Jesper Swag is there to bail you out, as was Texel. Now Area's 3 strong up on the high ground. ICAV, well, we're just going to drop down. You find Santi isolated. Santi's going to grab NBHD! NB! Amazing follow! That is it! That's the combo! Jaeger on championship point!
The team that came from Expert Division, the team that came from nothing. It's a map away, Jeff, from taking FACEIT Master League Season 7. And who would have predicted that when the season started? Not me.
No chance. No chance. Like, that was Coming into this season, I mean, I had this squad, I mean, not very low in the power rankings, but they certainly were not number one. That was not the expectations from this team at the beginning of Season 7, from a team that in previous 2 seasons had failed to even make playoffs, had failed to put together a winning record. They make changes only to their DPS line, right? And so at the beginning of Season 7, they barely even pinged my radar, right? Arius was sitting there at number 1. Number 1 in my power rankings at the start of this season. That's the kind of expectations we had on them. Jaeger were barely an afterthought. Now, here they are, your favorites, championship point, number 1 seed, and the biggest surprise I have seen in nearly 6 seasons of casting this season, this league.
I can only echo that sentiment. But right now, I mean, Jaeger, they seem like they want it more. That's the best way I can describe what I'm seeing, because there's occasionally huge plays from areas. Ikev especially, materializing value. But Jester Swag, uncharacteristically quiet performance here. Maybe he is getting tired because, what is it? Like his 9th map he's played today?
Let's see, that was map 5, so that's his 10th. His 10th map today.
10 maps of Overwatch is no small feat. And listen, if you've played organized play, you'll absolutely know how tired you can get after just one official. If you haven't, it feels like playing twice the amount of maps you regularly have. Because you're coming so hard, you're constantly thinking about what can I do better. Rather than when you're playing ranks, you're probably chilling a bit, listening to some music, chilling with some mates. This is not that. This is all on, all the time.
With all the stakes in the world, everything on your shoulders. And, you know, Jester Swag has kind of subbed in and out with China a little bit, so they themselves haven't played all 10 maps, but Arius are moving into their 11th map of the day in a row. And yeah, I can't help but wonder. I mean, it's such a good point. Is the fatigue getting to him? You know, Jaeger able to win this head-to-head in the regular season, gave them a higher seeding here, and they've been able to kind of sit and wait. You know, they're able to float through winner's bracket. They haven't dropped a series in 13 matches or something in a row from Jaeger, so they were able to sit and just kind of rest through that lower bracket finals, while Arius has just been pouring blood, sweat, and tears here for the past, going on 5 hours straight.
They've played so much Overwatch over the past week. It is ridiculous, because they're also the team we mentioned before who've played the most map 5s.
4 of them.
Pretty significant matchup. Like 4 of these 7 map 5s we've seen so far have been theirs. I guess you count this as one to boot, so like 5. Like, that's a lot of Overwatch. That does get you tired. You do need a break after that. They haven't had one. And maybe being knocked down to the loser's bracket in round 1 by SRP Jack is what finally puts them to bed. Maybe not.
I mean, looking at just how much Overwatch they have had to play, it has been absolutely insane, unreal. They got knocked down to the lower bracket very first round, have had to fight their way through the longest road back, have had 4 map 5s along the way, including one here today. They have played 23 plus another 28 maps of Overwatch since Wednesday. Insane!
Oh.
Insane! Yeah, looking at that bracket, I mean, just ridiculous. Just utterly ridiculous. Incredible. Incredible. But you know what? I mean, that's... You know, they're not done. They still have some room to bounce back here, right? Like, we still have maps to play. We still have work to be done for both of these two teams. But hey, as we're waiting for map picks and stuff to come through, you know, you too can go register and sign up for FACEIT League Season 8 registration currently open. You have a little under a month to find a team, get yourself involved in what is guaranteed to be the most fun you will ever have playing Overwatch. I can personally attest. I have played some FACEIT League myself. Absolutely the best time I've ever had. You'll have Season 8 starts on March 16th. Go sign up. Do it now. Yes, you. Go do it.
Boy, you can also try and coach him if you so want. You can try and join us here. But don't. I'll be out of a job then. But no, in all seriousness, I mean, this is the type of Overwatch you get when you do sign up. When you do compete with a roster, you get to go this long, you get to go this far, you get to compete this close. When the margins aren't even razor thin, they're atom thick. And of course, the chance to go further as well, to qualify to OWCS. So it's a great opportunity to have, and I'm sure all the teams here in Season 7 got their eyes on the prize. They want to be in the highest echelon. They want to be competing at internationals. This is how they do it.
Yeah, this is the road directly to to OWCS, to those lands, to Tier 1, to the big leagues and the absolute best of the best in Overwatch esports. And then right here, I mean, and you two can sign up for it, but that is right here at FACEIT. That's how you get there. I mean, what a performance from both sides. I think both teams have made an exceptional case for their potential and how much they deserve to play at the highest level. We'll see who's able to take this championship. I mean, where do we go? We're in 3 maps left potentially here to play. Arius picked against the Kings here for map 6. It's gonna be 2 maps.
3 maps with the unless they tie Kings Row.
I'm about to say with a tie. Yeah, that's with a tie exactly.
Okay, can they not want to go to bed sooner rather than later? They would have delayed it. It was already delayed an A, to be honest. And you're gonna cost more after this. I invite you, but I also really don't, because after this I go to bed.
Hey, you know what? It's well as these teams are playing, I think it's just an honor and a joy to get to cast as much of them as humanly possible. I'll take it. I'll take it. We're gonna get a Zarya ban out of areas here. They did get first ban. The response is finally Jaeger decide to try to attack ICAP. They've been holding on to this ban all series.
Zarban here, interesting. I'm curious to see what other tanks we see. Normally you'd expect to see Malga, Ramatra, depending on who's meta. Neither of them have been particularly in vogue of late. And so it's a bit more up in the air what we go towards, but Hazard is a possibility for sure. Cast ban, it's not complicated. Short sight lines, very effective for the Cassidy. Hard to flank onto him from the side, so his survivability less of an issue. And ICAP's just really good at him. So you take away your opponent's good hero, it's a strong here to boot. It's a good veto from both sides here. Obviously, the pressure is, however, on Arius. They want the championship. They can always taste the championship, but 2 maps in a row needed. Jaeger, just 1.
And Arius are making a risky move, I think, here. I'd anticipate we're going to see Hattori coming in with baiting out, you're baiting out your own starting tank's best hero. Like, always a risky move. We will, in fact, have Hattori and China returning to the lineup here for Arius.
I don't mind it. I'm never... Listen, I am part of Swag Nation. I do think he's been playing ridiculous Overwatch, but I think it wasn't an inspirational Dorado today. So I do understand why you're giving him a break at the very least before map number 7. But it's also a high-pressure environment to be in, right? You're Hattori, you're China, you don't always get to play. You're injected in to fight for the tournament point, to fight for your life in Season 7. You haven't always had that warm-up. You're coming into this kind of cold, and you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders. You've got to be Atlas to keep that up, to hoist the globe, maybe to hoist the trophy.
Well, we did see Hattori come in earlier in the series, so they were at least able to take that map too, right?
Yeah. Dude, I'm wipes already. I don't know how the players are still going, especially Arius, right?
They have played so much Overwatch. Like, how do you, to keep your brain like that, like at the highest level of it, with exactly what needs to be done in each and every moment for that long, it truly is impressive. It truly is impressive. We're getting into levels where, perseverance and fatigue are going to start becoming a factor. And you've got to hand it to Arius, especially if they're able to force this map 7. Keep that in mind. Just keep in mind the enormous amount of maps. Not only have they played just today, like we were mentioning, but throughout the entirety of this week. God, I don't know that I've ever seen a team lower bracket run with 4 map 5s here in an 8-team double elim bracket. Nearly 30 maps of Overwatch for Arius here in this tournament, just over the past of a handful of days.
It is beyond brutal to go towards. What a gauntlet they've been forced to run.
Yeah.
I've almost completed it, and I've got to say, with a bracket that's been this close, with composition that is this good, it does feel like a bit of a travesty not to take us to map number 7. So I know we as casters are supposed to be a little bit unbiased, but if Arius did take King Zero, I wouldn't be mad, is all I'm saying.
We just like more Overwatch. We just want more fantastic Overwatch. We're not, we're not biased that we want one team to actually be victorious. We just want to see as much fantastic Overwatch as possible. That's all we're saying.
Also, imagine being a fan of the teams and just like absolutely sweating bullets. I feel like you want the full emotional roller coaster if you are that. We might as well give it to you then.
We will do our best, friends. We will do our best. That's what the script says. The script told me there was going to be a map 7 coming into this. That's what I read. I don't know if Jaeger are going to abide by the script, though. Jaeger does not always abide.
I probably should have read the script thinking about it now, but hey. Get to it in the future. Start now. Defensively. Jaeger, about what you'd expect, actually. Same comp they always play, but with the hazard. I mean, I think I said before this game even started that if you ban Zara, they're just going to play Haz. They do exactly that. They don't have other looks. They don't need other looks, and there's no reason to go towards it.
And they don't change unless they have a reason to. You don't see them swap unless the ban comes through. They don't really mess around. I mean, like you say, there's no reason. There's no. You see, like we've seen Arius do a lot of experimentation, especially just throughout the season. But even just here today, Jaeger rarely do that. With the rare soldier exception. All right, the rare soldier exception aside, Jaeger don't nearly experiment. Don't change nearly as much.
MP forced up high ground early. Great early work from Arius. China forced out, forced low. Santi the first to fall.
Beautiful. Yeah, it was a great wall lead from Vittori. Originally closing the gap. That's beautifully followed up upon. Arius with a +2 and controlled the point in the archway.
A lot of the Jaeger positioning was predicated on Envy being able to control the rotation, but an instant Jagger will knocks him off. Suddenly, a lot of space that they thought was contested simply wasn't anymore. They take that space with reckless abandon, and they cap lightning fast with 6 minutes in the bank here, Jeff. This is brutal from Arius. They want that match 7. They need it.
I mean, there's one and done, and then there's like just waltz in and take it without a moment's hesitation. That's going to be a take aim bolt landing onto Envy. Envy stayed a little bit stubborn. You can see swinging there at less than 100 health out into the choke. But Turbo Smooth getting so aggressive means that they're afforded a little bit more opportunity. Arius kind of feeling like their back is against the wall. They've got to thwart this aggression. They cannot. Turbo Smooth and Kayla are eventually brought down. Arius make it through the choke, but they're down a player.
Yeah, no bubbles for Turbo. When Santi's on the Haz, mate, eventually punished. No ICAD actually on the Freya. So far working out pretty well for him. 90% of the way to a bowler shot. Going to be the first thought online, very likely. Nexo close with the Kitsune Rush to beat Jaeger. Not having it. Needs to take a lot of damage onto Santi to try and match Texel's pace. If they try and contest without, they're just going to get ran over once more.
Jaeger holding back, see if they can get that Giral's ultimate online. Tori just cleaned out of that corner. Turbo Smooth trying to follow a little bit, but ate a bit of damage and will have to back away. Blackcavin's got a bowler shot ready to go. He's going to go ahead and invest that one in. Kitsune Rush's exchange from both sides. And a good wall just kind of put the somebody in the ground. I think those MBHU kind of got stuck out there and picked off by ICAV. And Arius are looking flawless so far through Kings.
Arius is speedrunning this map. I don't think they've had a single roadblock so far that they haven't been able to just pace their way over, looking like Usain Bolt with the car.
Yep.
I mean, you look at this, 5.5 minutes again on the bank. This is ridiculous. And Jaeger behind on ultimates, behind on positioning, with Hitori jostling for high ground already, rebuffing 3 people by her lonesome. This is strong.
Arius have barely had a casualty. 1 death, maybe 2. Downpour at the ready, playing out of the corner. Okay, Turbo Smooth jumps in. That's a good spiked wall. That's going to force the switch step into Suzu out, and Turbo Smooth still won't survive. Downpour is going to catch KO all the way to the back of the point, and they die at 99%. This cart is rounding the corner, and it has not stopped one bit here on King's Row.
MB tries an OC 2v5. He thinks he can clutch it, but in terms of reasons why, I'm not quite sure I see. Cart still careening towards the end of the map. Santi swapped over to the Diva in an attempt to find some manner of stability back on a hero she's long held in the pool. Envy on the Spawn Widowmaker to get a flatter moment.
KO gonna get somewhere in kind of a desperation. Yeah, I was just trying to play out with the Widowmaker. Okay, Turbo and China exchange kills. Turbo will cut through your Wulong in the back line. Now is going to hunt down the Kiriko. And for the first time on King's Row, Jaeger will win a team fight.
And that's literally before the map ends, right? There's still 4 minutes in the bank. So you've removed the possibility for them to have more time than they started with. But that's about the only silver lining in favor of Jaeger, right? You're behind on Kitsu still. Boulder shot is available. You do have the Sundering Blade, however. And so I think Tower Smooth is have to be the hero once more, this time with no bubble.
What? Full shot. What? I was like, wait, did that get eaten by the defense matrix? No! ICAP lands that from distance! ICAP, you monster! Talk about an MVP performance and just relentless. They have found yet another gear here in map number 6. Consider rush out of the defense and try to hold, but Hattori has already cut you down. 3.5 minute time bank here for Arius on map 6.
So we're going 7.
Looking that way.
It's possible to win, for sure. But that was more than a dominant attacking round. That was controlling. You look at this, KL 1 and 4, NB 2 and 5. Santi and Toa so leading in terms of eliminations. They got 5 apiece. No one's, only NB in fact is breaking 3k damage. You're seeing that on the other side of things. Hattori 16 and 1, 4,000. Excel only died once as well. This is controlling. This is domineering. This is looking like an Arius who will make map 7 happen. And no matter what obstacles they have to bowl over in their way.
That was 8 deaths to 24. Maybe 22.
Like, what do you even say to that?
And a lot of those deaths are just kind of late trades. There was only 1 team fight win. That's a cool angle. That's an angle from off the map there, actually. But yeah, there's dominant, and then there was that attack out of Arius. Oh my.
You don't get to see that every day. And so as we cross midnight here in the UK, these teams have to find some energy in themselves yet again to play, yet again to walk through those spawn doors and try and prove themselves the best. Spawn Widowmaker from MBHD. Nobody presents themselves, but he does like sticking longer than most.
Yeah, it's just good. We're going to go ahead and push the top of theater here. Try to get an angle down into the hotel. Here comes China. Okay, good peel. Actually, to force China back, and Turbo Smooth picks up the opening pick. So Jaeger on track, as they've got the first kill on the attack, on track to win their first fight. Uh-oh, but another move back into the very vulnerable Widowmaker will put MBHD back in spawn. 4v3 for Jaeger on this point as they move back to clear what remains of the Arius defense.
Yeah, China's in a bit of a pickle here, but an overhead turns Turbo Smooth into confetti. You get the trade, however, and closer spawns for the attackers means that Arius cannot take their foot off the gas. They have to stay alive. They have to regroup as much as is possible because Jaeger can just walk back on with their superior spawns. They've got this space. Arius still winnable. Will they go for the recontest?
Did China turn pickle into pickle nade? I don't know. What do you do in life age pickles? I don't know. But China was able to trade out 1. Now, unfortunately for them, they are down here once again. And Arius was not quite able to move back on. That spawn advantage continues to give him problems. I say that. Texel's able to get 1. Pingu gets 1. It's the back line of Arius equalizing here late in this team fight. Pingu's going to get another one. No way your 2 supports just held this point.
Carl has to live here. If him and Gradas can, then your spawns in theory are better. You should be able to win the long fight because your opponents still haven't got any early positioning. If you reckon you've got lead on Kitsu, support ults, you have to put all your faith in. Else Arius will have materialized a miracle hold.
I think they've already done it. Texel and Pingu held in a 4v2. Time of blast spell thrown out onto China. Pingu's gonna run down NBHD. Now you do lose ICAP in the process. Sound barrier, Kitsune rush in exchange. And Jaeger are gonna just invest heavily to try to take this point. That will be enough. You get the kill onto China. It costs, but Jaeger move forward through Kings.
And normally I'd say this is a really healthy time bank, but considering we just saw, what, like pushing 6 minutes, you can't quite have that feeling. Jaeger, very low chance they're able to equalize what Arius were able to do to them unless they get a truly ridiculous pace on the table. You know, Sansi's been playing this diva for a little while now. mostly just for the frontline trade into Hitori, but also for comfortability. Downfall here is threat. The defense matrix can neutralize it.
Interesting spike wall. I'm not sure what Hitori was going to do with that spike wall. I was kind of curious where you were planning to go from there. Consider rushing out and play here from Texas, but Turbo Smooth is able to answer. It's the Sundering Blade to find an important opener on Hitori and make life difficult here for Arius. As you can see, things are just kind of turning into a scramble from the backside of this fight.
It's Jaeger who the ones who are winning that scramble. Needs a rematch. Does one. Envy's down to boot. Ikev able to get the better of his opposite number. But Jaeger put 3 cut. Keep it moving, but no hit scan means they can't shoot the walk up. Arius can square up for free. And again, they still have big tools here to leverage. A Sundering Blade, a bowler shot, the downpour. Jaeger simply can't match the ultimate, so they need a miracle pick. They need a gimmick play.
Envy gets there. No, excuse me. That was ICAB who got their bowler shot gobbled up. Hitori to the high ground, though.
What?
Oh, just works through a couple of kills in the blink of an eye. Just like that. Jaeger have no supports left into this fight. And it's a 3v3, I believe, on the objective. Santi's still trying to fight this out, still trying to stick around. They will get the cart around the final corner. The defense has to back away.
Spike God of all things. Double kills the backline. Jaeger can chill for a bit, but once the recontest comes through, they have to give it respect. They have to lead the space. No, China double bolted.
Yeah, and it ends up getting an overhead and a take aim bolt simultaneously attached to him. Hitori with the title blast does not appear to have gotten anybody with the stun. And they're going to get forced out. Turbo Smooth finding a pick into this. And Arius get corralled. We'll eventually get the second point on the board, but we already have a lower time bank than what Arius finished with. Well, you're about to, at least.
Yeah, in 3 seconds now. So it's tied. You could probably have about a minute less. Best case scenario, you do have very good ults going into this overtime fight, better than what your opponents have to bring to bear. However, it's not fantastic for you either in terms of how this match has actually been going for you. Great overhead, Envy insta-pick.
I thought Envy was gonna land that bullshot as well. Growlis in trouble, was able to step out of view of the overhead. And a bit of a flip of the map happening here. ICAV finds themselves caught by the sword, as does China. That is going to be a 3-piece for Turbo Smooth in this fight. There have been trades the other direction, though. I don't know if Jaeger has the punching power to finish this off.
They can't stay here forever. Eventually, they'll have to pull. They can buy time with a Sundering Blade if they really want to, but best case scenario is wait for your backline, swing with the Kitsu, hope Arius have no response.
Well played. Jaeger able to get the Kitsu onto the battlefield before Arius can really respond. We saw that Sundering Blade just barely missed rails. Now sound barrier in play, and Turbo Smooth. China with the big sword. Indy layers in another one. We're looking to head to extra innings here. Texel tries to save things with a Kitsu, but there's just not enough reinforcements left to get any value off of the Kiriko ultimate. A kill on to China secures this cap, and wow, only 76 seconds separating our two teams. Lightning fast attacks from both sides.
And I know I called it early, but I might have to eat my words here. Jaeger able to come up with a gargantuan turnaround here. Sure, they're still on the back foot. They're going to attack first. The time makes it a little bit worse. NB still leading the server in death, now tied with China. But you've managed to make it into a situation that is, again, tenable. It is possible for them to win King's Row. Maybe not expected, but, you know, we start playing from this time back, and it's not surprising anymore. Jaeger made their opponent's map pick threatening, took a lightning-fast attack round, slowed it down into something they can catch. Now here in extra innings, Arius once again going to have to differentiate themselves.
China's got to stay alive on this defense. Yeah. Remember, China had 2 deaths. Okay, so we're talking about another tied with NB after that. China had 2 deaths after Arius' attack. Remember, that's 9 deaths on that defense for China's Vendetta.
I don't know what to say, man. That's a bit goofy.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, that's just, I mean, Arius, yeah, have an amazing time bank. But I think if they want that minute advantage to carry over, they're going to have to keep China alive and involved in these fights. And I'm looking at what, realistically, if Jaeger get 5 points on the board, we'll say here, suddenly that time bank advantage is null and void. First things first. Yep.
Again, MB Widowmaker. Bigger value here on attacking rounds. You only need that one. Hitori spotted him. He can't quite get that chase. Instead, Santi can. ICAP cut already.
Yeah, that's such an enormous opening pick, hitting what has been probably the most high-impact individual of the server right out of the gate in extras. Meaning Jaeger are likely to immediately follow up with a 4th point on the board. Hitori doing a good job to just stay alive.
It's kind of weird, but at the end of the day, they're able to stable. Cap here from Jaeger. Still with a minute on the bank, so they can afford a flight loss here on Arch. Only one. Santi backs out for now. You get the spot onto the Vendetta early. Great luck there. Able to get that scout, get the clear. Now begin pushing.
Santi threatening just a little bit. I think he was trying to get some resources out. Now rotate back towards main. MB swaps over to the Freya as we move into the second stage of this fight. 45 seconds to go here in this extra innings attack. Santi heading up to the high ground, up and over the defensive bookstore, trying to go into the back line. This is forced Hitori to try to drop back. They throw up the block and immediately re-engage. A good violent leap, and they're going to claim a kill on the Realis. They do sacrifice themselves from a pick into the back line. But a kill on the Santi will do, should stop this in its tracks. It's still so close.
Yeah, Santi, a couple percentage points away from that self-destruct to remake that. Would have continued the pressure, would have probably dispatched Arias here, but instead, we have to wait for our Diva, and so both sides just end up neutraling. Waiting for a pick to present itself, waiting for their respawns to come back before the climactic fight in overtime.
Win here for Jaeger. I mean, it feels like it could be the championship if they're able to get this 5th point. Santi's chasing ICAP Suzu in as a swift step from Texel to try to save them, but now Texel's not in a good spot to use their ultimate. China's able to get a kill with a Turbo Smooth, though, and the Pingu. Time of Blast will get it done. The area stopped the cart in an explosive fight here in extras.
Still, for 2 minutes, you're not mad about that progress whatsoever.
Not at all.
The issue is, your opponents have additional time. 3 minutes, it's absolutely possible to get that far. And so Jaeger can clap themselves on the back for, at least not getting full hold, as many teams often do once we go to OT. But they still are by no means out of the woods. Arias is still in a position to be able to force us to map 5. If Jaeger, however, can make this hold work, they can find a stop, they can burn time back, then they will be your Season 7 champions.
I feel it's right on the precipice, right? Like they're getting a really good attack on point A in extras. They get that 4th point with hardly any resistance out of the area's defense. But they're able to push that final quarter, but it's right there prior to the cap. I was like, hey, if you get 5 points, then you kind of negate the time make advantage. This is right on the precipice. As this whole series have been, feels impossible to call. Arias will have 3-16. Try to force a map 7.
Just a second taken there, so I think we can all have a breather. I know I needed it. MB, by the way, disconnected, so back in now. Knew his internet had to rear its head at least the one time.
It's just making sure China had most deaths in the lobby. That's
Mental warfare, I get it.
Exactly,
I do the same.
exactly.
Obviously outside around as well, so it doesn't reset your ult charge, just makes the stats a little bit harder for us to capture. ICAP this time going to be going for the spawn peak. Still yet to find a kill today at the least, but what a time this would be to change it. Been liking Sansu and the Diva, I have to say. I think he's finding a crazy amount of value. Mostly with the Matrix, and also just like checking Hitori, backline hits, kind of doing everything. It's almost a wonder we haven't seen more Diva in Zarban scenarios. But we also have to remember that this is only going to last so long. We go map 7. There's going to be Zarya back in. Is that something Arias are prepared for?
5, 4, 3.
That'll also be a Jaeger map pick. But, you know what? First things first. Arias have got to take this point A. 312 to work with. Initial pick won't land. I'm going back into a bit of the meta here with him, sticking with the loop. BHD into the Freya here once again for the Jaeger defense. As Hitori has already found access to the house. That's the violent lead with the jagged wall there to try to prevent a retreat, and it shall. Oh, Santi put into a bad spot. Thought the hotel was open and turned around and just get dono walled out. And Turbo Smooth gets cut down. China in the feed. A flawless first fight for Arias. This is going to be the 4th point on the board.
So much time left. Maybe a fight and a half that Jaeger have to give now. I mean, I keep mentioning it, but map 7 here, beckoning. Jaeger want the recontest. They've got the voter for it. How is it going to work out this time as Sanity burns HP to touch?
I was able to get Turbo Smooth. I didn't even think that Jaeger would get that recontest. It will not work for him, and it's a high-risk move. Dying this late. What does that say? It means she's able to get 1. Okay, that's all you're going to get. This means you can't hold the archway here. This is a disaster spec.
I probably would have preferred an archway fight, but this way you do at least get time off the bank still. In a consistent manner, it probably allows you to take more fights, but it's very marginal on that. Arius, they know they're in the driver's seat. They know they're the ones in the lead with this map. And with backline ults especially surging ahead, this Kitsune rush could put them on the precipice of taking us all the way, as many maps as possible today.
It's going to get used early, try to get him around the bookstore. Trying to look at the setup, take advantage of the extra speed. And Tori's able to chase him up, but you've lost Pingu so close to their ultimate. 5v4 for the defense as China is going to whirlwind out, not trying to follow up on the initial damage. Gets chased. Here is Santi is trying to continue pressure on, and KO gets their second kill in this fight. The Wuyong of Jaeger bailing him out on this defense as they will hold them with 70 seconds to go.
If KO doesn't get that opening pick onto Pingu, I believe, then I think we're seeing Arius having already taken us to a 5. But he does. The Kitsu's fully disengaged by Jaeger. Now we're getting down to a minute on the bank. We're down to last fight scenario. Both teams now with ults. Superior positioning for Jaeger. This might be the advantage they need. This might be the tournament on a platter.
Watch for Tori to go in too deep. Get past the point of no return with the Gorillaz Kitsune Rush is waiting in the wings. He's going to use the jagged wall, and that might be it. Look at it. The Tori looks back. There's just nothing but blue arches in the way. The Tori immediately finds themselves in the crosshairs of Turbo Smooth. Arius will get one last chance in this grand finals.
Near the world's fastest reset, you might even need somebody to go like a Tracer or a Sombra to guarantee it, because Santi's holding the spawn doors. That Jaeger do not want a chance for Arius to get there. They do not want to play again. They want it here, they want it now, and they might have done it with just 10 seconds in the back. The Tracer's still in spawn.
China's being dono-walled right now. Kaze gets another one! KO able to cancel the title blast! KO gets ICAV! KO might have just saved this entire championship as Jaeger just need to hold on. They've got the player advantage. They've got everybody here. They've got authority down. Nothing but Jaeger left on this point. They have failed to make playoffs 2 seasons in a row. Now, these underdogs are your Season 7 Master Division champions.
A couple stragglers left to dispatch. ICAV not on his hero, that's Jesper's, but unfortunately it don't matter when you're dead. Kitsu cancelled. Hitori's back on the Rhine of all things, but that HP is simply not going to last. The pin connects onto one, that's nice to have. You're not going to last longer, and with China dispatched, that's it!
Arius did not want to go down without a fight, but there was just too overwhelming odds. There was nothing you could do to come back from that. That was Jaeger's championship, and they knew it. Unreal. What a season out of the biggest underdogs I think I've ever seen make playoffs, much less take it to the championship. One of the biggest surprises I've ever seen in FACEIT League. Cafe Jaeger are the best team in EMEA FACEIT League Master Division.
You don't get a chance to see that every day. Season 6, they were 5-9. The season previous, they were 6-9, and they qualify to Masters playoffs. #1 seed. They do not drop a map for 40, series rather, for 14 in a row. They steamroll their opposition, and here, passing tough tests against the likes of Starbits, against the likes of Mu3, against the likes of Arius. They more than deserve that win because they had to fight tooth and nail for it.
That was incredible. Wow, what a huge, massive congratulations to Jaeger. Your Season 7 champions. Oh my, give me some highlights. Oh, we're just getting some highlights from King's Row here, but so many amazing moments from throughout this series. And Turbo Smooth, we praised as the best vendetta in all of EMEA FACEIT League, if not in the entirety of both regions here that we'll cover.
day. What a day.
Series, what a day.
2 fantastic games.
What a season. I mean, this concludes one of the absolute most competitive seasons we have ever seen here in FACEIT League. I mean, we talked about just the sheer number of map 5s we had in this double elimination bracket. 7 map 5s. I mean, 8 if you count this one going past, you know, a map 5. Your grand finals goes to 6. I mean, extraordinarily competitive. God, it felt like so many of these team fights were could go either direction with one pick or another. And in the final moments where Jaeger are crowned the best team in EMEA Path to Pro.
And it's not just that the playoffs, the regular season, even competitive. You remember even qualification to the playoffs when 3 teams were desperately fighting for their way in. I believe it was Gambit, yes, and Peak Check. I believe the previous season champions who had to up their game to even make it in. Obviously, we don't see them, so that's for a reason. That's because the level of competition just keeps on rising here in FACEIT Master Division. And throughout Season 8 and towards the future, you can only expect that to continue.
Let's see. Looks like we might be getting an interview in here. Oh, fantastic. Oh, I love getting to talk to the players, Joe. Oh, I love getting to talk to the players. Okay. I'm anxiously awaiting. We're going to get Gralis flex support here for Gralis. Gralis, welcome. Congratulations on the championship. Oh, my goodness. Huge claps.
Thank you, Britt. Thank you. GG's. GG's. To walk us through those final moments on King's Row, what was the energy like? What was the response like when you finally claimed the crown?
I'm not gonna lie, China was touching the point for a little bit too long, so I got kind of worried. And then Turbo Smooth got pinned by a toy coming back on Reinhardt, so it was a little bit nerve-wracking. But I mean, I kind of knew at the end we were gonna clutch it out. You know, my team is insane.
As well, definitely true. I mean, you guys won, we believe, 14 matches in a row to make it here. I mean, how does that feel, especially going from your previous seasons as Arion, where you were like 6-9, 5-9, kind of bottom of the pack, middle team?
I mean, bro, I look forget what it feels like to lose. I'm not gonna lie. Like yesterday, even versus New 3, we were shaky, but we were a bit uncertain. And today, I mean, I think we had it in the bag versus Arius, you know, just through comps. But yeah, I mean, it feels insane. Like this is our first time making playoffs, like our core at least, like without Turbo, and it's like I don't know, like we've come a long way, I guess.
Obviously, Arius are a strong team. They push you so far. But what do you think allowed you to get a small edge over them to eventually take the series, take this tournament?
I mean, we were a little bit shook after they won Runasapi in the mirror, because that's kind of what we back ourselves in, but I think they just did a lot of prep for that map, and I don't know, we adjusted really well for Suravasa, so, you know, that was mostly it.
It was a very close series. What kind of adjustments did you make to go through? And also talking about Suravasa, can I get some insight on the Soldier 76? What was up with that bit?
Yeah.
I mean, adjustments wise, I mean, what they were playing for is like just bubble ICAV and hope he kills everything, while China just like flanks and causes distractions. So, I mean, personally, I just tried to take a step back and be a bit more aware of my surroundings. And then I think Turbo we just switched our kind of style up. And also, Suravasa is just a good map for us too. So, I don't know. It was close too, but I think when NBHD is just under, like, they banned Soj, and then NBHD, I think he picked Venture versus SR Peak Check. He just randomly picks Sombra sometimes. Today he wanted to play Soldier, and like, with my player, bro, if he wants to play Soldier, like, we just said go for it.
That sounds like MV.
Grand finals, and you're just hero picking on vibes. I love it.
Bro, we were chilling throughout the entire series. Like, I think our team, like, we actually play. You can't put pressure on us. Like, there's no pressure for us. Everyone's chilling. Everyone's having a laugh, even if we go like 2 maps down. Well, we're just having fun, you know. We're here for the passion.
That passion carries you to a championship, my friend.
It did, bro. All these teams have coaches like Kasoris, Tabayash. All we have is passion. It's all we need.
with passion as your guide, it took you all the way. What are you going to do? What would you do to celebrate this? I mean, what a monumental win. One of the biggest surprises. And did y'all expect to come this far? I mean, obviously, once the Vendetta meta hit, you had to feel like y'all had something special here. Did you expect it to be championship caliber?
I mean, I think we were going to make playoffs. Like, coming into the season, like, I knew our roster was going to be really quality. Like, Turbo and MB are insane, you know? But I think we were going to make playoffs, but as soon as this Vendetta hero dropped, like, Turbo is just the GOAT. Like, no one can match him on that hero. Like, I think Rav is, like, a close second, maybe, but I think he's still tiers above most players. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone really had us expecting to win, and I don't think we expected to win, honestly, either. I think our goal season started was top 4 just for this phase 2, but like as soon as we beat like what's it called, Starbits, you know, on in our second match, we definitely knew we could take the entire tournament. We were doing well in scrims. I think is like the meta favors us so well, and I don't know, we're just insane, I guess.
I can't argue that.
Dope.
It's really hard to disagree. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess anything else you want to say? You know, anyone you want to thank particularly? Any of your teammates you want to highlight?
Shout out Vay or Kale, our main support. He played insane. He's just deadlifting on Alari and killed 3 last map. Shout out Turbo Smooth. I give him every Suzu and he kills 5. Shout out Santi. And shout out MVHB for never complaining even though he never gets healed too.
Go. Well, congratulations, my friend. An enormous championship. Y'all go celebrate. Go enjoy. You are finally done with Season 7. I can't wait to see you in those OWCS qualifiers and see what else Jaeger has in store for us. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again on being a champion.
Thank you. Very good night.
There you go. Flexport extraordinaire, Gralis, from your champion, Jaeger. And again, biggest surprise I think I've ever seen. One of the biggest turnaround seasons I've ever seen in 6 seasons of casting FACEIT League.
Like we
that is going to go ahead.
We can keep on like telling you this, but I mean, unless you're like watching, you know, FACEIT League season to season, then it's one of those things you never properly understand in your heart until you see it. But yeah, as you mentioned, that's everything we've got, at least for MEA.
I mean, I feel like that was Shanghai Dragons 0-40 Season 1 and winning Stage 3 in Season 2. Like, that was that kind of powerful turnaround that we just witnessed here. All right, y'all? It was that kind of legendary. We are not done. We've crowned 1 champion. We've got more to go. We're going to take an extended break, get set up. We're going to move over. We got to go to North America. We got a couple more matches to play over there. Spec, it was an absolute joy. Thank you for all your expertise here in EMEA. I couldn't have done it without you, my friend.
It's been an absolute joy. I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
I can't wait. All right. Y'all don't go away. Hydrate, stretch your legs a little bit. Come back soon. NA is just around the corner.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
on.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Dorado! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Oh, happy days. We have returned for Championship Sunday. It's time to head into North America. We've got another king to crown here in FACEIT League Season 7. Here to determine the best of the best in our path to pro for North America. My name's Jeff Return. I've got Limit Kiwi alongside me here as we go into NA. Limit, thank you so much for joining me. It's awesome to get you here on broadcast.
I know, and it's been so awesome hanging out in your streams and being able to watch all these FACEIT matches. And, you know, frick that football stuff. We get to watch some better games because that one's a snoozer. These ones are going to be hyped because yesterday, Bullskunk, we saw just how close the matches can really be.
And I expect this one right out of the gate. I mean, there's potential 5-map banger right in front of us as we're going to start things off in the lower bracket. You've got Dreamland taking on Emote down mid, and then you've got the underdogs in Cafe Kintsugi waiting in the grand finals. You know what I've noticed? There's a lack of Nightmare here in our Championship Sunday.
It might feel like you're waking up from a nightmare. It's crazy that they're not here. There was this insane upset victory from EDM yesterday in a grueling Game 5. Honestly, that series could have gone either way, but a big congratulations from EDM just last night. And they had a hilarious interview, but I'm sure taking down the top dogs, they're coming into today with their heads held high.
Oh, and it's such a fun team to watch with Cardi Fan at the helm. Evo down mid has certainly been a surprise breakout this season and one we did not expect to do as well as they have. I mean, you're going up against the #1 seed, but first things first, let's zoom in on this wild squad with Cardi Fan at the helm. We've seen a lot of Doomfist. We've seen a lot of Wrecking Ball this season here from EDM.
Absolutely. Their team identity is very unique compared to the rest as they operate around a Doomfist Hammond-oriented team. And their tank choices here changes how they approach fights differently and very completely from other teams. There's a lot more push and pull with that Doomfist or Hammond engage, which come and go in these fights. They both have really incredible high ground pressure and escapability. And this kind of composition and style isn't something that teams scrim every day. So teams that are facing EDM really have to rely on their past knowledge of what EDM have done in the past and what tape is available.
And they're so hard to prepare for because they've always changed things up, and particularly coming into this season, where we used to have Derpy was the primary starting tank for this team, which means they kind of revolved a lot around the Reinhardt play and being a ground and pound style team, to suddenly Cardi Fan taking the helm of starting tank here in Season 7, and just completely shifted the style of this team. You've also had some great additions like PDK and Ryan joining EDM that just supplemented the punching power and really added a level of depth. You have Razor, who's the CEO of Dildux, right? The founder of Dildux has brought their big brain and breadth of experience to this squad as well. It has made for a very potent team here in EDM.
And PDK highlighting him and how potent he is on Sojourn. He showed us just yesterday how strong his mechanics can be, and it was a huge part of that success that they had and how they were able to take down the goats of Nightmare. And it's important that he plays that Sojourn, right? We talk about this push and the pull with the Doomfist or the Hammond comps, and it's important that he's on the Sojourn so he can jump away or involve himself in fights, because Doomfist and Hammond are going to start fights on a dime, and PDK has to be on it. And PDK has to be mobile so that it can help Cardi in these situations. And Ryan has been my MVP on this team. Fantastic tracer, and he's proven in high stakes situations that he can stall by himself and keep his team's hopes alive. I think about New Junk City yesterday. Bullskunk, we were losing our minds over Ryan and how he was helping EDM push them over the edge.
And what a wonderful addition. And one of the absolute next ups to keep an eye on here out of NA. It wouldn't surprise me to see Ryan to continue to push up through the ranks, either here in FACEIT League or into OWCS. Perhaps getting called up into the bigs at some point in 2026. That definitely would be a player I'd be keeping an eye on today. I want to talk about EDM's opponents though, as Dreamland are your #1 seed coming out of regular season. They had the top slot there, and frankly, I'm surprised to see him in lower bracket at all.
It's weird, and I honestly think it came down to a bad matchup against Kintsugi yesterday, because Kintsugi are the masters of this Zarya Vendetta composition, and Dreamland behind Dion operate a lot around kind of more stationary styles around a Sigma around Dion, which didn't help them too much on Ilios to run that Sigma when they were getting run over by the non-stop relentless pressure of a Zarya Vendetta comp, as we said. And there was a lot of reliance around Talisman playing Mei in situations that didn't really maximize its potential, like playing Mei into Zarya, Lucio, Kiri, Vendetta, Sojourn. All of these characters either have a way to not be frozen, aka Zarya bubbles, or have some kind of mobility to get out of blizzards or any kind of freezes. So if you're Talisman, you have to be really maximizing the DPS, because the utility is something really hard to lock down in that matchup. But Talisman has been showing that he can flex to other things, but I want to see those adaptations come as early as possible if those situations don't work out. But hey, Dion doesn't also play the Zarya, so this team also has a unique approach of not really bending to that meta all the time.
They truly don't, and that's been one of the surprises from the Dreamland squad, is how successful they have been kind of playing against the meta, and not in a way where it's like we're gonna play Wrecking Ball, or we're gonna, where we have this weird kind of one-trick solution, but actually playing this very like fundamental, just okay, we're gonna play this slow style, and for the most part has worked for them. But yeah, they got ripped to shreds against Kintsugi yesterday, hence how they find themselves in this lower bracket finals.
And Manually has been a silent carry on this team. Despite that trio, you look at the scoreboard, and Manually is carrying in terms of the damage he's able to put out, mostly on Sojourn, and he's also the good vibes player of the team. And you actually had an interview with Talisman, who highlighted Manually as that hype guy, that the vibes merchant, as you call it. And Talisman is also someone I'm looking forward to seeing more. Like you were highlighting how he's this known tracer quantity. Are we going to see more of that maybe if he's going up against Ryan? And how that experience from Team Puerto Rico from back in the day in Overwatch World Cup, if that kind of being in this high stakes situation, is that going to translate into today? He seems like a pretty chill guy, but now it's the finish line, so it's do or die.
Yeah, Talisman is definitely a speak softly, carry a big stick kind of gamer, right? Very soft-spoken in the interview. Doesn't not want to really hype themselves up, but then you get him in game, and it's like a 10-foot demon. And they're especially on that tracer. But how does it hold up? How does it stack up against the Vendetta on the other side, or even more unusual picks that we might see out of EDM? That remains to be seen. It served them well. It served Dreamland very well in the regular season. Once again, that #1 seed, but a bit of a stumbling block here recently. Now, zooming in on the history of these two squads, Dreamland do have both head-to-heads in the matchups against EDM from earlier this season, including sending them down into this lower bracket just a couple days ago.
Yeah, and when you talk to Talisman about like what are the strengths of his team, and it was about being kind of like that jack of all trades, but in a good way, of a team that could really play any composition and adapt to any situation. And those are the exact skills you need when going up against a Doomfist Hammond team that are going to be playing a little bit unconventionally, at least compared to the traditional front to back kind of fight that you're going to have with a Zarya Vendetta.
Adaptation will be key here, and you definitely got a lot of everybody on this roster, on the Dreamland roster, seems very versatile. Dion in particular, though, it'll all revolve around Dion. We talked about the Sigma. Dion is actually pretty exceptional at pretty much any tank, can kind of play anything that you need them to play, and is actually also one of the big next steps I've been keeping an eye on here. One of my favorite players out of FACEIT League, both this season and previous seasons, to where I think Dion is right on the precipice of being OWCS caliber, could very much become a household name over the course of this year.
And on the other side of things, someone who kind of like feels like they accidentally got here is, I saw a really hilarious interview with Gorilla, who kind of was self-proclaimed like #1 casual player. As said, he doesn't like scrimming, only gets on teams with friends. And he was kind of surprised to know that, wow, he's now a known quantity outside of ranked. And now he's in this competitive space, and all is being demanded of him. And he's being able to support the team in a fantastic way. And now he's in a top 3 situation in the FACEIT Masters League, just right on the cusp of OWCS.
That it is pretty exceptional. It's an exceptional story all the way around. Again, this EDM squad, I mean, just last season had Derpy at the helm, was a Reinhardt team. and had found success, but had never quite made it to the top, right? Had never made it all the way based around just kind of the one-trick compositions that they, or unusual compositions that they would run. I mean, quite the swing to turn around and then find yourselves in the championship here this season with Derpy stepping away and Cardifan moving into that starting role. I love this EDM team. This EDM team has got just an aura about them that is hard to find anywhere.
Yeah, and it's kind of this unexpected nature. They're just the perfect tier 2 team, right? Of just kind of throwing away the meta. And I would say throw away the meta, like they're not always running down the vendetta. They still have Sojourn Jail running 24/7 over there, basically. And they still incorporate a lot of the popular heroes. But like I said, the change of that tank really does affect how you approach those fights, because of you don't have someone that can hold that space all the time. Really, obviously depends. Hammond or Doomfist have varying amounts of stability, but I'm really excited to just see how EDM are going to kind of take this really seriously now, because this is the lower bracket. There is no second chances, and EDM, I've been running through this lower bracket from sweeping Amplify, taking down Nightmare. Can EDM just be the final boss of this lower bracket?
I mean, Nightmare was the team favorite coming in. That was, the start of the season. Nightmare was your number 1 seed, was the favorites to take this whole thing. So that win is, enormous. Being able to take down a team of that caliber spoke volumes and really raised our expectations of this EDM squad. I don't know. Now, whether they'll ever beat Dreamland is a different story. Dreamland are right there underneath Nightmare all season long. And we're your number 1 seed. We'll get first pick and first ban here as well.
That's going to be interesting. And you always have that tone setter in control. And yesterday, both these teams duked it out. One came out with a win, one did not. And you're kind of wondering how Dreamland are going to bounce back, because these matches happened just last night. And now 24 hours later, they got to lock in and kind of review what I guess depends what kind of work ethic we got on these teams. I know Gorilla don't like the scrimming and whatever, but you got to review what happened yesterday, and especially your opponent coming into today, because both our teams have very unique identities. And here's our veto.
We finally get our bans. And Dreamland does get first ban as your number 1 seed coming out of regular season. So that granted them the Wrecking Ball ban here right out of the gate, attacking one of the most unusual and hard to deal with heroes on Control.
Yeah, and the Freya ban's interesting. You may want to just keep that Sojourn ban in the back pocket for later on, because you can only ban a hero once in a series for your side of things. So the Hammond makes sense. You're going to be looking for a Doomfist matchup here from EDM instead of the Hammond. And EDM are going to operate around the Sojourn. Both teams probably around the Sojourn, but also expect either the Tracer players to flex to Echo. I know Ryan really likes his Echo on Ilios, and you want to take advantage of that ceiling.
I mean, we did have an Ilios pick here as well, I believe, which does explain the Freya ban. That's actually a pretty common combo, is to pick Ilios and then ban Freya. If you have a Freya player, then you ban something to protect the Freya. Otherwise, you get rid of the Freya going into Ilios, because it's just super powerful on Lighthouse and, well.
There we go. We have Ilios, and it's going to be interesting how Talisman has been such this wild card for me, but such an exciting player to watch, of just kind of watching how he thinks and how he's trying to problem solve on the fly. He really puts it on himself to be the solution of all things. If there's a problematic Hammond, he goes Sombra. If he's trying to help Dion on the front lines, he's going to go Mei to kind of give his tank the edge there. He may even play Tracer just to have any kind of objective presence. We've seen Vendetta. We've seen everything from Talisman. So wondering what his choice is going to be here today, or if he's going to want to mirror the Ryan's potential Echo coming out.
I feel like I've mostly seen Talisman on the Tracer, at least early, but especially recent memory through these playoffs, it has been quite the variety, which really just kind of goes to illustrate the skill set on Talisman and how they are able to just play such a wide variety of heroes. Give your team a lot of options strategically. Would anticipate most likely the Doom out of Cardifan. Talisman
That's what I'm
actually
thinking
looking
that
to
too.
match that Echo as well.
So the Echo is going to be huge here because it's as important of a tank buster. The best thing
Exactly.
to deal with an Echo is also another Echo. Although I always like a Tracer on Ilios just when the point, something like Lighthouse, which we're not on right now, when the fights take place at different areas, it's good to have a Tracer to separate away. But here on Well, you're playing a lot of the perimeter, you know, because there's a big old hole in the middle of the point. So it's going to be important to take advantage of that height. I'm looking at Talisman to maybe try and burn down Cardi and force him out of the fight sooner before he finds any impact. And Cardi's already trying to harass the high ground. And Dion's on the Diva, so you can maybe try to chase down Cardi or even pressure the backline, which is the idea here of Dion.
You see, it's just immediately going to retreat back up to that high ground where Dreamland are 5 strong. I mean, heavy positional investment to try to take the top of that lighthouse. Brilliant shot out of PDK. Put an X on Manuel's head, but the heals are there, and Manuel's able to top back up. Same can't be said for Talisman, though. Talisman trying to sneak into a position, gets caught. Trying to circle back around EDM. And that opening pick might just be enough for first cap.
This is just going to be a no-fly zone. I think Ryan also realizes that because we usually see him on the Echo, and I think giving a lot of respect to Manually and that Hitscan's ability to take down flyers and how kind of annoying that is to just give so much consideration to a Hitscan when you want to fly down and kill tanks, and Manually, this is his playground.
That is a great retort out of Dreamland as we get into this second fight. Helps clean up some high ground. Things are going to get messy. Nice little double cooldown investment from Cardi just to go back and find safety, but Dreamland finding control of the objective.
It wasn't even off of like a full team wipe, just like a quick pick, quick disengage from EDM. They don't want to waste any time. And now Ryan's going to pressure to the left. You have Cardi on the left, on the opposite side, I should say. And Dreamland are going to back away. They are really giving a lot of space to this Doom. They're hoping to poke Cardi down before he can get this dive set up.
Yeah, watch for in range of those Doom cooldowns. Doom is just chasing Dion Diva around the mech currently. Graveyard now with a Kitsune Rush invested in, though, and this is going to prompt a disengage. Cardi cannot run away fast enough. And Dreamland head to the high ground to find exit picks on the way out.
And Dreamland are playing this tug of war perfectly against a Doomfist, just being as far away as possible, marking him at all times, poking him, and then as soon as the Doomfist tries to escape, Manually locks on. So Ryan has to be more of a disturbance to try and access this Sojourn, force the jump, and kind of play this cooldown game of who between Cardi and Ryan can make Manually or Talisman uncomfortable.
Dion only slightly uncomfortable with the nature strike will force out the self-destruct. Manually and Talisman both positioned all the way to the back of the map. Dion got caught halfway underneath the lighthouse. The sound barrier engaged. Graves eventually goes down, though. Dreamland has the answer. Ends up being a 1 for Watt, but it's Dreamland with both supports still left on the table. EDM, pop it, overclock, see if it'll give him the advantage. You're able to cover Ryan's push into that back line. Talisman drops it behind you and duplicates the Doomfist. That is a high skill hero to try to duplicate. Talisman will not last. Kitsune Rush out of EDM, aiding and helping to win this fight.
Yeah, probably a missed target on Talisman, or just like, oh my god, I need a second life real bad, and you pop it just to keep on living, which is what Dreamland are doing. And they say the early bird gets the worm, well, the later beat wins the fight, and Nenwai was a huge part of winning that first phase of the fight. Talisman keeping himself alive, although not an impactful ult, but one that keeps him involved, and that's what's important, because Dreamland have a lot of work ahead of them.
The later beat gets to eat.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Sorry. See, you didn't have to pay for that dad joke. All right, Ryan's got a pulse bomb coming back into this delivery. 54% on the board, but EDM need to be perfect for the rest of this round. Hey, a pick on him manually, that'll win you a fight right there.
EDM already just trying to take the fight on their own terms, being proactive. PDK has to be careful. You don't have a Matrix that can save you, but you got a very commanding Doomfist at the front lines. You got to be careful because those environmentals can really sneak up on you too. But Cardi's going to let them walk in. Kitsune Rush puts the red carpet down.
I think Cardi was trying to bait, and Graveyard sniffed it out. Beautiful stick will land on to Manually, so you cut that two-player advantage in half, but Dreamland are still able to take control. 95% is EDM are looking to come back in. They have no ultimates to work with.
Such a fantastic stick, too, from Ryan to kick things off. But now he has to continue to be involved. You saw how important he was on New Junk City yesterday in that Game 5 victory. And Ryan, it's all up to him to keep this alive.
Beautiful shot on PDK is going to find Talisman, keep EDM's hopes on this. They're going to flip this point. PDK gets another one with the Disruptor shot. We're going the distance here in our opening round.
Absolutely. Ryan buys those crucial seconds. PDK is able to stand on his 2 feet and deliver the final blow to Dreamland, but is it the nail in the coffin? Is his final fight consuming advantage for Gorilla? Dion has second life with self-destruct, and he's forced to use it early.
Oh, maybe entirely too early. Talisman's the one has to go over and touch the point. In lieu of that, there's the Kitsune Rush, that massive advantage for EDM, just keeping Dreamland contained, and nobody even makes it out to touch.
Talisman got so robbed, but what a commanding presence too from PDK. When he has space to operate, there's just no one that can stand in his way. And it was pretty back and forth between PDK and Manually, and that's enough for Ryan. I mean, Ryan didn't even show up on the Echo. He just wanted to be a distraction from all angles. And not only that, the way that EDM can keep contesting the point a lot more compared to when you have an Echo. Now, Talisman may have some similar survivability, being able to pop the Echo dupe as that quote second life, but I would say it is pretty even just looking at the stats. So I'm very interested to see how Lighthouse breaks out. I'm thinking the Tracer here is going to be important, like I said, when there's 2 different fights happening, one sort of near the middle of the map. One Tracer can go towards the point and break focus and force people to look another way.
I mean, exact same number of deaths from both teams there in that opening round. That's how even it was. And only 8 deaths apiece. It seems like very, like 1 kill fight wins for both sides. High ground advantage to Manually early as we get into Lighthouse. And this is such a powerful spot.
Really is. Manually will have the high ground, a really nice angle. He can dictate when he takes fights, but he can't stop a good punch to the face.
Cardi fan jump scare. Manually ends up taking a swim. Cardi fan now back on to the point. EDM got their backs up against the objective, is just continually just pummel Dion away from the point. Right hook after right hook, and Dion will just not escape trouble. This is just 56% of the board. That was just an ult battery there for Cardi fan.
Wow. And Manually was trying to be in a safe position so that he could be aware of the Doomfist, but Cardi just jumped up right below that lighthouse, and like we said, it was a huge surprise. EDM being able to build up towards some ults, or at least halfway to some ults, is going to be quite important. See if where PDK is positioned, if he's taking Manually's position on top of the lighthouse or just taking on the back platform, and doesn't matter where PDK is because he's still killing.
Yeah, that was a headshot. We just went careening across the screen and dotted Manually between the eyes. You can see now PDK getting insanely aggressive. Hoping to find an exit pick. Okay, just gets run off by Dion, but it is another 1-fight win. Dreamland tried to reset, see what they can come back in here with.
And the Cassidy swap for Manually to have that flashbang to try and deal with Cardi. Meteor strike, and he's already back in it, and PDK's in the wings. He's right next to him. Ryan's involved too, and he's recalled, man. Dreamland are getting suffocated.
Oh, and it's all on the back of Cardi fan. Cardi fan is just the conductor behind this crazy masterpiece of a symphony that EDM are performing right now. It's gonna be nearly 70% of the board. Dreamland can't even seem to get close. You do have, I mean, a sound barrier to work with here. You can find a chance to work around this PDK overclock. Oh, but Manually's already down. The sound barrier is too late. Dion doesn't get the beat either, and EDM are struggling to find any value with the Kitsune Rush in play. Excuse me. Dreamland are struggling to get anything done.
Yeah, the self-destruct, he thought that was enough to kind of pull the fight away so that Talisman can get the wraparound and get the flip. And this is looking like 100-0, especially with Graveyard down. Dreamland don't have the heals to keep up with this. And Ryan kills the final support. And that is the nail in the coffin for Ilios. EDM are up in the series.
What a start for your underdog squad that is EDM. Unbelievable round, and everybody getting involved. It wasn't just like one standout there for me in that map. I mean, it was a beautiful leapfrog of talents of who is going to take the front line, who's going to clutch up and find the picks. God, I mean, whether it's PDK, or Cardi fan just punching everybody. I will say, it did feel like Cardi fan was certainly the driving force there in that map one, though, really setting just a a blitz pace there through Ilios.
Yeah, Dreamland really suffering on Ilios because this was a map they
Yeah.
lost yesterday against Kintsugi, but they came in with a different approach and a fresh look, which is obviously a different matchup. Dion not on the Sigma, but on the Diva, something that's very fluid and very popular on Control because of these short-range bursts, whether it's damage and also the mobility, but just cannot get through this choke, and EDM commanded all of that. Dreamland used Kitsune Rush can get out of the choke. They used Sound Barrier in a 4v5, still barely got towards the point. They never even got the flip, so I'm so surprised that through all these efforts, Dreamland got completely shut out in that round 2.
Unreal. I mean, when I talked about that, Dreamland had beat EDM twice already this season. EDM only took one map combined between both of those series. It was basically a 6-1 win over the course of 2 series. And already here, now EDM have the lead for the first time ever this season against this #1 seed.
What a punch from Cardi. This destabilized everything from Dreamland because it looked like Manually could have been in a position to just pick people apart as they walked in. Would have been really hard to find cover against that position that Manually had. And again, Manually puts it on himself to be the counterwatch guy, and he went to the Cassidy, and it's just not a character that's very popular right now because it's like you've even pointed out, it's hard to time the tumbles. The Deadeye isn't as impactful when there's a lot of mobile characters that can find cover away. And it's a good zoning tool, but even that wasn't enough to really help Dreamland pressure the choke against a Doomfist that it's, man, they were aggressive too. They kind of full sent it. There was a bit of push and pull, but EDM would also pop Meteor Strike, go back in, beat, go back in. Ryan leads in, recalls. There was so much bait and switch. It was so beautiful to see out of EDM.
It was. And I mean, the push and pull was instant response, right? As soon as you saw a disengage from Dreamland, EDM were already on their heels. They did not give them any room to breathe. I mean, immediate response. It even felt like when they were down, like they were still continuing to keep pressure on, even if they had lost a player in that fight. A wild opening map. It was only 8 deaths from EDM going into that second round. I don't think they had much more than that coming out of it.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of that Dreamland could have done on Lighthouse is if you can't find a way through, you find a way around. And I'm just such a big Tracer fanatic that Tracer can just find her way through all the different sides. Well, it's still not a flank-heavy Lighthouse map compared to others. But just for the Tracer to find her way around, go towards the point, start trying to back cap so that everyone starts to turn around and you can try to have a pincer maneuver or just liberate a bit of that pressure on the choke point. But it is very hard to come up with solutions. And even in hindsight, it doesn't look too solid. But EDM have proven that with this composition, they're the masters of it. And it's hard to beat them at their own game.
Confirming here, they also end the map in 8 deaths. So yeah, there was not a single death on once we got into Lighthouse. Yeah, it was an absolutely perfect Lighthouse out of EDM. Manually comes out with 9 deaths in that map. So it was clearly getting the brunt of all of the aggro out of EDM, compared to nobody else on Dreamland had more than 3. Just to give you an idea, Manually led the lobby in deaths by over 3 times. And it's just, I think that's on EDM. I don't think that's Manually playing bad or being out of position so much as that was EDM's focus, was that hit scan time and time again. They're on map 1. We'll see if that continues as we move forward.
I don't blame them. There really wasn't a good approach to getting through that choke point because they just decided to play through main, which is this long road where guess who was there? PDK with a gun. And then you have Manually dying a lot to PDK with that gun. If you would have wrapped around the staircase to the high ground, that little platform, then you're putting yourself in a situation where you're maybe in a tiny room against a Doomfist who could easily get up there and really show you a bad time. And also just any path you take, everybody has to be on the same page because you want to be in line of sight of your supports. You want to play around your diva who's going to be the best person to peel for you in bad situations. So everyone would have had to been on the same page on a different pathing there. And again, Ilios is so narrow and great for Doomfist. So they had to pick their poison and they picked the Doomfist poison and it sucked.
No bueno. No bueno. Fortunately, both of these teams have secured a spot in Master Division for Season 8. You too can secure a spot in Season 8. Registration is open now for this season starting on March 16th. Go sign up. You've got tools to help you find a team. If you don't already have a group of friends to play with, go sign up. Go find the team. Go compete in some FACEIT League. I got to play in some Open Division. Most fun I've ever had playing Overwatch. I mean, without question, full stop. Here, I mean, you've got just a bit of a reset. What we're looking at now is how teams are able to move into Master Division for Season 8. And like I mentioned, all the 3 teams we'll see here today, they have all already secured a spot in Master Division. But there will be plenty more action coming up as we are just kicking off your Overwatch esports for 2026. We're gonna have your we're gonna have your OWCS qualifiers coming up. We're gonna have your LCQ for Master Division, which is what this is illustrating, is just around the corner as well. This is the first of many amazing esports events here for Overwatch in 2026. We're just getting started.
Absolutely. And really, Overwatch over the years has perfected that path to pros. So the fact that anyone can sign up, and you can even be like Gorilla, just get a bunch of friends together and kind of accidentally become a top 3 team because you're just that goated. And then you become known for something outside of ranked. You could be known in this larger community. And also a lot of OWCS players will come down into FACEIT and kind of keep their hands warm, you know, during the off season. So it's a great way to network and, you know, even get signed to a team without getting promoted. So it's a really important platform to get the ball rolling.
And I mean, it's truly anybody can get involved. You could be playing against your favorite team, you know, this time next year, right? Like we've seen it happen. A lot of the players we're seeing on your screen today have gotten their start in FACEIT League. This is the next era of generational of our Overwatch talent here. The next generation of talent moving up through our esports scene. You too could be one of those champions. But hey, you know what? We have a champion to crown here today. We're getting some hero bans, and of course, Dreamland did get their second map pick and first ban in a row, choosing to go with a support protect here.
Yeah, the Mercy ban is not something you see every day, and neither is the Echo. I think both teams pulling it out. What is it? Mostly Talisman, maybe a bit of Ryan, but I think mostly Talisman. So he'll be forced to flex to something else. When is the Talisman May gonna come out again too? And is Dion gonna sport some Sigma, which has been a huge component to their success when it comes to these payload maps? So excited to see what Dreamland have come up with, because they are this jack of all trades, a team that has been able to put so much time into their practice that they have all this wealth of compositions that they can pull out.
Yeah, and they really kind of pride themselves on being able to have an answer for any solution, to have a composition to respond to any situation. I mean, an EDM will give you some different looks, no doubt there. Going into Escort, we'll see. Do Dreamland want to slow this back down? Right now, I think it is up to them to find an answer. EDM have no reason to change anything. We may see, you know, Cardi go into the ball instead of the Doomfist, but I wouldn't anticipate a whole lot more change from EDM until Dreamland are able to find an answer.
Now we go into Shambali, where it's, I think, more Sojourns, but I think the Mercy ban also just makes any kind of sniper even less sexy to play. Not that I have seen a pocketed Widow in my current lifetime, at least not since the very early days of Overwatch. But if there would be any Widows that would want to come out and sport, it would be on a Shambali map, like at least especially on defense, maybe even offense for a quick jump out. But the support play here can also change. I think double flex support is a very possible on a map like this, but I think so many teams like the speed and the fact that they can really dictate how and when they disengage and engage into fights.
Especially on a front back map like this, right? We're not talking like a lot of flank routes. This is going to be very, one team takes their turn, the other team tries to survive that turn without spending too many cooldowns, and then that team chooses to invest what cooldowns they have left to try to move forward and assault and take their turn. So it ends up being, you know, what we've learned is very front back Overwatch here on Shambali, just because you don't have a lot of side flanks to play with. You know, you're not going to be working about, you know, trying to control different flank angles here. It is winning the cooldown and trade. It is going to be very fundamental Overwatch here for map 2. Very. We'll see. I'm ready to get into it. I'm running out of speculations. I want Shambali. Bring it on.
Me too, because this map can be really tricky. First, I think this first part of the map can be very friendly to the brawl, and it's very hit scan centric. I think that's where Manually and PDK can sport off again. I don't think we got to see the full capabilities of someone like Manually when you're kind of stuck in a choke against Doomfist. You didn't get to see the other Sojourn that you're trying to shoot at. So now that we have a more open playing field, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with a potential Doomfist, but also we may have a more fair matchup between PDK and Manually.
I don't know. You say that. Watch for the wrecking ball. Watch for the wrecking ball. All right. We got trolled. EDM apparently changed their mind. As they have gone with a Zarya ban over the Echo ban now.
What the hell? Now they're changing it. Okay.
I know. Yeah, I know. Right? Yeah.
Well, time to monologue about something else then. So the sorry fan. So, oh jeez. Okay. Well, these teams aren't really known for their vendetta, so it's kind of strange, I guess, in case you would want to be able to play that, or even a Zarya Reaper. I mean, that was more of Kinsugi's thing yesterday, which was quite fun to watch. Yeah, Zarya Reaper in the current year is also a crazy sentence to utter, but anything to enable a diving DPS is what Zarya's really for. But she can be a very self-sufficient brawl person of her own, one that becomes that raid boss if you let her live a little too long. When she gets to 100 energy, Zarya becomes the DPS.
Well, you can't get close. Then you're able to anchor an objective, in this case, the cart, and just not allow anybody to get close, which goes to the overwhelming amount of damage, right? You're putting something out like, was 190 DPS at 100 energy. I mean, it's just an exorbitant amount of damage coming out from the Zarya.
What was the second? So we had Zarya, and what was do we know the other
Mercy
one
is
yet?
actually accurate. The Mercy is actually accurate. Yeah.
Okay,
they
that's
did do
cool.
a support protect. That was the actual first ban. It was just the second ban apparently was incorrect.
Okay, the Mercy one is like, we literally do not care about Mercy, and we want to keep our support bans open for the future, which is perfectly fine. Totally down for that. And that, I could easily see the Ramatra. A lot of teams like to Ramatra mirror on Shambali, any kind of brawl like that, especially just being able to put up that shield so that your hit scan. It's kind of a very underrated brawl hero that could also provide you a solid poke phase while that shield is up. So excited to see once we finally get into Shambali and people stop lying to us about bans, that we can kind of see what everyone's cooking up.
I know, right? That's just EDM, EDM are in lobby and they're still trolling us. That is just the kind of team EDM is here. That's just what they bring to the table. What would you expect from a Doomfist team? I'm just saying.
Expect the unexpected, okay? And this is still not going to be a fun map to go against the Doomfist, because as much as that long road seems like a good poke area, and it is, as soon as that attack starts to slip through the left corridor, even try the right side, if you're trying to access those back defenders, the left road is going to be the usual pathing that brawl teams are going to take. But there's different splits you can do. You can kind of run it down main, although you will be vulnerable to damage. And now that the Doomfist team is on defense, they could just jump down and ruin your life. And if you're coming down that left corridor, again, being in any narrow, tight area against a Doomfist is a bad time. Now, Dion's on the Sigma, so watch out how he uses that accretion to destabilize that Doomfist. And everyone from Dreamland needs to react. And now this is a moment where I like the Talisman May. And I know I've been a hater in the past, but this is how you could really try to block off the exits of this Doomfist.
Yeah, it's all about controlling the quick punch from Cardiff, narrowly avoiding disaster with the accretion. I mean, that one was just a centimeter away. Here comes Dreamland with that left side push. Oh, good headshot land. Good peels. Manually's going to just keep the flank clear. Dreamland slowly but surely taking control. Cardiff wants to come and take this high ground back. Right now, it's force point. All contends around this tiny little high ground spot. A good wall denies some damage, but still, Dreamland is struggling to find this first pick. As I say that, Manually lands a good volley in the Cardiff fan. And that might just be the beginning of the end here for this defense.
And Cardi has been vulnerable to Freya players in the past. It's probably going to be the #1 way to kill Cardi. And Dion realizes that when he throws the accretion, it only takes, you don't need to full charge the Doomfist punch to obviously move. And Cardi knows as soon as he even hears that Sigma grunt a little bit, breathe a little differently, that he has to just charge and go in another direction. Because if he gets hit by that accretion, that Doomfist is toast. So Cardi is showing some expertise in the mobility department, but still has to give more respect to Manually in this damage.
A little Pokemon plotting with Cardi early. Wow, that is a pretty fast Kitsune rush. 15% ahead of the other side, and immediately Dion's able to get a kill. Gorilla isolated. And I mean, Dreamland just in full control. With Cardi Fan going down, that might just be the gap.
Maybe a last-second touch from Ryan. He's been quite heroic with these pulse bombs at that top window. Okay, quick little drop that no, gets booped. Was that Nenwai? I don't know,
I think so.
But some displacement stops Ryan from contesting. There could have been a refight there.
That was so close. The wall came up too, but yeah, I think it was a Ninwai boot that denied the touch, and then Ryan just getting kicked off here towards the end. Bolo shot as well after the death of PDK. But, you know, Manually in Dreamland, you're just going to keep marching on.
That was a Aura Bola shot, okay? The Bora, I guess? I don't know, because he heard PDK utter his ult voice line. He said, nah, okay, you're not diffing me in this map now that I actually have space to shoot back. And Dreamland have barely been forced and been made to sweat at all. What accretion, though! That is exactly what Dreamland need to keep doing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Cardi Fan is having nightmares about right now. They've been trying to watch out for, trying to dodge. One accretion rot, and that'll spell the end of the tank. Dreamland have been flawless so far. Rounding the final corner, you got a Gravitic Flux and a Blizzard to help secure this cap. Cardi punching back. Cardi Fan punches back in. But immediately Grapes is dead. The sound barrier off the table. And this is already a good start for Dreamland's attack as they try to get the second point on the board. Meteor strike in to see if they can stop this. Kitsune in play from the defense as well. But you're still fighting from a deficit. The Talisman Blizzard doesn't catch anything. Now the third ultimate. Oh, Dreamland has double in response. Flux gets denied. Big punch in, and EDM are hanging on through a very scrappy exchange. Dreamland get nothing with their ultimates, but only have a minute and 30 to go with Cardi Fan dying. Dreamland eventually get this thing over the line. God, that was on a knife's edge.
Yeah. Dreamland with a deep Blizzard. Dion would have liked a later Flux there since the Grape sound barrier was still active, so just trying to chunk through that health, I guess, and instead of like a small disengage, re-engage with Flux. And still Dreamland, this is like the top 3 teams feel very rock, paper, scissors. Like EDM is the paper, Dreamland is the scissors, and I guess Kintsugi is the rock, because now the Sigma is actually really countering the EDM thing. Like these accretions are hitting, the Fluxes are catching these group ups from EDM, and Dreamland have 4 minutes going into point C.
Oh, what a Bolo shot. You hit Manually out of the sky. They are able to survive. I think they simultaneously tried to Bolo shot once again. With the Bora was in play. Talisman with a couple of great headshots. Gorilla catching one between the eyes. And this is just a steamroll. Dreamland have hit 5th gear and have not slowed down in the slightest. Late pick on the Grapes will continue to exacerbate this problem. We try to get a touch. We do get a contest at 1.24 meters. Right on the cart, but Cardi Fan just falls lifeless out of the sky. And Dreamland are less than a meter from an enormous cap here on Shambali.
The zoning Blizzard at the end too. I love that Dion stayed aggressive, because you don't want that Doomfist to be able to access your backline, and you want him to force all of his movement cooldowns to deal with Dion. If Dion could be the one that absorbs all of that aggression, that is huge for Dreamland. And he's been on it with accretions too, just really putting Cardi in jail, literally. And he's leading in damage for a good reason. Even when Dreamland falter, Dion will still be outputting the most DPS on his team. And Manually is also throwing in shots into Cardi when Dion makes that call. So this has been really great teamwork, because as soon as that domino falls, you see that EDM constantly are dodging fights if Cardi's not there. That's why point A was kind of a snooze fest. Like Dreamland had 5 ults at the end of point A because there really wasn't a committed fight from EDM, because they just can't hold space without Cardi.
Dreamland with only 1 death on that attack.
Oh my god. Don't have to count too high for that.
Nope, that was easy math. Easy math.
You get away this time with your cast. Let's add to those death totals, though. Like, we got second round, Manuely's on defense. We'll see how this May works. If any pathing you take will get walled off. Now, it depends how EDM are gonna try to bail out Cardi in these situations. PDK maybe just going for a Sonic, kind of assess the defensive setup here, maybe a lucky shot. But Ryan on the Echo too, hoping to burn down the tank, and again, not working through the Sigma shield, but around it is what's key.
Yeah, the Echo also kind of gives you this option here. We're saying just push to the low ground, but Ryan could go above the roof if they wanted to. I think an Echo can kind of open up this right-hand side of this, opening to point A, this very start of the map. Right now, Ryan's just going to play anchor on the cart. And it's Cardifan and company. They're going to move up to that top side to clear the high ground. Talisman holding an anchor for the moment. Cardifan returns to the middle and will just force this Dreamland defense, or at least attempt to force him to the choke. Unsuccessfully on this first try, I might add.
Yeah. And Cardi just can't be as safe as he can. He can't just put up his block and expect to absorb all that damage, because the accretion will be canceling that block. So Cardi has to play his life and just play overall slower, and you're seeing that. They're taking things inch by inch to hopefully go the whole mile, and Dreamland are just operating a lot around Dion and how healthy this shield is.
Very smart play from Dreamland as well. Like, they don't overstay their welcome stubbornly on that first leg of the defense. They just fall back to this very safe corner. You're able to continue to eating time off the clock. Over a minute already gone. And despite hardly any picks going either direction, this defense getting the job done. Now, EDM are coming up on some important ultimates here. Look for this Kitsu to start this next fight.
Absolutely, and because EDM have been so good at just taking damage, they built up the ults to go the whole way.
Ryan's going to find Ninwai there with a focusing beam. It's a good opener. Certainly not enough to get the cap. Oh, that's a great take and bolt into the graveyard. Both him and Manually are one. Kitsune rushes exchanged over the point as Cardifan invests in deep. He's going to get a blizzard on the objective to help Dreamland try to stabilize. Cardifan lands right in the middle of all of it. Will disrupt you with a huge meteor strike. Graveyard's down. Only Lucio heals left for Dion. They will not be able to survive long enough to get the sound barrier in play. And EDM will finally get some kills here on Shambali Monastery.
Really great job from EDM to just keep pushing the cart and really not needing to take an overly aggressive fight. When you're getting progress on the cart, you don't need to push any unnecessary limits. They had all their ults built up. If anything, Dreamland are lucky they even had a fight, because Graveyard popped Kitsune. We both held our breaths when Graveyard dropped to 1 HP the first time, and then Cardi went and finished them off the second time. The only chance for a refight would have been if Nenwai actually got the beat, where he was 99% when Dion died, so that could have been a big game changer. But they'll have it for this fight coming up.
Yeah, but Grapes is gonna have an answer. Now, you could force Grapes into damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, but Dreamland need to make sure that one sound barrier from Grapes doesn't just counter both on the other side. So there you go. It's the Grapes sound barrier to counter the Flux. Ninwai try to drop in the later beat. We'll see if they eat. We're gonna corral EDM down into the cave. You pick up a kill on the ride in the process. Cardifan does come falling out of the sky, and they've kind of pulled Dreamland into a bit of a scrappy fight down on the low ground, but Dreamland are still controlling the issue. Bullet shot blocked by Shield. Great shield from Dion.
Dion's been so smart on how he shield manages too. He's such an important pillar to this team. Now EDM are sneaking up on them though, so Dreamland's backline into a little bit of trouble, and Graveyard and Nenwai really realizing how important they are and how Cardifan is more focused on these supports, and he's ready to meteor strike in.
80k robbed the kill, getting Manually before the meteor strike. Manually did manage to find Grip, so you don't have a whole lot of speed to work with. Well, okay, maybe if you just lay down a Fox Road, that gives you a little bit of extra speed. But Talisman, new 5's the good. Talisman still has this pulse. And they're just able to hold EDM at bay without a whole lot of problems. Just kind of stayed still and kept shooting downrange.
Yeah, Dreamland just have to mark this window because Cardi will try to abuse that, and that's why Dion's putting up the shield. They don't want to get surprised because that's going to be the best way that EDM can access someone like Graveyard and Nenwai. And because they're still stacked together, there's not a lot of great ways for Graveyard to teleport out. Maybe manually will be far back enough for Talisman, but Pulse Bomb gets no one. Grapes keeping Talisman in check, but there is some progress from EDM here.
And then Grapes turns their back. Talisman's thinking about moving in on this flank. If they decide to make a move. Meanwhile, Cardi Fam, big right hook. Slides in behind the support, trying to get under the skin of this Dreamland defense. Runs to grab the Mega. And will eventually get a kill on him manually. Meanwhile, the duplicate on the front line is holding it down for the EDM attack. The Sigma of Ryan still in play here. Eventually, will get taken out of the dupe, but you're going to claim a kill onto Dion and more here as we get 2 points on the board for EDM.
Yeah, kind of a split, unfortunate thing happened with Dreamland. Manually took an ego duel against Cardi, where Nenwai, I think, was there too, but still in a small room against the Doomfist, no matter how low that... I think Cardi was maybe half health. Manually called that, oh, this Doomfist is... Oh, and Nenwai got the beat cancel. That's another good shout. So, too many L's for Dreamland to overcome that fight, unfortunately for them. Manually not being part of that fight too, really missed out on some DPS. So, EDM, regardless of how this goes, will be at a time bank disadvantage, but that's if they finish.
All right, Gravitic blocked out of Dion will get canceled as well. Sound barrier from Grapes invested. Oh man, this is just looking like EDM with sights set on the back of Shambali.
All EDM are just built so much momentum from winning that point B fight to constantly staggering Dreamland. Now Graveyard's in trouble. He may need to Kitsu, and he's about to die because Nenwai's still coming out of spawn.
And the Kitsu from EDM is way more better positioned, right over the point. You're gonna get tons of value, nothing but EDM in the kill feed, and almost as flawless a push as we saw from Dreamland on the other side. Not quite. It wasn't a one death attack there from EDM, but I can't tell you how many times, or how few times, I should say, I've seen Shambali capped by both teams. This map never goes into extras. You kidding me?
Absolutely. I'm just really impressed that EDM overcame that point B fight when they were starting from the low ground. There was just so many difficult choke points in Dreamland where you're kind of going into the unknown when you're starting from that low ground and you're having to jump up to that window, and Dreamland were watching it like a hawk. And Cardi still was able to find his way in, which then allowed the rest to follow through. And Dreamland were kind of operating this tracer on the defense where it was trying to do a lot of the scouting for Dreamland, but EDM eventually just overwhelmed them a lot, and also forcing errors out of Dreamland, whether it's manually getting desperate to kill Cardi, to Nenwai's barrier getting canceled. Kind of some unfortunate things really broke down on the defense, which allowed EDM to get a lot of wind in their sails to really go from point B to the end of the map.
I don't think Dreamland got any value off of any of their ultimates on that defense.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely at all. Like, we didn't see the Flux land anything. You know, it was just kind of trying
the Boris shot?
Yeah, exactly. The Boris shot was about the best they had.
which is still just for one kill is maybe not. That's why it's an aura ult and nothing
exactly.
else.
It's like the 2026 version of the zoning ult, right? Now we just have aura ults, all right? We've evolved.
Well, more things change, the more they stay the same. You have the defending May this time, and maybe trying to slow down these fights and encapsulate them as Cardi. Oh, great punch into manually.
There's this vibe here. Dion kind of stuck in the room. Will drop the hand. Still taking a little bit of damage from the focusing beam, but responds with a good pair of hyperspheres. And that's going to be a pair making 3 kills on the board. Dreamland have cut this time down to under a minute.
You've got to get some progress here, and it's tough to have a good anchor on the card when it's a Doomfist. So it's going to be about winning the whole fight, maybe having a tracer here or somebody to just be on cart duty, so while the fight is taking place, you can at least push the cart a few meters. You do not want that box of victory to be near your spawn like this. So Talisman doing what he can to build up that blizzard. This is now final fight.
Oh, immediately hits Ryan square with the bola. No aura on that one. And Dreamland's defense Not in a bad way. I mean, it had aura, but just, you know, it was just a solid shot. Just a solid defense from Dreamland. That's what you ask for. You don't need anything flashy. You just need to hold the line. That card has gone nowhere. We're looking at 26 meters as of right now. That we will get one final fight for this map. Oh no! Rocket's gonna land on a Cardi. Cardi is just done and dusted. But it's a 2-for-1 trade. EDM are missing their tank, but they have a 4v3 advantage at the moment. Considering
and Talisman got his Blizzard canceled.
Oh no! Serious? How many cancels are we gonna get here? Graveyard's got a Kitsune Rush in play. Grave Soundbearer has come and gone. Graves will get melted, and NY gets melted. Wow, this one went down to just a couple of players left on the point. EDM will get some percentage. We'll get some meters.
Yeah, you just don't want to ult and really breathe around a Doomfist, because in the blink of an eye, again, he doesn't need to full charge his punch to cancel an ult. So if you are near him, it's cooked. And Talisman was just trying to Blizzard to zone off enough for that overtime to go away. He's back on the Tracer to be just kind of involved in these fights as soon as possible. And when Ryan can just burn down a tank, it's important for him to go huge here.
All right, and NY with a huge Soundbearer advantage. Just going to use it to try to engage on this point. Be able to get Ryan low, but they just drop a duplicate. And now suddenly there's a bonus tank on the battlefield. Cardifan catches NY, and the bonus duplicate is going to slam Dion down. Cardifan doubles up a bolo shot with the block. You've got to be kidding me. Cardi, I mean, it's just the best Doomfist I think I've ever seen. That is insane.
I didn't even know you could do that. So, I mean, Cardi is teaching me things all the time. Just what I thought manually was Cardi's up. Well, Cardi answers right back. Now that EDM are in this, like, do or die situation, they are just so deathball-y right now. And that has just been impossible for Dreamland to address. And every mistake here is costing meters for Dreamland. Despite, what is it, the minute or so difference between these two teams in time banks, EDM are getting a lot of progress here.
Yeah, that time bank advantage has just been nullified 100%. The meterage is now overtaken. Talisman drops in, double blinks and recalls, never gets the pulse into the mix. PDK drops a bowl of shot. Unclear where that landed. Talisman dropping it, looking for a room, but just never finds it. It takes entirely too long to even find an opening, and it's easily blocked by a Suzu by the time you finally pull the trigger.
Another fight. Dreamland bite the dust. And maybe they recontest. Actually, Cardi is just on the front lines in the trenches, pretty much telling the team, okay, I would like to see 3 on the cart, though. Let's still give some respect here to Dreamland. And then why? Actually, Talisman just swaps to the Tracer now, so maybe I think the recontest is looking pretty cooked. Okay, the Kitsune Rush gets them there in time.
I mean, just barely. All right, now the response out of EDM, beat in play, and that's just 5 points on the board. Just like that, you force the disengage out of Dreamland. They're hoping they can still clap back and win the fight. Move in. Okay, you get Cardi. That's the best Dreamland has looked on this extra innings defense yet. The bowler shot does not connect, but the take aim bolts will. And EDM finally run out of steam, but not before putting up in a monstrous effort during extra innings.
This is still pretty close to worst case scenario, though, or best case scenario, depending on whose fan you are, chat. But EDM getting point B capped with the limited time they had after I thought this was going to be a full hold. They are such a momentum-based team, and really great clutches from all the sides. PDK against manually. Ryan with the Echo has been so impactful. And again, it's not about the dupes, but the burst damage that once you throw those stickies and the focusing beam when someone is half health, and especially giving a lot of that to the other tank. Ryan has been huge at being able to get a lot of finishing power. Yeah. And Dreamland just kind of couldn't counter the snowball that was really starting to form.
Incredible momentum. I agree so much about this. EDM is absolutely a momentum-based team. It's kind of fun to watch. It's kind of interesting just how much it kind of defies logic a little bit. On like, hey, they've got momentum now. Like their chance of winning just went up like 3-fold. It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
3 minutes though is still so much time. Like, and Dreamland can still have a lot of success. Dion's gonna be on the Diva to just try and again peel for things. especially when Cardi engages, or if there is this Ryan echo that's going to continue to loom over them. D.Va has been one of the best answers when it comes to dealing with flyers, as you can fly up and also eat a lot of the damage. I'm assuming Graveyard would go to something either like the Baptiste or the Kiriko. And Graveyard has been someone who's even played more Baptiste in the beginning of the FACEIT season, has done more Kiriko to try and match the fact that everyone is playing Kiriko, and it's such an offensive force for your team.
There's such a burst damage oriented meta. I think you just have to have the Suzu. And it also, the meta can be so fast that a Baptiste can struggle to find value if you're not able to just sit and wait in a spot, right? If you got Vendetta and Zarya in your face, people don't live long enough for a lamp to even get value. Right? It's like you don't even get a chance to get the lamp out there. You don't get a chance to get your feet planted. Where Kiri, you can Suzu through that burst damage, get a kunai in, and suddenly, I mean, you've already gotten value in the split second that it takes for a Vendetta Zarya to dive you. So the Baptiste really has kind of fallen out of favor here. But focusing back on this attack, I will say that Emo Down Men are able to push up past the chicane. They're able to push up through point B. That point B can be one of the hardest points to push through, I think, of any escort map. Going up that hill is so brutal.
Yeah. And I think the Baptiste sucks even more into a Doomfist matchup where if you put the immortality down, you actually get punched out of it. So it's it is as unfun as it gets. It would save you from Meteor Strike, but other than that, I don't know. But Maya Talisman, I'm liking the Maya, and I think you can continue to use that as something that is also acting as a second tank. If Dion is on another angle, you have Talisman that can kind of ice block and be really self-sufficient on the card as just a thicker tracer, if you will, when it comes to kind of being able to get progress going and for someone to be forced to pay attention to you. And again, this first road is a lot about the hit scans doing the work. And you can see that Cardi has been trying to aim. Well, I'm sure it's like whoever is the victim of the punch is the victim, you know, but being able to access manually has been very important for Cardi.
We saw, I mean, in map 1, it mainly was just, it had so many deaths. It was just an absurd amount of deaths there in that first map.
Got the dad jokes in our Discord.
Yes. It made me groan chuckle. That's exactly.
Someone out dad joked you? That's crazy. I don't know.
I wouldn't go that far. All right, they just
true.
They made an attempt. All right. I don't know that you can out dad joke me. All right.
That's true. But our players are not joking around with this pause. There is a comms issue. There's a comms issue on the EDM side, so we will get that sorted ASAP, because very important, because if EDM can defend, they will go 2-0 in this series and be on match point. So it's a scary situation for Dreamland to kind of go out of this bracket on back-to-back losses. I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch, but they better hatch up a good plan, because that was a very good push from EDM.
They haven't been able to match the speed. They haven't been able to match the tempo. And it's kind of what I was alluding to. I felt like EDM was able to, in a short span, muscle past the hardest part, or the potentially hardest part to get through as an attacker. So I'm a little worried for Dreamland myself. Their comp has been a little bit slow going. Takes a little bit longer to set up and to find the angles to get value from manually on the Freya, to get Talisman in position, to get a good wall in and try to isolate a target if you can. It feels like Dreamland is waiting on EDM to make a rare mistake, and they don't have time to stand around and wait in this extra innings.
And we still can't have time to change up comps, but I'd like to see Dreamland maybe go back to the Sigma, because they have time to play around with, but the D.Va doesn't have as much staying power as a Sigma. You don't have the shield. Yes, you have a Matrix, kind of like a Grasp, but once that's expired, once you're out of Matrix, you have to leave, or you're just an ult battery. So D.Va's more of kind of a bait and switch and in and out type of tank, while Sigma's really like a stay and push and is more consistent when it comes to being able to hold the space in a more permanent fashion. So there's still time for Dion to decide what the final looks are going to be, as the comms issues are still being sorted out. We'll be done with that very soon. But I think it was a very important part of Dreamland's push on the first round, how they were able to push with the Sigma, because they didn't really need to use ults or really fight much, because all those accretions were putting Cardi on his back. Once Cardi was out of the picture, EDM left the fight. Dreamland had 5 ults for the end of point A. That's how much of a snoozer it was, because Dreamland were just tank diffing because of that Sigma. So I hope Dion's memory is as good as mine and remembers how good that Sigma was for point A.
And you're able to take the fight directly to Cardifan. You're not waiting for Cardifan to punch somebody and then trying to like defense matrix the wrist blaster and protect somebody after Cardifan's engaged. When Dion was on the Sigma, they were taking the fight right to Cardi. You know, I mean, you're hitting him with the rocks. You're either denying a punch in, you're denying the block. You're forcing Cardi to make decisions before they even engage or even second guess their engagements. I don't feel like the Dion was able to have that kind of impact. It felt a lot more reactive with the Diva. So I'm curious to see if we get a swap here because, I mean, 1 death on Dreamland's attack on the back of that Sigma, but Dion has confidence in this Diva for this next go around.
And even Talisman's on the Tracer, so they're going kind of for like a full dive, because if Cardi's gonna just camp the payload, Dreamland could ignore him and dive past and maybe access someone like PDK. However, you would be leaving maybe your backline if you're Dreamland out to dry, and Dreamland quick to pivot, but Cardi just punches right back and we're in a stalemate.
Yeah, it didn't take long for Cardi to come back up to the high ground and try to protect that backline. Dreamland briefly took that engagement, but now back on the low ground, Cardi finally goes to engage again. Ooh, block is already up. It's a lot of cooldowns out from Cardi as they backed into Mega. Talisman sitting up to the high ground and trying to provide some distraction. And the card has kind of been pulled into an awkward situation, meaning the defense are now forced to rotate.
This could be a moment for Talisman now that if he gets that recall cooldown back to punish EDM being out of rotation, especially with Doomfist out of the picture. But even Grapes knows how to defend against a Tracer being a nuisance in the backline. So Dreamland will operate without the Tracer here for the final fight of A, and should be a drop down here for EDM to contest.
Yeah, Cardifan does make it back in time. We get about 1.5 meters separating Dreamland from a 4th point. Remember, no time addition here as we are in extras. Bola shot blocked by Nasuzu, nicely played, but Ryan still goes down. PDK's snuck in past the card, but oversteps as manually comes in with an important pair of kills. The Great Sound Barrier only hits 3. It's not even caught Cardi at all. Now we're going to go ahead and invest this Kitsu from the defense as well. Ooh, high risk. I mean, down in players' investment out of the EDM defense to try to stabilize here. Ryan and deep inside a green room pops the duplicate. You find the Tracer. You're able to escape out. Reinforcements have showed up unbelievably. EDM are getting kills. EDM are stabilizing. I don't even know what to say to that. That's not the script I was promised, Lemon.
That is insane. You have the triple stun from Cardi. Ryan dupes the Tracer and kills 2. Like, Ryan becomes a different beast in these clutcher kick situations. And despite macro-wise EDM being in very awkward positions, PDK was not towards his backline. He was on an off angle against the team that will run him down. And Cardi does get a punish on manually, so Dreamland are going to be behind. It's do or die.
Oh, they're just continuing to get staggered. Graveyard goes down. Cardifan is basically pushed all the way back up to the original defensive spot. And it takes an AF speeding just to get Dion back into somewhere safe. Dreamland are running out of options. 10 seconds to go. You got a beat to work with. You got a manually ultimate. See if you're able to weave that into a 5 win. Yeah, there's your first things first. Get to the point. All right, Dion will make it onto the objective with the help of that sound barrier, but not able to get any kills with it. In fact, Dion is demacked here. Cardifan already eating up the block. Bolo shot does pick up Ryan. Cardifan in deep, takes too much damage. Is actually Talisman who sneaks in, is able to surround and find a pick. And it looks like we will at least get a point on the board. But we're in extras. There's no more time to add.
Man, manually became automatic in that fight, though, because Talisman was backline harassing. Dion was demacked. Manually was getting pushed by Cardi. Like, how do you deal with a Doomfist? Manually shot back and in the biggest of ways got a double kill, tilted the scales back in Dreamland's favor because they had the panic sound barrier just to get to the cart. And then that expired and the fight was neutral. But it's overtime and it's final fight for the box of victory. And Dreamland don't really got any ult except a Kitsu. And it's Gorilla with the advantage. EDM should be trying to play proactive here.
Yeah, they're immediately going to run in, throw down their own Kitsune Rush right over the cart before Graveyard has theirs ready. Talisman's already dead. Dion trying to hold on to this point, but they just can't. Overwhelming odds. EDM move up to match point with a victory here on Shambali Monastery.
I like the different approach of Dreamland. They tried to change up their tempo because Sigma just brings you down to molasses, but it was probably one of their best counters to the Doomfist with that accretion. It really changed the way Cardi approached these fights. A lot safer, a lot slower. But with Dion on the D.Va, him and Talisman dove the backline pretty successfully. Even when Dion had to abandon ship, Talisman was still the captain of that. I was very surprised by the survivability that someone like Talisman had. Although even Grapes on the Lucio defended well against the Talisman flanks. And it was hard for EDM to kind of keep up with that big shift in tempo from Dreamland, running it down with a D.Va Tracer. You found EDM at awkward macro positions, like being behind the cart when they're defending. PDK being on these off angles. He gets dove on by a Tracer D.Va, but EDM were still able, once they respawned, to kind of restabilize. And I really would have liked if Dreamland kept suffocating them in moments where EDM were staggered like that.
I don't know why they didn't pursue some of those advantages, and try to keep their foot on the throat of EDM a little bit more. But because that's EDM's game plan. That's exactly how EDM responds. Exactly what the treatment that Emo down mid has been giving them this entire series. We're seeing a lot of late ult investments or investments with ults to try to win fights. That's the punch out of Cardi to cancel the Ninwine beat, and that was the beginning of the end here of this attack for Dreamland, where they end up running out of what was the end of their defense, and they were not able to hold.
And that final Kitsu from Gorilla, that 20% difference is all the difference. And they realized that Talisman was on the flank. They didn't want to really let Dreamland set up or for Talisman to really get the ball rolling. So Gorilla calls the Kitsune Rush. Talisman is left in the dust, and Emo down mid basically take a 5-on-4 and run Dreamland down to not even get a decisive fight win or any kills at all, but just enough for overtime to wisp away in front of Dreamland's eyes. So an unfortunate way to end the map when it didn't even really end on a fight. But I don't even know if the Sigma would have made too much of a difference, because yes, it's maybe better at absorbing pressure and to sustain it and stay in place compared to a D.Va, but when you get run down by a Doomfist, Kitsune Rush, and an Echo into the mix, I don't even know if Dion could have handled that either.
Well, and the Sigma would be a good deterrent, or is a good deterrent for the Doomfist itself. But when we start laying in all of the other factors, that's when suddenly it's like, yeah, Sigma's not great against an Echo, right? I mean, Sigma is not good against the rest of the things that that EDM were bringing to the table. So,
I like this next map choice though from Dreamland, and every reverse sweep starts from an 0-2 situation, and Dreamland are going for it. They've chosen King's Row. This was a map they played yesterday, and they chosen yesterday against Sugi, and we both know it didn't work out for them. But we've talked at length how it was really a matchup difference, right? Of that Mei from Talisman wasn't able to lock down a Zarya Vendetta, or actually it was Zarya Reaper composition at the time because they banned the Vendetta. But now the Talisman on the Mei is facing more of a Doomfist, more stationary team. There could be more chances for Talisman to be an impactful Mei, and I think that's exactly why they chose King's Row.
Okay, it's an interesting thought. Wanting to bring more of the Mei into the table, wanting to, continually try to slow this down. It almost feels a bit stubborn. If we see the, it almost feels a bit stubborn. Actually, where EDM is not gonna, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know that EDM is gonna give them that option here on Kings. Honestly, I'm surprised. Dreamland, it's been very rare that this team has been down 0-2 at all, and much less to EDM. I mean, EDM managed to win 1 map total between both of the 2 previous meetings between these 2 squads. What an adaptation here. So I'm curious if Dreamland even want to try to continue to play slow. It's not working for him here.
And King's Row is just not, is probably one of the worst maps for Doomfist and or Hammond. The 2 choices that Cardi has shown us, just because there's not too many narrow parts, at least on the first point. It's just awkward. You have a lot of off angles when it comes to point B. Obviously, you can make any hero work on any point, but guess what? No Doomfist, no fun. So what is Cardi's backup plan gonna be? We'll find out. And that Mei I was trying to hype up, well, guess what? EDM already have that written down. They do not want Talisman to be playing that Mei.
They had a similar thought. They're like, no, we can't have that. We can't have that Talisman Mei on the battlefield for Kings in such a front-back map, in such a map where the width of the map almost all the way down is the same width of Mei walls, right? I mean, it's like ideal spot. So I respect the ban out of EDM. I do anticipate we'll just see the Wrecking Ball, despite Kings not being a great ball map. That is pretty much like Cardi's wheelhouse is ball and Doom.
The 2 wheels.
It's the 2 wheels.
Wheelhouse of 2 wheels.
Of 2 wheels.
So
one is kind of spherical, you know.
Yeah. Tracers also, because again, there's not the best flank angles and off angles, at least for the rest of the map, not the point. I don't expect to see the Tracers. It's obviously usable, but a lot of the flyers tend to make an appearance on the first point of King's Row, and then people either swap off of it or they try to make it work in the more narrow passages of point B. So I could easily see a Talisman versus Ryan echo off, or but also all eyes are on PDK and manually on the Sojourns, or maybe even the Freya, because both are available.
All right. EDM trying to punch ticket into the grand finals. What does Dion play is a good question.
I'm thinking, I still think the Sigma, it just seems like the safest play, but you can't really play safe against EDM. Also matters what side. Now we know Dreamland is going to be on the attack. So Sigma, the approach on the point would be, if you really run that, then you're playing for point cap. You're playing for, okay, you're going to have this in and out style with EDM playing, you know, usually a Hammond or a Doomfist, and that's not here. So you're thinking maybe you could be getting a lot of objective done with a Sigma, again, having more staying power. But Dreamland have, I guess, really like that style of being able to dive and play at the same pace that EDM do, and also be able to chase them down when EDM disengage so much. So Cardi, though, gonna show us some Zarya?
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, so Cardi debuted the Zarya for the first time earlier this season, and it was like at the very end of the season where we heard, like, that was their very first time ever playing Zarya in a competitive environment was like 3 weeks ago. So just keep that in mind.
Well, that's inspirational, but
isn't it?
What is inspirational is Ryan on the Tracer, and you saw just how good he is at stalling and pulling fights out of his hat like it's a rabbit. Like, he is very swifty and elusive when he needs to survive, and he's been having really accurate pulse bomb sticks, so Dreamland's backline will have to be wary of that. Talisman's on the Vendetta. You don't get to see this every day, especially not with a Zarya, so you won't be enabled as much. We'll see what he does, though.
Yeah, you certainly don't see it from Dreamland all that often. That overhead hit, but it didn't pull Grapes out of the sky. That was a bit fortunate for Grapes. Yeah, he gets just enough of a foot on that ledge, and now they get a bubble, and they're able to get back to safety. That was a miracle escape there from Grapes, but this defense is not out of harm's way. As I say that, Dion's able to get 2. Defense collapsed under the assault of the Ramatra. I loved the beginning choice, too. We saw Dion walk out, saw the Zarya, took their Diva right back into spawn and went to Ram, comes out, wins first fight.
And kind of the similar strat of what I was talking about, what I thought he was going to do with the Sigma, which I thought was like the best wheel out of his wheelhouse. And again, just play for point and play for, if the fight takes place elsewhere, you're getting objective progress. You're still being productive while nothing is happening. Dion gets a double kill while the backline is accessible. Cardi used bubbles to bail out Grapes, who was getting dove on by like 2 or 3 people. So Dreamland were productive on all fronts and unlocked the point so quickly. So Cardi, though, needs to try and get to as much energy as possible, and we'll see how that style of Doomfist translates to a Zarya, which is a lot more of a safer style you need to play.
Yeah, it's a third wheel, but it's kind of a half broken wheel, right? It's not fully stable there for Cardi. I will say Cardi doing a good job of disengaging, kind of playing out of Dion and Manuel's range at the moment. Now we're gonna get a re-engage back on this corner, but the shield out, that just forces Cardi to continue to backpedal. Consider rush in response. Now EDM are gonna surge forward. We do have Graveyard with the response. Manually throws in the bolo shot over the top, and there's an annihilation in play. Cardi Fake gets melted there from the crossbow of Manually. But without a tank, Dreamland are forced to send Talisman up instead. Nothing but squishies left here. Sound barrier as Talisman comes swinging it over the top, but neither will really find purchase. And this PDK overclock in the pocket is keeping Dreamland at bay.
I like the call from Dreamland to go for that barrier at a 4v4. Nobody had tanks, but there was a disengage with a sound barrier, and it's Talisman that is obviously showing some discomfort on the hero, one that should be leading with a lot more aggression, especially with the resources he had. So unfortunately for Dreamland, the sound barrier did not work out, and maybe was matched by Grapes, and that's why the whole battle ended up back to square one. So Dreamland out of ults now to actually push to the end, and this is going to be a free grab for only one player.
You try to go up and solo grab Ninwai, and Dion just sticks a big old shield in the way. Beautifully played. You count on Graviton Surge with one Ram shield. Talisman with the Sundering to see if they can escort this point into the Foundry. Big overhead slice will hit square onto Grapes, and the Whirlwind Slice to finish off the other support. Dreamland hit point B.
Just not a good grab when it's on the high ground and it's only on a Lucio. Maybe there was some kind of lapse in the ult tracking. Maybe thought Nenwai still had beat, or I don't know. A solo beat or a solo grab on a Lucio is not really worth it when there were so many other targets on the low ground. So like the swap to, well, an Orisa. It's not amazing into the Ramatra matchup, but it is one where you spear anyone away who's getting a little too close to you. I'm an Orisa enjoyer, but
Same.
I know that is a hard one to justify.
It is. I mean, it's kind of a not really good at anything. Just kind of a jack of all trades hero. You gotta land the spears, which that one just completely whiffs. So Dion's just gonna get right in the face of Cardi, man. You're gonna consider rush. It's gonna be difficult to find value. Ryan duplicates to see if they can double down on it, but you're immediately taken out. Talisman finds access to your squishies, and Dreamland are moments away from the third point cap. That's gonna be the boop up in the air, and 3 points on the board with 3:33 left in the clock.
3 points with 3 minutes and 33 seconds. That is
on map 3.
On map 3, like it's in the stars. They're all aligning for Dreamland for this reverse sweep. It doesn't get any better than that. And the issue with and I know this Orisa Ramatra matchup unfortunately a little too well. The issue is that Ramatra has a shield and Orisa doesn't. So as soon as Ramatra starts taking too much pressure, which Orisa's more of a poke than a obviously go in and brawl type of tank, Ramatra brings the shield and Orisa doesn't have as much grace. The javelin spin only eats up so much damage, and that's really only to reposition rather than eat damage and stay there. So obviously Cardi is really stuck on having a bad matchup, a bad map for his backup wheel in his wheelhouse, and at least trying to go for different things. The only chance would be if he were to maybe get the shield perk that Orisa has, then you're at a more even situation with Ramatra and his shield, but you also have to stick on the hero long enough to get that perk. So but kind of EDM could not really get their heads above water.
Not at all. Dreamland with only 2 deaths on that attack. But I feel like I've heard this song before. All right. I'm getting this weird deja vu of a fantastic Dreamland attack on a very close quarters brawly map where they only had 1 death on their attack. They lost that map. Lemon, what? Okay, so we'll see if EDM are able to equalize once again here as we move into Kings. After taking a dominant victory on Shambali when put in a very similar situation.
And I didn't really think that last round came down to some crazy heroics. I think it was just both teams using their ults, basically both getting nullified, Dreamland abusing Cardi and taking up all the space as a result. It just got snowballed and really out of hand. Now EDM hoping to do the same thing with this dive on the high ground using Cardi and Ryan.
Yeah, but you lose Gorilla and Riot along the way. You tried to force the fight into that corner, but losing the Juno is just disastrous here. And that's going to be first fight going to Dreamland's defense.
Stagger's so mean.
That is
Maybe the Doomfist players do deserve it, I guess. Like, you're finally humbling Ocardi for the first time this whole series when he was just doing nasty things to you. So, taste of your own medicine, I guess. And EDM are now, Ryan's on the Genji, something that's going to be able to brawl better close range on these dives. Ryan, if he's too accessible to a Vendetta, the wings will be cut down physically and metaphorically. EDM, though, already pressuring the point.
This is a very comfort pick for Ryan, though, as well. Exceptional with this hero. We also had swaps from the backline going into more conventional Lucio carries and no more of that Juno that we saw in that first round. Very vulnerable Juno. Okay, high ground approach. EDM trying to circle around counterclockwise around the map. And they're able to pick up Talisman. Talisman stayed a little stubborn up here on this high ground. Finds himself in the crosshairs of PDK. Ryan's going to drop down, be the first to put some pressure in as we get a bit of a rotation around the card. Manually, whoa, gets the bullet shot down onto Grapes. Eventually, it is traded up themselves. And eventually it looks like Dreamland might try to stabilize here. Ninway with a big kill on the PDK. Dion pops forward and he's going to go find Gorilla as well.
Kind of an underrated thing that happened, but PDK threw out his Disruptor shot, which made it a no man's land for Talisman to actually brawl in the section that he wanted to when Cardi and Ryan jumped on the high ground. So Talisman got really messed up, and look at all this focus that goes into that Vendetta. Like, Talisman already has to fall back, but EDM don't have a tank that can sustain position on the point, so they really got to win a fight cleanly.
Yeah, you can't just anchor here. It's gonna be a sound barrier. Ninwai, where are you going? What? Okay. Ninwai just goes running at PDK like they had to give him an important message. The OC is gonna be enough to find up too. Yeah, that was the accent on why. Kitsune Rush? Kitsune Rush? Why are we investing right now? It was just Dion to the point, right? I mean, I guess. Okay, no, all right. You had Talisman was still there. Ninwai showed up late. All right, I mean, you secured the cap. I'll give it to you.
Maybe they're like, oh, holy cow, Dion might have Annihilation. It might be, we need to win the fight quickly because we're not having enough damage. Maybe we're a bit staggered. Respawn advantage should have been enough, but I'd rather see a committed ult that is unnecessary than hesitation, and then you lose a lot of time. So
yeah,
EDM will still be now. They're still gonna lose time because EDM are now back in spawn. So
I do agree, though. Yeah, you'd rather invest and get.
I agree, but I'm just being good cop here. So it's, I'm just like, okay, I get it. I don't get it. You know.
Some sympathy points. Some sympathy points there for EDM. 4 ults for this Dreamland defense, though. The macro certainly favoring them as they do still have their Kitsune Rush trying to hold this bookstore. They have gotten this card already down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and that's after the additional time has been added. Ryan's going to go dive it in, pulls out the katana. Looks like it might have gotten Suzu out. They get booped away. We'll get some slices thrown down, but no kills on the back. Dion's able to pop Nemesis form, staves off the katana, and any other follow-up that EDM thought about investing.
Yeah, Ryan got so close with that blade, he could taste the pixels. And I think he got a bit lost in the sauce with all the visual effects that he then went after a Lucio, which booped him. And then not a lot of good targets for Ryan to chase. And maybe it's a cooldown baiter, but EDM couldn't make the most out of it to support Ryan. They didn't even have beat either. And again, D.Va's very weak at the section of the map. You need a tank that can kind of take a lot of aggression and absorb pressure. So that's why Ramatra and a lot of these brawl heroes are going to be more solid here than a D.Va. But Cardi is obviously experimenting with new wheels in his wheelhouse. So
another broken wheel I think we've done here. Hey, I respect it. Yeah, I respect the attempt, all right? Kitsune Rush here following up the failed PDK overclock. Sound barriers investing from both sides. EDM move forward, surging 5 strong to the other side of the bookstore. They pick up Ninwai, hanging out a little bit too close to the front line. So it takes double support ults to make it happen, but EDM will get a fight win here. Less than a minute to go, though.
Yeah, just disruptor shot plus everyone dive in. That's the kind of suffocating offense that EDM's comp can really create. And Dion has not popped Annihilation. I think that he's had for a little while now, but this would be the time to do it. And, you know, sometimes using all your ults for the end of the point is more justified than at the choke point. So Dreamland, this defense really needs to kick into gear.
Ooh, Dion had to pop form early off of that dive with the micro missiles, and now that finally the Annihilation does come into play for the first time on this defense. Got a couple of tendrils out there still leeching some health, and you're going to locate PDK. Isolates the Sojourn. Now you've caught Grapes as well. You've gone back into the second Nemesis form. But you know what? Ryan here to save the day. As EDM are floundering, Ryan catches them and says, don't worry, I got you. 2 points on the board.
That was so strange. Like, I thought Dion had so many people low. You have EDM disengaging at all corners of the map, but then Cardi and Ryan assembled and created such a successful fight in alleyway where Ryan gets an incredible double kill. Cardi's involved in that equation too, and it didn't feel like Dion's Annihilation did anything but cause a lot of confusion, if anything, in Dreamland's camp. But they got a Kitsune rush. They could get their heads above water here, and nonetheless, EDM at a time bank disadvantage.
Yeah, it was a good read from Dreamlands. They try to go aggressive with that Kitsune, but they haven't been able to find any kills with it yet. In fact, they're barely even able to push around this corner. Bolo shot. What a bolo shot! You catch PDK sliding out. That was sick.
Wow. Where was this vendetta all along, too? Like, Talisman's doing a fantastic job. Just being a flex DPS becomes more and more demanding every day as Overwatch adds new heroes. And to kind of add this in a last-second thing when your plan A gets banned out, well, Cardi's also main plan gets banned out. Now this is last fight, or EDM are going to drop their first map of the series.
Soundbarrier trying to work through Kitsune up first here for Kumo. This is going to escort you to the final corner. Dreamland just disengage from the Kitsune rush. New Soundbarrier and Annihilation to try to respond. Ryan trying to play off his left-hand side. Stays near the left. They're going to dash up to the high ground. Pulls out the katana. Goes down to the bottom looking for Nenwar, but the beat lands. Beat is good. Benway did not get it. 5v4 is Emo down mid. Drop their own sound barriers. Go in on the attack. They run into Dion, who pulls out an Annihilation. Moves back to the point to try to anchor. But Cardi gets two, including a self-destruct kill on the Nenwai out of the little cubby. Dion is just forced to stand alone on this point, and EDM will give themselves an opportunity at a draw.
Nenwai is frying me with these questionable deaths. Like, how do you die to a self-destruct that's in a closet when you have, you know, your unbranded sneakers on? Like, just walk away, Lamau. You know, like, I don't know. We'd have to see a replay of how that broke down, and everyone needed to be involved in that final defense, but you could still win it out here because, I mean, EDM are playing for the draw, right? You got Dreamland having time. EDM did not, I guess. I was more confused about that death, and I did pay attention to the time, but Dreamland is still playing for the win here, and that's all that matters, okay? Questionable deaths aside, it's still a potential W.
Okay, I don't know. Knowing what I know about Nenwai, I have a feeling that they were going for the elimination onto the pilot diva. You know, it was one of those where they felt like they could go in and get the pilot and trade it out, and just didn't get the kill at times. It's the only thing that makes sense.
That's so greedy. Yeah, like that mech, dude. I'm always trying to mech people as diva, so I get real excited if someone comes and tries to kill me as baby diva. So, yeah, and I think it was the right call from the rest of EDM to just ignore that diva and to kill everyone else behind Dreamland in that moment. Anyway, so we got Dreamland with 3 minutes and 33, more than enough time to get this 1/3 of the point. We got a Cardi rare appearance Roadhog. I am so stoked. 0-1, unfortunately. More hooks where that came from.
Cardi played the third tank of this defense. Neither one we see very often. I've never seen Cardi play Roadhog. That's 1 for 2. All right, you're able to get Dion in. That's an immediate pick. I mean, value out of the Roadhog. Oh, almost caught the high flying talisman. That would have been
being able to just be able to javelin spin in and defend someone who gets hooked, to deny the hook outright with the fortify, or just throw a spear and force that Roadhog back. So there's so many answers to this, and you don't need a decisive fight win. You just need to zone off EDM for a few seconds.
The reindeer tried to get her done. There it is, the jab spin, just in case the hook landed. Oh, tried to interrupt to take a breather, but that spear doesn't land. But Talisman does. Talisman is able to get 3 picks here, and that is Dreamland taking the map. You didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you, Emo Delman?
Well, Dreamland can only ban the Doomfist once, and that card is now gone. They have to be able to win a map against the Doomfist, or yeah, because EDM are going to get the choice of map, so you can't even avoid trying to go to a non-Doomfist map. Like, you are now going to EDM Playground on their terms and their heroes. So this
Twice
is
in a
gonna be
row
good
if they
series.
can't get it done on map 4. Yeah, I mean, even if you're able to win one of those, you have to do that against EDM twice on their map pick. Where, I mean, don't forget, we haven't seen the Wrecking Ball from Cardi yet. Like,
It's so fun.
Cardi
we got to see all the heroes in Overwatch, right? Like from Cardi on the tanks to Talisman, showing us some Vendetta, some Genji, like trying to just basically copy all the picks of Ryan, or really he's the chef in the kitchen, okay? Talisman has been the flex you needed on your team, and he delivers a huge double kill in that final fight to get that 33%. So huge props to Talisman in that fight.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I will say, I mean, it has been fun watching Cardi play the 4 or 5 different tanks that we have seen today. I do anticipate the Wrecking Ball to come out at some point. I feel like that is the what's the dude's Montoya from Princess Bride? That is the moment of I am not left-handed, right? Like that is the Wrecking Ball coming out.
I have no hands.
no. That was the Roadhog. That was the Roadhog.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's the one.
Roadhog has no hands. The Wrecking Ball, on the other hand, is a bit of a hidden gem. I don't know. Wrecking Ball's got so many hands. It's like 4 hands. There's like so many hands.
Depends who's playing the Roadhog, and I respect the Roadhog pick. I also respect Dion just going to the Orisa. I'm surprised we didn't just throw an Ana and all these other Roadhog counters into the mix to just, we're staggering Cardi. Why not make his life a living hell even more, But they didn't even need the Ana, so that was impressive.
Yeah. That was impressive. Did you kill the Roadhog without an Ana? God, come into my rank games. Come on. I have to have the answer. Okay. Well, we're going to get map 4 here in a moment, but we're going to take a quick little break before we do that. We're going to give EDM a moment to decide where they want to go for this 4th map. Y'all stick around. When we come back, we'll see if we've got a 5th one for you. Don't go anywhere.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back's on cart. Come on, back's on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Dorado! You say that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Dreamland, your number one seed, not going down that easy off of a King's Row pick and a Doomfist ban. I mean, it took them stacking the entire deck in their favor, but they at least put a map point on the board. Now to see if they can force a map 5, but hey, it's going to be an EDM map pick this time around.
Yeah, Dreamland, they passed go. They passed the Doomfist by banning it. But now you gotta beat EDM at their own game, like you said, and EDM get to choose. They go to New Queen Street, and you know, screw this Doomfist. We're probably gonna see some Hammonds. So now there's actually a chance to force EDM off their game again if Dreamland are smart with their bans.
And it's another thing where it's just a completely different rhythm that you're gonna have to get into from Dreamland. To try to fight off the Cardi Fan Wrecking Ball is very different from trying to fight off the Doomfist. Even though they both have a similar baseline strat of being very aggressive, very fast paced, it's still a different counter and a different way you have to play to make sure that one or the other tanks, what the Cardi Fan doesn't find value, as we're getting back into one of those two very functional wheels in that wheelhouse.
Hey, and bikes can ride on 2 wheels, okay? So 2 wheels can sometimes be enough. A very, very great bicycle, okay? But analysis. But also, last time we saw Dreamland, they love that Diva composition. This should be a comfortable map for them. Talisman Tracer, manually Sojourn on a normal day. But on a Hammond day, I could see Talisman bringing out the Sombra again. He's dealt with problematic dives, pivoting to that Sombra. Although I wouldn't say it's the most comfortable hero for him. It could be an answer to that Hammond. And actually, we don't even see a tank ban at all. So everything is available.
Yeah, the Hammond ban already in play from Dreamland. They used that way back on Control. Yeah, so they've used their 2 Cardi Fan tank bans. They're banning a Wuyong here because the Wuyong actually does an enormous amount of damage to follow up on pile drives. All it takes is like one good Wuyong orb into a pile driver, and that's the difference maker to where somebody just dies instantly when combined with any other form of damage on the back of that pile drive from the Wrecking Ball. So I actually really do like this Wuyong ban, as it's been used to great effect from EDM.
Should still be getting a lot of Lucio Kiri action. And the Cassidy is a good backup plan, mostly to manually, you know, he brought that out when he was having issues with the Doomfist back on Ilios Lighthouse, but it's still gonna be problematic because that only will delay and not really fully stop a Doomfist, at least one of the likes of Cardi.
We're definitely going ball here. We've heard, I mean, I just know for a fact this is like Wrecking Ball players.
Oh, yeah, Ball or Doomfist, yeah.
Yeah, they love New Queen Street. Like, this is the reason you pick this map, is all around Cardi Fan. Yeah, like you say, either of them would work here. But I'm highly anticipating the Wrecking Ball. And I can't wait. It's one of my favorite to watch. Y'all are in for a treat.
This series has been a treat.
And I'm proven wrong. This series has been a treat, though. You are not wrong.
Maybe he's just doing tricks in Spawn and we'll just... Well, actually, if anything, you're doing tricks in Spawn with Hammond. Like, I like pretending to be a chandelier and singing Miley Cyrus, you know? Like, but I'm a bit of a weirdo, so I'm trying to just get the vibes up for the team, you know? And you need to have the vibes up in a match like this.
Hey, you know, we were talking about it earlier. You know, manually is kind of the one getting the vibes up for Dreamland. Always the one lifting the air, keeping them nice and happy. We saw that in that Talisman interview. Go check that interview out. It's amazing. Let's see if manually can lift up the spirits enough to get us into a map 5 and for Dreamland to muscle through this EDM map pick.
And the team coming out of this, not this map, but this series, be going up against Kintsugi. Well, EDM are still on match point technically, and Cardi is being already pushed back. Dion on the Zarya. He's gonna be able to generate so much. He's gonna be careful not to feed energy to a blocking Doomfist, and he's just already surprising people, knocking Talisman out cold.
Yeah, Talisman never saw that one coming. I mean, Tracer is the first to die here from Dreamland. That is surprising at best. Dion and Graveyard both lows. Cardi Fan will move back in the middle of the map and kind of position EDM for the next stage of this fight. We're gonna go back to the high ground. And why? Punched right off the side.
If you're gonna play close to the edge like that, you're gonna be a victim, and they're just sitting ducks. And there really isn't a hard CC or just a good answer to Cardi. He's letting loose on this backline, and Dion's got to feed bubbles, but he's also trying to just trade backlines and get at someone like Gorilla. And they're successful at taking down some of the healers of EDM, but the progress is still kicking here for EDM.
Well, their EDM are trading 2 for 1. You're able to fight Gorilla, but Cardi Fan, is able to get both Graveyard and Talisman and that, right? You lose Ninwai as well through that exchange. So Dreamland are getting trades, but not nearly as many. And this is a very swift 2 minutes from EDM in this opening fight.
You see the impact that Cardi already has. Getting the Meteor Strike is one of the first ultimates online. It says a lot, especially when it's before the support ultimate. And speaking of which, Graveyard just about to earn that Kitsune Rush, and it's going to match against the beat from Grapes.
Right now, Ryan just kind of backing away towards Dreamland spawn. The Kitsu of Dreamland fading, so the Sound Barrier is going to be the next to come out. See if they can find some of it. That was a massive, like 3 players hit by that big right hook from Cardi. In the support ults fade. EDM still holding on to theirs. The last slap into the fight. The Brad is able to get Gorilla, but not before you get a Kitsune Rush out into the battlefield. Stuck. Dion has to just eat the enormous amount of damage. Eventually brought down by Ryan. Manually flattened by Cardi Fan, and EDM are going to win yet another fight.
Yeah, just the Zarya is good at enabling DPS to and really be self-sufficient too, but there's only so much aggression that a Zarya can absorb. Once those 2 bubbles are gone, you are a sitting duck in an old battery at that, and EDM are getting a lot of momentum. You saw just how much momentum matters to this team and how they're able to overcome something like Shambali and lock in a serious time bank on other maps. So Dreamland bested them on King's Row, but EDM are bouncing back in the biggest of ways now that they have one of their best compositions fully unlocked.
Predicate heading inside the gym. Back outside, manually picks up an important pair of kills, though. And a swift start. What is the best start that Dreamland has had to a fight yet in this opening 3.5 minutes into Queen Street? Manually is going to pile out a third.
And that's fine for EDM to try and take the fight elsewhere, because that back corner, that bend, that top window is so defenders sided that it's kind of nice to take the fight elsewhere. And especially when Ryan was still respawning, you want to take a fight with all 5. And now EDM are not going to let much progress go by. Dion has to be so conservative with his bubbles too. You don't want to pop it as soon as you get punched by the Doomfist, because this is going to be an extended fight the way Cardi is coming in and out of these fights. He is very low though, so Dreamland got to press the advantage.
Talisman's trying to, but it's nothing but block, and the heals come through. That small window of opportunity now faded. It's Manually who catches the business end of a right hook. 5v4 for EDM. Talisman moves all the way around to try to find the equalizer, and PDK was ready for it. Beautiful shot into the window. And Dreamland's problems just continue to mount.
What a read, what a shot from PDK as soon as that Tracer poked the head out. And to not have your DPS in a Kitsune Rush fight is so unfortunate for Dreamland, as they were trying to turn that fight around, already being down to players. So now they got to face basically a Christmas tree wealth of ultimates. Like, EDM are lit up with ults. Cardi already repositioning on top of the enemy.
Oh, what a bubble! Yeah, you saved Manually just in the nick of time. Ninway gets the Sound Barrier into this fight, and that forces the disengage here from Cardi. Dion able to steal bot. Cardi appears from behind him. Just absolutely jump scare Dion. Kitsune Rush now in play, and Dreamland looks like they're just completely engulfed in EDM players. Talisman and Dion get cut, trying to escape into Mega Room. A late Sound Barrier from Grapes feels superfluous in this fight.
Just the cherry on top, maybe unnecessary. Could always save on calories, save on ults without that cherry, you know what I mean? But it's okay. EDM are more than enough in the driver's seat. They're getting to the finish line, 80 meters and growing, with Dreamland without having a clear team fight. They've only forced disengages out of EDM. They've not made them kneel yet, until maybe now.
I mean, even then, it's traded immediately right back. Yeah, oh my goodness, Grapes is going up to try to touch the spawn door. Does get forced out as Gorilla Swift steps away and a bit of a regroup from EDM, but don't expect them to stay gone long. Okay, Grapes does eventually get punished for this hubris. Cardi and Ryan were both thinking about continuing to push, but they decided to back away.
At least it's nice that Dreamland won that spawn fight without needing to use ults, because it would have been even more dire, because now you have to do this marathon. It is no longer a sprint. You have to now have a fight at the neutral point and win one around the bend if you want to have an even chance at matching this pretty huge lead that EDM has. Dion has a lot of energy. You can tell he is glowing and needs to hit a huge grab here.
Manually hits a huge shot, finds the head of PDK with this overclock. Couple of ending bolts at the end will do some damage to Cardi. Dion, but still has the grab in the pocket, but now you're down a player. Meteor strike out as the Kitsune rushes and bounces him with a big punch. Shot combo will take Talisman out of this fight as well. Cardi fan almost single-handedly swung that in the middle of an opponent's Kitsune rush, but the value of a Zarya inside that big Fox Lane ult is just too powerful.
Cardi still did some pretty serious damage to Dreamland. Like, they don't have all 5. Like, they still have to regroup a little bit. You got the grab out of the way here. The only thing you're depending on is a tempo beat later on in this fight, or Talisman, who still has to prove himself on the Tracer. If you can get a really good pulse bomb here, if you can try to delay the use of the recall as much as possible, really utilize the right side of the map to take advantage of the mega pack, something that Cardi's going to want to abuse too. The fight for that mega is a very important resource in this bend fight, and Cardi's trying to take a fight in the small room, which could be huge for that Doomfist, and Kitsune fight for Gorilla to get Cardi back on his feet.
Yeah, Cardi was super low, but it just sends them propelling forward. Beeline right into that mega room you're talking about. And Ryan, with a priority pick onto the carry, will give them control of that big important room. Or at least should, in theory. You just have Lucio heals. Eventually, Dreamland are going to back away.
Just when these disengages and Dreamland just haven't been able to have that chasing power, and they're were playing really reactionary in that bend fight, and now you got PDK with all the room to operate with this overclock.
Got one good headshot in. This is going to force out the sound barrier from the other side. Almost got canceled. Ninwai got stunned just as that one landed. Almost had a second AJ, courtesy of Cardi fan. Ryan Lover, we're still at a 5v5 at the moment. PDK loops over and lands right into a gift from Talisman. Perfectly placed. That one looked easy. Talisman had time to make the calculations. We'll follow with a beautiful kill on the Graves, and Dreamland with a much-needed fight win with 75 seconds to go.
You still have to be pretty flawless from here on out, but you have built some huge ultimates. Overclock for manually. If you can even initiate the fight with this, especially when you have space, but you got to worry about Ryan, these pulse bombs. He has been amazing at these throughout the series. I don't really expect EDM to have a good group up for this grab, so you got to choose still an impactful one. And here's the Kitsune rush first from Graveyard.
The entirety of Dreamland are just trying to outrun. Look at him. The entire team runs down towards the checkpoint and see if they can just put their back up against these cars. Bot still inching closer, but hasn't quite hit that checkpoint just yet. Overclock is now in play from manually to try to secure that, and they shall. There's the butt scratch moment, and that 10 seconds has been picked up and taken care of. Close spawns unlocked as well. Yeah, with a grab in the pocket, as Cardi fan is going to come in with a very quick re-engage, not giving Dreamland a second to breathe. Dreamland does not back away from the car. They're going to continue to anchor this down. Manually trying to slide around on a flank at the moment while Dion is holding down the front line. A little bit of a back and forth with Cardi. You force the punch to be used in a defensive manner, and Dion still hunting to try to place this grab.
I wouldn't even hate a solo grabbing Doomfist because he is stalling so much. Now, well, confirming the kill on the PDK is still worth something. He's got a lot of pick potential, but now you face the Kitsune rush from Gorilla. 3v4 though, EDM's not a great fight.
No, I mean, you get Dion out of there, though. So very winnable for EDM once they get reinforcements back. Dreamland are going to have to win this without their tank. We'll see. It's going to be a race. Cardi fan to try to get back and stall this card. We're 15 meters away from the win here for Dreamland. And manually is down. PDK is going to hit the man Graveyard. Gorilla comes up with a big pick as well, but it is PDK who sends EDM to the grand finals.
What a win for EDM, and Dreamland just could not beat them at their own game. But Dreamland, You gotta appreciate their ability to flex all these different compositions. Talisman on the Tracer was such a team fight oriented Tracer. Actually took a lot of attention from Cardi on the Doomfist. I saw a lot of recalls being procced from those stuns from the Doomfist, and just having the Doomfist out of the picture was pretty important. And Dion was more worried about PDK. That solo grab was great, but there are many threats on the EDM side, and one of the biggest ones, his name was Ryan, and his ability to flex from whether it's the Tracer, the Echo, to anything EDM needed. This is really an assembly line, a well-oiled machine, and one powered by a Doomfist of all things. So EDM know how to make it work.
What a turnaround! What a turnaround from this EDM squad. From what in the very beginning of the season, I believe they had a 1-3 start or something like a 2-4. So they had a really rough start to the season. It was looking like, man, this one might be a wash. You had big changes with your main tank, with the captain, the star of this team in Derpy, stepped down and took a break here. And we wondered, is EDM just kind of cooked? They 0-3. So I'm going back and looking. They were 0-3 to start this season. It just came out and floundered and looked kind of, half-assed, if I'm being honest about it. Now, here we are. We sit at the end of the season. They're going to the grand finals to take on Kintsugi and fight for the championship.
So such a fun new Queen Street too, where you just had what seemingly looked like an impossible lead. And it did end up being that. The 90-meter lead that you had to overcome in less than 2 minutes, just when Dreamland started to form a capable offense, when they had ults to cycle through. So unfortunately didn't have a big enough group up for the grabs to be a team fight ender as you would expect it to be. So many mobile characters on the EDM side, so Dion had to pick his battles, choosing to go with PDK, while Cardi had infinite stall on the bot, and there wasn't really enough damage. Dreamland again had a Tracer, had Talisman, who was playing as safe as possible with the team, tried to pull Doomfist out of the fight, which got Dreamland some progress, but man, Cardi knew how to come out of these nooks and crannies, the many hallways of New Queen Street, get a really solid punch in on a lot of these low HP characters like a Tracer, and cause an absolute ruckus. And it felt like a lot of the times when Dreamland did win fights, it wasn't a clean one, not one where they had all 5 alive, so it was difficult to build momentum from the small wins that Dreamland had. And they were close, 10 meters away from winning, like you pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, it was down to that final fight, but that pick on a Dion in that final fight ended up being so crucial, such an instrumental kill. There was no anchor left. And I mean, also, when you look back at the highlights from that awesome New Queen Street, it's kind of like, it's Cardi, somebody else, Cardi, another Cardi clip, some more Cardi, and then like Ryan, and then Cardi again, and then some more Cardi. Like, if you go back, the highlight reel was it was Cardi and friends. Like, was basically how that looked. I think that translates to this entire series. And I mean, for this particular one, I think Cardi would be the MVP here. You sent EDM to their first grand finals in the history of this team for Master Division. I can't wait. I can't wait to get into this thing. We're going to take a quick little break. We're going to give our teams time to breathe. And when we come back, your final match of Season 7, your NA Grand Finals are just around the corner.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card. We're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, baffle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back's on cart. Come on, back's on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Dorado! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT
With an enormous upset over your #1 seed, Emote Down Mid fought their way to their very first Grand Finals appearance here in FACEIT League. What is up, friends? My name's Jeff, here with Limit Kiwi, as we are back with your NA Grand Finals, your final match of the season here for FACEIT League Master Division.
So insane what EDM have been able to do. They've been in the lower bracket since the second round, since Dreamland actually knocked them down here.
Indeed.
And they got their revenge. They also took down Nightmare, which was an insane upset that we both were witnesses for just last night. And now they have to try and dethrone Kintsugi, who have yet to drop a series. But also it was a tough road for them. I guess mainly versus Nightmare, but EDM are a different beast.
Well, they seem to be the King Killers here. The King Slayers. Yeah. Nightmare and Dreamland are your #1 and #2 seeds. They've already taken them both down. Two heavily favorited teams come in. We thought, absolutely one of those two teams are just destined to win this whole season, right? You saw the caliber of Dreamland we just saw on screen? No. EDM had other plans. After only taking one map off of that squad in 2 prior meetings, they get their revenge in that awesome lower bracket finals. EDM are certainly another monster, but they face a different beast altogether as a second Cafe squad from the Cafe organization find their way into our grand finals. Jaeger already won EMEA Master Division. Now Kintsugi are here to see if they can take a second title away for this organization.
And that Kintsugi core of Lich, Winter, Santana staying together from the last season, finding some valuable upgrades, and are now this powerhouse squad, the masters of the meta in the Masters League, and hoping to come out of this as champions. Now, this is going to be a crazy match to witness because you go up against a Doomfist team that's going to be harassing your backline, harassing your DPS on off angles. But this Kintsugi squad off the Zarya Vendetta mastery that they've shown, they're going to be doing the same thing. They're going to be go, pedal to the metal. So at what point do you try to fall back to your supports and play this front to back, or are you just hoping to trade backlines? I think this match is going to be chaos with the styles that both these teams play.
Where we saw Dreamland EDM, when we have maps that had single-digit elims or single-digit deaths rather down the board most of the time, I expect this match to be the exact opposite. I expect us to be fast and furious, to have a lot of team fights, a lot of action, and a lot of kills between both of these squads. I seriously doubt Kintsugi is going to sway from the meta. I anticipate them, where Dreamland adapted around and plays a lot of different styles, and we'll play a little Sigma, we'll play a little Zarya, we'll play a little bit of Diva. Kintsugi have been hard and fast into this Zarya Data look, and they have been, without question, the absolute best in this composition. Also, the addition of Z's this season. You're talking about the core of this roster kind of sticking around from last season. Z's coming in, I think, might be the best flex support in Path to Pro. Such an outstanding, such a deadly force coming out of the back line. This has been an incredible upgrade, and I think one of the best pickups of the entire season for any team.
And Z's and Winter are this proven core from the Calling All Heroes Championship. They are proven. They have the results from that Me and Friends gaming team along with Santana. So and also OWCS level talent, with even Z's having a part of Sakura Esports back in OWCS. You have Zeb that was part of that too in stage 3, finishing 4th. They have had, a lot of these individuals have had success at different platforms, at different levels of Overwatch, and it's not the easiest team to ban against. We saw that even yesterday. You try to ban the Vendetta, and they're just going to replace that with a Reaper, for example, and still basically play the Vendetta like a Reaper, where you bubble the Reaper and Lich goes crazy. Now, the Reaper a little bit more counterable than the Vendetta, but there are layers to this Kintsugi squad despite what they show on the surface.
And the power level is really within that DPS line. That DPS line is so nasty. And I mean, two of the best next ups that we've seen. Two players we've already seen winner in OWCS when Amplified made that huge jump from tier 3 to tier 1, skipping Master Division altogether in that incredible feat this time last year. Winner made it into OWCS on the back of that big win and really showed that she has what it takes to compete at the highest level, particularly on the Sojourn. And then Lich, I think Lich is the absolute flex DPS to keep an eye on. As spectacular as, you know, we've seen Talisman, as we've seen Ryan on the other side, I think Lich takes the cake as next flex DPS to make it through and break that ceiling.
And Kintsugi beat Dreamland yesterday, and that was just such a good matchup for them. We kind of spoke more about that when Dreamland was on screen, but just being able to have that Zarya Vendetta into a Sigma, like it was a very convincing win for Kintsugi on how they weren't really forced to play off of their game unless the bans told them to. And like we said, Lich had backup plans, and they're able to play unconventional things, like even like we said, the Reaper on King's Row to Zeb even swapping to the Sigma when the Zarya was banned on Runesapi eventually, or not, actually it wasn't banned, but Zeb went back to the Zarya once they're just very cerebral. They kind of know the win conditions, they understand the matchups. Yeah. I really like the way that Kintsugi approach just the maps, because they don't really consider they don't just focus on the map and what they're good at, but also what their opponents are playing. And I think Zeb brings that level of experience to know what to swap to.
Can't wait to delve into this one. Of course, both of these teams have secured their spot in Master Division for Season 8. You too can go secure yourself a spot in at least FACEIT League for Season 8. Registrations are now open. And will be open for the next month or so, as Season 8 will kick off on March 16th. Go sign up. It's some of the most fun you will ever have playing Overwatch. I guarantee it. Well worth the time. I actually got a chance to play a little bit of Open Division earlier in this season. Oh man, even the series we lost, I had just the absolute best time playing in FACEIT League. I couldn't recommend it enough. And as I mentioned, all three of the teams that we're seeing here today have earned their spot in Season 8 Master Division. You can see in the top right-hand side of your screen, your top 6 were able to make it through out of Master Division and hold their spot. But otherwise, we've got a bit of a yearly reset here. We've got this awesome last chance qualifier. We'll be coming up here in a few weeks or so to see who else will fight to get into Master Division. A lot of awesome Overwatch action coming up. This Grand Finals is just the beginning of what we have in store for 2026.
Absolutely. Being top 500 is such a thing in the past. Who cares about peaking in ranked? Peaking in FACEIT is now the real way to get discovered by fellow OWCS talent that also take the time to keep their hands warm in a league like this. This is also the best way to be promoted into OWCS. Like we said, this is the perfected path to pro, and there's a way to join the big leagues. And like Jeff said, this is such a fun platform. And even if you want to be like Gorilla or others, just get on a team with a bunch of friends, make new friends, and it's a great way to network and just to stay competitive, stay involved.
Maybe you could be the next Dildux. You know? That could be you. That could be you. You seen our commercial with Team Phoenix kind of leading in? That could be you. I'm just saying. That could. All right. I think that could be you. That's enough. That's enough. All right. I've done shameless plugging. Let's talk about this match. Let's talk about this Grand Finals here a little bit. We're going to get Nepal picked from Kintsugi. Your Kintsugi coming through the winner's bracket. We'll get first map pick and first hero ban here for these Grands.
And Nepal is going to be playing pretty differently than Ilios. Like, yes, you're going to still have some open sections, but some of the sections on Nepal are going to have these lower ceilings. Think about Village, how the point has that really low ceiling. Sanctum, you have to work through these choke points that have very low doorways. So it's not the friendliest to flyers, although you can still operate around the objective of Village with a flyer. And it's not going to be as open as Ilios, but you could still kind of overlay a lot of the heroes here. And speaking of those heroes, we're going to find out who is banned, which is a very early Zarya ban to already deny Kintsugi's best composition.
I mean, just try to take control. And this is EDM trying to really mold this to their liking. I find typically past that, if you want to run the meta, people tend to run Zarya, run Nepal. If you're running to run the Zarya Detta, teams tend to pick Nepal. If you want to, if you can put an Echo or a Freya or one of these more unusual picks in, a lot of those teams will pick Ilios. But EDM is a straight meta team, which means getting the meta tank banned out could be a problem here for him as we head into this map 1.
And if you wanted to fall back to a more stationary Sigma, on Sanctum, that's sometimes used to push that Pillar's hallway as a really good defender for hit scans. Illari is sometimes that niche support pick used in these more stationary comps with the Pylon, but that's me hard coping because that is a very uncommon pick and probably just to keep your support bans open for the rest of the series. I'm just very surprised that you bring the Zarya ban so early in the series, considering control is so small and you can sometimes just overwhelm the Zarya pretty early with how close the fights are. But I think you run into the advantage of EDM are warmed up. They've just played 4 maps. They're hyped up from a very good win. So I like that Kintsugi just kind of want to almost bite at their heel early to see if they can kind of get a nice warm-up map going without Kintsugi being at their best.
I mean, I almost wonder if Kintsugi are baiting this Zarya ban. I don't even know if they were planning to play this. I expect they were, but they don't protect. Kintsugi got first ban here, right? They had an opportunity to protect, either their Vendetta or their Zarya, but they go for the Yari ban instead. What an unusual pick right out of the gate. We often see a lot of teams play big, high-impact bans, high-impact, cards in these situations. Not so much for Kintsugi. They kind of softballed it in here in map 1.
Maybe, that's a good point that you protect the tank, because well, we just saw how if Cardi were to play anything other than the Doomfist on a map that isn't good for Hammond, how that really makes the team fall apart. And I don't love Hammond on certain parts of Nepal, like Sanctum. It is very difficult to pull off. At least if you're in a defending position, it's fine. If you're attacking, a little tricky to swing around. Village 2 is a lot more open, and Shrine, you can make it work. Although, again, there's a lot of protection on the point with that central pillar and the low ceiling. So, it could be just so that they are going to be able to play the Doomfist on, well, a really good Doomfist map.
We'll see. We'll see what they have in store. There's nothing left but the anticipation, the waiting. We can theorize. We can break it down all we want. We won't know until we get into Nepal. Until we get in to kick this thing off. It looks like we're getting closer and closer by the moment. Oh my God! I forgot to swap. Hold on. I forgot to swap your image here. Important things here, Lemon. I gotta change this over to a grand finals. All right, I'm sorry. All right, we'll get this fixed.
There we go.
Boom,
there we go.
boom.
Get the cafeteria sorted over there.
That's what the teams were waiting on. Clearly, I was holding up the entire lobby.
Yeah, now it says girlfriend up there. God, just kidding. Really bad dad joke. I was gonna say dad joke, mother joke. I don't know, but we are trying to now. We're trying to get our ducklings. I'm gonna be mother duck here and trying to get my ducklings into the lobby because it is tier 2 after all. It is really hard to wrangle players, but this is an important match, so everyone wants to make sure everything is ironed out. Here's how our series is looking. 1st to 4, by the way. So your picks and bans very, very important.
And also that is an interesting point leading into we're kind of talking about a little bit of a softball ban. And for Kintsugi, hey, you know what? Maybe they're saving more important bans, knowing this is going to be a longer series. Maybe try to save that if the series doesn't go their way, if things start getting a little bit desperate. Because the Zarya ban, pretty low impact compared to the Zarya ban coming out from the other side.
And out of all the points of Nepal, I think Sanctum would be the worst for Doomfist, and Shrine and Village one of the better ones, but Shrine, I would say, is near the top for me, especially if you can win that initial fight. And even if you don't, attacking on Doomfist is not horrible. Taking the side hallway and being able... we've seen Cardi's ability to sneak up on people, but he's actually hovering the Hammond right now. You got a nice swing potential off that initial archway here on Shrine, so it's just a little awkward sometimes to land on the point, but he could still have a lot of focus near the statue side, so it'll be interesting to see if Ryan's going to go to the Tracer or the Echo. Okay, the Tracer to follow that up, yeah.
Let's just gonna go chase on the other side. Zeb pulls out. Their other hero. We talk about, Cardi being a bit of a two-trick. Zeb known for the Zarya and the Orisa is basically what Zeb is known for here. We're gonna get the latter with the former being banned out. It is EDM and their ban will be on the left-hand side. We'll get those nameplates fixed for you directly. Don't you worry, friends. But it is Emote down mid with the Wrecking Ball trying to start things off on Elephant's side. This gives up a lot of space for Kitsugi to kind of anchor on this point. Where is Zeb? There's Zeb. I was like, where is our Orisa? Our Orisa now looking to anchor on the cart here through this first fight. So far, no kills.
Already a quick fortify being used, and you got to worry about that heat generation early with Orisa until those perks come online. It can be tricky to output consistent damage, but look for those spear throws to kind of push away the Hammond. Again, delay but not stop. Hammond's going to be a very unkillable unit, and you can see that that's affected Winter and how she's not really had a stable point besides being right next to Zeb, who the armor's now cracked. So watch for the Orisa to play in safer positions. Once that armor is gone, and wow, just like that, they fall apart.
I mean, you get Kintsugi kind of got corralled towards the front staircase. They weren't able to take either Elephant nor Shrine side and just had to sit in the worst place possible.
And this
Hey, at least you get some
more.
orbs.
Yeah, and the Hammond's going to become more problematic when the perks come online too. Cardi likes to pick the one with the shield, and it's just even more of an unkillable force versus an immovable object of the Orisa. So it could be really difficult to peel EDM off of this point now that they've captured it.
Especially with mines now in play. Zeb just tries to go hide underneath. I think it was fortunate to grab that Mega. Terra Surge in, pulls in 3! You're going to end up getting a kill onto PDK through that, but the Orisa sacrificed in the process, and EDM maintained control.
And what perks is Zeb going to go to if we even get to that point? Like the shield versus the empowered javelin to the fortify, kind of helping with the heat generation to being able to heal during the ult. So I'm looking towards Zeb as a Orisa nerd of what he's going to do to address this non-stop relentless dive. What a stick!
Beautifully done there on a Lich, and you cancel the overclock in the process as well. So kind of a 2-for-1. Follow up, getting Grapes inside the Kitsu of Gorilla as well, and Kitsugi win this fight with, it does cost him a couple ults. They'll eventually clean this thing up, as there's still Ryan kind of lingering about, but the point's already flipped.
And you're just probably not going to get a ton of value off the Terra Surge, especially if there's a Kiriko. But you could kind of play around with when is Gorilla going to use the Suzu during the Terra Surge. That is the big timing thing to look out for, mainly when Zeb charges it up versus how early Gorilla uses it. So that could be a big impactful ult for Kintsugi, while Graves could also pop the barrier. But oh my god, there's a lot of pressure from Cardi.
I mean, Winner survives at 1 health, gets the overclock in. Grapes responds with a sound barrier. Play kind of works outside the point as all of Kintsugi are just anchored down on the cart. Ryan is sitting on waiting for the right call. Cardi Fate, I think, is trying to build the rest of these mines before EDM really hards engage here, but will not build them up, cannot find enough room or enough ult charge, and with the pick on to the Wrecking Ball, Kintsugi, you're still in control.
The flip almost there, but no cigar, and Cardi will have the mines, so there's a good engage opportunity. Cardi not able to get to the mega pack in time, and he's the type of Hammond that doesn't pile drive and leave. He pile drives and shoots. The fact you're going for a Terra Surge just to clear the mines already speaks to the desperation of Kintsugi, but just also denying any openings that EDM could be going for. Zep is now chasing Tracers with a Javelin spin. Man, this is a confident tank.
100%. And I mean, you're not gonna be able to catch a whole lot of people with the Terra Surge here, so I don't mind clearing the mines. Clearing the mines is more important than what Terra Surge will get. Big spear lands out of Zeb as well. You force the jump out from PDK, and also the Swift Step, which means Lich finds some vulnerable targets. The Pulse Bomb up top, and just gonna contain EDM to this high ground. Kintsugi have this one unlocked. PDK slides back onto the point, hoping for a miracle, but there's nothing but pulse pistols and spears waiting for you. Cardi Fan is still here and could continue to buy time, but a good job from Kintsugi. Quickly find the cleanup kills and make sure the Wrecking Ball was the only one left.
What a first round from Kintsugi. You saw the impact that having a forever anchor of an Orisa, but also keeping your DPS at arm's reach. Winter, good luck to your mental this game, because a Hammond and a Tracer second, because every second that Cardi is still involved in a fight is moments Kintsugi can have a chance to kill him. So, and even Kintsugi can have a chance to kill him. So, and even Z's has been able to protect herself against Cardi. So I'm really impressed by this Kintsugi backline.
Yeah, Z's is so good. I'm always impressed with Z's performance. We'll stick with the Kiriko, heading into Sanctum, trying to just play this long distance. It's kind of interesting because Kintsugi have already made their way across the bridge. You see Natsuki just runs to play catch-up here. Kintsugi are going to continue to press. Just a bit of a counter, or a clockwise rotation around the map. They're going to chase and find a pair of kills. Winter and Lich lighten up the feed, giving the +2 over to Kintsugi. One Cardi fan will not escape.
Yeah, this is just a more awkward map for Hammond. Like, you could still swing and get around and pressure the back corners, but the mega packs are not as accessible compared to Shrine, for example. So I like this swap from Cardi. He wants kind of a more lockdown potential, although you are in a bad matchup against Orisa, because one Javelin spin while you're blocking gets rid of all your survivability as Doomfist. So he really has to be careful on, trying to ignore Zeb as much as possible, but hey, I guess literally moving him out of the way is great too.
I mean, yeah, you're just throwing jab after jab at Zeb. You eventually do get the fortify out, and so Zeb's going to use that to back away. I mean, the bounce on Cardi fan, just to go walk up to an Orisa and just start throwing, little right punches at your nose. But Kintsugi just rotate onto the objective. So Zeb doesn't give up control. They never die. They just reposition themselves into a spot where they've got line of sight and poke damage on everybody. Winner with a great kill. Leaps right into PDK. Then Z's will pile on yet another one.
I was so worried with Zeb being on the point solo. I was like, he just left his entire backline open to be feasted upon. And what does Winter do? Jumps into the line of fire and backhands PDK. Just one step ahead of him. Really huge play because PDK was about to go hunting. So Kintsugi stay in control and are flawless, and Lich just keeps it going.
Yeah, Lich is on fire right now. Lich is having a performance. And Kintsugi looking very, very dangerous. Is that, I believe, second, if not third stick out of Lich in just this opening map. 90% on the board. Kitsune Rush and Terra Surge to help win this out. EDM have a couple of ultimates. We're going to get Cardi fan immediately moving to the objective to start things off. EDM playing off of this left-hand side. Need to get Gorilla into a good position to try to get this Kitsune Rush onto the point. But, PDK swings all the way around. Pops and overclock. Challenging Winner, who has the same on the other side. Kitsune Rush is in fact thrown over this point, but Kintsugi does have an answer, and things are just gonna get a bit wild. Terra Surge pulls in 3, and it's a huge pull in, reminiscent of the Halt of Old. It just sets up Kintsugi for a beautiful 3-piece, and on track to 100-0 Sanctum, taking the 1-0 lead here in the finals. You did get a late touch here from PDK, but Big Iron is down, and Kintsugi with a perfect performance on Sanctum.
And it starts off with just getting so much impact out of your ultimates. Like, PDK was permanently a victim in this, whether it's taking an L to the 1v1 against Winter, to getting pulse bombed by Lich. Like, PDK had no room to operate. And then when it's 99-0, EDM had to take the fight on the point, and guess who's ready to greet them? A Terra Surge Orisa. That is no fun at all. So really great that Lich is able to show us just how flexible he is, from being one of the best vendettas that we have in North America, to rivaling Ryan on incredible Tracer plays, to Winter showing up in huge ways against PDK, who just came off of a 3-1 victory. You would think PDK would be the one who would have this incredible start, and it's a quieter one for EDM, as Kintsugi took a very convincing Nepal.
And one where they had, Zeb Zarya was banned out. ADM were able to get a high-value, top-notch ban in there with Kintsugi, leaving the tech completely unprotected. And it did not matter in the slightest. They didn't give up a single percentage point. The Orisa worked like a charm. And it was just another sore spot there for PDK, and that fight got sucked into the Terra Surge as well, just to add more insult to injury, where they just got cut down. And once again, we see the Terra Surge not directly finding kills, but yanking everybody in like the Halts of old, and it was just Winter was fish in a barrel for Winter at that point.
When you compare the damages between like the mirrored heroes, like Lich 6,400 on the Tracer versus Ryan's 6,700, that's again pretty negligible difference. It's coming down to the final blows, and you have Winter versus PDK, where Winter was at 85 or basically 8,600 damage, whilst PDK is at 8,200. So still coming down to just I think really the final blows, and really having the first picks going a lot in EDM's favor. Again, to be able to defend Sanctum, that first fight dictates a huge part of the win percentage of this map, especially when you get to defend as an Orisa. The only way EDM would have been able to crack down Kitsugi is taking advantage of the macro. You pulled Zeb towards the point. Zeb's backline was open in the back corner, but Winter, she cannot be bullied. Like, she is not a Sojourn that is going to cower away. She jumps into the enemy team. Like, she's just that girl.
And that's one of the things where you can even set up that whole fight perfectly, where you're able to draw the tank away, draw Zeb away, and still you give yourself a 50-50 chance at best. And that's, I mean, not counting the elite, the spectacular move there from Winter. It's like, you still had to get through Winter. Like, you did everything to pull the tank away, and it still wasn't enough to even find a pick on that bridge. I mean, that was an exceptional performance from Kintsugi, but I will give a little silver lining here, Lemon, as Kintsugi did win Nepal previously when these two teams met, but it was the only map that Kintsugi was able to take off of EDM in that previous meeting.
You ban Zarya and you don't win that? Yeah, I'm a little bit worried though, right? Like, now you have Kintsugi that are warmed up after a map. Your advantage of having this whole series ahead of Kintsugi, it feels kind of gone. Right after that convincing win from Kintsugi, and now Kintsugi can play that Zarya Vendetta composition, but Lich has also showed us that he could throw everything at you and hit it out of the park. So I'm really stoked for Kintsugi. There's a big reason why they're in this upper bracket and they haven't lost yet.
And to be fair, there was not a Zarya ban spent previously. EDM had saved that Zarya ban before, and so they were able to use that Zarya ban to help win out the rest of the maps. So that was another big difference between the previous meeting of these two teams. I mean, everything kind of coming up Kintsugi right now. They will ban the Wrecking Ball. Yeah, we're going to get a Dorado pick from EDM and a Freya ban from that squad.
Now I have to remember all the escort maps on Overwatch. Is Dorado... it's good for the Hammond. I don't love it for the Doomfist. And I think realizing how strong the Hammond really is, the Hammond ban coming out makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with this. It doesn't feel like the most ideal place to use your Wrecking Ball ban, but it's definitely a valuable place too.
And then no Freya, saving a Sojourn ban for another day, but also just another powerful tool out of the arsenal where, hey, if PDK is serious about the Ashe, I don't even hate it either. It's usually more solid on the defense when you just don't have to work as hard to be on the high ground because you're already on it. But we can focus more on the defensive comp of Lich rolling out on the Tracer, so no Vendetta quite yet. And Winter will stick to what she's been best at, which is the Sojourn.
I'm kind of surprised to not see the Vendetta here. Maybe that is part of the Dorado pick. You know, teams have learned the Vendetta struggles a little bit more. I don't think I've really seen that. I don't think I've really seen evidence of that. But that Tracer pick is a little bit of a surprise to me, I do admit.
Maybe having something to prove after that last map.
Maybe.
Because
could be that simple.
It's not even just the damage. It was just so many pulse bomb sticks. Lich was incredible at that, but EDM having to attack, and the Doomfist trying to find his way up, and Lich is already bringing all these health pools down, but Recoil's right in the middle of the action, so Kitsugi ready to defend Lich by all means necessary, but it does cost them their Lucio.
Oh, and now Zeb is looking a bit out of position here. But they're able to locate PDK with this long tripper on the left-hand side of the map. So equalizing the odds. We're at a 4v4. Both teams missing a DPS.
I just noticed you have a break in the picture. So You can't really brig against the Doomfist, but you can support a Doomfist with it. And defend just as well. Flail shots really can be annoying for that Tracer, and especially being able to pack your Tracer so she doesn't have to hunt down the health packs around the map as much.
Yeah, Brig and Tracer are actually a very nice little combo. Oh, that's not going to protect you from that kind of aim. My goodness. Winner hits a magical shot there across the courtyard. Carnifan backing away, Zeb in pursuit. He's got a good amount of charge, but not enough where they want to push into Doom in both supports.
Oh, Lich got a special delivery. And then against the Brig too, you got to make sure you don't hit the shield with it. And PDK gets Suzu'd by Gorilla, and that saves a lot of the damage, but Kitsugi are looking to suffocate them.
I mean, you got the Suzu'd, you get an important cooldown, if not the most important cooldown out. You throw a Kitsune rush into the mix, and there you go. It's a flawless fight win here for Kitsugi as they clean up with 2 minutes remaining.
Get the Kitsune rush down, and now you can try to win the fight with the grab. At what point does Gorilla use the Kitsune rush? If you get grabbed, do you still pull it out? Do you risk wasting that ultimate to give yourself a chance at a good retaliation, maybe ability to heal through the grab? Or do you kind of let Grapes pop the rally as your best defense tool against the grab? You got to try and initiate with the Kitsune rush. I would say this is a good time, Gorilla.
It's me the Meteor Strike, and Gorilla still holding on to it. Perhaps kept it bay there by the front line. Hard to tell there from that view, but the Meteor Strike lands, and Winner sees a big, massive punch. Well played. Salvator now in. Grab is going to fly, too. Kitsune rush stays in the pocket. I don't think Gorilla had an opportunity to hit Q on that one. There is a Bob in the mix. Z's and Zeb are looking a little contained here. Grapes is going to pop the rally. See if they can find these additional kills. Z's gets punched down. Will not regroup. Lich gets caught. Magical pick on the Lich as they just appeared in front of Cardi. Oh, man, the Spidey sense is strong with this one. Kintsugi fall.
Cardi just low-key soloed that fight. Like, killed 3 of the 5. Started with knocking out Winter, and then bought so much time with the Meteor Strike. Still didn't fully pull back Kitsugi because there was obviously a sense of fear at the rest of EDM's lineup that they couldn't push through the choke. And Cardi still gets invested into, and it pays off in dividends. So I can appreciate Kitsugi just trying to trade backlines, but you still have to address the elephant in the room, or the Doomfist in the room, and his name is Cardi.
He's looking to take over on this map. He's already in trouble. Oh, and another gorgeous shot. Oh, Winner just makes those look so easy. Still, we've seen the Doomfist of EDM swing fights before, and Gorilla is able to find the equalizer. Now Kitsune rush onto the high ground. Gorilla's going to punch Zeb all the way back down low towards the bank, where Zeb is able to turn and find a pick onto Grapes. Watches their Curie die. 3v3 left on the point as Winner slides in, receiving a bubble. Still not enough to keep him alive. EDM will win another fight and continue to march here through Dorado.
Yeah, EDM got really aggressive. Not super clean, as even Grapes was kind of even too far up, but still following up with whatever Cardi has drummed up, which is trying to reset Zeb's energy. They're successful at that and killing Z's, so there's no refight potential, but there will be a refight here for the end of point B. And EDM have the sustain where they got the Meteor Strike, and Ryan is trying to find his way in the back with a pulse bomb, maybe.
There's no safe place to sit. I mean, as they're trying to get staged, EDM just moves in. Carnifan is able to punch everybody down. Kitsune rush from the defense, but they have nobody left to take advantage of it. By the time it comes out, it's already too late. EDM will put a second point on the board.
That was such an insane punch from Cardi, getting into the backline, using the Meteor Strike, and punching almost the entirety of Kintsugi into EDM's own team. Like, and that punch really hurts. It got Winter to like 1/3 of her health, and then all EDM had to do was sneeze on her, and there goes the whole fight. EDM, you gotta be careful about this momentum. They are looking like an unstoppable force. All eyes are on this Zeb grab. If you can get a nice group up here, honestly, look at this Doomfist without block. It's a moment.
Overclock out of PDK finds first kill. It's an enormous grab. Zeb's able to get one in it though. And that is going to be it. Other than that, it is all EDM. They're going to try to finish this map and try to get Carnifan back in the same time.
Yeah, PDK was able to initiate the fight. Yet a panic grab from Zeb, and not everyone that could really feed into it, despite how many good targets were in it. So Kintsugi can no longer hesitate. 2 minutes is a giant time bank. Zeb is going to try to anchor on the Orisa.
Yeah, we'll make a swap here and try to hold. And that's going to drop the beat. That's going to hit 5. PDK goes down. Winner with an important kill, split seconds before the EDM beat lands. Now it is Zeb holding on the point, trying to anchor, looking surrounded. Gets stuck by a pulse bomb. This is going to get you down below that precious armor mark. Punched in by Cardifan. Everybody is turned towards Zeb, and they will eventually send the horse to the glue factory. Ryan catches Natsuki with a beautiful tracking off the wall. Z's cut down as being the last hold left on this point, and EDM will cap Dorado with $1.27 left in the time bank.
You're talking about the glue factory. What kind does Ryan use? Because that's what I want to know. His tracking is out of this world. Like a mid-air Lucio. Like, he did not miss a beat. Like, check PC levels of Tracer over here. Like, really making up for how that Nepal broke down. And EDM lock a very respectable time of 90 seconds. And just really sailing away ever since that hurdle of point A. They pretty much were unstoppable through point B and point C, starting with the Kitsune rush until the end of point B, where Cardi then punched the entirety of Kintsugi out of cover and into enemy hands. So that was huge.
Unreal.
To PDK kicking off point C, and it's just such good initiation and confidence that really relishes EDM in fights that are so well thought out and executed quickly, because Overwatch is all about thinking on the fly, and EDM know all about that.
Yeah, very quick decision making, no hesitation out of EDM. Cardifan 16-1 on that attack. And we're talking about like this, you don't think of Dorado as being this like spectacular Doomfist map. I wasn't even sure that we were going to get, you know, what hero we were going to see Cardifan roll out on because of that very fact, because I don't think it's, you know, it's ideal. Nevertheless, I mean, giving a masterclass on how to make this Doomfist work on a high ground oriented map like Dorado. Whoa, hello! Winner gets the rare opening pick. Let's go.
And when's the last time you've seen a Widow rollout actually get something? Like, Winter, as precise and clinical as ever. This is going to open up the fight, get the card at least to that choke point, unless Cardi is still going to try and fight this 4v5. And now that Zeb somehow got picked, this just rebalances the scales, and now Z's is staggered. Cardi, man, is just leveling up.
It kind of looked like Kintsugi found opening pick, but they still didn't have the player advantage because Cardi was still around, right? Like, Cardi counts for like 3 people or something here.
Hello. So true, especially when like bro can just sit on top of this red building and drop down. Like, I don't know, Zarya now can try and bubble this Lich guy, and he's already dropping down, not really able to start a fight. EDM are not ready for this, and they're trying to be. They're already falling back to the market side, and Kintsugi, this is how it starts, but can they finish it?
I mean, it was just good swaps that will force the disengage, meaning Kintsugi are now moving on to the second leg of this attack, trying to take this courtyard area. Around Fountain, Winner finds Cardifan, and that has been a rare pick. That's the one you're looking for. Apparently that counts for 3 picks, as my math is going to continue on the other direction. That is a triple kill with just the opening pick on the Cardifan. Yeah, that's what we're going with.
And the best way to deal with the Doomfist, if you don't have hard CC, we're actually going to get a recontest from Ryan. That's what he's really known for, is that stall. And here comes Cardi, is when to still try to do damage to the Doomfist while he's blocking. And I think Kintsugi are realizing that you can just choke him out. The block can only stop so much. And I know there's a fear of charging up that punch, but when the Doomfist is low enough, it's kind of like a Zarya bubble. A lot of the times, like, simple Overwatch tells you, don't shoot bubble, don't shoot Doomfist block. But at moments that if you know you can kill the target, if there's enough focus fire, it is worth shooting those targets that charge up.
Yeah, for those of you playing at home, remember, Zarya and Doomfist are 2 of your lowest health pools of any tank. I think Zarya would actually have a lower effective HP because of block. And Winner has the most insane accuracy. What another enormous opening pick here for the Soldier. Once again, finds the dome of PDK to kick off a fight here for Kintsugi.
Oh, where is Cardi? Of course he's going to Meteor Strike in. Of course he's going for a fight 4v5, and he's paying the price! Oh my god! The healing grace of Gorilla. You gotta thank your supports for making this still possible.
Yeah, only Cardi fan, you loses a player, ult, and then just gonna go aggressive. Sound barrier out of Grapes to help fend off the Zeb Graviton Surge. But now double support ults are in from Kintsugi. They're gonna use, okay, 2 support ults just to rotate. That is not good. They just destroyed their economy with that and got absolutely zero zilch for it. They're not even going to move up to the high ground. They just go right back to where they started. I am so baffled. What a horrible play out of Kintsugi. We'll see if they can salvage this somewhere in this fight.
At least the saving grace is that neither team has support ultimate, so it's coming down to DPS and Winter already in prime position in the sniper's nest to rain down hell as Ryan hopes for a good pulse spawn once he grabs the health pack. But now Lich doesn't get anything with the ult too, so 2 of the DPS ults, no kills, but you still caught PDK on the back foot. Grapes was there to peel too little too late and will be joining the DPS in the grave very soon.
The overhead from Lich was just nasty, and you catch Grapes on the recontest. And even though it kind of felt like Kintsugi just literally yeeted all 5 ultimates into that fight and got nothing, they still win the fight.
Kintsugi have a very healthy time bank and a somewhat comparable one to EDM, so it's about being able to snowball through this point. But this section of the map, one of the best for Doomfist. It is so closed in, lots of walls and corners to surprise you, so Kintsugi have to be careful on how they navigate this corner.
A little leapfrog between Lich and Zeb to continue to put pressure on Cardifan. Super high charge. Ryan peeked that and saw Zeb just stare back at him with a full charge. Like, nope. You can't walk out into that just yet. Both teams kind of holding in their respective quarters. You got Z's with an important ultimate. He's got to turn around, save Natsuki. Now see if they can get in position. Suzu already is. We're going to go ahead and throw that Kitsu out right up main straight. Zeb, seeing if they can escort this team home. Charge Forge is going to bubble up 1. Has to keep head on the swim with the Meteor Strike. Land catches Winter in the back of the head. Now is looking like a disengage as Kintsugi are bleeding out reinforcements.
Well, really threading the needle with these punches. How the heck does Winter, of all people in that stat, get found? And that's the best target for Cardi. And Kintsugi get reset. They've been doing so well at, well, taking the part of escort of this map so seriously. That's all they're doing is staying on the cart. Kitsune Rush, they caught the disengage from EDM and moved nowhere. They are so scared of Cardi jumping the fence and punching their backline. They are just, Kintsugi are trying to deathball, but are playing almost a little too safe, especially when they have such big advantages like Kitsune Rush. And we'll see if this will cost them. They still have Grab to fall back on, but against the barrier, it's pretty much going to get canceled out.
The Grab's going to catch too. Gorilla does go down before the sound barrier lands. In fact, look, only 2 people were hit by that sound barrier. I don't know if Grapes got booped or what, but it ends up being a massive advantage there for Kintsugi, though the fight's still not done. Low health bars capitalized on by Cardifan, coming up with the 2-piece on both Z's and Zeb. Lich will get punched down on the 3rd body. 4th claim there from Cardifan. Then we do a little dance to celebrate the victory.
Yeah, the way that you play around this Doomfist, you're just so in and out and on a knife's edge, and in the blink of an eye, you got to be ready to fight. And Grapes was just in the back corner. He's like, oh, we're fighting? Drops beat too late, doesn't save Gorilla. They still win the fight because Cardi can just kind of carry the team too, but there are so many threats on EDM. Kintsugi now at a time bank disadvantage if they can even finish, but they'll have support ult advantage, but they got to get value out of it.
Cardifan, just escape button right there. Meteor Strike aggressively is nobody even looking at the Doomfist. Kintsugi want to push forward and see if they can kill everybody else instead. Nobody pick on the Grapes is a good start, but only a start here for Kintsugi. They've already lost Winter in this fight. They do have a Kintsugi in play, but it doesn't look like anybody's really down there taking advantage of it. Kintsugi go up to the high ground, find an isolated Gorilla back towards Mega, and are chasing kills all over this power plant.
Oh, PDK couldn't get to the Mega in time, and I think it's just good to reset with the team. Unfortunately, though, EDM are counting on Cardi to stall, and Ryan just gets blown up by a Zeb right-click. Here comes one last recontest, and man, Cardi just got chunked down. Still a time bank disadvantage, but I can appreciate that Kitsugi are, you know, Zeb may be turning around to just wave at the Doomfist, but all eyes are on Lich and how he's trying to trade backlines, gets that Zarya bubble, and just does everything he can to be productive in those solo situations. Because Cardi and Ryan are perma-flanking, and Zeb has to respect. Like, he has to turn around and pretend like he has a bubble and pretend to be a threat and try to generate that energy. It got really chaotic. I'm low-key surprised Kitsugi finished the map because it is so scary to try and drop a beat against the Doomfist. Like, we saw even in our last series how many, you know, canceled ults we had on just Shambali when Cardi was just present. So I don't blame Z's and Natsuki for being kind of scared of this guy.
Zeb and Cardi fan have a three point damage difference between the two of them right now. Both sitting at like 15k, and there's literally 3 points of damage separating them. That's how close. That's how close this has been.
No way Winter does it again, right? Like, lightning doesn't strike twice, right? So it's like, oh, you're not gonna.
No way. No way.
I'm gonna be so mad if EDM died of this.
I know. Like, don't double pick this. Okay. Okay.
Every second matters. So quick swap to the Sojourn and EDM. There's a lot of stall capabilities from Cardi. You saw even on Shambali overtime how Cardi can be such a nuisance, and especially Winter's biggest op. But Cardi is also falling back a lot quicker. He has to survive in these fights.
I mean, there's so much pressure. Cardi fan is simultaneously the biggest threat, but also the biggest, like, has to stay alive. Most important player. Lich goes up top and actually forces the exchange. This means you don't have that Doomfist to help anchor. We'll see how the EDM are going to try to respond to this. You see, they're scattering. They're going to all 4 corners. And they're getting chased down. They're trying to draw Kintsugi backwards so they don't get cart progress, is what they're doing here.
This is now like the 3rd time I've seen Z's just like peel for herself, whether it's killing Ryan on the Tracer, killing Cardi on the dive, killing another Lucio. Like, who knows what Grapes was up to, but all I know is with a minute time bank, it is a big accomplishment to get a 0.8 cap. That is low-key the minimum, but this is an important thing to get. Now you can't take a fight on the high ground. At least you could maybe, you're not actually running a Tracer, so that's a little tricky. So you can't just have the Tracer babysit the cart while you take the fight elsewhere. So we'll see how Kitsugi approach this now in overtime. You really got to stick by that cart, which now gives high ground advantage for EDM, and you don't really want a Doomfist watching, looking down at you.
Oh, absolutely. No, that just sounds like nightmare fuel. Lich will go try to challenge that high ground in short stints, but once the bubble's gone, they're forced back down low. They cannot stay on that high ground for long. That's going to be the engage from Cardi fan, and Zeb is able to keep some damage on him, and Z with that final blow. Yeah. Z is so good. So good. Ryan, once again, we're trying to go in. Z's gets another. Z's got PDK in the dome with a kunai. I mean, and really solidifying your place in my heart as the most lethal flex support in NA.
And not just like stealing people's kills. These are headshots. Very difficult to do on Kiri with the mess that is double flankers and all this damage coming in, and how you're balancing that with the Lucio speed. I'm so impressed with Z. Now earning that Kitsune strike, that could be the nail in the coffin for point B.
Good shot out of Winter finds PDK. You're able to beat Gorilla up by 15%. It's one of the strongest ultimates in the game right now. And Kintsugi are threatening 5 points on the board. PDK is just now respawning. Cardi Fight hasn't taken to the skies with the Meteor Strike. Zeb gets it a grab, and it was Ryan caught in that grab to make sure no Tracer stall on this point, and 5 points now on the board. Kintsugi are moving into the power play. They only started with 60 seconds.
I'm a Z's fan club member now after headshotting Ryan. Maybe try to go for a pulse bomb. This is scary. With 1 minute, you're at point C. This is inconceivable. This is insane. This could be Kitsugi leading her series even more. But we'll see how this ends up. PDK finally has an answer.
The PDK, you'll get one. There is a Kitsu in play from EDM as well. PDK finally takes down Winter off that outside. Comes up with a 3rd. And when a hero was needed, PDK showed up. But, man, I can't help but feel that EDM are now at a massive disadvantage with only 2 minutes to match this extraordinary push.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be another overtime push near the end for EDM. And PDK, I'm glad, you know, he showed up at the end and he put the cape on his back, but took a while to find, like, honey, where's my super suit? Like, it took a while to find that super suit, okay? And we know PDK is goated. We just saw a series where he could take over the server, but Winter has just been a little bit more aggressive with the positioning and also just having that energy charged right away for these headshots. And PDK, it takes a little bit more time, while Kintsugi have more of a death ball, so it's a bit safer for the hit scans and everyone to move up, right? While EDM have to kind of sense, okay, where's Cardi? Is he in? Is he out? And what positions you can take when you're also constantly resetting. Like Kintsugi, we're snowballing like crazy.
And it feels like there's so many different. It's not just Zeb that has a big impact or that can carry for Kintsugi. It feels like there's a lot of different facets you have to be aware of. Where Cardi Fan definitely steals the show, for better or for worse. I mean, can just turn around and win a fight by themselves. But also, when we see Cardi Fan die early, like we saw there on point B, suddenly EDM, and like they try to answer back, but they don't seem to work as well when they're down their tank. Where Kintsugi, any one of them seem to be able to step up and save the day.
I would love to have like a first blood stat line for Winter, because she has been really a huge part of kicking off these fights, and will have an even better advantageous position when Lich is absorbing all that aggression on the low ground, stalling the cart with the bubbles. But Winter took a heavy punch, so you're already having a market rotation here from the defense, and Lich did not get that memo.
You know, Zeb is actually still kind of stuck out in front as well, so this is looking like just a dive forward call, but Zeb's still alive. Well, I mean, I'm surprised. I'm amazed at how long Kintsugi's able to survive through that 3v5. Zeb is going to drop down and continue to eat time off this clock.
Nice punch to get Zeb away, and Gorilla joins Cardi's side too at a moment's notice. They've been kind of a silent clutch player on bailing out Cardi, and that's why you utilize the Kiri over any other support, the ability to jump into the fray. And okay, good progress from EDM. Not losing a fight is very important, and like I said, it's going to be an overtime situation, but EDM has some flexibility to go to the high ground as they don't have to be stuck on the cart yet.
Drop over to the dead. It's just looking to come in here and chop away at the cart, you know, especially once 30 seconds have passed and EDM are forced to just sit in one position. Lich goes flying over the wall. Nobody really locked down because Winter's already killed everybody.
3K headshots, insane. Really,
like running into their spawn.
Yeah,
not like just sitting on high
spawn.
Yeah, for
Jon
real.
Snow said that. Well, Cardi's coming for you too, because he's got Meteor Strike, and you know exactly where that's going. That's going right in Santa's lap. So I would be really careful on Kintsugi, and Cardi's not messing around.
Yeah, Cardi Fan does not have an SP on this keyboard. I'm fairly confident. Certainly not when a Meteor Strike's in play. And it's going to be an opening pick on the Zeds. They are lucky to get an ultimate in. But Graves has the response. Sound barrier player advantage here for EDM as we are in OT. And this fight's breaking out on the point. Lich cut down by PDK. Truly no pun intended there. So EDM keep things interesting.
Very interesting, because you have to overtime fight for the end of point B. I want to see PDK take a good position here on a sniper's perch and see if he can get an early first pick, while as Ryan probably has to be stuck on cart duty, and actually is going to be with Graves. I guess EDM don't really need the speed, but they may need a backup plan if Ryan does recall, or maybe want to go for a pulse bomb because Graves doesn't have speed, and I guess you don't need it because that's a solo grab.
Oh, Zeb will eventually come over that kill. I was worried when they ran out of ammo. They didn't reload before they grabbed. Winner with an OC, though, is also, yeah, been able to cut down the support down low. So one got grabbed, one got overclocked, and that's the end of the map. Cafe Kintsugi will move up to 2-0 lead after a win here on Dorado.
That was very convincing too, man. We said that EDM were this momentum-based team, but Kintsugi were unleashed, and all thanks to Winter. The first blood to death ratio is insane. Like, look how she maneuvers. Okay, it's just a Lucio, but still, that's a difficult shot to hit. Someone on the high ground. And Gorilla tries to pull off a Z's impression, but Z's was also a big part of dealing with flankers. Like, how the heck do you flank when there's a good Kiriko hitting headshots? It is very difficult to kill off that Kintsugi backline. So a big shout out to the whole team. They've all had their shining moments, from the hit scans from afar to dealing with the flanks to Zeb pulling everyone together and making magic of his own. Didn't love the final grab, but a win's a win, right?
Well, and it does seem like it was calculated, right? It felt inspired once you see that you saw Winter trying to focus down, Grapes. So when you realize, like, hey, grab was used to get one support, and then the OC was used to get the other, I believe is what it was. It's like, then it's like, oh, okay, now it makes sense. Like, it wasn't super high value grab, but at the end of the day, it played the part it needed to. As did all of Kintsugi. I mean, they're just the whole package here. Everybody getting in the mix, everybody seemingly doing their jobs to perfection.
17,000 damage from Winter, and PDK's right, only 300 less damage than Winter. But it's 40 limbs to 34. Like Winter's impact in terms of the first kills in fights is it's not just the number of kills, but the quality and like the impact of them. And that really just paid off for Kintsugi, especially in an overtime situation where that first pick makes a whole difference. Like right here, like the fadeaway, I don't even know what pixel Winter is looking at, but she still finds it. Like, that's insane. 60 deaths for PDK too, I just noticed. Like, had the highest deaths on Nepal, only by one. It was still 7 deaths, but 16 deaths, which is 3 more than the next person. And it's not even to call out PDK. It's just, again, that Sojourn duel that we're really putting a microscope on, because really there's no one else that should be killing PDK other than Winter and maybe Lich. But Lich isn't as unleashed as he usually is on other maps. He has to be a lot more careful.
So, and we're seeing a nice little PDK pop off here. Does eventually win this duel over Winter. That is one of the very few times that we see PDK able to get that kill. And so when you're talking about, it's only 3 more deaths, but those were 3 super important deaths. There were at least 3 occasions Winter's finds that opening pick, finds that first kill, the first blood, and that snowballed, that leveraged into fight wins time and time again. I mean, that was Winter winning the Sojourn duel on that had massive impact in the outcome on that map, and definitely is going to be, I don't know, I mean, my eyes drawn to that. I've been a Winter fan since the Amplify days. I'm just more and more convinced that she's OWCS caliber.
Absolutely. Like, and she's been already proven in calling all heroes with her teammate Z's and Santana. Right. So the fact that they're able to win a Calling All Heroes championship, but that is just a stepping stone to now finding success in the FACEIT platform and hopefully one day OWCS. And this is the exact platform you need to be competing in to prove yourself at all levels. So I'm just really impressed because, again, PDK and the friends of EDM have that series advantage where they just played 4 maps. They're warmed up. They have their comms ready to go. And the fact that you have Kintsugi showing up and winning the first 2 maps on their best comp, on not their best comp, really impressive how flexible they ended up being.
And really spending, minor bans. We did get the Wrecking Ball ban, I believe, on that map. But so far have not, spent super heavy as far as high value bans against this EDM squad, right? We're still holding on to a Doomfist ban is one that's really standing out in my mind. EDM will get map pick for the 2nd time in a row, and this time they're gonna have first ban as well, and be banning out this Cass.
And going to New Queen Street, and we saw how successful they are just in this past series. So returning to a map that they're already very practiced on, and you just saw how much map knowledge that someone like Cardi has to know, kind of like a Tracer, the same level of knowledge that Ryan or Lich need to have on where those mega packs are, because especially at that back bend fight, that mega pack, that control of it is so important for flankers and really Doomfist and just anybody. And EDM have shown really good knowledge of what points are power positions of the map and when to pull out of fights too, because you don't really want to take a fight at that bend, especially when the defenders have the top window and Sojourns can just find a lot of picks on your team when you're out in the open trying to push the bot. So The presence of tracers here is going to be interesting to know, and who has a tracer and who doesn't, because that does affect how much you need to bring the fight towards the bot to help that progress versus how much you can kind of let the tracer babysit that while you can extend out and chase kills like that.
That's an interesting point where the tracer can kind of enable the whole rest of the team. Because you're able to send the tank forward, which then means you can kind of start sending everybody else forward as well. Very, very interesting dynamic on push in particular for that. We are going to get the Doomfist rollout once again here on New Queen Street. We saw this back in EDM's match versus Dreamland. This was map they were able to close out that series on. Cardi Fan had a particularly great map. He's looking to play the high ground here, but running into the Detta Zarya out of Kintsugi, playing the meta comp is going to be quite difficult to take that space away.
Yeah, surprised we're not getting any Sojourner Vendetta bans quite yet. Like, at least even especially out of EDM. Winter's been a problem that last map. Lich, you maybe feel confident in that matchup because you could maybe punch the Vendetta away, but I don't see a lot of focus from Cardi to address because, well, Cardi has his own problems and it's getting surrounded by Kintsugi.
Yeah, it's like EDM have been focused more on things I think will counter them versus trying to really attack what Kintsugi want to play. Seems to be kind of the philosophy. Oh, good shot from PDK. I can't believe that's first kill here for EDM here in this opening minute.
Yeah, that's good because now you don't have all 5, so you're going to have to spend time to get Lich back in. Depends if Natsuki's going to want a taxi, if Kintsugi want to pull back this fight, or just see how stable they can be playing behind the bot and under the bridge. So you'll have Lich back in a second, but EDM, a moment to strike, but Cardi has to really balance the scales because he's been getting really focused down.
Really good job from Zeb, balance the incoming attack. Now with a beautiful clapback, he's able to find Gorilla on the counter punch. Pushing back up to the high ground. Oh, Lich will get one overhead in, but it's like, okay, call me, we're gonna regroup. Oh, everybody come fight on the bot. We'll leave Cardi Fan back behind. Now, this might leave your supports open, but looks like Cardi Fans chose to cycle through Omega instead and attacking the supports.
All right, you've zoned off the Doomfist. You're going to try and take the fight 5v4. I like this window of engage from Kintsugi, but they're not really a team that chase and push the advantage. They play so safe around the objective because they feel like they have more staying power. They let Lich kind of dive the backline. If that doesn't work out, they pull back. Like, they're not really giving themselves an opening to get punished.
Not at all. I mean, look at this. Look at the preemptive disengage. Kintsugi were already backing away as EDM invests. Now, good pursuit out of Cardi and PDK are able to at least claim a couple kills as things are going to get a bit messy in here. That's Zeb even going to sneak away with some bot progress and minimizing the value out of that fight win.
And you're still stoked for that if you're Kintsugi. Like, you got the Kitsune rush out of Gorilla, which is going to be the best ultimate that EDM have, minus maybe an overclock from PDK. And so Ryan have to make a miracle happen with a pulse bomb. Really hard to hit when you got bubbles, you got Suzu, you got people jumping away from you. It's not an easy target to hit.
Winner made that shot look easy. Once again, moments before the Salvador Grapes hits the ground. You follow up with a beautiful shot onto that Lucio, and Winner will single-handedly deny both supports any value into this fight. PDK separated from the team, still manages to locate the eye of Winner with that big railgun shot. But Lich is still alive and well alongside Zeb, and Kintsugi will continue marching this bot forward.
Kind of an aura kill from PDK. I don't know how much it really matters at the end, but maybe EDM think they can refight because Winter is not here, and Lich evens up the table now. No tank, no fun for EDM.
How did you even see Cardi Fan through the tree? Like, that was using the force. There was something, some other inside thing driving Lich. That was wild.
That was wild, and look at this. I mean, lead that they have, 82 meters. Kintsugi can grab, there's no barrier. You got the clump of EDM, they're cooked.
Yeah, oh, you know what? Cardi Fan and Ryan have been able to answer. It's a 3v3 on the point. Lich cutting through Cardi, though. And it looks like EDM are flailing, or running out of punching power, running out of reinforcements, running out of options here on New Queen Street.
Yeah, EDM have only stemmed the bleeding. There's no Kirikos on
Yeah.
either team, so Kintsugi kind of squeezed blood from a stone with a little extra progress, but are not in a position to take a fight until Z's gets back, which tells me she is probably teleported into this fight, so they're ready to go again.
Oh no. Lich just DC'd. Yeah. Yeah, Lich was AFK in that fight. You saw Lich just perfectly standing still. Seb tried to bubble just to wait for like the internet to kind of re-hook up. But yeah, no, Lich just DC'd. I mean, you're pressed into the opponent's zone. I mean, you had everything going. That was actually a pretty terrible time for a DC. Z's 1% away from the Kitsune rush engage here. Unluckers.
Yeah, they were ready to refight pretty instantly off of that Kitsune rush. So, you know, Kintsugi could still do it. They kind of use the Kitsune rush low-key as more of a zoning ult. I'm not seeing Zeb, like, run it down or anything. And it's what's worked for Kintsugi to just anchor the cart and squeeze every ounce of progress. That's why they're at 96 meters. Kind of surprised that grab fight didn't end up more convincingly in Kintsugi's favor, considering they killed Gorilla pretty instantly. So Ryan and PDK have some heroics still up their sleeve, and they're gonna have to get even more of that going though, because they're still down like 80 meters.
EDM still needs a hero. All right, Cardi fans got to come up with 4 in that fight. Okay, Cardi, I see you.
That gives a meteor strike too, so could be really important in this window fight. Oh, they still have to get the butt scratch and all that go. Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
Nice
PDK,
shot.
I love that.
Oh, those have been few and far between. That is an invigorating kill out of PDK. That's one's there. All right, let's go. Let's get some energy in. EDM trying to bounce back here as we enter into the second half time-wise of this New Queen Street. Gorilla comes up with an important kill as well. The rare win of the Battle of the Kirikos. And EDM with a much important, much needed victory here on New Queen Street.
Yeah, Zeb was like, oh, free card, la la la, walks down the bend, doesn't realize that EDM went back to Mega, but now they have access to the back line, so they get a beautiful shot into Z's. Even Gorilla adds to that damage, so Kintsugi won't be getting away with that. Be careful for the Meteor Strike.
Yeah, but continue rushing play means Guardian's landing into a world of hurt. Good job to back away. Sound barrier. Oh, punched back. Beautiful right hook. Kind of stalled the engagement. Cardi ends up catching the business into the Fang. 5v3 now. As Zeb hunts down Grapes and Z. Starts getting TS1 marching in their favor.
Really tough for EDM to not get any momentum from getting some good picks on the supports, but as soon as Cardi falls, it feels like the whole deck of cards breaks down, the house of cards even. So EDM need to win back-to-back fights. They can neutralize and stem the bleeding, but they gotta make their opponent bleed.
There'll be good timing from the engage there from Cardi. Oh, okay. You force a whiff out of Zeb. I mean, well played. I believe that was Ryan who forced that. But, you know, Kintsugi still have plenty of tools to win the fight. You're gonna have to do it without Natsuki here, though. PDK playing out of his corner. Will just assist in a couple of kills. Lich and Winter keeping things interesting. Will trade a couple of their own. 3v3 left on this objective. Cardi fans able to hunt down Winter, but Graves. Okay. I thought Zeb had you for sure.
Yeah, to just fall back with Kintsugi, but yeah, the grab would have been nice to actually get some progress going, but 96 meters, that is the win condition. I don't think you even need more than that. Kintsugi ready to refight off of a Lich ultimate. If you can maybe get around this bend, but Zeb is quite low, so EDM smell blood in the water.
Yeah, but they can't push because Lich has a Sundering Blade out. Eventually, the right hook comes in. Zeb was down to 1 tick of health, and Z's gets him with the cover. The sound barrier from Grapes came in, but it wasn't in time to save the Doomfist. Kintsugi marching forward. They have got eyes set on the back of this map.
Yeah, huge for Z's and Natsuki to keep Zeb up and to have that last bubble just to give yourself a flotation device while EDM are trying to dunk on you. So, okay, we're getting 110 meters. This looks so unwinnable for EDM.
Kintsugi are absolutely running away with this. Build up towards another grab. Winner's low. Kintsugi, they did get a Kitsu in play, but it's not going to be enough. EDM do stem the bleeding here with just under 2 minutes to go.
Hello. Good to see
It's feeling like an EDM hemorrhage, though. Like, they bail themselves out of spawn. They can win a neutral fight, but it's that back bend fight that has been really tricky for them. EDM like to pull back and try to draw Kintsugi into a position where they're rounding the corner against a charging Doomfist. But once Cardi engages, he takes so much damage so quickly that he just has no room to really play around with. But when Cardi gets going, he takes over the lobbies. So Kintsugi are realizing that, giving a lot of respect. This has to be a good big grab, though. No single target, no zero target. Zeb has to go for a big one.
Well, I mean, yeah, you actually single targeted on the Graves. So it hopes that will be enough.
Good enough. You got 2 kills out of it.
I guess so. I mean, if you're able to hunt down Cardifan afterwards and secure that, it works, right? It works.
Just keep resetting EDM. Like, any kill here is impactful. Staggering Gorilla is even better. The card is about halfway to start beginning some progress. As Kintsugi want a full cap, I guess, but EDM are running out of time and running out of options, and you would need Ryan and PDK to have some X Games level of heroics here.
Yeah, no, and even like even be able to kind of kidnap Zeb down into the egg house. Zeb just pops bubbles. Been so good with the bubble usage. You will get Cardifan and Grapes putting a couple into the feed. Once again, EDM will make things interesting here. Do they have enough left in the tank to overcome this massive deficit, though?
Yeah, EDM have a lot of clutch power to them. I mean, even Ryan just yesterday on New Junk City kind of was able to stall 1v4 just by himself. He will be on bot duty, unfortunately for him, but PDK has to overclock, and it has to be big.
Winner's got an OC in play as well. PDK is low. Doom on the point, and Cardifan has to stay here. We'll get a big pick. Finds that punch onto Zeb to take the Zarya out of the fight. But that is one of many needed. Okay, Natsuki, that's 2 down. We'll see. Can Cardifan add any more? Adds another with a big right hook on Disease. You pile on a kill on the Lich, and man, EDM, they lose Ryan. They use a sound barrier, but they get the bot.
Yeah, Gorilla needed to find a way to shift step towards PDK. It just waited so long for heals that never came, and not in range of a health pack, and losing your overclocking Sojourn is such a killer. But EDM also were salvaged the fight with a sound barrier, but now look down upon 2 support ults from Kintsugi for the win.
Both of them are now in play. All they gotta do is clean off the bot, and that overtime will vanish. Big overhead is gonna find Gorilla. Thundering in play here from Lich. They can't Riot after the blink. You cannot escape the wrath of Kintsugi. Cafe Kintsugi will move up to championship point with a massive win on New Queen Street.
And a chance to go flawless in the bracket, and 1 map away from sweeping EDM after they've been the king killers, taking down Nightmare, Dreamland. You thought Kintsugi was going to be next into the death node, and EDM had all the warm-up, all the hype, momentum, practice on their side, and despite having the MVP player, you need an MVP team to try and strike down the goats of Kintsugi.
I mean, the fact that that's a statement, the fact that we're talking about the goats of Kintsugi is amazing. This is that. I don't think anybody would have predicted this in the beginning. I mean, I've been calling Kintsugi a dark horse of this region, of this division for a couple of seasons now. Really looking towards Winter and Lich to step up and kind of claim the promise that we declared for them, that we proclaimed for them, at the beginning of last year. And it felt like all this time Kintsugi had kind of just been falling a little bit short of that promise. Now here in season 7, as we close the gap, as we cross into the new year and move into 2026, Kintsugi rise to the levels that I knew that they had in them all of this time. I've seen it in you. You're 1 map away from claiming the crown.
And they beat EDM at their own game with the Doomfist on EDM's map pick on their playground that they just beat Dreamland on, and in very convincing fashion. 110 meters, like Zeb, just the forever anchor on this on the bot that made it so you couldn't really peel them back. They just stayed up as this clumped unit, and it didn't feel like Cardi could really I mean, obviously he could find opportunities eventually, but it was very difficult to isolate these individuals.
It was far more difficult for Cardifan to find opportunities. Had to work really, really hard for each little one, and not every one of those opportunities were converted into kills. Versus the match against the #1 seeded Dreamland that we just saw before this, and it felt like every single time Cardi engaged, they were able to find 3 people stunned, which means for at least one of them was an easy pick. We have not seen hardly any of that here in this Grand Finals.
We'll get to see one potential final map. And especially between Winter and PDK, that's like a story in its own on how that showdown is breaking down, where Winter could kill people off screen. Like the fact she's getting these headshots, these picks from across the way of New Queen Street, from 1 block to 3 blocks down. She is still delivering consistent performances. So been a really big fan, and we need PDK and Orion to step it up. Not that they're doing bad, they're just getting bested.
All right, you heard it here. PDK, Ryan, you got to step up. We want more Overwatch. We're going to give you a minute to figure it out, but when we come back, I want to see a good map here out of EDM. We'll see you back here in a minute.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Morals! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Kitsugi, I've moved up to championship point after 3 straight map wins. There seems to be nothing that EDM can do. They play slow, they play fast, they fall to the Kitsugi squad. Their DPS line has been outstanding. Zeb has been a monster up on the front line. Now, one final chance. If EDM want to take this championship, they're going to have to do it in the big reverse sweep.
I don't know if these bans are real, but I'm still surprised the Doomfist has not been touched in terms of bans. The Sojourn hasn't been touched. Maybe that would hurt PDK, at least his feelings. I feel like I hurt his feelings now, and then I see his numbers, and it's like PDK actually has more damage than Winter, but Winter has more final blows. So it just tells me, again, it's not about damage, it's about kills. And again, the impact of those kills and the way they're happening off screen. And I guess my eyes do not deceive me. We got a support protect and an Orisa ban. So we're really targeting Zeb here.
Well, you know, you targeted one of Zeb's tanks there in the first map, so I guess you target the other one here in map 4. And this is most likely just going to be a end up being a Zeb Zarya.
Oh, New Junk City. Oh,
I was just about to say, wait, but we're going to New Junk City. Yeah, so you had to choose Flashpoint. Right, there was nothing else left in the pool. Oh, I guess you could have chosen Flashpoint or Hybrid, actually, now that I think about it. You could have chosen either of those two game types. But still, not a whole lot left for you to choose from. So, New Junk City it is.
I like this. EDM won their series against Nightmare off of the blood, sweat, and tears from Ryan on this Tracer, but overall as a unit. And also, I want to say it was like a 3-0 on New Junk City too. Like, it was a convincing New Junk City, or not against Nightmare, but yesterday against Dreamland. So I'm excited. I think this is a strong one for EDM with the choices they have left, and with how close quarters some of these points can be. Like Bomb Flats is fun. I don't know all the names, but the big green room there. There could be some tricky parts for the Doomfist, but as long as you take the fights near the choke points, I wouldn't even hate a ham in here, but Doomfist I think would be the best choice. And it doesn't matter though, because EDM, they've been bested at their own game.
They really have, no matter what they choose to pick here. And yeah, especially the points in New Junk City where you've got a little bit of high ground to play around could pose a problem for either side, to be honest, but really more for Kitsugi. Like, if they're not playing all on the high ground, then you might allow EDM a little bit of room to set up there, give opportunities for Party Fan to kind of stage and set up an attack. But I think this is a pick of, you know, the best of limited options to choose from, right?
You could easily roll out on the Zarya Vendetta. Of course you have that emote, Winter. Of course you do. Oh, you know, it's in the game, so whose fault really is it? But I don't know if this Mauga is serious. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. Imagine if you cage the Doomfist. Like, I don't even... like, are you a victim in that cage fight, or is that a counter to the Doomfist? I don't know.
I've only seen one player make the Malga work in this meta, and even then it was kind of meh, you know.
And it's not gonna be Zeb today. Nice.
It's not gonna be Zeb. No, that's shout out Axe. That's Axe who's the only one I've seen able to make a Malga work in this meta.
Oh, this first point is gonna be a good playground for Cardi. And he's already trying to displace, but now Lich and Zeb follow each other along, and Cardi's just getting zapped, and he's out of the fight. He's shot down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, watch for Kitsugi just to kind of stay together and rotate around that middle point with that opening couple of picks now. Kitsugi are free to wander.
Man, the first Blood Queen is at it again, and to put that focus into Cardi instead of the opposing Sojourner to worry about a Tracer, like, it's really a lot of... It's difficult for Ryan to balance priorities. Are you trying to force bubbles out of Zeb? Are you pressuring Winter? Do you just trust PDK to win that duel? Do you chase down Lich when its cooldowns are out? Like, I don't know how Ryan is going to address this fight.
I mean, do you go to the point and try to just pull aggro? Well, whatever you've done, you've given Zeb direct access into your back line. Ryan ends up just eating a couple kunai for lunch. That ends up being their option here. 65% of the board for Kintsugi and no deaths thus far.
And that's the con of winning. Yeah, that was nasty, and it's tough to play it with a Doomfist as your tank because when they pull out, you are left in a vulnerable position, and sometimes in these close quarters fights, pretty accessible. And Zeb, I like that lockdown. Walk them like a dog, and they're about to win this point for free like they are. Just top dogs like that.
Yeah, Cardifan got inside the arena, but got completely zoned off the point. Never even initiated the OT. That was a cakewalk. That was a saunter there for Kintsugi. A tiptoe through the tulips that was arena and an easy 1-0 here on New Junk City.
Wow, 100-0 on series point. EDM. You just can't rely on Cardi to do it all. Ryan now swaps to the Echo to see if maybe you can burn down this Vendetta, but the Grub, okay, barely catches Cardi.
Kind of pull them in there after the fact.
Yeah.
Hey, PDK, find some goods here for EDM. Much needed life breathed into this EDM team, but Kintsugi drop down, throw in the rush, and still leverage a player advantage into a potential first fight. Cap, volley of stickies, and some good follow-up from Ryan. Does trade out, and once again, EDM keeping things somewhat interesting, but are very behind the 8 ball in numbers left on this point.
My God, EDM. And we were hungry for some PDK like comeback, and he kind of was starting to feed us, and we were eating good, and then EDM just got broken apart. It was like a 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, and then Kintsugi started falling out of the point, and then re-engage back in, and what a mess that ended up being, and EDM never got control of the point. That's tough.
I mean, they ended up having to spin their kits in that exchange as well. Double DPS also invested here from Kintsugi. Lich driving him away with that Sundering, laying a nice cutting edge to keep Ryan low. Ryan answers, responds with the duplicate, picking up that Vendetta. Nice overhead. Oh, the boom from Natsuki temporarily saved them, but only temporarily. EDM with an advantage for the first time here on New Junk City. They move on to the point with the duplicate Sundering, and Ryan gets a 3-piece to get EDM in control.
Ryan gets more kills in dupe than anywhere else, and he's just so good at besting other people at their heroes. And why don't you mirror the Vendetta? I want to see the Ryan Vendetta, but I know it's probably not as fun to do it with the Doomfist. It kind of can abandon you at any point, but Ryan's gonna still make it work. They're working with tandem with PDK quite well, so good control.
It is such a good point. It's like we would probably see the Ryan Vendetta if not for the chip. Oh, and PDK was 90%. I was looking at was 90% towards that overclocked as they got snapped out of the game.
That's so sad.
That is sad.
I don't even remember the ult charge that he had either.
There was, 90. He was right there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was right there towards an OC. I was just about to talk about it was the only thing that EDM were going to have for this next fight. I was literally like in the process of about to speak on it. And boom, nothing but a spinning circle left in the void where PDK once was.
Man, the script writers just really want Kintsugi to sweep here because like Kintsugi win this fight, they're gonna win the point, and then EDM have to reverse sweep the series, reverse sweep the map, and doing so with an ult down. Now you gotta grab yeeted across the map. Okay, Zeb.
Zeb was smashing Q before the game even unpaused. That was so.
Hey, silver lining. Zeb didn't need to use that, so and PDK's ult is gone. It's like they canceled each other out, and we're even. But Kintsugi should be winning the point here. EDM got a touch.
Yeah, Winner's not going to let that happen. Winner will deny the touch. Or at least just get a kill. I'm not sure PDK was going to touch. But you know what? It looked good. It sounded good at the moment. We'll go with it. Kintsugi now just going to stick their backs up against Refinery. They get a fantastic spawn here. Everything is going in Kintsugi's favor right now.
it's a bit of a trickier point for the Doomfist as long as he kind of hugs the perimeter of the point. There's a lot of these close range walls. He can get some good punches in. He just hasn't been able to get close to Winter. And he's been such a good Sojourn killer, but Winter poking and prodding away. Lich just locked down Ryan, so that's a good start for Kintsugi.
Oh, I love that play. Lich just was playing off of the left-hand side. It's very dangerous to push out, but what a recognition out of Lich right there out of that spot. Knew they could fly out, catch Ryan, and get back before they sacrificed themselves in the process. Cardiff trying to punch through the same door, but Lich has just got this on lock right now. Grapes will kind of move in to see if they can draw some aggro back to the point, perhaps open up an avenue. It does eventually work as Cardiff is able to push it from one side, Kitsu in from the other. Cardiff able to isolate Natsuki and find first blood. Goes up top, hits two with the seismic slam, but now is surrounded and standing in a Kintsugi rush. Winner fights Gorilla off screen. Yes, I said a Kintsugi rush.
Yeah, EDM were so split that fight. They were on two different islands, and like Ryan and Cardi were working one side, Gorilla and PDK on another. Grapes trying to kind of assemble the Avengers, and it did not look good. And he had the Panic Kitsune rush. Everyone tried to utilize it, but then it was just mirrored. So Kintsugi are about to win this championship if they can pull off this next fight.
This ends now.
Double DPS ult here to kick it off, to try to claim the crown. Lich will drop down out in the middle. Cardifan's able to dodge it, moves up to the point, bolstered by a sound barrier, but PDK doesn't get it. Ryan, now with the only chance here from EDM is the grab has caught Cardifan. They are out. Ryan will drop the duplicate onto Azoria. A desperate move here to try to save the series, try to save this map, but this is all Cafe Kintsugi. They are the team that was promised. It is the second Cafe team to claim a championship. Kintsugi are your Season 7 NA champions.
Call them Winsugi now. I think they've more than earned it, staying in the upper side of the bracket and staying on top and really stomping down on EDM on such a unique composition. Again, not a composition you're really scrimming every day, and even just the way that Cardi plays it. So much focus went into him. Zeb maintained high energy, a lot of grabs, just focused on Cardi in these moments, and just Kintsugi knowing how to split the sea and to take advantage of these moments of chaos where EDM could not group up. Such a convincing win, and everyone having shining moments, from Z's killing every flanker that comes her way. That was insane. To Lich showing us some of the best Vendetta plays that we have, and not one that is a liability whatsoever. A really good balance of aggression. And Winter, you know, better with her hands and better with her gun on the battlefield. Like, the first blood percentage is insane. I wish we had the stats for it. She was incredible with the overclocks, and besting PDK, who just came off of such a good performance in the lower bracket final. Says so much to how she's blossomed as a player, how her and Z's have blossomed as players, from the Calling All Heroes Championship to being champions of the FACEIT Masters League.
Exceptional performance. It's hard to reiterate just how much I've been praising this Kintsugi squad, particularly that DPS line of Winter and Lich. And, you know, in Season 6, in previous seasons, they'd fallen a little bit short. I believe this roster came together in Season 5, and they always did well, but never quite lived up to their potential until now. This is what I've been expecting for 3 seasons now out of this DPS line. I mean, Winter looking like the OWCS caliber Sojourn that we all know her to be. Lich looking like the flex DPS that was promised. I mean, you know, the next coming of Sugar Broad, right? Like, let's go. Big congrats to Cafe Kintsugi. Oh, and everybody at the Cafe organization. You're picking up winners this season. How did you do it? Both Cafe orgs crowned champions here in Season 7.
They're just knowers. And also Kintsugi, the squad beating the allegations of being this Vendetta Zarya one-trick team. Like, they're winning maps off of it. Lich showed us how incredible his Tracer was on map 1 with these pulse bombs, a huge part of that Nepal win. I mean, Winter never got Sojourn banned, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Zeb just showed us flexing to everything. The Orisa to counter the Hammond, the Zarya to enable Lich and kind of bring everyone together. The Gravs, you know, really just hit or miss, but most importantly, always guaranteed a kill when Zeb is on the field, and just consistent progress on any objective, because Zeb is the one that plays for the win and not for the kills. And I can really appreciate that style of knowing when to press the advantage, with like some more aggression, but Zeb has so much experience under his belt from OWCS to all the years he's been competing. He knows when he's going to win before it happens.
We saw it. I think the perfect example of that was the disengage on New Queen Street that came in before the Kitsu even did. Like, that was... Zeb had already called for the disengage and was already backing away before EDM even knew they were going to invest in Ultimate. They were already gone. Like, the vision, the awareness is so good from this Kintsugi squad. God, it would be hard to give an individual MVP effort here. I mean, it's, because it's never in a vacuum. It's such a team effort, and this team in particular seemed like everybody coming together to create a championship. And we can't forget Z's in that flex support role. I think really solidifying themselves as perhaps the best Kiriko in all of Path to Pro NA.
Yeah, I feel like supports never get enough love, and Z's not only did her job, did the Kitsune rushes on time in a proactive fashion, and I never felt like, oh, this person's waiting for heals. Where is Z's? You never have to question what she's doing, because she does her job and then goes the extra mile. Like, to kill Tracers, that is that extra layer. If a support can protect herself without, and maybe it helps when you have Natsuki maybe getting a boop, and that kind of lines the headshot a bit easier for you, but Z's was killing flankers, was killing Doomfist, was even killing DPS far away. Like, I was really impressed mechanically and just overall her knowledge of the Kiriko kit.
Amazing stuff in that calling all heroes experience. That was the core that really was what brought this team together. That's how everybody knew each other, and they've been able to, they've stayed together through thick and thin, with that history together, and now that translating so beautifully with their experience in Ka to bring that synergy here, and it translates into a FACEIT League Master Division Championship. Kintsugi proving themselves the best team in North America outside of your 6 OWCS teams.
And Kintsugi kind of also shaking hands with EDM, like, hey, thanks for taking care of our biggest rival of Nightmare in the upper bracket semis, and or not even in upper bracket semis, but in the lower bracket semifinal. Nightmare get eliminated because of EDM, and Kintsugi are like, okay, now this is a matchup we can address when it's not a mirror. We sort of know how to approach that counter, and they eventually figured out how to just dump a bunch of damage into a Doomfist even while he's blocking. We said that's that extra layer of knowing how to deal with a Doomfist, is even though he's blocking, to not shy away from putting damage into him if you know that threshold well.
And just to add another little emphasis onto this exceptional play, the only 2 maps dropped for Kintsugi in this whole thing were to Nightmare. Other than that, they were flawless through this bracket. Looking back on it, 3-0 over Amplify, the 3-2 win over Nightmare to win that map 5, but then they turn around and 3-0 your number 1 seed in Dreamland, and a 4-0 here over EDM, your second place finisher. Not just a championship crowned, but it felt like, a head and shoulders above anybody else here in the competition.
And to have Lich, Winter, Santana stick together from that Kintsugi core from last season. They finished top 6. They've improved. They worked hard. They upgraded. And they really have downloaded the meta. And not just the meta, but all these variations and adaptations that have made them a flawless team to 4-0, the number 2 team in the bracket. Not easy to do. Kintsugi, that work paid off.
I can't wait to hear from him about this victory. We're going to get Winter, and we're going to get the Sojourn Specialist herself in to have a little talk with us. Winter, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on a big championship.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Much love.
How are we feeling? What were expectations coming into this season? And versus, how do you feel right now sitting as the best team in Master Division?
I mean, I feel the season I had really high expectations. And I don't really think we ever had doubts, to be honest, that we could do this. Like, honestly, like, you look at our team, like, we're so stacked. And everyone on our team is so awesome and so good. And we never had any doubts. So I feel pretty good, you know, getting to the goal where, you know, we thought we would be. So we feel great.
Amazing.
And talk to me about your matchup against PDK, because oh my god, you ripped off just on Sanctum jumping into PDK first blood. We thought, okay, maybe you didn't have that series under your belt today, how you're gonna fare against an EDM that was warmed up. Your first blood ratio must have been insane. How did you feel going up against PDK this series?
I mean, I know PDK is an amazing player, but I think, like, for me, I kind of just had a good day. I think, like, for hit scans, it's kind of like, even though, like, you might be a better player, like, anyone can take it, like, at any point in time. Like, if you just play well one day, you can play really well and do well and get kills. So I felt, you know, just going with confidence, feel like you can win, feel like you can win the duel and just, you know, have confidence, and that's it, honestly.
What does this win mean for you and the squad? I know I recently did an interview with you and kind of talking about, you know, with Amplify getting picked up into that squad, and kind of, you know, you kind of got pulled in from knowing Ewan and pulled up from, I believe, an advanced team, if I remember the lore correctly, to here we are a year later, and you are the champion of Master Division. So what is I mean, that's a hell of a climb. I mean, to go where you've gone, what a journey over this past year. What does this win mean in that context?
I mean, I think it's really exciting. I think it's, you know, every time you win, it's like, in its own way, just really special. I think, you know, it proves to me, like, I can still compete at this level. You know, because obviously getting back to stage 1 WCS, you know, like, there were doubts there, you know, like, because we're playing from expert to WCS, you know. But, you know, with every win, I just kind of want to prove that I can kind of, like, hold my own for sure. And what it means for me is I'll probably just keep competing to keep trying to get better and keep trying to prove myself. So, yeah.
Love it. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, and bring me through that evolution of you as a player. Like, you and Z's have been good friends. You're that Calling All Heroes champions. Now you're FACEIT champions together as that duo, but also with the rest of your squad. Like, you two have grown so much as players, and talk to me about that.
Don't forget Santana. Santana is also a Calling All Heroes champion. Shout out Santana.
Yeah, for sure. We talked about them too, yeah.
Yeah. I think, like, for me, like, Z is such a good player. Like, you know, I learned so much. I mean, like, I really didn't have a lot of experience going into Calling All Heroes. I kind of played through, like, FACEIT first, and then going to a WCS, and then like COG kind of came after. So for me, like, I learned so much from those players. Like, all of them, everyone that I've played with, I've learned so much from, and I've just improved so much. And that's kind of like all you can really ask for, all you can really worry about and try to do, because it's all in your control. So. I have nothing but love for everyone on my team, Z, everyone that I've ever played with. I've had such a good experience with literally everyone. I love this community, and yeah, I mean, I have nothing but good to say. So, yeah.
We love having you here. You're such an outstanding performer. It's been such a joy to watch your growth and to watch your journey. I mean, genuinely, I said when I got to guest on the OWCS broadcast that you were the player I was most looking forward to see a year ago, to see perform. I still share that passion. Watching you play always puts a smile on my face. Yeah, that really wasn't part of the interview. I just wanted you to know that. My question is, how are we going to celebrate this? This is monumental. This is amazing. What an insane dub for you today. How do we celebrate this incredible performance, this incredible victory?
Just hang out with my team, hang out with my friends, have fun. And, you know, wake up tomorrow with a smile on my face and just more passion and more drive to play the game more. And also, Bullskunk, thank you. We love you, everyone, all the players.
Aww.
I love you. Shout out Bullskunk. Shout out everyone in the community. Everyone's getting their flowers, bro. Everyone on my team. Zeb, Lich, Santana, Virtual, April, SNR. Shout out SNR. Debit. I don't know if there's anyone else I'm forgetting. I'm pretty sure I said Z. Natsuki. Everyone. I love everyone.
Amazing. I was gonna ask you if you had any shout outs, but I think you just did it. I think that was it. I think you just closed it perfectly. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your passion, sharing your smile, sharing this time, answering our questions. We're gonna let you go celebrate. Congratulations once again on being champions here in season 7.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love, everyone. Goodbye.
Much love. Let's go. Wow.
That was awesome.
If that doesn't put a smile on your face, Lemon, I don't know that anything will. That was amazing.
Yeah,
Yes.
and just this
Oh,
kind
my
of
God.
win is going to be one that gives you, like Winter said, drives way more passion. Now you have even more results under your belt. I mean, Winter and friends have already been proven before with, like I said, the CAW championship, but now they can really reach that upper level, and they've really proven that they can beat anyone down at their game, at anyone's game. A really impressive win by Kintsugi today.
I mean, it's amazing what a little bit of confidence will do for you, Lemon. You know, I mean, you just get that a little bit of belief in yourself that you can step up, and then suddenly you find yourself achieving new heights. I think that's what we just witnessed here. I think that's that little magic just got instilled with all of these Kintsugi players. And you know what? You can find that too. You can find that confidence. You can find that magic. That's right. I keep pointing at the camera. That's right. It's you.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Season 8 registration is open. Go find your confidence in your Overwatch play. Sign up for FACEIT League Season 8. Registration will be going on for the next month. Absolute most fun you'll ever have playing Overwatch. Full stop. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Go do it right now. And I'm pointing still. I'm still pointing at you.
Yeah, because why stop at ranked when you can prove yourself against the best of the best, from OWCS talent that play in this to just everyone, from Calling All Heroes to FACEIT to OWCS. There is such a good wealth of talent here to play against, to play with, to network with, and to hopefully land yourself amongst the best in OWCS one day. This is how you make your dreams come true, y'all.
And have a really good time along the way. Oh, man. But, I mean, speaking of, I've had an absolute blast here with you today, being able to present you this Championship Sunday for Season 7. It has been a joy and an honor. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and sharing this love, sharing this passion for Path to Pro, getting to see the next ups, getting to see the next generation of Overwatch talent. It has been truly something special and truly amazing. So, thank you very much from all of us here, from Limit QE and myself, from Latu and Solomon and the BPL production team here making all this all possible. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we'll see you next time. Bye, friends.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Dorado! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.